how great. Or that the only way to keep people on Facebook for life is to remove the life part. The patent was granted in December. It uses AI to scan all your posts, your comments, your likes to make a digital stamp. That's pretty fun, right? I would love that. It will then simulate your social media activity, responding to other content from real people beyond the brand, which means your ex could literally ghost you forever. I like that I have my guests in the studio creating a nice sort of natural peanut gallery for me. This is fun. This reminds me when I did that late night show with no audience. And all the jokes had to be added, or the applause and laughter had to be added later because it was just a room full of crew and they were sick of my stuff. Let me see. Yeah, that's going to sound like oh, that's great. They say that this robot AI will like, comment, and reply, and there's even some thought to simulate audio and video calls. Wow. Why do we? I don't know. Continuing on with our little game here. We got a couple other songs on Solo the Solo, joined in studio by British rocker James Reddick. And music project from Rivera, producer on the place. Also, Gonzalez, Mario, and Kayla. We were talking about the John Frusciante song, or the Red Hot Chili Peppers song earlier, and how everybody thought that it was similar to Jimi Hendrix. And obviously, John Frusciante was heavily influenced by Jimi Hendrix, but to show you how close that is, listen to Purple Haze now, after having heard Day California in the solo. Right? That's the thing. That's nothing to do with that. That wasn't Day California. That was actually Purple Haze. Correct. Yeah, it is. Now, here's crazy. It's like the riff and also just the tone too. That Stratocaster, All right, so we'll continue on here. We've got a couple more songs to try to identify what the solo is from. Just isolate the solo, what the song is, what the artist is, and let the guitar solo if you can guess it. Oh, I got it. Jack knows it. Clinton, are you still there, Rob? I'm still here. I not got it. Oh, okay. Well, before we know this down, Jack got this highly data. All right, stand by. Here we go. That's okay. It does sound familiar. Yeah, that's what it seems. Close. Good guess. No, not this. I'll give a clue. I went to this show last year at the Rose Bowl for the big reunion, and it was incredible. There were 2 Los Angeles dates. I got it. Yeah, Oasis. Yes. Oasis. Yeah. For all those that did not get it, do not look back in anger. Don't look back in anger. Oh, very, very good. All right, we've got another one here that I'll play here as we go to break. And you can all think about it. Guess on the other side of the break here with Chris Merrill, who also tries to have a party here. We're running out of microphones pretty quick on this KFI AM 640. Take a listen. KFI AM 640, if you know it, give us a call, 1-800-520-1KFI, 1-800-520-1534. And we will put you on the show. See you here, my show. Checking in with Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. Investigators continue to search for Nancy Guthrie, the Disney Mother of Today show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, and the NBA All-Star Game tips off. It's underway right now at the More news at the top of the hour. We'll check it right in a second.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts and support streaming music on Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
Let's go to a crash.
Super hot.
In Long Beach.
Outside of the center, more than 91 freeways and two-vehicle collision clearing from the slow lane. We're not seeing any delays approaching the DXTC, not yet. 5 southbound from Route 0 Highway, next to the Balkan car, and SUV continues to clear off the right shoulder. 5 southbound, we're definitely seeing delays between the East LA interchange and the 605. 105 eastbound past Long Beach Boulevard, a two-vehicle accident still in the right-hand lane. Expect delays starting at Wilmington Avenue. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
This report is sponsored by Elite. Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Elite can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. With just one pill, Elite lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Uses directed. Love relationship is just an exchange of care that can be so important, financial. Well, it can be all kinds of things, and you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a relationship from the outside. It feels fair to them.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Liquid Death Sparkling Energy, the better for you, easy drinking energy drink.
Lose the weight, feel incredible. Just call 1-800-WEST-BUCKLE.
IV GLP-1 weight loss pill for you.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I saw you were with Bill Lee too, our governor. Yeah, I met him at he did a fireside chat with me about a year ago at the governor's conference, and we really bonded. He's a good guy, and he works with both sides on the legislature. He's got a great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's gotten, he's on top of fluoride. They got really good SNAP waiver, so I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content.
Oh, here in Tennessee?
Yeah, and I think they're the only state that has that now, and they've also banned food dyes. They banned a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now.
And what did we find out with?
Well, the food dyes, we've told the companies they got to get rid of all. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 we already banned. The other 5, I think by the end of this year, everybody should have stopped using them. And then we rapidly approved 4 new vegetable dyes so that they can replace them with, something healthy. So we did that through FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but, help us. So we're working very closely with them, and they're all getting rid of it. Yeah, well, you spoke very highly of him.
He's a nice guy. I saw you were with Bill Lee too, our governor.
Yeah, I met him at he did a fireside chat with me at a year ago at the governor's conference, and we really bonded. He's a good guy. He works with both sides on the legislature. He's got great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got, he's on top of fluoride. They got really good SNAP waiver. So I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waiver is the food stamp waiver, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content.
Oh, here in Tennessee?
So I think they're the only state that has that now. They've also banned food dyes. They banned a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now.
And what did we find out with food dyes? Like,
with food dyes, we've told the companies they got to get rid of all. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 we already banned. But the other 5, I think by the end of this year, everybody should have stopped it. And then we rapid approved 4 new vegetable dyes so that they can replace them with something else. We did that through FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but, help us. So we're working very closely with them, and they're all integrated. And we should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. Europeans don't allow it. Canada doesn't allow it. Other countries, you can buy Fruit Loops in this country that are just loaded with chemicals, and you can buy the same company makes Fruit Loops for Canada and Mexico that don't have the chemicals.
yeah. Well, there was a kid on TikTok, and he was eating Fruit Loops, and then his poop was glowing in the dark. You see that? I'm like, dang, I think I'll swim upstream. That's crazy. I mean, but some of it definitely seems bonkers. And what did you say about fluoride?
Tennessee has a law that has to, where the water district has to inform the public about it. The fluoride is crazy because we know it reduces IQ. There's no question. The National Toxicology Program has done a meta-analysis, and they can, it's dose related. So every milligram of fluoride that you have reduces your IQ more. And it doesn't work systemically. It was put in the 40s. And because it does help with tooth decay, but the effect is all topical. And back then they didn't have fluoride toothpaste, they didn't have fluoride mouthwash. Now we do. The parents can get the fluoride for their kids, and they don't. When you put it in systematically, it destroys your bone mass, it destroys your thyroid. It's horrible, and it destroys IQ. So I mean, if you have kids, would you rather have cavities or take your own right?
Yeah, I'd rather have them have cavities. I'd rather have holes in their teeth and holes in their ideas or whatever.
Right. But the European nations have banned it, and there's been no increase in cavities. So, it doesn't make any sense for us to be putting it in.
And this is the bill known as the Tennessee Fluoride-Free Water Act prohibits public water systems in Tennessee from adding fluoride or any fluoride-containing compounds in drinking water or container for human consumption, and bans the sale of bottled water with added fluoride. So we don't have fluoride in our water here?
Well, there's natural fluoride in a lot of water. It comes from the geology, so
But we're not adding more.
Right. We're not adding it.
Nice, dude. Yeah, because what if you're trying to think of something, you have 2 sips of water, then you're like, God, I can't even know. I'm screwed. Your parents send you to take a test, they give you a bottle of water, and you're like, God, I don't have a chance now. But thank you for leading the charge on a lot of these things. Thank you for caring about a lot of these things. I think I just want to say that. I know that you do care about so many of these things. I did see there's a Tennessee farm bill, and there's a lot of stuff you want to talk about too, and we'll get into some of it for sure. But this is what I was talking about right here. This bill, it's Farm Bill 809. The bill is sponsored by Representative Rusty Grills, would limit lawsuits if a user gets sick from a pesticide. Under the proposed legislation, as long as a product's label was approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, a person wouldn't be allowed to sue over the labeling. So, actually, Sean Ryan, the podcaster, and John Rich, the musician, they shared this online, and on the day that it was going up for vote, I believe. Yeah, right here. Tennessee state politicians side with foreign pesticide companies over people dying of cancer. Ryan posted on X alongside a video speaking out against the bill, as did musician John Rich. After the pushback, Representative Grills took the bill off notice, which at least delayed the vote. It's unclear why that decision was made or whether Grills has plans to bring the bill back to this legislative session. And bring up just so we know who's doing this, bring up a picture of Mr. Grills. Oh, there you go. Well, I mean, look, if you're a farmer and you get sick from using a pesticide that you didn't know would make you sick, that you wouldn't have recourse against a pesticide company that did know that they cause illness, because these companies knew that these caused illnesses. Yeah, evidence from lawsuits, internal documents, and independent reports indicates that Monsanto had information suggesting potential risk to human health from some of its pesticides, yet worked for years to downplay or obscure those risks in public and regulatory arenas. I mean, that's just wild.
The reason they're doing this is because of my lawsuits against Monsanto.
I remember you had that huge settlement against them a long time ago, right?
I think it was maybe 2019. We finally settled it, but I did 3 of the trials in San Francisco. The first one we won, I think, $289 million for people who got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup. And then the second one we won $89 million. The third one we asked for $1 billion from the jury. It was a couple that had both got it simultaneously. They were home gardeners. And their dog also got it at the same time. And a Labrador retriever, and the dog died. Both the couples were sick. We asked the jury for $1 billion. And they gave us $2.2 billion. And they did that because we were able to show them documents that showed Monsanto knew of the danger and then worked with corrupt officials, a guy called Jess Rowland inside of EPA, who's the head of the pesticide division, and that they had deliberately concealed the science, fixed the science, and now the big study that they used to prove safety has now been retracted.
Yeah. I think I saw an article about that. Like they found emails that they were like, that it was kind of ghostwritten or something from the
it was ghostwritten. And also, the head of the pesticide division, they asked him, Monsanto asked them secretly, and now we have these emails, to kill a study by another agency called ATSDR. And he said, I can't kill it. That's not my agency. I can kill them at EPA, but not outside. And they said, you got to do it. We can't have this study go forward. And he said, okay, I'm going to do it, but if I succeed, you got to give me a gold medal. And we had a little angry, and that's why they gave it.
A gold medal in what? Does anything?
A gold medal for, killing the house. Wow. That showed that it caused.
But it's at a contest level now. That things like that are so like prolific that now it's like there's awards for it. It seems baffling. There's been a ton of lawsuits about this, right? Like about pesticides causing diseases and sickness in people, right? Or about this glyphosate, I think it's called.
Yeah, glyphosate.
There's been a ton of lawsuits, but they still don't have to take this product off of the shelf. So that's the craziest thing to me. Is that right?
Well, it's a problem because you have all the row croppers are dependent on it right now, and there's other technology that is emerging right now. That actually, I looked at one yesterday. It's a tractor attachment that uses lasers to kill weeds, and that if they can make that affordable, particularly for smaller farmers, that will be the answer because you'll be able to. They can kill bugs and they can kill weeds. You program this thing and it zaps the weeds with a laser. It makes all the cells explode and it destroys them. And so that, there's a future that we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel there. But right now, if you banned glyphosate outright, it would put out of business 80% of our farmers.
Got it. Wow, so we're kind of dependent upon something that we know makes us sick.
Yeah, we are. And, we're doing a lot of work in the HHS, look for other alternatives and to find find an off ramp, because the farmers don't want to be using chemicals anyway. They're very expensive. They know, they have some of the highest cancer rates of any profession. And farmers care about their land. They want to leave it for their kids. It also destroys the microbiome in the soil, and that causes erosion. And so it's not a good long-term solution. The issue is, how do you transition off of it without putting farmers out of business? Yeah, here's that laser.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Laser weeding robot kills 100,000 weeds per hour.
Yeah, and it also kills insects. You can program it to kill, certain insects. But, that machine looks very bad. That machine probably costs $1 million.
Wow. But if you can have a couple of those running at night through your farm, that'd be sick.
Yeah, it would be. It's a lot better than using chemical pesticides. So this is going to be, the future, but
we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Wow. It's just wild that we get stuck into something that makes us sick, and we don't have it's like, I don't know. It just feels like such a conundrum. It must be like that for you guys a lot. You're like, this is just kind of where we are,
The agricultural community has been very, very supportive of the agenda, and they're helping us transition away from ultra-processed foods, which is really the biggest issue. That's what's causing all these chronic diseases in kids. And farmers are going out of business. Farmers usually lose money 7 out of 10 years. Even when they're making money, they're making, a lot of them are just making, for their work hours, minimum wage. And we're having a hard time finding young people who will go into farming. So that is a crisis that, we need to keep into consideration. And, you have people at USDA finally who are, really intent on solving this problem, but nobody wants any farmers going out of business.
Got it. Whenever you became secretary, did it feel like you now you're like on the inside? Like, does it feel like you go behind this curtain and now you get to see this? Yeah. It does?
Yeah.
Do you have to sign an NDA to have the job?
No. No. And we're doing the opposite of that. This is the most transparent administration in history. There's no president who's ever done 3 or 4 press conferences a day like President Trump does, answering any question people fire at.
He's a machine.
But I don't know how many press conferences President Biden did in his entire administration.
He doesn't know.
But it's a lot less than President Trump does in a month.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And then, we are right now using AI to revolutionize the Freedom of Information laws so that people are going to be able to get freedom of information requests immediately.
So what do you mean a freedom of information request?
Yeah, so if somebody wants a document from the government now, it could take 6 months, 2 years. And we're going to make it so that they can get it instantaneously. And that all of our documents are going to be public, except those that are shielded under the statute for one reason or another. And the big issue that, the big problem that we're dealing with is that there are names and privacy issues, and you have to redact those. Legally, we have to do that, and we have to make sure we don't make any mistakes. And the AI is, that's what we're working out now.
When you got in office, you guys did like a big cut down of like a lot of the divisions and stuff like that. I think you went from 20 something to 15, maybe.
We had 82,000 employees and 20,000 left. And they left.
20,000 left, or you guys make like cuts? Because obviously you guys made like a bunch of cuts.
There were buyouts so that people who were at the end of their career could retire early. There were rifts where people who were very new were let go. And it was about reducing the workforce, but it was reducing the bureaucracy. It was reducing We weren't getting rid of research or anything like that. We didn't touch that, except if there were certain categories of research, like DEI research, or there were other categories that were just, it was not real science, and it was not science. We're changing the trajectory so that the purpose of NIH, the focus of NIH, is going to be figuring out why we're all so sick. Why is this chronic disease happening? What are the exposures that are causing it? What are the alternatives? How do we end it? And so we're shifting the focus, but the amount we're spending on research is the same that we spent, in 2020, 2019.
Was there like a recalibrating it? Because I had a friend Heather who was working at UCLA. She was a researcher there, and she said that a lot of during the Doge period and stuff, a lot of their grants got cut, and there was kind of a I don't know if it's called a moratorium, like a pause.
Doing a pause, and every administration does that. You need to do a review and make sure that that those research projects are not, torturing eagles or doing DEI or.
And how do you decide that? Is it you decide, or is it
Well, we go through every single grant. We have big teams going through those grants, and then there's tremendous ways. We have 40 communications departments. We had 40 different divisions studying addiction, and so we consolidated those. So there wasn't, you have 10 people doing the same job and not talking to each other with computers that are not interoperable.
Oh, it's the government.
Yeah, and we're changing that now so that, we consolidate it and we're making it more streamlined and efficient. But it's so that we can do the job better, so we can do better research. And then the research, was never replicated, which means that that's part of science. That if somebody does a paper that makes a scientific hypothesis, and you don't just accept that, you get somebody to replicate it to see if they come up with the same results. And that was not happening. There was no virtually no money spent on replication. And because of that, there was huge incentives to cheat. The scientists, if they have a hypothesis, and they get a grant, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars to prove that hypothesis. And then once they prove it, they get it published. And that's how they advance their careers. Well, if they fail to prove it, if the science says what you were thinking is not true, then they can't get published. You should publish that too, because that's science, but it doesn't get published, so their careers are, endangered. It's hard for them to get the next grant. And so a lot of them had this incentive to cheat.
So they have to win if they get it. If they
if the hypothesis is a null hypothesis, they don't get, their whole future goes into the toilet, essentially. And so because they knew that study was never going to be replicated, nobody was going to check on them. There was an incentive for them to cheat. And
there must have been a pipeline just for companies then to just get
well, it was also
lopsided science or solo-sided science that wasn't.
I'll give you an example. There was a study done about 20 years ago on amyloid plaque, and that is the cause of Alzheimer's. And that study came up and said, yeah, it's the cause of Alzheimer's. And then we spent billions of dollars doing 600 or 800 studies that followed that. And they all were, as it turned out, they were all cheating. The ones that were, many of them were cheating, but all of them were kind of confirmatory. And all of their hypotheses of what's caused Alzheimer's was ignored, put on the shelf. You couldn't get money for it because they said we already know the answer. And then there were drugs developed, etc. And in the end, we came in and this scandal was brewing. The head of Stanford University Medical School had to resign because they knew what was going on, because he was involved in publishing some of these fraudulent studies. And But they did it for 20 years because nobody ever had to really replicate those original studies. And that happens all the time. And you go down these scientific dead ends. And so now what Jay wants to do is to spend 20% of our budget on replication so that every study gets replicated. And Jay Bhattacharya, who is, and he was one of the guys who was censored during COVID. He was one of the top statisticians at Stanford, and he and a lot of other ones were censored, lost their jobs. Marty McCary, who also, I love his book. One of his he was also censored. Oz was censored, and they're now running the agency. So these are people who want to do real science and not politicize it, to depoliticize the science. We had 10 people doing, these administrative jobs, and now we've cut that down to 5. So all the cuts that we did were meant to streamline the agency so that there's more money for research.
Like after the pauses on the grants and some of those things,
the grants were renewed.
Most of the ones are the ones that you guys felt were viable.
Yeah, almost all of them.
Got it. When I want to add some Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app that I reach for. You don't need to buy a full Bitcoin, and the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has been a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to take my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control. No one else has access to it. With the US dollar constantly moving up and down, this felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. Earlier this year, I had a friend that passed away, and there was fundraising for him, to help have finances to take care of his family moving forward, to help with some things. And unfortunately, he also had a life insurance policy. Because you want to be able to make sure that just tuition, childcare costs, mortgage if you have one, things like that your family will be able to go on with some comfort. And that's where Ethos comes in. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process. It's 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions, get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. Protect your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Theo. That's ethos.com/THEO. Application times may vary, rates may vary. I saw you in your speech that you gave yesterday here in Tennessee saying that there's all kinds of temptation to cheat if you know you're not going to get caught.
Yeah. That's true in every system.
Yeah. Have you seen a lot of that?
The amyloid plaque is a really good example. Yeah, we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere. In medicine, it's everywhere. And the journals are utterly corrupt because they're owned by the pharmaceutical companies. And so people read a journal and they think, oh, this is science. But even, Marcia Engel, the one that ran the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years, has said, you can't believe anything in the journals anymore. They're just propaganda vessels for the pharmaceutical company. Richard Horton, who ran Lancet, who still runs it, says the same thing. And the journals,
and there's not people running them.
Well, what happens is they make huge amounts of money. And they make money from advertising, which is paid for the pharmaceutical companies. And through a scheme called preprints, where the pharmaceutical company plants a story, they pay for the journal about a drug that they're trying to promote. they pay the journal to print the story, and then they get a preprint. So it's a very neat looking, copy of their article with the cover sheet of the New England Journal of Medicine on it, and then they distribute that to their pharmaceutical reps who are like, former Playboy models who go out and talk to the doctors, and they give that to the doctor and say, this drug works, do you want to have lunch? Yeah, and the doctors then start prescribing the drug, and they think, oh, well, it's legitimate because it was in the New England Journal of Medicine, but it is not. It's, you can't believe what's in those journals because it's all propaganda for pharma.
So how do we get away from that? Like, what are you guys doing to combat this, or to change this, or can this change, or is it just awareness and then people have to take the responsibility?
No, I mean, what we're doing is open source journals. We're going to have our own journals that people can open source and publish, but you'll have the peer review published with it. So before you publish, you give that publication to a panel of experts who then read it themselves and criticize it. And the peer review now is secret. And then there's no raw data published, so nobody can go in and replicate it. So to the extent possible, sometimes you can't. You have to buy the raw data, and it's very expensive or inaccessible, so you can't publish it. But you can publish the peer review, which is what we're doing. And so everybody will be able to say, if they have 10 peer reviewers, they all say this article sucks. It's got all these holes in it, then the public will be able to read that, and doctors will be able to read it, and the regulators will be able to read it. And so it's basically open source. It's, it's crowdsourcing, essentially. And that's how you get credibility in science. Science doesn't come from consensus. It comes from debate. And, that's why, you remember when they were telling us during COVID, trust the experts? That's not a thing in science. Trusting the experts is the opposite of science. It's not a function of science or democracy. It's a feature of religion. And it's a feature of totalitarianism. But in science, you will always question the expert.
Yeah, you can't. There's not an expert in science because it's like an evolving thing, right?
Well, when I did the Monsanto cases, I was part of a big team. We had, and Cheryl came to my trial. A couple of days she sat through and watched us try the case. And Monsanto had experts from Stanford, Yale, and Harvard. They're three big experts. And they testified. And Cheryl said to me at the end of the second day, she said, why are you guys even here? These guys are, this science is very clear that that Roundup doesn't cause cancer. And I said, just wait. And then our experts went on, and they were from Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And they said the opposite and were much more convincing, and the juries were convinced. And so there's experts on both sides of every debate, and a lot of them are paid to be experts. They're hired guns, they're mercenaries. And we call them biostitutes, the one that worked for industry, the ones that work for industry.
Biostitutes, that's great.
But, so there's experts have their own bias. We all have biases. Everybody's got a bias. What you want to do when you're dealing with science, you want to expose those biases. You want to admit them and acknowledge them. And then you want the science to be able to stand on its own. And that's the only way, really, to depoliticize it as best we can.
Right. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud? Like when you got in there and got behind the curtain and see, like the NIH, the EPA, just see what's going on back there. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud that you kind of found?
I mean, the biggest cases are we got between Medicaid and Medicare. There's about $100 billion stolen every year, and a lot of it is like what's happening in Minnesota with the Somali community, and what's happening now, even worse, in California. One of the problems is that's a systemic problem, is that Medicaid and Medicare now no longer, it used to be that they pay for your medical treatment, your doctor's visit, but now they pay for the person who takes you to the doctor, and they pay for home care, and they pay for, a person to come in and pay your bills, right? So there's all kinds of opportunities for fraud. And a doctor recently, Oz told me this, told Oz, he said that there was a doctor in California that he visited, and the doctor had a patient who was a heroin addict. The heroin addict was coming to see him 4 times a month for some kind of treatment. And one day, the doctor looked out the door and saw his ex-wife waiting for him in the car. And the doctor said, "Oh, are you back together with your ex-wife?" And he said, "No, I hate her guts." And he said, "But she drives me because she gets paid $600 every time she drives me."
Wow.
And he said,
That'll
"So
put you back together with your ex.
we make $3,000 a month, with her driving me this, and then I drive hers."
Wow.
And so there's all kinds of those opportunities for fraud. And, we found a hotel that had literally every room in it was the headquarters for a nursing group.
Where was that located?
It was in California.
God.
And, so they're all just P.O. boxes. They're not actually doing any nursing care. They're just collecting money. And as we now know, a lot of the money that was going into the Somali community for autism care, there were these phony autism care houses.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was ending up with Al-Shabaab in Somalia. So hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars were being stolen, shipped to Somalia to fund a terrorist group. But that's happening every day. Now we have the ability to catch them.
How are you able to adjust that sort of thing now? Like what makes it different now?
Because first of all, under the Biden administration, I don't want to get super partisan.
Yeah.
But the Biden administration turned a blind eye to all the fraud. It was mainly going to blue states, and it was an economic generator. There's money pouring into the blue states, and they just said, we know a lot of it's stolen and illegal, but we're going to let it happen because it's coming to us. It's coming to our state. And so what we've done now is with Medicare, we control Medicare. The states control a lot of Medicaid. So it's a little harder for us to detect fraud there. We've started out with Medicare. We're using AI, and we're using AI which can detect the fraud. It can tell us whether this guy who we're paying has been convicted of fraud before, and we shouldn't be paying him again. And it will be telling us every aspect of his business that we need to know to understand whether it's fraudulent. So we're going to save just this year tens of billions of dollars in eliminating fraud in Medicaid. And if they used to pay it under the Biden administration, the system was called pay and chase. So if they sent in a fraudulent invoice, even if we knew it was, the HHS knew it was fraudulent, they would pay it, and then they would put the Inspector General to go claw it back. And of course, it wasn't there, so they never recovered anything.
Oh, I see.
Now we're not going to pay them anymore. If they're fraudulent, they're not going to get a check. But we're going to save tens of billions of dollars just this year, and we're going to save hundreds of billions over annually from now on.
And that's because the AI is keeping track of that?
The AI can spot the fraud.
Got it.
And then with Medicare, with Medicaid, which is, a joint state-federal program, is we don't control the rails, and the states control them. And so we need state cooperation, and the red states are cooperating with us, but the blue states still won't cooperate. So that's going to take some time. And then there's categories that are much easier for us to control, like medical devices. We could do that quickly on our own, but there's other categories that are going to be much more difficult, but we will get it done within the next 3 years.
Whenever Doge happened, right? When Doge occurred, when Elon was in, or he was involved, or hypothetically involved, it sort of seemed like just like to the regular.
He was definitely involved.
He was involved. Was that successful? Was that real? Like, what was the outcomes of that? Like, did that seem like were you guys working together with that? Like, what was that all about?
I think even Elon has said that there would have been better ways to do it, and that going after the systemic, what we're doing now, these large thefts, you can cut a couple of thousand people, and over the long run, it's just drops of water in the ocean.
Yeah.
So that's not going to save us huge amounts of money over the long term, but what we're doing now is going to.
The things you were just talking about, you mean?
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Is those still active? Is that program still active? What were the outcomes of that?
Well, the outcomes were that a lot of, I cut my workforce by 20%. But, in truth, some of those were very good cuts. It would have, I think we all agree, including Elon, that it would have been better to do targeted cuts. Cut the people who are actually causing the problem, and then keep the people, a lot of the new workers who are only there for a couple of months. That it might have been better to keep some of those people and change the culture.
I see. So yeah, instead of more like a mowing, more like a pruning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think America is sicker than ever these days?
It is sicker. We're the sickest country in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. And that's one of the reasons during COVID, we had 19% of the COVID deaths in our country, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And so the question is, why did America do worse than any country in the world with COVID? Was it mismanaging? Part of it was that, but the big part, and this is what CDC says, we're the sickest country in the world. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. And that's really what was killing them. It was very hard to die from COVID if you were healthy. And so, we need to get Americans healthy. We need to end the chronic disease epidemic. Right now, we spend 2 to 3 times on our health care per capita what they spend in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes in the world. We're 79.
Bring up a capita part, man.
We have we've dropped behind Europe by 6 years in lifespan, 10 years in some cases, and yet our health outcomes are worse. We have the highest maternal immunity, highest maternal mortality. That means women dying in childbirth in the developed world. We have the highest infant mortality. How could that be with the United States? And a lot of it is because of chronic disease, and then our diabetes rate. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes juvenile diabetes over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 38% of American teens is diabetic or pre-diabetic. It was unknown. Autism rates have gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 31 today.
Oh yeah, you can throw a rock and hit an autistic kid.
Yeah. And California is 1 in every 19 kids, 1 in every 12.5 boys. And so the cost to our country, 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service.
How many percent?
77% cannot get into the military because of health reason. No. What? That is the truth. Yeah, and
oh my God, bro. That's insane.
Yeah.
True, let me see if that's true. Bobby probably just uploaded the stat onto the internet from his phone a second ago, but still, that's okay. That's how it works. 77% of American youth can't qualify for military service.
Yeah.
And why?
Because they have chronic disease, they have asthma, they have diabetes, they have, they're obese. One of those, but my uncle was president. I was a 10-year-old kid. We spent 0 on chronic disease in this country, 0. Today we spend $4.3 trillion a year, and it's about 40 cents out of every tax dollar that is paid by you. The federal government is now going to treat chronic disease, and it's unsustainable, and it's getting worse every year.
And is it Do you find that it falls more on it's the responsibility of the individual? We're not taking care of ourselves, or is it that we have a health system that is allowing, I don't want to just say foods and drugs, but allowing things into us that is not maintaining our natural health?
I mean, the individuals have a responsibility, but the obesity, when I was a kid, 5% of children were obese.
Yeah, you had one kind of fat kid in your class.
Yeah, and today it's 15%. It's going. Overweight is 40%. Adults, it's even higher.
We should just have a thick military then, I think.
But Americans did not get obese because they're indolent or lazy or they don't want to do exercise. They got that way because they're being mass poisoned. And they're being mass poisoned because the government lied to them and it lied about the food. Now 70% of the food that our kids eat is ultra-processed food, and it's just poison. It's not food, it's just poison.
And which agencies allow that? I mean, the EPA puts the FDA.
Yeah.
So do you feel like that's been one of the most compromised agencies?
Yeah, it was owned by Big Pharma and Big Food, and Marty McCary has changed that now.
So how do we know that that's changed? Like, how do we,
look at the food pyramid. And the food pyramid, when I came into office, we were supposed to publish, this in January of last year.
Oh yeah, the last food pyramid I saw had vapes on it, so it was getting pretty bad.
We're doing vapes now. You mean the food pyramid?
Oh, the last one, the one that,
that's funny.
I was like, this is getting bad.
The food pyramid, so when I came in, we were, the Biden administration had prepared new dietary guidelines, and they were 453 pages long, and they were completely driven by the same mercantile impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. How do you put Fruit Loops, which is not a food, at the top of the food pyramid? It's just poison. Yeah. But it was all driven by the commercial interests of the companies that controlled FDA. So when we came in, we got the best nutritionists from the best universities in our country. We basically locked them in a room. We thought it would take a month, but it took about 11 months. They fought over every single item on this in the food pyramid.
It took them 11 months to put this together?
Yeah, because you have to go over science. What is broccoli? How does it relate to how much protein should you eat? How much saturated fat should you eat? What's optimal? And so they had to go through tens of thousands of scientific papers, make sure that every recommendation that we made is based solidly on a foundation of gold standard science.
So for them to create the food pyramid, it took 11 months.
Yeah, and then we flipped it over. So we flipped it over because the category of food that you should eat, most, is a broad category. It includes vegetables, it includes proteins, salmon and steak, and most of this is for children, right? Well, no, this is good for everybody. I mean, most diabetes.
I remember from when I was a kid, you would see it,
Yeah, right.
But I guess that's the first point you learn about it.
That's why we're all so screwed up. But most diabetes can be cured through diet. And the doctors don't know this because most of them aren't taking nutrition in medical school. And we're now we're working with the accreditors and with the testing, the people who do the MCAT to make sure there's tests on nutrition. We're working with all the medical colleges to make sure that now doctors are going to have 40 hours of nutrition in school. 80% of doctors say they do not feel competent to give nutrition advice. So what are they learning? They're learning pharmacology. Right. They're learning the pill. They let everybody get sick from eating the food and then tell them the pill that will treat that sickness.
Yeah, at that point, you're a drug dealer.
And you can get rid of the diagnosis. Not only that, but now, there's really clear science that you can get rid of mental health diagnoses. That food can cure mental health problems. There's a doctor at Harvard, Dr. Pollan, who has cured schizophrenia with dietary changes, with keto diets. There's a paper that
Is that true?
yeah, go ahead and look it up.
Cure schizophrenia with keto diets?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely notice it with when I'm fasting. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, you get smarter, right?
Yeah. Preliminary clinical findings, including case reports of small trace, suggest that ketogenic therapy may improve positive and negative symptoms, cognitive performance outcomes in individuals with schizophrenia spectrum disorders. I mean, I believe that so much of this is true, just that, that so much of it is how we are operating. It just feels like we've been stuck in such a place where you have you have a food industry that doesn't care if you're healthy, and then you have a healthcare industry that doesn't care if you get well.
Everybody's making money from us being sick. And I'll say one other thing about this. There are dozens and dozens of studies, you can look them up, of their case-controlled studies of juvenile detention facilities and prisons where they change, for example, in one wing, the diet to real food, and they leave the other diet in there, and that the disciplinary, the fighting, the violence drops precipitously. The use of restraints in one juvenile detention facility dropped by 75%. Usually the violence drops by 40 or 50%. And, people, it caused depression, it caused anxiety, these foods. If your kid has anxiety, look at what they're eating. And you can change that in many cases by changing their diet and getting them to eat real food.
Yeah. How do you get the everyday person then to adjust their psychology or their thought about taking more of an interest in themselves, because I think it used to just be you trusted the commercials. You're like, this is great for you, it's and you believed that,
Yeah, I mean, the way to change human behavior is one, get information out there that's real information. The other thing that you have to do is you have to change the economic incentives. And right now we have perverse incentives that reimburse doctors, that insurers, pharmaceutical companies, the doctors, the hospitals are making more money if you're sick. The drug rehabs. If you come back, if you relapse, they make more money. Right? It shouldn't be paid that way. The insurance company should pay them one lump sum, and then follow that addict for the next 2 years. And every time he comes back, you got to treat him for free. And that will incentivize them to do better treatment. You have to do treatment that works, and the ones that can't do that will fail, and the ones that can do it, that get better and better at it, will do it. You change the economic incentives, you'll change human behavior, and then you have to get the information to the individual, and that's what we're doing. We've convened the 400 top tech companies. Before this administration, you could not get your own health records. So you own your health records, but you couldn't see them. You can't get a hold of them.
What do you mean? Why not?
Because they would information block you. They would make sure you couldn't get them. And now we've got them all to agree they're going to stop the information blocking. So your medical records will be on your cell phone. And that is great for you, because if you live in Nashville and you travel to Los Angeles and you get hit by a car, you don't want to spend an hour in the emergency room with a clipboard making out, one of those forms.
Yeah.
You hand your cell phone to the doctor, he puts it in AI, and he knows what your blood type is, what your allergies are, what your contraindications, previous treatments, etc.
Yeah, it is ridiculous you have to do that all the time.
Right. So what President Trump said to me is, he said, I want to make every American the CEO of their own health, that they're in charge of it. And then we're doing, we've changed the prior authorization. We've got 80% of the insurance industry together to eliminate all unnecessary prior authorization, which is going to change the experience that every American has with the healthcare system. Because when you go to a doctor, he says you need a knee surgery. You may wait 6 months for your insurance company to approve it. You can't do anything about it. But now, by the end of this year, you will know at the point of care. That means before you leave your doctor's office, you'll know whether your insurance company will cover that. And that's going to dramatically change it. We are also...
Does that make it any more likely that they're going to cover it? Or does it just make it that you're going to know?
It makes it so that you'll know. And so the doctor will know there before you leave.
Got it.
And the
change the prescription or whatever you need to do. But you'll at least know, and you won't be, sitting at home and then
that's actually going to happen.
That's happening, yeah. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're doing price transparency so that every hospital will have to publish its prices for every procedure.
How are the patients? You familiar with it?
Exactly. And that's just make you the CEO of your own health.
They already are supposed to do that, right?
It was a law that Trump passed his first term, but Biden never enforced it, so none of the hospitals do it. We've now passed new regulations that is going to punish them draconian way if they don't do it. So they're all going to be doing it by the end of this year.
Are they going to try to find a way to skirt around that, though? I wonder, are they?
Well, it's so screwed up because if you go buy an automobile and the guy tells you, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you the price till after you bought it,
It's insane.
And right now, if you're pregnant in this country, you could go 9 months on the phone every day trying to figure out what the childbirth is going to cost you in your local hospital and not be able to do it.
Yeah.
And we are about to go online with a system that will make all procedures visible to every patient. So I actually looked at the mock-up 2 days ago for New York, and it shows a map of Manhattan and a mile around Manhattan, and there's 30 hospitals, and it shows the price of childbirth at every hospital. The lowest one is $1,300. The highest is $22,000, and it's everything in between, $9,000, $5,000, $3,000.
You can look and see.
You can look and see.
You'll be able to go to a menu online.
Yeah, it's like Gas Buddy when you're looking for a gas station, but you're going to be able to do
Or
that.
clean bathroom or whatever, that clean bathroom.
Exactly.
That one's crazy. And they lie on there. And some of them are at rest areas too. And I got a call by a guy who was I guess he was like an Easter bunny, like impersonator or whatever. Anyway, whatever. Good to be here today. So you're telling me that that's going to be a real thing? That's going to be available to us on our phone. So say I need to get an MRI, I can look online.
You can look and find. And right now, there's no way that you can figure out the price of an
and they'll
MRI.
lie to you. But if you call them and say, okay, I'm not going to come, I've had experiences where they will call you back and then they'll offer you a lower rate. Yes.
But they're all playing that game, and now they're not going to be able to do it anymore.
How soon is that going to be released?
It's going to be released very, very soon in the next couple of months. All the hospitals now have to come online and start reporting, and the ones that don't do it immediately, we are going to have very, very high fines for them. So there's going to be big incentive for them to start reporting, but it also is going to drive down prices because why is there that absurd differential between $1,300 and $22,000?
Just because we don't know.
Because we don't know, so there's no market, so they do whatever the hell they want. And now there's going to be competition because people will be able to shop.
But won't there be lobbyists aren't there lobbyists just fighting it? I mean, right here it says, here's compiled a list of example of hospitals and childbirth costs in Nashville based on available self-pay cash bundles. Ascension St. Thomas is $4,800 to $7,800. National General is $10,000 to $15,000.
Yeah, I mean, why is that? Yeah, it's just chaos.
It's chaos.
There's no market there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's unbelievable. And this happens at every sick. It can be something as small as getting like an aspirin when you're in the hospital. It can be anything. Where they just bill you later and like, oh, it's a $70 aspirin.
Or they'll say to you, if you want, you can spend an extra day here. You look sick. You look like you could use the rest. And you'll say, I'll do that. And then you get a $100,000 bill.
That's crazy. Yeah, and they only have fluorescent lights.
To the Four Seasons.
For 4 years at that rate. So that's actually going to come into play.
Yeah, that will be in play.
And what's that going to be called? How will we access it?
It's called price transparency. But I think we're calling it Trump-parency.
Really?
No.
I mean, if Trump hated it, he would. I mean, he would name that in heartbeat, that's hilarious, though. Trump-parency, dude. Oh, it's opaque. What does opaque mean, actually? Look it up. I don't know if I'll land it. Yeah. So did I land that right or not? It was somewhere in the middle.
It's halfway transparent.
Yeah, there you go. Hey. What was that? That's somebody in boots. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. Every pair of Tecovas is handcrafted in over 200 steps. No stiff break-in period, just instant, out-of-the-box comfort. From cowhide and goat to exotic leathers like ostrich and cayman. Whether it's your first pair or your 50th pair, Tecovas has you covered. And personally, I like my feet better when they're in my Tecovas. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. And right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Theo when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/THEO. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. You wouldn't hire a tweaker to be your barber now, would you? Your fade would be all over the place. They'd be pulling copper wire out of your sideburns. Hiring the wrong people can be disastrous. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. If you're ever injured by negligence of another, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, I automatically think, bam, Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. That's a lot. With over $30 billion recovered from over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's free. Yep, that's right. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below to let them know I sent you. This is a paid advertisement. That's one of the most important things. That's something that we've been talking about in here for probably like a year and a half now, 2 years, is the price transparency, power to the patients. That's one of the groups that's like helping to push that, I know. Who are the people that are lobbying so hard for these things not to happen?
Well, there were a lot of people in the agency who were, obstructing any kind of change. And, part of the challenge of running an agency this size is to change that institutional culture. And it's you're only bringing in, there's 82,000 people. We only have 250 political appointees. So they have to be good leaders. They have to be able to work with the bureaucracy. You need the bureaucracy. A lot of these people are very gifted. They're idealistic. They want to do a good job. The leadership has been very bad for so long that it's not allowed them to do what they want, and we need to reignite that feeling of idealism.
Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, I think we're doing a really good job. I think we've done more this year than any health secretary has done in history, that HHS has done in a single year at any time. And I think we're dramatically changing the relationship between Americans and their healthcare system. But, it's like turning a giant oil tanker. You have to keep hitting with the tugboat in the bow. And then ultimately it will start to turn. And then, you hit that. You hit it just enough times that it'll flip fast.
And things change. I know before you leave, there's a lot of stuff that's focused around addiction, right? What do you want to say about where do you think that we're headed with that? Some of the new things that you guys are going to try to implement, like with part of your new program. Like, what are some of the new implementations or some of the new focuses that you want to have people look at when they look at addiction?
Yeah, the problem with addiction is that the cost of the addict, we at HHS, we're the fiduciary of the medical costs of the addict. So we can look and say, okay, if we can cure you from addiction, I have a cousin who, Patrick Kennedy, and who was in Congress, but he had 17 rehabs. And he was telling me during that period of his life, he was in the emergency room every 2 weeks, and he had an irritated bowel syndrome, and he had contusions, and he had all of these, other illnesses that he didn't even associate with addiction, but they were all associated with it. You know that.
Oh yeah, it's deep.
So, and he said in 15 years that he's been sober, he's never been in the emergency room once. And so HHS is able to look at those costs and those trajectories and all those collateral damage in the healthcare system. But the addicts costing elsewhere a lot more money. And with law enforcement, with broken families, with, lost jobs and inefficiencies, and those aren't internalized anywhere. And what we're trying to do is bring together all of the agencies, the VA, labor, HUD, and HHS, all the agencies of HHS together to look at that addict and then follow him over, have somebody responsible for following him over the lifespan of his addiction. And nobody does that. And so now it's the same problem that we have with the healthcare system, is that it's everybody's financial benefit to keep that addict sick. Because everybody's making money from them. And so you don't have anybody who's accountable for the outcome. And what you need to do is, we're doing these pilot programs called Street in 8 different locales to figure out how to do this, to bring all the agencies together, do early interventions, confront the addict on the street, get them out of crisis into treatment, out of treatment into, rehab, out of rehab into sober housing, long-term care, help them find a job and stabilize their lives, and have one person who's responsible for that whole trajectory. Amen.
Yeah, because when it goes piecemeal like that, it's just like it's easy for people to
and they hand them off. Yeah, and everybody checks the boxes.
Yeah, everybody.
I found him a house. Okay, he's still shooting up. He's pulling the copper wire, piping out to pay for his attic. That's not my business. Yeah, that's law enforcement. That's somebody else.
Well, thank you. I think it's amazing you care so much about that. And for the chance that people can get well and change their lives. Before you go, Bobby, you and I have been friends, and I've always trusted you, and I've always, I believe in you, and I just know you as a person, and I know this is a guy at certain points in your life, I think you just have to make choices like this is a guy I believe in, right? Like for as much as you can believe in a human being, like acceptable levels. Who are some other like congressmen and senators on either side of the aisle that you believe that that regular people like me can trust?
People that there's a ton of Congress people who are incredible, and actually too many to even start naming, because there's so many good ones. But in the Senate, Ron Johnson, who is fantastic. Roger Marshall from Kansas is fantastic. Mark Wayne Mullins. The president is crazy about Rand Paul, but Rand Paul has been really good on a lot of my issues. And there's a lot of other ones too. So,
what about Senator Hawley? Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, and he's great. I've had tremendous support from the Senate, from the Republican Senate, the Democrats who've been my friend my whole lifetime. It's just so tribal now that people, are not able to follow their conscience. They need to
ask their handlers, all that.
Well, they need to be part of that, the clash of tribal narratives. And, my family is the same way. I lost a lot of family and a lot of friends, and, the Democratic senators were all my friends. Bernie was my friend, etc. But now they are, they're just locked in. If you have anything to do with Trump, you're demonized and vilified. And like President Trump says, he said, if I cured cancer, they'd still find something wrong with me. And I think that's true, that we're not, we're locked in this very, very polarized space that is not good for our country. When my uncle was in there, everything he did was bipartisan. He was there for 50 years. And, he had more legislation under his name than any senator in history. And it's because he was able to work across the aisles. But no matter who you are now, you can't work across the aisle. So we're locked in this deadlock, and it's troubling. But, that it's just the reality of where we are.
Whenever you kind of got behind the curtain, was there any more information for you there about any of the assassination attempts that had happened with your family or anything like that?
No, I mean,
did they give you any more unredacted statement? Was there anything like that?
No, I mean, President Trump has ordered all of that stuff to be released. And in fact, there was some stuff that I asked him not to release. And he said, no, I'm releasing all of it. And the reason I didn't want to release is because there was information in some of the telegrams that could have jeopardized people who were still alive on a completely different issue. But it seemed to me that it was, that it was worth withholding a couple of these documents. The reason I knew a lot of it is because my daughter-in-law, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, who ran my campaign, is now the deputy director of national intelligence, and she's the chief of national intelligence at OMB, and she was given the responsibility by President Trump of releasing all the JFK files, and she's been thinking about this for years. She was in the CIA.
Wow, that's wild.
I
met her.
Yeah, you've met her.
But so nobody slipped you a napkin and was like,
no,
this is who did it. It wasn't like that.
Not on that issue.
Got it.
And napkins slipped to me on other issues, but not on that one.
Before you go, and thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. You look great, and I'm so proud of you. I mean, I know you don't care about that, maybe, or you do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just like, yeah, you always remind me of just to be resilient. So thank you. That's what I meant to say. If you had if you had one thing to just tell people, what would you tell them?
I mean, I'd say eat real food. If it comes in a package, you probably should leave it in the package. But if it comes from the ground, if it comes from the water, if it comes from the air, that's going to be good for you. And food is medicine, and you can heal yourself with a good diet.
Amen. Cool, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude, and congratulations. And keep fighting for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Theo. Great to see you.
You too, bud.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna be.
Residents and business owners are fed up. This is about something very simple and very human. People feeling safe walking home, taking an evening stroll, kids riding their bikes to a friend's house. LA City Council leaders now trying to cut through the red tape. Numerous repair backlogs posing an immediate safety risk. This is an issue that is not unique just to Mar Vista or Venice or the Bronx. This is a citywide issue. Councilwoman Tracy Carr and Katie Yaroslavsky are introducing a motion to use discretionary funds to create a specialized team tasked with expediting these long overdue repairs.
We're setting up a streetlight task force. Gotta love government, don't you? Well, we've got a problem. Oh, yeah? Yep. What should we do about our problem? The task force. I love it. And we can tell people we're doing something about the problem without actually spending money to do anything about the problem. Task force it is. Let's get moving.
Copper wire thefts reportedly caused nearly half of the current streetlight outages all across LA.
We'll cause the other half.
Routine maintenance is always a challenge, but when that problem doubles because of organized theft, it drives up the cost
dramatically.
This is on like what members care about.
With the ongoing citywide budget constraints, council leaders are also exploring other concrete solutions.
She said concrete.
They're also exploring other concrete
That's kind of like when you hear somebody say cement. Cement.
How do you say it?
Cement. She says concrete.
I say cement.
You say cement?
You say cement. How do you say it?
That's what the Beverly Hillbillies said.
Cement. I think cement sounds more.
Cement.
Cement.
That's
Other concrete solutions like the installation of solar street lights, since thieves will continuously target the same neighborhoods even after a pole is repaired.
yeah, that's how they all do. Yeah, I mean, as soon as they fix it, then the things are like, cool, the light's back on. That tells us there's more copper in their leaking steel. You are literally sending out a bat signal for steal this copper.
Block after block, vandalized utility poles.
It's dark. It's really dark. It's got a lot of dark spots. And look how long the street is. And people should be able to walk here without fear.
She says parts of this neighborhood are totally dark at night. She refuses to walk alone. The other side of the street, a bit safer since crews installed these solar street lights. She says that's a more viable solution to the thefts and vandalism that keeps occurring.
That's right. The solar-powered streetlights are the way to go. So why don't we do it? Well, solar-powered, how dare you do that? That sounds like some sort of a progressive, liberal, Green New Deal solution. We don't want that in our America. No, loading. Solar-powered streetlights make a lot of sense. I don't even care if they're a little more expensive. I don't even know what the cost is. The opposite. But the solar-powered streetlights make so much more sense. Because one, you're not taxing the grid. Two, you're not giving thieves something to steal. They don't want to steal your solar themselves. They're not going to shimmy up the pole so they can grab that. What are they going to do with it? Put it on their electric scooters? I think my lighter thieves will drive around with e-bikes. If I see somebody on an e-bike, I'm pretty sure they're going to.
Oh, is that
Have you seen anybody riding an e-bike that looks like they're heading to a white-collar job? Like, I don't see the CEO going, I'm getting on my e-bike. You have? Where?
Do you drive an e-bike, Kylie? I don't.
Well, I kind of do too, but I just think everybody's going to look at me and be like, oh.
You guys are criminals. That's why you're on board.
I got one of those.
Fire criminals.
That's why they're all criminals. It's because they've stolen. That's entirely possible.
That's the thing you do. Yeah.
And go steal one. I hear there's a CEO of our business. Probably makes it. All right, you watch that dancing out the case right now. And every time we get a little, gotta get a hole. Get dashed. So what are the authorities even doing? The investigators are focusing on something right now. We'll find out what that is. This barrel of my age is 45. KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, or Stimulant New Talk.
Evacuation warning. I'm Eileen Gonzalez live in my 24-hour newsroom. The first of the three storms moves into SoCal late tonight into early Monday, and it's expected to be the strongest. Rose Schoenfeld from the National Weather Service tells KFI we can expect 3 inches of rain in coastal and valley areas and 2 to 5 inches in the mountains by late Monday. The city of LA has issued evacuation warnings for some current-scarred neighborhoods after a flood is expected to cover much of the county. Another storm is expected Tuesday night into Wednesday with more rain, more mountains, the latest partial government shutdown enters its second day. The big holiday says it's threatening to bring impact to the country's airports. About 60.
Am încredere în știința din spatele RSM, pe care le alegi.
Today's guest is an actor, a producer, an entrepreneur. He's a real do-it-all type brother. He has a new film out with Dave Bautista called The Wrecking Crew. Highly recommend it. Great action film. He's out the Mud and the water. It's Aquaman. Today's guest is Mr. Jason Momoa. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'm here to do the greatest deal on interview ever. I'm sure.
Oh, damn. Actually, it could be it. I'm trying to think we've had the greatest one. We had an Amish kid. That was pretty great.
Oh, wow.
He's pure Amish, too. He's like, every now and then I'll sneak off to the creek and we hide a cell phone down there and we'll listen to a little bit of Def Leppard. That was one of the best things I ever heard.
A little bit of portion sugar on it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
And I don't even think they have sugar, which is the craziest part. So, just down there listening to songs about illegal ingredients. That's all they're doing. Jason, thanks for hanging out, man.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
We met at the 50th, I think it was a 50th SNL.
Yep.
I just remember I was walking, and then this big, like, kind of, I would say semi-beautiful hand just grabbed me. This thing that definitely, and immediately I felt like I hadn't been to the gym. That was like my immediate feeling. And then it just like pulled me into like this orbit, and it was like, hey man, nice to see you here. And that was it, dude. It was awesome.
That's just great to see you, man.
Yeah, it made my day.
You make people smile. You make me smile. So I'm like, when you see that, like, it was a bit of an overload there.
It was a lot.
And I feel like once you're talking, yeah, like when you're with Meryl Streep and Robert De Niro was on one thing, and then, you know, I freaked out when I saw Chevy Chase. Like, this older lady's like, come here, darling. You're the Aquaman. I was like, yeah. And she's like, Chevy, get over here. Chevy, get over here. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's the wife. And then she's like, Bill, get over here. And
Who's Bill
Murray.
Oh, God.
Chevy Chase and Bill Murray. I'm sandwiched between them. And I'm just going like, this beautiful one brought this together. Bill's like, who the fuck is this guy? And she's like, and so is Chevy. And he's like, that's the Aquaman. Our grandchildren love him.
Oh, yeah.
But you just go like, there it is.
Oh, that's cool.
See, in my mind, I was sandwiched.
Yeah.
But right there, I'm a little bit more of the bun.
Yeah, you seem like more of a bun.
Yeah.
You know, or like a nice rye or something. A pumpernickel.
So, but we were, it was a crazy night, huh?
Yeah, that was a lot, man. I met Hanson.
Hanson was there.
Yeah, they look like adult Hanson kids or whatever.
Yeah, because what year are you born?
I'm born in 1980.
I'm 79.
Yeah,
there we go. So we know what Hansons looked like when they were bopping it out.
Yeah, we know the real Hansons.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just gave my son a cross colors. You remember that brand? It's like it was just this brand that I had when like Crisscross came out, and my son didn't know who that was. It was a year. It was the year you were born, baby, when it came out. 82.
Yeah, I think
92. I get Crisscross cross colors. Anyways, I just gave it to my son, and I was just dating myself, man. But it was a moment. I've been unpacking my old stuff and giving it to my son, and he loves it because all that stuff's cool again.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, things come back around.
Yeah.
You grew up in Hawaii?
I was born in Hawaii. Yeah. My parents got divorced when I was little, and I moved to Iowa. But like, Bridges in Madison County, Iowa. Like,
dude, like Meryl Streep, Bridges in Madison County.
Boom.
One of my favorite books. The book and the movie, it's identical. It's like word for word. Yeah, the movie's the exact way of the book, so not that matters.
So I'm like, graduated, you know.
Did you go to University of Iowa?
No, I actually went to, we like to make fun of it, University of Southern Ankeny. I went to DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, and then went to...
Is that still open?
It is, DMAC. And then I went off to get in-state tuition in Colorado, and I was living out in Colorado State, and I was working with this trail crew out there, and working at these Cyclery, Bazzetti's, and all these different busing tables and shit, trying to get in-state tuition, trying to postpone college as much as possible. And then,
trying to postpone it or stay in it?
Well, I'm just trying to get in-state tuition so I could do wildlife biology there. But I went to school. It's weird because when I was in Iowa, I did marine biology. They have a place called Central Campus where all these different schools would go into Des Moines and you learn marine biology. I'd have like a shark tank set up, I had my own eel, and you'd learn about all these different things. And I always want to be a marine biologist. And we'd spend our spring breaks down in the Keys. We get in the yellow bus, go all the way down from fucking Iowa, all the way down to the Keys.
Oh, that's so far.
Yeah, and we studied with scientists, but I did that 2 years. Get credit for college, and then I was gonna go like over summertime. I was like, I'll go to Hawaii. Since I'm Hawaiian, maybe I'll get a better deal going to college. And TV show came.
That was it.
I was just surfing with my family, and a pretty big surf family. So we and then a show came, and I ended up getting it. It changed everything. I was 19.
And you were working but they had the ant. Oh my God, that's him.
Yeah, dude.
Don't what? Get some lotion out? To rub on the picture. Have some respect, guys. Dude, that's wild that you get to live.
I was 19, man. That was crazy. My job before that was busting tables. Yeah, working in the surf shop.
I bust tables, bro. I was one of the first busters to ever use creatine in Arizona. South of Phoenix, I was one of the best bus boys there was, I think, for probably about a 2.5 year period.
Is that where you went to Arizona?
I went to University of Arizona for 1 year, and then I went to some other schools. But, dude, I was so good at busting tables, man.
Yeah, well, I would take all the food because I worked at a really nice restaurant. Yeah. And we were all, my buddies that lived together, there was a bunch of climbing dirtbags, and I'd bring this nice pasta home because, you know, if the couple didn't look too sus and they left their stuff,
yes,
you know, just box that in and bring it home. And so I always had like the best restaurants pasta.
Dude, I worked at a place called Dakota's Wine and Feed, and the guy there was taught, like, it was this perverted manager who would kind of teach us how to do, like, he would like kind of like oral sex on women, but just like in conversation. Anyway, that guy was a complete pervert. But I will take, not in person, not with a real woman, just he would like tell us young kids like how to do it and stuff, and we didn't know what was going on, dude. Like I remember when he would talk about it, all the pimples on my face would like explode at once. Anyway, that was beside the point. But they had very nice food there, and I remember if I'd see a couple, if they used their knife, that to me was like, oh, they're fancy. I can eat off of their plate.
Yes.
So if the knife was dirty, I would definitely take a little bit of that, like some cured ham or some specialty meats on there, and I'd get a stack of like some like special sandwich that was made of all types of stuff.
Yeah, man.
It was nice. That was back.
Feed the homies.
Yeah.
And back then, it's like when you're at your mom's house your first time out, you're like, orange juice was like champagne. It's all that orange juice. I was like, oh my God, I haven't had orange juice in fucking, because I went to beer and fucking booze.
Yeah.
Right? Milk, never saw it again. His mom's house, I fuck milk. And then it's basically water, beer. My dad still kind of had to pay child support, so that was like, that paid right. And I could just save enough busting tables.
Yeah.
Or I could work just Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'd go rock climbing and snowboarding, so it'd be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday come back. So I'd like plan, you know.
And were you with like a certain group of friends from growing up, or was it just still like a core group, or was it just guys?
Yeah, there's one guy. I didn't have too many friends growing up, and I had friends, but like true buddies. They're in my neighborhood, but they stayed there. There's one guy. He is my best friend to this day. Godfather of my kids. He went out to Colorado first, so he was 1 year older, and I went out there to be with him. He's my best bud. So it was just us running amok.
So much fun. Colorado is so awesome.
It is. It was good.
God, I love being out there. Is that the altitude always gets me so much, dude. I get affected pretty easily by the environment.
It's got to be hard for you to go from Nashville here because it's dry. Like I just came from New Zealand right now. Last night I'm like, I felt sorry for my lady because I'm just like, I'm wheezing, drying out, like,
just shedding a
just
skin
fucking
in bed.
dry. I mean, it's summer down there.
Yeah, dude, New Zealand is. I met people any morning. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're not using any letters. They have people there that make like.
I think that's Australian, but yeah.
Oh, we went to New Zealand. We had some church out in Auckland, and we met people. It's just like any morning. Alright. We met guys who, like, it was like they had a sentence stuck in them. They just couldn't get it out of them no matter what. Like, the people there that talk about it. Anyway, it was just some of the craziest lingo I'd ever heard. One of the most beautiful places. We went to, we got to meet Israel Adesanya down there. He lived there. Yep. and they were super nice to us whenever we went over there. But we went to the beach one day, and they said you can only be outside of the beach for a certain amount of time because they don't have that much marine layer, or they don't
have the
ozone layer.
Get fried.
Dude, I was like, it's so beautiful, but you got to go back inside.
I don't know if they were told me to go back inside, but yeah, it's up to you if you just feel yourself cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at a certain point, you should go in, I think.
Yeah, you definitely should.
Go to stay out there and grill, maybe. So you went from Des Moines Community College, DMAC.
Yep.
And then you ended up over in Colorado.
Yep, I went to Colorado and then went to Hawaii to kind of be with my father, get to know him better. And
was he cool?
My dad's great. My dad's he's awesome. But just I go there when I was young, like 8, 9, 10. Like basically when I was young enough to comprehend it, right enough to be with my mom, and then I'd go until like high school years, and we had probably a bit of a falling out. So I didn't go too much, and maybe my sophomore, junior, senior year. So once I was like, I'm gonna go back, be with Dad, bury the hatchet, and see if I can get into college over there. And then, like I said, Joe came and changed my life, and then I tried to, tell my mom, like, I'm on this show, and she's like, what are you talking about? Like, my mom was in the same house I was raised in.
Wow.
She's like,
what are you doing? Are you doing something with Satan?
I know. She's like, oh, you're on Baywatch Hawaii? I was like, Mom, it's not what you think. It's like a whole different spin on it. They're in Hawaii. It's not. And she's like, what?
It's a whole different spin. They're in Hawaii.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hasselhoff wasn't really on it anymore, but they're trying to change it up. So, anyways.
Dang.
And then I spent the next 30 years digging myself out of that hole.
Yeah.
Cheers to that. Here we are now.
And so your mom is a white woman, and your father is more Islander?
My dad's Hawaiian, and my mom is basically German-Irish.
Is there a lot of beef between Hawaiians and Hawaii? Are there different kind of sects of like SECTS of Hawaiians, like different kind of like, or is it if you're a Hawaiian, you're Hawaiian?
I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't say it's like sex. Definitely, back in the day, there was different islands with different kings until it was united by Kamehameha, but not everyone loved Kamehameha. You could have been with Kahiki, you could have been different. You could have been with different islands, and that obviously to unite them, your family could have been murdered. So I don't think everyone sees eye to eye. But having said that, like we are, since we are a part of America now, like I think all those generations, our culture and our language was completely removed from us, like most indigenous races, and really trying to get it back. And I don't necessarily think there's like sex to it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like so people aren't like that tribal.
I'll tell you what, not as much as like if you were compared to New Zealand, where there's don't quote me, but there's 200 plus different iwis, different tribes in Marais. So
I met iwis.
Yeah, whereas the South Island, there's one. Like Naitaga was just one tribe on the South Island. The North Island has many, so it definitely has to go through a lot more. If you're trying to agree on certain things, like it's got to go through more people.
Yeah. Got it. And did your dad have a liability? Like, is he like a very Hawaiian kind of guy?
Very much so.
Yeah.
I mean, in the sense of like,
because there's so much pride in that culture. It's such a unique culture.
Yeah, I come from the west side of Oahu. My dad lives in Nanakuli. Most of my family's like Nanakuli, Waianae, and then Makaha. And the whole west side is called Hawaiian Homestead Land. It's like our reservation kind of thing. And so, but my father's dad was a waterman. And in that sense,
what does that mean? He likes to be out in the water?
Yeah,
or is it a specific job?
Outriggers, paddling, surfing. He was a coach, and I mean, just a waterman is in knowledge of sailing, knowledge of
anything out there. And you're Aquaman, which is crazy. That's crazy.
It is, and I've always wanted to. My family's very much some of the last living legends of surfing or of watermen is like my great uncles Buffalo Keolana.
Bring him up so you can get a gander at him.
Buffalo Keolana, and Brian Keolana's an amazing waterman too. He's my cousin, and Rusty's a 4-time world champion. I just come from a very the Keolanas.
Oh wow!
That's Uncle Buff.
Hell yeah, dude!
Beautiful white man,
yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen him on the pictures of the bronzer at the tanning salon as well. I think. I'll just say this: they're using his name, image, and likeness over there. Okay, it's Suntan City. I'll say that fast, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, bro. I always wanted to. Yeah, beautiful. with him, but that's kind of that's the family.
And he still lives over there?
He does, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, I just wonder, do Hawaiians feel like it seems to me like Hawaiians always feel like a responsibility to uphold their culture, kind of, or that they're Hawaiian, like there just seems to be like a certain like level of respect that they carry about themselves with that.
I think that's true. I think there's a lot of things that have happened to our people it's been very challenging in what's happened and getting our identity back, getting our culture back, getting our language back. I'm sure there's a lot of things, yeah. There's a lot of terror and trauma that's happened in the Hawaiian Islands. There's a lot.
Yeah, I think we have something beautiful people want it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so nice over there, dude. I even remember one time I was drowning over there, and I remember being like, where else am I going to drown? Like, it was so nice. I remember looking back at the shoreline. Literally, I was snorkeling, and I wasn't doing well. I was losing. And I remember looking back at the shoreline, and I thought I was going to drown. And I was like, what, dude, where else are you going to drown? You know, you're going to drown in a Hampton Inn pool somewhere, like, you know, outside of Jacksonville or something? No, dude, this is where you do it, you know? And so there was almost this crazy moment of peace with just how beautiful it was there, you know? It's a really special place.
Where were you at when you were drowning, man?
I was in Maui. I didn't want to...
Was there waves? Was it just because it's deep water?
There were waves, but it was like...
You just got a little too carried away and you got too far out, maybe?
Yeah, I went snorkeling and it was by myself. And... bad idea, huh?
Yeah, it's bad to do anything. Go in the water and do it by yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I realized. Like, it was fun. It's kind of fun. And I remember I got out there a little bit, and I was like, "Oh man!" And then I would see the fish, but then the water would go down, and then I would just be like, almost like trying to like not get on the coral or whatever, like being like that.
Yeah. And
then we'll go back. It was just like switching. It just got super scary, and then I was further and further out, and I started getting really, really spooked.
Yeah, well, there's just different grips too. Like,
yeah. I caught a bad rip.
I think, every surfer, you know, everyone drowns.
Have you ever been in a drowning before out there?
Very much so.
No way.
Yeah, I've drowned, and it's a beautiful teacher, man. The ocean's she's the ultimate teacher, so it sucks. Drowning sucks.
Yeah.
No way around it.
Yeah. All right.
It's like you just see your slow death. It sucks. Everybody flashes in. And can't move your arms anymore, and you're going down and can't breathe. That's when I used to smoke. Well, I smoke cigars still, but it took me a while to get back to it. But I used to smoke like 2 packs a day. That was pretty. Just love. Like roll. And then I tried to slow down. I'd be like a little pouch, and then I'd burn a pouch in a day. Just
roll up yourself.
Just loves tobacco.
Damn, I can't believe I was a damn smoker. That's inspiring, actually, dude. You can do anything, people.
And that was a hard one to quit. I mean, that's fair share of shit. But it's like I think smoking was I couldn't stop for my family. And then when I drowned, someone took my breath. I came out of that water and that thing died. And I mean, I tried really hard to stop many times, and I came out. And if I tried to smoke, I'd vomit. Like that part of me just died because it took my breath, and I had to go through it. And then the reason I got saved is I actually hit the outer reef because I was over half a mile offshore. It's just there's 2 reefs, and so I was on the outer reef of Maui, and then doing some coast paddling, and I hit the reef, and it just touched my toe.
Like many
and
homelands on
I just bubbled down the reef and just jumped up, and then I had another wave, and I just held onto the reef and waited. I was out there for a while.
Dang, who rescued you?
I was with Laird. I was surfing with Laird, and
I saw him once at a Whole Foods.
Yeah. South Point. Brand.
Yeah.
But and Dave Kalama and my friends was like, yeah, but it was my leash snapped. I was stuck out in the middle of the ocean, so it was just very windy. It's important as well.
Smoking the gun.
Yeah, never smoked again.
Damn.
Get you guys up here just tight quick and get it up.
I was looking at your new film. It's called The Wrecking Crew.
I'm excited for you to see it. It's funny.
I saw it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Oh, I've seen it. I know the premiere was last night, so I'm sorry I missed that. But No, I saw it on my computer. They sent me a screener of it. Yeah, dude, it's great, and it's so beautiful. It's so nice to be able to just. You feel like you're in Hawaii for a while.
Yeah, it's just the movies we grew up with, right? There's weapons, all these things, buddy cop movies.
Yeah.
I did a TV show with David Bautista. He played my brother in C on Apple.
Oh yeah, and he plays his brother in the Scorn.
Yeah, and we just got really close. It was like, in this business, we meet somebody we really like, we should. And the next one would be fun to do a comedy instead of jumping blood and beating each other. It was I had this pitch to him, and I've had it now for 2 decades. I wrote a pitch back in. The next day, just posted it and put it out there on file. And
are you ready to lose?
Yeah, I tapped David Leach to it, and basically
Doug, how many times did you come in here and tell me about it? Baby. I don't check messages on some fucking app, dude. Just come in here and say, hey, do you want to play? That's what a normal person would do. Hey, dude, how about I fucking send messenger? Man, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Hold on. No. This is important. What do you call those fucking birds? What do you call a bird that fucking delivers shit? A carrier pigeon. Why did I send you a fucking carrier? I've been sending you carrier pigeons for weeks now. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. All right. I'm going to whoop your ass so badly, it's going to make your head spin. I am so good, and you are so not. You have an invitation, and everyone's waiting on you. One of the greatest breaks in the history of the game. Look at that. I made something.
I'm not here to say I told you so. Thank you. I can tell you that at no point during any conversation about what's going on in the show did that come up.
Now Bill handles huge shoes.
Chris, I stumbled on your show today. But congratulations on the day. Thank you. I will not be your satirical commentary. Rather dull. Congratulations. Good luck.
I'm a dirty player, baby. That was great.
That's fair. You know what? I totally understand that not everybody's got what you need. I get it. I've been in business a while. I get it. Thank you for your kind words. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And I probably could have done without the rest, but thank you for the congratulatory. That's right.
Speak about what it's like to be in California, having come from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because we're probably like an audience.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I lived, I always make the joke about climbing from some of the best companies in radio, which is true. But I've also climbed the ladder. And I grew up in a small town, 1,200 people in my town.
Oh, fuck.
400 kids in my high school. And we were the second largest in the county. We had two other schools that were far smaller. We had a we had a school district in our county that had a record for perfect attendance, K through 12. Everyone went to school because they only had 120 kids in the entire school district. So, the high school had 40 kids at the time. So
No way you hit this shot.
around the country, and I have seen
No way.
from Colorado, Kansas, to Arizona, and then oddly a couple of states. I went to Arizona when I met my wife, and then I went back to Arizona when I got a job after I got to San Diego, and then I just went back to Arizona again, and now I'm back in California. So there's a few places that I've come back to a couple of times. I like California, and when I left San Diego, there was a ship going out of the radio station, and
Oh, what an amazing shot!
I've been doing mornings, and it wasn't a great fit. The PD came in.
Thank you. Your balls in my fucking way, though.
I talked to you. We're gonna take you off mornings.
So I might just. Oh, fuck! I hit your ball in. Oh, that was devastatingly bad.
So I was very happy to get on mornings, but the other changes that were going on, I was making morning guy money, and then they were putting me in the mid-afternoons with the same pay, and I accepted that when budget time came around, I knew my contract was going to be the first round. So at the same time, still within the company, there was an opening for Apple Phoenix, and I took that.
No way, folks. No way. Really makes it difficult. I mean, I don't really. This would be the greatest shot of my career. Hit the ball. Oh, dude, I just gave you a fucking win. Fuck that. That was bullshit. So you know that was bullshit. You know that, dude. It was bullshit. Let's see you break. One of the worst breaks I've ever seen.
She was living in Arizona at the time, and this was 22 years ago we started dating, and 3 years ago. And I took her back to my hometown to visit my folks, and she said, this is amazing. It's such a beautiful place. I call it the Malibu because summers are incredible winter time, which my wife is there, now we have a house there, and she is not enjoying it. But the summertime is just beautiful. She said, I said, I couldn't wait to get out of here. She said, you're taking me for granted. And it was one of those situations where you can't see the forest through the trees because you're just used to it. Like, I just got used to going to the beach. It was like, it's just the beach. But then when you live someplace that doesn't have a beach, then all of a sudden you go, that was kind of a nice thing. And so I think we start to take this for granted. We know all the different rewards are, but it's also like having a brother or sister. Like, that's my brother or sister. I'm going to beat them up because they're annoying, and I know that they're annoying. But also keep your rubbing hands off my little brother and sister because that's my brother and sister, and I love them. That's kind of how I find walls are, or people have been here for a long time. Because they want to complain about the things that they don't like. But also, there's a reason.
Beautiful shot.
You know, so.
You're welcome.
I'm wrapping up here. I want to tell you about the sort of photos and why some schools are saying, uh-oh, don't worry, your kid is not in the Epstein files. That is next. 640, we are live at work. Rabbi Gonzalez live at
Parts of SoCal recently devastated by fires will be under an evacuation warning starting tonight.
A strong storm moving in Los Angeles area, which could bring Urban Stewart, Los Angeles City Fire Department says people should be ready to leave at a moment's notice.
Having your important medication document by the door or potentially in your vehicle
The areas out of warning include those devastated by the deadly Palisades fires last year. The storm expected to peak Monday morning as part of a larger system affecting much of the state. Jason Ingles, KMI News.
The FBI says a glove found about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home contained DNA and appears to match gloves worn by a masked person seen on surveillance video outside her door the night she disappeared. Investigators sent the glove to a lab for testing after it was recovered in a field along the roadside. Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, was last seen just a few weeks ago, and investigators say they're still tracking leads. Case numbers. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer isn't backing down on Democrats' desire to reform immigrations and customs enforcement. Schumer told CNN's State of the Union that ICE is a rogue force that needs to be reined in.
They need to stop the violence. And the question Americans are asking is why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not playing out. They want to replace the law that America does.
Schumer's comments came as funding for the Department of Homeland Security was allowed to expire early.
Beautiful shot. No way. Devastating.
The hit movie on Valentine's Day weekend, the latest version of the classic romance, expected to make $80 million in its opening weekend worldwide. Coming in second is the animated basketball comedy Note, featuring the voice of Steph Curry. Third place at the box office this weekend is the Samsworth action thriller Run 101. Let's go to a crash on the 5 in Quill Heights.
Southbound side of State Freeway for Soto. Involved in the ambulance, it is over to the right shoulder, but it looks like there is some slowing as you approach there. Data point on the 5 southbound on-ramp from PCH. That solo crash is now being cleared from the center divider, and the on-ramp is back open. And in San Bernardino on the 215 southbound on-ramp from the 30 to 10 split. Somebody spread nails all across the on-ramp, and they have closed that on-ramp so the Caltrans can get in there and clean that up. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, Trey Alexander. Sports injuries can take you off the field, off the court, out of the activities you love. At home, Orthopedic Institute, fellowship trained orthopedic sports medicine specialists, triathletes of every level, from weekend warriors to elite competitors. Home Orthopedic Institute doctors serve top-level teams and athletes across the region, and they're the official healthcare and sports medicine partner of the CIS Southern Section, Trinity League, and many top college sports programs across Southern California. They offer the latest innovations in non-surgical treatments and when needed, minimally invasive surgery designed to get you back faster and safer. And they treat everything from sudden sports injuries or complex orthopedic conditions affecting your knee. Your back. Bo built a personalized treatment plan, proudly positioned Bo accepting most PPO and Medicare insurance plans. Call 800-919-2000, 800-919-2000. Visit HoganOrthopedicInstitute.com.
SoCal weather for KFI, mostly cloudy with a 20% chance of rain after midnight. Lower 50s for Metro LA and OC. Low to mid 60s at the beaches, mid 40s around 50 in the valleys and IE. Right now it is 58 in Lake Forest, 55 in Chicago. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Dog.
The hottest shows in person at Berry Fest and Dolby Theater in Hollywood, April 4th to 12th at KBT Experience unforgettable battles and screams with your favorite stars from the pit. Emily in Paris, Nobody Wants This, Shrinking, Your Friends and Neighbors, The Scrubs and Barbers, plus a special 50th anniversary collection of Charlie's Angels, an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Family members get 25% off tickets. Visit familyfans.com.
Wow. You got screwed. Oh, not my day, not my game.
So we get it's amongst Meryl's Tuesday and I get not excited. And I'm feeling a question that I'm curious about what it is that you like to hear on the new program. Never breaking on any great person.
What happened?
And also, are you going to keep Caleb? Because your show without Caleb and the business like show business out there is going to be sorely. Yeah, another chance to talk about just appreciate this being honest.
I wouldn't want him back. Show YouTube. Go up that.
What a beautiful shot. No way, dog.
We've got schools that are concerned about their kids getting interesting. The last thing we want to do is flip up the upstate and find your kid's picture on it. And then just fact check that and start freaking out from ABC7. Already got targeting companies in the country is facing district investigations and canceled school photo takes. It's all because of an unsubstantiated rumor spreading online. Because the former CEO of one of Twitch's ownership group was named in the Epstein files and had access to these photos. Rumors have caused concern among parents around the country. From Texas.
Talking to my mom, she said that Life Touch took my pictures whenever I was little. So this has been going on for decades, where no one really thought anything of it until we started thinking about, okay, wait, who actually is seeing these pictures instead of just parents?
To hear in California, just this week, the school district in Salinas sent this letter to families addressing the rumor and saying it was untrue. All Life Touch 2 has responded with the statement. We are not in the Epstein files. We are not in the Epstein files. Whether it's fact or fiction doesn't matter. Just destroy reputation. Life Touch is not in the Epstein files. I guess that would regulate. We are not very big. The Times New Roman and then a Comic Sans and then even a White Days. And I'm putting it out in every way that I can. Because we're not in the Epstein file. We're not in the Epstein file. Lifetime is not related to the Epstein file. The documents contain no allegations of Lifetime itself. Then, or that student photos used in any illicit activities. Despite the pushback against the alleged
Fuck this game.
concerns have emerged too.
I'm not good at long ones.
I'm just trying to think. You don't want to think like a pedophile, but I'm just trying to think. Does a school photo do something for these guys?
Beautiful. Doug, I need a break.
Kids, that is not how you do it. Excellent job. I don't know where my touch went, but I'll get you next time, no doubt. That's what I like to hear, Trace. Nice work.
To do that, Dave just did it.
Bravo to Trace way, everybody.
Doing,
He's using cheat codes, as we all know.
Put it out there. And
twins too.
Yeah.
And people are like,
and so, anyways, and our showrunner Jonathan Trump ended up writing it, and yeah, it's just a fun movie that I want to do, laugh a little more, it'll make you cry, working out the family trauma, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's never too late.
Yeah, the action is really great. I loved it. I mean, it's an easy movie to watch, and it's just super enjoyable, and it's beautifully shot. It's just like, and it's just in Hawaii. It's like, oh, if you can't afford to take your wife to Hawaii, see this movie.
That's the best pitch.
It's not bad.
She spent too much money this weekend. Can't quite take her on vacation. The Wrecking Crew, you're welcome.
Look,
Jason Momoa, thanks, bro.
Just put a little cocoa butter on her arm. Take her to see the Wrecking Crew. Tell her it's the same thing, okay? You gotta tell her it's the same thing. Was there ever a movie role where you liked it kind of so much, or the environment that you were at you liked so much that you're like, I wish I could stay here, I wish this was my life, kind of?
That's an interesting question. Where you just want to stay in that time period or in that place?
Yeah, or even as that person, even.
I think I did this show, Chief of War, that came out last year, and I think it was really cool because it's all about
It's on Apple TV.
It's all about Hawaii. Yeah, it's like when they're uniting the kingdoms. It would have been really beautiful to be in Hawaii before the white man arrived, and just kind of see that time and place, and see what our people were like, our ancestors. It was so special to make that show because you grow up in Iowa and you watch shit like Last of the Mohicans and Braveheart. You see all these things like, oh, I would love to see my culture. They watch it. I love samurai movies or Native American movies, and all we had was paintings. My grandparents, they've never seen a movie with us wearing all the regalia and going into the big battles. Metal, so it's just brutal battles.
UFC
to the next level.
Yeah, before they had
shark teeth. They're ripping each other apart. So, just imagining that or seeing a movie on that scale, it took me a long time to make that show because,
Oh yeah, that's beautiful, and also as a gay Mardi Gras vibe as well. I'll say that, but that's outside, and that's just a joke. I think it's very beautiful that you get to even envision something like this. That's crazy, dude.
Oh man,
it's crazy to even get to see moments like that. Like even just like on a movie set or something like that. It must be so bizarre to see moments like that.
Where you see this, you should see just the trailers or something. When or in some spare time. It's pretty wild. The fight scene is pretty wild.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was the first thing I ever created. So I was co-creator and produced it, co-wrote it, and directed the finale and started it. So that was my little love letter. Yeah, it's my baby to my people. So.
Oh, that's beautiful, dude. And was that special to your dad or special to some of your friends and family from home?
I think everyone, because you get to all the people I was When I was 19, I hired on Baywatch to like makeup artists to craft services to your drivers. Maybe when I was 19, I'm coming back at 45 at the time, 44, and coming back and making something like doing Baywatch, which is kind of shit, and then coming back and doing something that's about our people.
Yeah.
It's a real big honor, man, for sure. It's like, I mean, that's my ultimate goal. I'm kind of done now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do fun shit, and then want to do comedy. Like we're gonna do Minecraft with Jack Black again. So
nice.
Excited to do that. Buddy, sorry about that.
You're good, man. When you were doing that show, did you go to parts of the island and learn stuff about Hawaii that you didn't know before?
Yes, but also like gotta go and just scout and go to places I've never been. Meet uncles and aunties and people who are just know so much about our culture. Like we had to learn. We had to do it all. We did it in Olelo, Hawaii. So
you did it where?
We Olelo, Hawaii. So we did it in our native language. Yeah. So all the other characters in here, I'd say half of the cast, it's all Polynesia. So you got to understand that there's Maori, New Zealand, there's Samoan, there's Tongan, there's there might have been some Tahitian, but like all of us and Kanaka Maoli, which is us. All these are people who have their own languages. They had to learn this ancient language. So like everyone in there doing that is like, it's hard. It was the hardest for me, but I thought it would have been a lot easier, but it was very challenging for me.
Yeah, the Tongans are tough, huh?
Samoans and Tongans are, they're all tough.
Who's the toughest one, though?
I mean, I wouldn't fuck with the Tongan.
Bring up a Tongan.
I wouldn't fuck with a Samoan. So it was like, I'm good.
Pull up a pair of Tongans. I heard you should never have just one.
I mean, look at that guy over there. There you go. Click on that one. The guy on the right.
Oh my God. That guy is doing something different, huh?
You know what? We're all lost, so it's nice. We don't have to fuck around to get in a fight with a Tongan.
Yeah, no, I'm never gonna. But that's wild.
Just Polynesians in general, man. They're just like, oh, it's such a different breed.
Dude, you know who I like? Filipinos. They're kind of like the comfortable Polynesians, you know?
There you go, yeah.
And they're the smiling people, you know?
They are.
And they're the last people that most people see before they die because a lot of them work in hospice care, which is crazy. When you think about that, imagine you're laying there and you open up a little and it's just some Filipinos, dude. And they're just singing something nice to you.
I mean, it sounds nice.
That's a portable Hawaii, dude.
I just hope my kids are there and they're looking after me. But I'm going to put that shit on them. You put me in a home, I'm going to haunt your ass. I'm going to fucking haunt your ass. You put me in a home.
Dude,
I'm going to have my fans break me out.
You think you'd be a good ghost, though, dude?
There's another script right there. Me and you old. We'll just get all the old makeup.
Yeah.
Just us in our dying ages in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Our fans break us out.
And they break us out of
Small business.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Go to a Comic-Con for the old time days. You interview them all.
Yeah.
We do like The Hangover. We just relive all the good times.
Yeah, it sounds just like The Hangover. At least we'll go see it.
Being a sex trafficker.
It's just time that we all know that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is really easy to use. That's what I love. Just pick more or less on 2+ players and lock your picks in. That's it. That's my favorite thing. It's just simple. You pick more or less, and it's specific. Now you got your guys in the game. And right here's my lineup for the big game. Tell me if you want. Look, I don't know what I'm doing, but you can even follow me on Prize Picks at Theo Von. And on top of picking lineups, you can now pick teams on Prize Picks. Pick the winner, total, and spread on the big game. Team picks are available in 30 states, including California, Texas, and Florida. Boy, God, where's the cops? And right here is who I'm going with to win the big game next Sunday. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Play responsibly. You know, to me, the future of finances feels strange. That's why I like to cover my bases. And when I want to add more Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app I reach for. You don't need to buy a full coin. And the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has become a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to accept my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control de moi. No one else has access to it. With the US dollar constantly moving up and down, this felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. If you're running a business on a clunky old phone system, then you know that isn't really good. It's like competing with one hand tied behind your back. And every time you miss a call, that's money left on the table. Thankfully, there is Quo, formerly Open Phone. It's the modern alternative, built to help you work smarter, build stronger relationships, and never miss an opportunity. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines customer communications. No more juggling 2 phones or being tied to a landline. Quo works through an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your business from anywhere. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Get started free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/Theo. That's QUO.com/THEO. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Quo will port them over at no extra charge. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Me and David actually, this is going to come out in like 2 months.
Shut up.
Yeah, we wrote it, funded it, everything.
I love David Spade.
Oh, he's the best, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
Tommy Boy, one of my favorites.
Oh, that was one of the best ever. Was there,
That's just an old-time buddy, or you just were like, yeah?
He and I became friends like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and we became really close friends. And then we had kind of an idea, and we started writing it. It took like a year, and then we decided to just self-fund it. And it was like a $4 million budget, I think. And then we got one investor, and yeah, we made it. We shot in like 23 days.
Wonderful. What's this called?
It was exciting. It's called Bus Boys. It's about 2 guys who aren't doing that good, and one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter at a restaurant. And so we figure if we can become waiters, then everything will be great.
That's what you're so good at being a busboy. You're talking about like what we were talking about, like
I
professional busboys. Yeah.
I channeled. This wasn't. Yeah, people are like, this is just whimsical. What are you guys doing? No, this is it. So yeah, I definitely channeled that. And David was a busboy too in Arizona as well when he was growing up.
They wouldn't make me a waiter. That was my last job. Yeah, I was a busboy at 2 places.
I can see that.
They wouldn't let me. They were trying to hold me down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, there's a glass ceiling.
Yeah. Never made a waiter.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Busboys are dope, dude. Busboys are dope.
Busboys are dope.
That was a cool shit. Yeah, well, they're gonna know what shit's at.
They're gonna have a drug. They're gonna have bread.
You know what I mean? Like, busboys are dope. They're running with the dishwasher, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, who's got extra butter?
Sure. I love salt and pepper. Guess who got that? Let's go see waiter do that. Now they're all fucking making more money than you.
Yeah, they're all counting. They're usually counting their money.
Not sharing their tips is what they're not
type
doing.
Shit, homie. That's what they're doing, dude. And who's got the extra salt then?
You know what? I'm gonna tip my waitress less, and I'm gonna slip my busboy more. I haven't been doing that. I already said, where's the fucking busboy at? I'm gonna throw him. I'm gonna throw the homies or homettes some fucking loot.
Started at the bottom. It's all happened because of Reagan, because of trickle-down economics. Who started trickle-down economics? Bring that up. It was Reagan, wasn't it? Give it to the waiters, they'll give it to the busboys. That's not helping. I was just at the nurses' strike. The largest nurses' strike in New York City history is going on right now.
Right now?
Yeah. That just came from a little while ago. And it was awesome. I like strikes because it's like being in a parade, kind of, because I'm from New Orleans. So it's like you're definitely partying at a band out there. Yeah, but it's the largest nurses' strike that's ever happened in New York City. It's going on right now.
Oh my goodness!
So you can play that real radio car. Play it right there.
They're from New Orleans.
The band was pretty good. They played. Actually, they did Abbey Road. They did a little album.
Really?
Which I thought was impressive, dude. Even that one where it's like Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon his head. Yeah, they even played that one. And they only had 3 instruments. But yeah, I loved it. I really enjoyed that. My sister's a nurse, so I was like, oh, this is going on, dude. I'm out there. Now, did I think I would meet some hot nurses? Yeah. But a lot of them are men these days. Which doesn't mean they can't be hot, but, you know, I had a different bedside manner in mind, you know? So, anyway, moving on, Jason, you pervert. So, yeah, do you get to points in your career? Because it is interesting to hear you say where you feel like you have some personal achievement or some personal success or something where you kind of feel like, okay, I'm okay. You know, does that make any sense to you, kind of? Because we're all trying to, everyone's trying to feel like, you know, we all want to feel some sort of, a lot of people want to feel some sort of success, right? I mean, I notice in my life, what makes me feel like, okay, I'm okay for me, you know?
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the junk tax?
It's a very complex thing I'm going through. Maybe it's just my age, or like, you know, like you were saying, trying to accomplish things in certain ways. And
some of the players lost
just because you
playing in the Super Bowl.
just because you know, in those worst times of like maybe not doing the things I really truly want to be doing, but I'm doing to put food on the table. And then I get to the place where I'm actually like, wow, I'm producing, writing, doing all these things. It's my dream come true. Why was I happier when I was in the fucking home? Why was I happier back then? It's just because it's nostalgic. Why? It was like because I'm still hunting. I'm hungry. I mean, I got to this place where I considered like, well, I don't have any more per se dreams as an actor. Like, I never thought I'd get this far in the first place. You know what I mean? The biggest dream to me is just to like make a TV show or movie for my people, make a real true authentic story. Like, did that. And the comic book I was read when I was a kid, that, oh, I'm fucking playing them. Yeah. And then like the video game that I fucking loved, I'm fucking playing it too. And it's like, all these things are great. And then sometimes it's that you're not. Why do you not feel?
Does that happen? You think even in career, like you had such a great career, does it happen even in careers like yours? Like, do you think that's just a human thing? I guess it's just a human thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just try to have gratitude for all of it, man, because you know I have so many friends that could be ill, sick, dying, and just so. I mean, I'm kind of a person like pretty high energy, and I'm really, really generally happy. Like I'm like Christmas morning every morning. I'm pretty fucking happy. I don't need coffee. I'm jazzed. And so I love morning. I love being up, and I don't necessarily sleep that much. So I'll probably die earlier. Yeah. My days are filled.
Yeah. You're gonna be filled with freaking Filipinos as well, dude. That's for sure.
But I can't sit still, and I think if I don't have those things, I was pretty self-destructive if I wasn't creating and constantly doing stuff. I think that's what gives me like. I don't necessarily think there's a major body, because I'm just really good at things. I'm actually like these little small things I love doing. Yeah, but it's like the things I really truly love. Like I'm an environmentalist at heart, so there's I work as much as I can with different. Just stop. It's all the things the little small things that probably don't give a shit about that I really love. It's like trying to do those things that I really love. And it's not about necessarily seeing trying to help and certain things that I love and care about.
Do you think like a lot of that stuff comes back to you more like once you kind of got to a certain level, or once you kind of, because life just kind of gets busy, like in your 30s and 40s, life gets busy, like especially if you have a busy career like yours, or a career where you have to travel a lot, and it varies from place to place, location to location. I find that it just gets hard to focus on some of the smaller things that are more important to me sometimes. So is it easier? Do you feel like it's easier now in your career to be able to have more time for those types of things?
I don't have any time for those things. Yeah. I have a hard time saying no, so I say yes to everything. And I'm like, I work a lot. So if someone comes in, I'm fully loaded. I'm like, yeah, I can't not say yes. And so I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm doing everything I love to do.
Right.
So I don't ever think of it as work. I'm just doing things I love to do. And so that's maybe the biggest honor of it all. And I think, that's why kids now, they look at me and they, oh my dad does what he loves to do, which maybe I didn't when earlier in my life. It was just like make sure I can put food. It was very worrisome earlier because, like I said, I was on the best shows.
Yeah,
it's like people were like, "Oh, why don't you go do that movie or that movie?" I'm like, I didn't have an agent. I couldn't get called. Like I couldn't get those things, and so now I'm in a good place. But I'm like, oh, I'm making up for lost time. I'm like, there's so many things I want to do in this life, and so I'm a bit crammed in. But I'm kind of doing everything I love.
Yeah.
Once I'm taking care of myself the best, but I'm like, that's something's got to give. I'm like, fuck, that's why I'm this big. Burn this bitch down.
Yeah. Well, if those are
Filipinos, here we go.
Yeah, here we go, dude. Fire up the Feely truck, huh? Back them up, dude. Let them in the room.
But what about you? I mean, like, you're just blowing up, and like in your time. I mean, how does it feel to you? Do you?
I think this year I just recently started thinking, having a little bit more like, okay, I think everything will be okay. Like I'll be able to eat and have a roof over my head for the rest of my life. So I have a little bit more semblance of like, okay, what does things look like for like those around me? What are some other things that I can put my time into? Like I've been touring mostly for probably about 17 years for probably half the weeks, you know? And so this year I don't have any tour dates. And so it's nice to like be like, oh, what does this look like? Like I had like 3 months with no tour dates, and I was like, this is crazy. What is this? So there's still like a lot of podcasting, and there's still a ton of work to do with this, but it's not like I have to travel as much. So sometimes for the first time, it feels like my spirit even can be in like one place where it can like gather its thoughts, you know? I feel like I've just been playing hide and go seek with myself for a long time, just even geographically. So having some more, having some more like solace and being in one spot is really kind of helped me just to start to get a look around me.
Do you go stir crazy? Because we're such gypsy, we have to, our careers are
a little bit, but sometimes that's a trap for me.
I know it's like, I'm like, oh my god, I would love to get some rest. Then you get like rest for a solid week. You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of this rest.
It's like, my ass hurts, my back hurts.
You're in a rest area, along the interstate. You're like, this is insane.
Like, did you get that where you're just like, oh man, I gotta get out?
Oh, for sure, but I think sometimes I gotta be careful because that's a trap, man. That's just the devil trying to get me back out.
Do you work with that sobriety? Like, is that, it's like a thing? Do you have to do AA?
Yeah, I go to AA meetings and I go to that stuff. It's been like, I've been in and out of sobriety for 10 years probably, mostly in, and so that's been good. So yeah, I like it just because otherwise, I just can't handle, like, I'll do too much of the cocaine, to be honest with you, I won't do too much of it, and so I just don't want to be, I don't want to be around it, I'll even walk and just look straight at the ground and see if anybody's dropped it sometimes outside. I'll fucking run right into something. What was that? Not an 8-ball, I'll tell you that. I just peeked this whole block. But yeah, man. Dude, I'll tell you this crazy story. So one time, my friend and I didn't even know anything about drugs. My friend and I are going to my apartment. He was staying in town. He's getting out of the taxi. He dropped a little thing of cocaine into the taxi. When I'm getting out, I just see it on the thing. I pick it up and put it in my pocket. So he didn't tell me that he had ever done cocaine. And he'd been doing it, but he didn't tell me, right? And I just thought he was kind of itchy or whatever, because it was spring. And so we go in my apartment. He's like, hey, man, will you help me look for something? I'm like, yeah, what is it? And he wouldn't tell me what it was. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'll help you, So me and him are walking around looking for something that I don't know what it is, okay? And then I kept sneaking off and doing the cocaine, right? So, dude, at one point, he gave up and went to sleep. I'm walking around my apartment looking everywhere for something. And it was the drugs I was doing. Absolute insanity, dude.
Absolute insanity, bro.
So, yeah, I mean, people can get lost out there. But yeah, dude.
Did you ever read that Miles Davis? You ever read Miles Davis's biography? This is a great part where he was up in Harlem. And, at the time, he's at the peak of his career. He had this Lamborghini, and it's like bright yellow. It's snowing outside. He comes up to this spot, and he's in Harlem, gets out, goes in, and he's coming back out, and he gets back in the got some drugs, comes back out, gets in the car, looks down, and he's like, fuck, drugs are all over the floor. And he's fucking freaking out. And he thinks he's gonna get busted by the cops, so he just gets out, goes back in, hides in his fucking closet, waits it out for a couple hours, sweating it out. He's on the drugs.
Yeah.
Comes back out hours later. Car's still there because they know it's Miles Davis. Open up the door, and all the drugs are gone. And he like clicks, and he's like, "It was fucking snow on his shoes."
Oh.
When he got in and like totally lost his mind, like he thought he spilled all the fuck. I was like, "That's a good time." That was a pro story.
That's a good time, yeah. And he didn't drive, which is the best.
Best part. Good job, Miles.
October 21st, 1972, Miles Davis, never mind, wrecked his coke-filled Miura and broke both of his legs. So he took it for one lap. Jim Glickenhaus was the first person on scene. Miles was in the hospital for a long time and didn't play for almost a year. Dang. That'll make you quit doing drugs right there. That'll make you quit smoking, dude. That's his drowning near the reef right there. Dang. But if my legs were broken, I could still do cocaine, I think. And I hate to say that. And don't say that to your kids. But so now you have children?
I've had them, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you collect some along the way, or I didn't mean that, but did you have a family that you had planned, or was it just kind of like, did you sort of have children?
No, I was married and had kids, yeah.
Oh, nice, man. Was it cool being a father? Like, was that like a scary thing for you? Like,
it's actually funny. He just got into.
Oh yeah, beautiful kids.
He just got into acting. They've been acting in
Wolf is his
little
name?
place, yeah.
Oh, that's a cool name.
Nicole Wolf, but he's gonna be in Dune with me.
Dune?
He's Leto Jr. So he auditioned on his own and got it. And killed
Was he
it.
geeked?
I mean, those guys grew up watching me. You know, he was sitting on Affleck's lap, and she's sitting with Gal. You know, they were like 6 and 8.
Wow.
Justice League, they grew up on set with me. So
that's so much.
So it's like he was in a Batman outfit for at least 5 years. Like the kid loves all that and loved doing it. So yeah, my baby's Lois is a singer, so she wants to continue music, and Wolf wants to do acting. So Michelle's she's such a gnarly business. So I'm like, go be a doctor, use your brain.
Yeah, and go pay these nurses, doc. Actually, it's the hospitals that aren't paying them. But yeah, dude, that's got to be interesting if your kid wants to go down that road. But then you'll have a lot of experience too. You'll be there to help him be supportive in that way.
Yeah.
And he's doing it young, so he can try it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Guide him. You have kids?
No, I don't have any kids yet. I want to get some kids. I want to. I would like to have children. Get some kids. No, I want all kids to be free if they're. If I don't know them, I don't want to know them. That's my rule. If I don't know kids, I don't want to know them. You know, people are like, hey, I want you to shoot my kids. I'm like, fuck no. I don't want to meet your kids, dude. People are perverts, man. You know, these politicians. Anyway, what else are we talking about?
You got a special lady you're with right now?
No, I don't. I get that. That's
you're
another
a free bird right now too.
What's that?
You're a free bird.
Free bird, yeah. But I would like to have a spouse. I would like to have a woman spouse too, and I would like to. Yeah, I would like to have that, man. So it'll happen. It's just like, you know, I think for one, too, I've just been going all the time. It was like, I'd be like dating somebody, I'd be out of town for a while, and you come back and you're like, oh shit, I forgot about this. And not in a bad way, it's just like my brain was somewhere else. It's hard for me to focus on stuff sometimes. So I think I just feel like more of that semblance of like, okay, now this maybe could be more manageable. But I got to change some of my own ways and stuff like that a little bit too, and be more purposeful. I think about just different prayer and different things like that overall, you know. So
you come from a big family. You got brothers, sisters.
Yeah, I got 3 siblings, and one of them is married.
You're a baby.
I'm the middle, one of the middle kids, 2 boys and 2 girls.
Yeah.
So we got a good little group.
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody in my family can swim that good though.
No.
Yeah, land people.
Yeah.
If you need us, we'll be on the land. You know, that's our motto, dude. That's our family motto. I'm gonna get a tattoo on my
When you were in New Orleans, like, what kind of sports were you into?
Basketball, dude. Is it true that they have the team called the Tall Blacks? And
yeah,
Is that true? You have a basketball team in New Zealand that's called the Tall Blacks?
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. We got, in New Orleans, we have some of the players are kind of thick over there, So we got the Round Browns over there. That's our team. No offense, Zion Williamson, but his weight does fluctuate. And he's cost our city a lot of money. But what is this? Yeah, that's the New Zealand All Blacks? I don't know. This is a bunch of Ben Simmonses. They got maybe 1.5 brothers on this team, dude. And hey, that's awesome, though. Good for them.
You a big basketball fan?
I like college football. It's probably my favorite.
College football, who's your team?
I'm a Tennessee and LSU guy. So those are my squads. What about you?
I didn't college football that much.
You didn't get into it with your size? I'm sure they were like, get out here.
I was hockey.
Really?
Yeah.
You were a goalie?
Soccer. No, I was center.
Nah.
I love soccer too, man. I was playing soccer, but then I was a skateboarder. Like they all want you to get into rest. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I have a
But if you're a surfer, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I just grew up skating. I wasn't always as big. But that's what I was doing when I was little and took that into high school. But I love skateboarding, and then surprisingly, my main love is rock climbing.
Yeah.
So I traveled the world rock climbing, and that's kind of my thing.
Did you ever go rock climbing with
Irma?
Jared Leto?
No. Well, I've seen him out when we've been climbing, yeah.
He loves.
He does. Climbs a lot with Arnold.
Arnold? Oh, Alex Arnold?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he climbs a lot with him. They do, all kind of stuff together.
We had a party here one time at a snowed in New York, and everybody was kind of dressed like they looked like different birds and stuff. It was pretty crazy, yeah. And there was no air conditioning in the place. It was, fancy. Yeah, it was bizarre, but it was what you'd expect out of him. That's people out on the rock right there. Yeah, rock climbing's pretty amazing, isn't it?
I love it.
What makes you love it so much?
Well, it's something I did when I was little. At the first moment, my mom took me climbing in South Dakota, and the moment I touched the rock and just moved on it, it's probably better at climbing.
What's going on?
Walking. It's just that my body just feels. It's just something that you connect with that you really enjoy.
Yeah.
But I love just the fear and the problem solving and the fear of it all. Because we'll do deep water soul. You climb up and you fall down in the water, but it's just the challenge of of climbing stuff.
I am eating
I love climbing trees.
cheese fries.
Just climbing, so gorilla. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Even in the dirt. Kids do it, and it just keeps us out in nature. Something to do, I guess. It'd be like.
Excellent. Was it fried chicken? Did you have fried chicken? Oh, baked chicken. Ooh, that's good.
His answer was like, this is like different people. But again, it shows you that at certain points in time, you have to be ready to speak up for yourself and stand for
Missioner hunting with other people, but being in nature and going to do adventures and setting out to do something and accomplishing it. And the other thing too is I think I'm very, very much. I'm not diagnosed ADHD, but there's a lot of things going on. And I feel like when I ride motorcycles and I rock climbing, it's just you can't do anything else but be there. So that's just a little bit of my therapy or meditation. Is that's when everything just gets real clear.
Makes you focus in.
Yeah. But you get, everyone gets high on that or loves that. You can really. Mind, body, spirit connects. It's something that's what you know.
Oh yeah, when you're zipping down on a freaking motorcycle, you can't. Yeah, it's hard to be like, I got to do that email or whatever.
Well, it's just when you're in a car, you're doing your makeup, you're eating food, you're talking to someone, you're not paying attention to shit. Whereas you're on a motorcycle, you're gonna die if you're doing your makeup while you're riding.
Unless they come up with a self-driving motorcycle. about. That's going to be. I'm like, what are we doing now?
Self-driving motorcycles?
Yeah, that's not what we need.
No.
A lot of organ donors are motorcyclists, and I didn't mean to say that out loud to you, but you knew it.
I'm
A
an
lot of
organ
them
donor.
are.
You know organ donor?
A lot of them are. Yeah, you keeping them?
No. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants some. Fucking tickled. I'm actually waiting for this AI and shit to come around and go like, yo, 2 new kidneys, livers and kidneys right here.
Livers and kidneys.
That's what I need, bro.
Oh yeah, I want a fresh sack of lungs more than
You know what I'm
inner
saying?
tits. Yeah.
And then just nail them again. 30 more years just bashing these bitches up.
Yeah, dude.
Toughen up.
Bro, that'd be crazy. You're like 90.
Swap them out.
You're like, yeah, I'm 95, but I got a 7-year-old liver.
Yeah.
You're just partying on that
Just
shit.
get hammered drunk on one Bud Light. Fucking sick.
Sleep in somebody's boat or whatever. You know, one thing I wish I had done in the past was invest earlier. I didn't think I knew enough. You know, I didn't think I had the right connections. I didn't think I had the time. I didn't realize that all I needed to do was start. So many of us focus on where our money is today. Acorns is a financial wellness app that
between that which is good and that which is not good. The conflict, I took those things, but what's even argued out the other says, you know, I'm 80 years old, whatever she told him that. But as you get older, intellectual capacity is different. We've been speaking about the diminution of physical capacity. Thereby, you have all these things. And I get older, I'm not as sharp. I'm not as sharp as I used to be. Yet I'm the person case أشياء ليس أشياء
Când știi ce se mănâncă Mac, alegi mai combo Tasty Cheese. Oferta care a revenit să-ți descurce și bugetul și viața de student.
What up, Zoot?
The Joe Rogan
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck? What's my what? I'm not funny, and here's proof. Zoot, I'm going to tell you this right now. Zoot, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like that kind of talk. And if you talk like that, you won't be welcome here. No, Zoot, just because of that, I'm just watching my own shit. Go do your own thing.
That create a lot of problems. I didn't expect you ever having me on again. I'm just gonna say no. You were right. Like, this is a victory dance. Like, it turned out that all your warnings, all the things that you were saying about the problems, turned out to be true. Thanks. I know you've said that. Every time you do, somebody sends me a clip and says, "Hey, Rogan said you're to the right thing." What was it like for you? First of all, they were trying to label you a quack and a kook. Didn't know what they were talking about. I don't think it worked with everybody. I mean, it worked with people that weren't paying attention. But anybody that really paid attention to your background said, "No, this guy's very credible." I mean, don't you have like 9 patents on mRNA vaccine technology? Yeah, on the mRNA. Yeah. And you also took the vaccine and had a horrible adverse event. Serious. Yeah. At the time, it was so early. That was when the National Guard was still doing it, and that was Moderna. And I was embarrassed to have these experiences
And I was embarrassed when I got COVID in early 2020. Looking back, there was so much fear, so much anger and anxiety and everything wrapped around all of this. And in retrospect, it was promoted, but it was also very organic. It was looking back, being honest about it, it was a frightening time, what was happening. And yeah, I had those experiences. My doc, who was a cardiologist, was like, "Why were you so stupid to take this?" Your doctor said that, yeah, in 2021. Yeah. She was 2020 or 2021. It was 2021. Yeah. I was going to a cardiologist that had left traditional medical practice at UVA and the associated hospitals, and I was going to her for hormone replacement therapy and bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, and she was monitoring a lot of things, and that was her response. Why did you do this? Of course, I've had that question 1,000 times since. Why were you so stupid? You were the one that should have known. And so I have to answer that still. It kind of gets a little tiresome. What was your perspective on the vaccine before you took it? To be honest, I was amazed. I was amazed that the claims that the problems that I encountered when I had been working on it had been solved. I didn't see how that could be the case, but I knew that a huge amount of money had been thrown at it, so it was possible. What were the problems? In my hands, it was inflammation primarily. It was also, it was absolutely not localizable. It was in the monkey models that we tested, it was incredibly inflammatory. It didn't give long prolonged levels of expression. It was hard to make. It was kind of, back then, it was almost a little bit of witchcraft. You'd drop, for me as a graduate student when I was doing that, it was incredibly scary because it was a couple $1,000s worth of reagents in a little tiny tube. And, back in the late 80s, that was real money. And it didn't always work, the reaction. So, it was a little bit of a wing and a prayer. But then, as I started working with animal models and with the different formulations, I could come up with a variety of different compounds and formulations that worked pretty well in cell culture, but not so well in animals. And I spent a lot of time trying to do that, optimize that, and what I ended up with is just seeing that it really caused, I'm sorry to use medical jargon, that's kind of where I'm from, so that's the language. No, it's probably better. It caused a lot of inflammation. White cell infiltrates, really aggressive white cell infiltrates in my hands in both mice and monkeys. And I'd abandoned it as something that just, was useful in research, particularly in cell culture, but I just didn't see it maturing as an efficient delivery strategy with low risk, acceptable risk in animals. And that also became the experience at this company that I had first joined, where a lot of the original patents were filed, Viscount. They abandoned the RNA because they couldn't make it. And they turned largely to this strange discovery that we had that was a negative control, that the RNA alone or DNA alone was actually more effective in animal models, mice, for instance, than it was to use the positively charged fats. Now people call them lipid nanoplexes, lots of fancy words around it. It was just positively charged fats of various types that were mixed that bind the DNA or the RNA and kind of spontaneously assemble. And a lot of work went into trying to improve that. We did what we could in the 90s when I was at Davis to try to advance that technology and develop new lipids. We had a number of them get patented and they were marketed by Promega and others, but could never solve the delivery in vivo. But this group up in University of British Columbia that had been banging away at this kind of related person for years and years, even before I had known anything about it, were the ones that kind of came up with the magic sauce that is used essentially by both the Moderna and Pfizer products. And that's the stuff that we've all been exposed to, those that have taken it.
So when you were first experimenting, you said it couldn't be localized. So meaning that in the injection site, it was supposed to be there, and then your body was supposed to produce antibodies because of the injection.
Yeah, and it goes all over.
But it went out all over the body.
Yeah, it does.
But the assertion, what they were telling you when you got the shot initially, was that it was not going to leave the injection site.
Yeah, and I called my colleagues at University of British Columbia that I had known back in the day, as I was grappling with whether or not to then forget
International travel.
Yeah, because I was in Canada, I was in University, you could get on a train. So I called Peter and had a chat with him, and he said that they had solved the problems of the distribution, that now when you injected it, it would stay local, it would go to draining lymph nodes, it was much more effective, and that they didn't have those safety issues anymore. So that was one of the reasons why I decided to go ahead.
Did you ask how they solved that problem?
Yeah, I asked in detail because I knew some of the nature of the formulations. Again, I don't want to get too technical, but what was claimed was that the incorporation of polyethylene glycol, so this is, you would know that as antifreeze, but it's in the liposome world, it's long been known as a way to create what are known as stealth liposomes that circulate in your body for a long period of time and make it so that these particles don't get inactivated by extracellular proteins and the liver and stuff like that. And so he was using the gentleman in particular is named Peter Cullis. By the way, he's the one that should have got the Nobel Prize for these products, as far as I'm concerned, and got slided in the pick. But Peter Cullis said that he had experimented with a lot of different structures of the fat particles, chemical structures. So they came up with some that had these properties of staying localized, and then built the formulations in ways that were similar to what I'd done with cholesterol and other things, but then also added these shorter polyethylene glycol molecules attached with a really short organic, you can call it fat or gasoline-like molecule, that put the peg into the liposome particle, but in a way that once it got into the body, it would fall off. And so this is, some people have the sensation as I did with my second jab of, you get it and then suddenly you feel tingling in the end of your fingers or things like that. That may be the peg. But it was those advances in the components, because these are self-assembling particles that were used, that Peter and his group, Peter Cullis, P-I-E-T-E-R, from UBC and his group, built these products with this technology, and that was, they had it available, their choice, because they created companies for this. I mean, a ton of money must be made, because they licensed it non-exclusively to BioNTech and Moderna. And that's still kind of the core tech that makes this particular category of products work.
And So this was enough to convince you that they had solved that problem.
Yeah, I took his word. I mean, he's an extremely experienced, knowledgeable liposome formulation expert, quite senior. He's older than me by another decade at least, and been doing this forever. And he asserted that he had solved the problems, and I believed him. I needed to travel internationally. And also, there was this buzz going around at the time that if you had long COVID, which at the time, if you think back to then, there was a whole cloud over even using the words long COVID. That the idea that you would have these long-lasting effects from getting the infection was controversial and not really accepted, but partially promoted, and there was a narrative that was, in retrospect, actively promoted, that if you took the vaccines and if you had this symptom of this chronic malaise and loss of stamina. I mean, you're a guy it's important to be physically fit. For me, it's been important to be physically fit all my life because I've always been a farmer and a carpenter and worked with my hands and my body. And I have farm chores. I still have farm chores every day. And I couldn't do them. I couldn't walk up hills. I just had lost my stamina and lost my pulmonary function. And it wasn't getting better. And nobody knew anything about this, what was causing it, whether it was even real. But I was experiencing it. There's a whole cluster of people who say there's no virus. Certainly not in long COVID, but I experienced it. So it was promoted that if you took the jab and you have this symptom, it would kick your immune up and get more of a response to the spike antigen, and that would allow you to clear these symptoms of long COVID. That turns out now we have data in just fairly recently that in fact the opposite is true.
So this idea of long COVID, so you got long COVID from the actual infection of COVID-19 before the jab.
Yeah, I got infected in very end of February 2020. I was in Boston at a conference on drug discovery, computational drug discovery, high throughput stuff, very high tech MIT, and staying in a little firehouse that had been converted to a hotel right across the street from the biotech company where the initial Boston outbreak was associated with. And I came home sick as a dog. I thought that I had influenza B because I was the narrative was that was circulating at the time. And I remember laying in bed yesterday, sick as hell, hard to breathe. And my wife came in, it's just been on the TV. COVID is circulating right there in Boston where you were. So that was pretty early on. And pretty hard to know would have been Wuhan War. And then there was a couple of genetic changes that occurred apparently in Boston around that time.
So how long did this affect you, this long COVID?
I was sick until I took the jab. Just not having stamina, just feeling.
How many months was that?
I really thought about it.
And did you try anything else to mitigate those symptoms?
Yeah, I did. So, my whole story, there's a whole bunch of what I did back then that never gets discussed, and that's okay. But the kickoff was that I got this call from Wuhan, I think. It was from Wuhan, from this guy that used to be CIA, named Michael Callahan, who I'd worked with in the past, and had told me with the call that there was this virus in Wuhan, this coronavirus, that looked like it was going to be serious, and I ought to pay attention to it, and I ought to get a team wound up to try to address this. So what I'd done, because this is coming off of what I did in Zika. I'm a vaccinologist at core. But
developing a vaccine in the face of an outbreak historically has taken a decade. And it just isn't the practical way to address an emergent infectious disease crisis. And I had become convinced that the best way to do that was through repurposed drugs. So after I got this call, I put the team together, building on the technology that I've been working with at UCM during Zika for rapid identification of repurposed drugs to address a new crisis. And this time we've really taken a computational approach. So I used some tech out of UC San Francisco to recreate one of the key proteins in SARS-CoV-2 based on the sequence that got published from Wuhan. This is January 11th, I think, and 2020. And we started doing what's called computational docking of very, very large virtual libraries using Amazon AWS and high throughput parallel processing, and came up with a list of compounds, and then kind of screened those against problems, adverse events, that kind of stuff. More coffee, good. I would, thank you. And so I had this list. I had this list of compounds, and then I was sick as a dog. And what you get trained in if you do clinical research is docs don't experiment themselves. That's like breaking the rules. But I'm lying there so sick that I'm just like, what the hell? What do I got to lose? I'm probably going to die. At that point, I'd spent a lot of time already looking into the virus and what it was causing and what people were saying it was causing. How old were you at the time? Let's see, I'm 66 now, so that's what's this, 60, 61, yeah. So you were in a high-risk group? Yeah, for sure. And I was obese. I don't know if you noticed, but I've dropped about 40, 50 pounds since we last met. So I started taking some of those compounds, and one of them was this drug that is normally taken for stomach acid called famotidine. And I got an immediate response with that. And so I also tried isoquercetin. That didn't seem to make so much of an impact on me, but I experimented on myself. And the famotidine at higher doses now has been verified to be helpful. And it was one of the first things out of the box that people started taking, even prophylactically, before we knew about ivermectin and other things. And then that went on. I mean, there's a whole thread here. We could go on for an hour about what was done with the repurposed drugs. I was working closely with the Defense Reduction Agency, and I managed to capture a few $100 million and direct that towards drug repurposing, adaptive clinical trials, etc. And the thing that I zoomed in on through a collaboration with a doc up in Minnesota was the combination of famotidine, another anti-inflammatory called celecoxib, and then the thing that really kicked it in high gear was the forbidden horse medicine, ivermectin. And I managed to, working with DoD, got over $100 million, set up a contract. It got managed by SAIC, and we were going to go after that using very cutting-edge clinical trial design. And
here's how people are turning the Epstein videos into video files. Doesn't work.
We submitted initial drug applications for using this combination of licensed drugs, well-known licensed drugs, and the FDA just dug in again and again, rejected the application. So long, what they said was we were going to have to do cell culture tests to demonstrate the antiviral activity of ivermectin before they would allow us to proceed. And so in the end, the DoD caved, and they dropped the ivermectin component and proceeded with the famotidine and celecoxib, which showed some of it.
Why were they so hesitant? Or what was the resistance?
Your guess is as good as mine. People think that I have visibility into the FDA, and yeah, I met with them, and I have a background in regulatory affairs. But the policy decisions that were made during COVID, and still to this day, are perplexing.
Just particularly ivermectin.
Oh, it was like a high sin.
Yeah.
They deployed. What do we want to call it? Propaganda, psychological warfare, nudge, everything, just like they did after you and I had our little discussion. It was stunning. I mean, like after we had our chat, I don't know if you remember, you asked me about what is this about mass formation psychosis, and the term broke the internet is overused. It broke the internet. The search results on Google went nuts, and
because it perfectly described what was happening.
Oh, and it couldn't possibly describe what was happening, even though every single person that heard it knew well it did, but it was forbidden. I mean, this was forbidden because
people didn't hear our first discussion. Please explain mass formation psychosis.
So since then, I've had a shitstorm come at me for using the term psychosis coupled with mass formation. You can't, the grief. You think you got a lot of grief from Spotify and from
Spotify was actually great. Yeah, no grief from them. It was from like Neil Young and Joni Mitchell.
I artists. So you probably don't know the whole backstory.
Okay.
That's fun to dive into because it relates to the psychological warfare domain that now I've become a pseudo expert on. Just in trying to understand what the hell I experienced and what's going on. So Matthias Desmet, who's a friend at University of Ghent in Belgium, who by the way has been pretty well railroaded in his university now. Not allowed to teach his own book on the psychological basis of totalitarianism, which is where that book had not come out yet. But it was the mass formation hypothesis is what was the kind of core of that book that's now published and widely regarded. So Matthias Matthias is somebody who, as a PhD, a full professor, had long taught 20th century psychology work relating to totalitarianism and thought that goes back to Freud and beyond, really all the way back to Plato and the allegory of the cave. And in particular, there was a number of philosophers in the 20th century associated with trying to make sense of Nazi Germany and what had happened to the German people and really all over the world. But particularly relating to the Germans. And Matthias had been teaching this on a regular basis. And the way he tells the story, he had an epiphany one day that, oh my God, the thing that I've been teaching, I'm living. We're experiencing this process of the formation of masses. And you could call it crowd psychology. So mass formation, it's kind of awkward, or mass formation psychosis, which is what the term was that was used in the initial podcast that he gave out. So that's why I use that term. But it's not in the attack was that it's not in the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual for the American Psychiatric Association. So therefore, it doesn't exist. But of all the attacks, the core of it is that when people, to make it simple, become disassociated from society and from each other, they become extremely vulnerable to manipulation of a variety of different types. And a leader can come into that environment and offer, to simplify it, offer a solution to their pain, because being isolated, socially isolated, is associated with pain. We as human beings have a need to connect with others. It's a fundamental aspect of being human. It's what you do. You connect. That's the essence of the Joe Rogan experience, I think. So we need to connect with others, and in certain situations where people are threatened, and have all of these things that drive us into isolation, most notably our electronic tools. We become disassociated from our community. When that happens, we have a strong need to become associated with community, and a leader can come into that environment and basically say, I have the solution to your pain, your psychological pain. And what will happen is a strange phenomenon where people will, rather than building social networks, let's say horizontally to those around them, they'll attach to this strong leader, and they'll get fulfillment for that need to belong by this attachment to that leader and following the edicts of that leader. And this leads to this phenomena that gives rise, enables totalitarianism, but gives rise to this whole cluster of things that Miss Tias described. He uses the term mass formation in a way that's kind of an odd artifact of translation, I guess, from the Dutch. It's an easier way to think of it is a crowd formation. And in his examination of the history of what happened in Nazi Germany, where people really went crazy. I mean, mothers were turning their children in. Children were being executed on consequent to mother's testimony, which is really strange when you think about it, just in a fundamental way. We had all of this dear leader kind of stuff, the linkage of the self and the soul to this central figure and deriving a sense of identity and belonging from that went on, and there's still people from that generation in Germany that are still caught up in a lot of that. That's why the German laws. So that's the short version. When we spoke before, I gave a much more technical, precise definition of Matthias's core thesis. But once this happens, then people become very, very easily manipulated through propaganda and a variety of techniques that now I have a better comprehension of. I mean, then I was still just trying to make sense, just like all of us, of what the heck was going on. What's with this crazy? But now it's kind of coalesced into an understanding of the fact that modern psychology has been weaponized. It's been intentionally weaponized in the context of military activities in the domain that, one way to express it, the term is used, kind of term of art in military jargon is fifth-generation warfare, or you can call it psychological warfare. And what it distinguishes the present from, say, Sun Tzu and ancient propaganda has always been part of warfare units, but we haven't had the digital world. We haven't had modern psychology. We haven't had nudge technology. We haven't had all these tools that allow the control of information, thought, perception, feelings, emotions that have become commonplace. And that, is and has this suite of technology and capabilities that we saw deployed in all of us were built in a kind of a structured way, largely by UK and US leadership in the intelligence community, as a weapon of war to counter these successful insurgencies that we keep losing wars over. Vietnam being a notable example all the way through Afghanistan. And so that's why it was built. But then that tech got deployed by governments against their own citizens. And this was really launched large part in the United States by a presidential directive from Barack Obama. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. And by the way, the presidential directive is still in place that established the nudge technology units in the United States. They were already operating in the UK, and the UK is quite advanced. When you look at the UK politics right now and what's going on there with all the censorship and everything, this is no joke. We're barreling right to that endpoint, same as Canada has. We're just a little bit behind. And we have the benefit of the First Amendment and a Constitution, and often on courts, but they don't have those obstacles. And the government believes in the UK that once they have won an election, it's perfectly acceptable to deploy this modern psychology and information control technology on their own population. And I argue that once that Rubicon is crossed, the idea of democracy, because the tech is so powerful, becomes completely perverted. And we got a good hard taste of that during COVID. What you and I experienced, what you experienced with ivermectin, what you experienced with, just talking about your own experiences, and the blowback that happened after we did that little hit, is a super powerful, clear case study in understanding this intersection of modern psychology, warfare technology, and the digital world, and algorithmic control of information, the creation of digital avatars for all of us, the application now in the present of artificial intelligence to custom craft messaging that gets fed into our digital domains on a regular basis in order to, sell us whatever, but also to shape how we think and to control what information we get access to all the time. Just to give an example, my wife, who does a lot of our research for our Substack, was talking to me the other day. She just gave me a couple examples where stories that were in corporate media in the United States that weren't listing certain key names or whatever. She said, I just go to the Hindustan Times. Hindustan Times is a great source for all the stuff that we're not allowed to see here in the United States. You're now in an environment, an information environment, where you cannot rely on, but we all know that. You can't rely on corporate media, but the rules, the boundaries that are being set up about information are profound, and they're completely distorting our ability to process what's happening around us. Can I give you the example of what actually happened? You said in our example with the blowback in Spotify. This is documented by a report out from the House about COVID and what happened. And that report only carries just through to the early part of the vaccines, and then it stops. For some reason, they didn't really want to go down that road to the vaccines. They did talk a lot about the events around the, let's say, lab leak hypothesis, which is allowed. You're allowed in DC now to talk about that. Finally, yeah. You're well, and
It was about 4 years later you were allowed.
Yeah. So what was documented was that the trail of events was that we had our discussion. That triggered, and this is going to sound bizarre, but this is what's documented. That triggered Coca-Cola Corporation to complain to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which is created by the World Economic Forum, which is one of these global aggregators that controls advertising. The Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, had a dust-up with Elon Musk and lost, and they closed it down as a nonprofit. It still exists in other ways, but as a structure that could be sued by X, it disappeared when he stood up against it. But Global Alliance for Responsible Media had a socket with Google AdSense, by the way. So they controlled the advertising ecosystem, which kind of matters to Spotify. So Coca-Cola complains to Garm, saying, this guy Rogan, you got to shut him down. Okay, you got to put pressure on Spotify. So Spotify gets the message from Garm that we're threatening to pull your advertising. Okay, now what happens between that and your experience, I don't know. You know, it's not transparent to me what you experienced. Yeah, we all remember the Laurel Canyon crowd saying they were going to pull their catalogs, which they didn't actually own. Right, that was another thing, and then they went after you with this mashup of inward historic events. You know, there was clearly a concerted effort to take out Joe Rogan, much more than to take out Robert Malone. And so then the question comes, why the heck would Coca-Cola be the socket with the Global Alliance for Responsible, one of the biggest advertisers in the world, right? Why would Coca-Cola give a hooey about what Joe Rogan said to Robert Malone on, New Year's Eve? Coca-Cola is really tight with the CDC. Coca-Cola has funded buildings at the CDC. Coca-Cola funds the CDC Foundation for the CDC, as does Bill and Melinda Gates, as done all the major vaccine manufacturers, et cetera, et cetera. The appearance is, I can't verify this, that CDC acted through its ally, Coca-Cola. Why are they allies? What's Coca-Cola got to do with CDC? The angle there is that Coca-Cola wanted the CDC to get WHO to not implement restrictions and messaging about sugar use. Okay? They didn't want those messages. Remember, this is at the heart of the inverted food triangle now. The old food triangle was the product of sugar lobby. I mean, the sugar lobby is incredibly powerful because this stuff is addictive. I mean, it's like having the cocaine lobby, right? Well, and that's an interesting analogy because, of course, the history of Coca-Cola. Right. So sugar's addictive. The CDC, Coca-Cola didn't want wanted the CDC to influence public health policy to avoid global positions on the risks associated with sugar intake, because it would potentially hurt their market share when they're a major globalized company. So that's that little ecosystem that I just described illustrates what we're dealing with here, and the many ways that all of this kind of influence and messaging and signaling happens in this kind of integrated, horizontally and vertically ecosystem that we live in right now. And one of the things that came out of that, you'll recall, was that you were asked, as I recall, you gave this, I've had a hostage video. I think that was close to a hostage video from you back in the day when you were saying, this is what I'm going to do. It was like out on your porch or something. I remember I was sitting around a campfire in Maui, quite literally, when somebody said, "Oh, did you just see this from Rogan?" And as a matter of fact, I was sitting around Gavin DeBecker's campfire at that time, somebody that you know. And so the compromise was that there would be a little trailer put at the bottom of that episode. And by the way, you probably know that episode for a long time became very hard to find. It was basically blacklisted from the search engines, et cetera, et cetera. But it carries on, I think it still does, a little banner that says, you should go to the CDC if you want the true about COVID. And you can still find those kinds of banners popping up all the time on YouTube. If you talk about vaccines or COVID vaccines, that will get, if you pass the filters, if YouTube will allow that to still be up, because you didn't say something, whatever it is, then you'll get the little banner. Okay, that banner is pushed out by the nudge units at the CDC. Okay, that is nudge technology. It is all around us all the time, and it's basically still public policy consequent to the old Obama presidential directive that still hasn't been rescinded. I love President Trump. I think he's doing amazing things. I think he's amazingly brave. I just mentioned our friend Gavin DeBecker referred to Trump the other day when I saw Gavin in Maui as a once in 500 year leader, and that's not nothing coming from Gavin. And so I'm a big supporter, but the president has still left in place this mechanism that exists that directs the federal government to use nudge technology and related, what I assert is psychological warfare technology on the American populace.
Or this is from back in, what was it, 2015 or something like that?
Yeah, it's quite early. And then you had Obama's subsequent, like the notorious speech at Hoover, at Stanford, where he talks about in order to preserve democracy, we're going to have, basically he says we're going to have censorship,
right?
In order to preserve democracy, or whatever democracy is.
For people that don't know what we're talking about, we're relating to the Smith-Mundt Act.
The Smith-Mundt, everybody focuses on Smith-Mundt. But as I examined Smith-Mundt, and we did an essay on this in the Substack, like 3 years ago, because that was the kind of the narrative that was coming out in, let's say, our side of alternative media.
Right.
And in my examination, Smith-Mundt's impact is a lot more limited. It has to do with Voice of America and some other things. The broad impact wasn't quite, in my opinion, what was believed to be of enabling propaganda domestically. But more specifically, there is a presidential directive that nudge technology, that established a nudge office, that nudge technology shall be used.
What they call it? They don't call it a nudge office, right?
They I don't know. They've gone through various iterations, and I'm sorry I don't have the latest version. And it's kind of become decentralized.
Well, it's called the Social Behavioral Science Team. Wikipedia says that was stopped in 2017, but continued under the Trump administration under the General Services Administration's Office of Evaluation Science.
There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, it's kind of become, it's been, like I said, it's been pushed out into a lot of the agencies. Use that lexicon because then it's easy to find them.
Right.
And there's other euphemisms they use to describe those kinds of activities, but it's become normalized. The weaponization of propaganda has become normalized.
Wording from overall behavioral interventions or nudges like the ones implemented by OES have been found to be effective in recent psychological science article. Researchers identified several policy areas of interest, for example, healthcare.
There you go, 2015.
Yeah, so 2015. President Obama signs an executive order requiring federal agencies to incorporate behavioral insights into their evaluation efforts. That's a nice way of saying the use of propaganda on the American people.
Yeah. Okay. And so this has kind of become. Thank you so much for pulling that up. That's super helpful. So this is, like I said, if I can illustrate, I was on a Great Britain news broadcast about 4 years ago. At the time when they would, there was a window of time where they would have me on, but it was sketchy. GB News was the only one that would do it. And but the rules were then that if you were going to have somebody that was speaking against the government narrative, then you had to have somebody representing the government's interests in the same broadcast. So that's implemented by, basically, the UK has an active censorship organization that controls news media. And so I'm on with this guy, Great Britain News, pinstripe, bow tie, it just reeks. And I'm talking about psychological warfare and the 77th Brigade, which is part of the British Army, which is their psychological warfare unit. It's very open that's the case, as is the existence of a civilian branch that they set up and pay people to do social media in opposition of counter narratives that the government didn't approve of. I mean, now they just, under Starmer, they just censor you and send you to jail. They just cut out the middleman.
Yeah.
But back then, they were still kind of buying civilians. And so I'm talking about this. And the guy says, yeah, but here in the UK, our belief is that if the government wins the election, they have the right to govern. And that right to govern includes our ability to use this type of technology, and we believe that it's justified to do so. And when that conversation happened, frankly, we hadn't launched the book yet, Side War, which is our most recent publication. And it just kind of all coalesced in my mind that, oh my God, what all these things Matthias is teaching about mass formation, what I saw, what I experienced with you, what I experienced with the concerted attacks of the media. And then subsequently, it's been validated by this congressional report that talks about, for instance, the Jura ticket system. Jura tickets are it's a system that all the software companies use to track glitches and complaints and stuff like that. Well, the government had their own Jura ticket system set up to log information about activities of persons that they wanted to have censored and suppressed. And they would build these Jura tickets with information. And so one of the things that's out on the congressional report was that I actually had a Jura ticket. I was surprised that this was the case, or not surprised in retrospect. And my personal sins were that I was listed as an anti-vaxxer and a conservative.
Even though you're a vaccinologist and a conservative, that's interesting.
And a conservative. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the stuff that's coming out,
that's wild.
It's fascinating to query things like Grok, even Grok, about certain subjects, and you will find where they have algorithmically built firewalls, and you can approach them and detect them, because it will act dumb. It'll lock up. Seemingly, it won't give you that answer, or it'll talk around the issue, etc., etc. You can identify these things that have been built in algorithmically, and of course, then we had all of the disclosures, the Zuckerberg, I'm so sorry, apology tour that happened. Remember when basically he got outed by Congress, and the rest of the tech bros, and of course, the thing that catalyzed all of that was that Elon decided to pony up a good chunk of change and buy Twitter,
which I think is one of the most impactful decisions that any American citizen has ever made.
Amazing.
If he didn't do that, I think we would be really screwed.
How can you debate that?
How can you debate it when you look at the Twitter files and you find out how much the government was involved in censoring accurate information from legitimate professors, esteemed researchers, anybody who didn't go along with the official narrative?
It's all coming out now in spades, and we're dealing now. The lovely thing about all of this, I mean, let's try to. It is morning in America, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people get very dark, and there's a darkness to the times, but there's, not to push the metaphor too far, but there is new light coming in, and the fact that we can now see this and we recognize that you and I are a very similar generation. I mean, one of my earliest memories was the assassination of the president, and all of the propaganda around that, the propaganda around Vietnam War, ever since, we've just been swimming in information control that's gotten increasingly sophisticated. And fortunately, as Americans, we also kind of have become more and more immune to marketing and propaganda over time, because we've been living with it, trying to discern what is real and what is, false. Again, it's a core part of what you do for a living, I think, is just try to, have conversations with people, get to the bottom of the bullshit. But that we've been swimming in it, and now we can see the structures, the power of artificial intelligence and influence mapping and all the things that are going on in the internet right now, that are the cutting edge technology, they're scary because they can be weaponized against us. But they're also super cool because we can now see those relationships. If you want an example of that, look at the threads that are coming out on X, illuminating the networks of affiliation associated with this latest Epstein file release. Just mind-blowing. And it is just like, you know, we can sit here and bitch and whine saying, oh, they didn't release that, and blah blah blah. This is redacted. All that's true, but still, the impact of that information, and we're still getting to the bottom of it.
It's completely changed most people's narrative of what happened. Like, we had this sort of vague understanding, you know, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence that they're talking about children
in pretty obscene ways,
horrifying ways. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. He's like, I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense if they get caught. But it just seems like,
yeah, if Mike Benz was incredulous, that's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out. Yeah. And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it now. My position on this completely shifts. And I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now they're like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying that. I'm somebody who was raised a Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff as a kid, and youth groups, and then growing up in Central Coast of California, let's say, veered in different ways. But the experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world, other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic by action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was the one where there was a suggestion where a child was praying to Jesus, that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus. Did you see that one?
No, I'm not watching this
I don't
stuff.
even want to. I don't even want. People send it to me, and I go, okay, because I'm, for the most part, off social media. But every now and then, someone will send me something that I have to look at. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah. And these are emails back and forth. There's one of them where Epstein says, I enjoyed the torture video. There's these references to pizza. A lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code. Yeah. And it brings you back to Pizzagate. Yeah. Which was widely dismissed. You know, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of kooks. Here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her, and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops. And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
It is dark.
You should dress up like Jesus when you see her. What the fuck?
And well, look at the
You're talking about a little kid.
Look at the line. Look at the line above it. How am I supposed to interpret "I'm coming" trick?
The OH Jesus, I'm coming trick.
It's just the whole thing. But so we see this darkness. It involves leaders in academia, in science, in industry, in politics. Yeah. And it just, you know, I remember a point in this arc of the last 6 years where a film crew came onto my farm and wanted to shoot some segments. And they were talking this, and frankly, I thought it was crazy talk. I kind of smiled and tried to be civil and nice, not contradict them, about the New World Order. And then along comes, then my wife one day says, "Hey, you ought to look at this book from Klaus Schwab. It's called The New World Order." Like, what?
I mean, he was just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, the World Economic Forum had those ads where they were saying, "You will own nothing and you'll be happy."
Yeah. And it goes back to the current King of England. Was the guy that kind of launched that. He was the first one to be really talking about that you can, if you can use your favorite AI and track it down yourself. I prefer not to use Google these days to try to find stuff, but we see vertical after vertical after vertical after vertical where information has been crafted and manipulated, and these same tools of delegitimization, of a promotion of these messages that you are a conspiracy theorist, or that you are controlled opposition is another favorite one. A lot of this was pioneered in the 60s by the FBI against the various protest movements. You can go back and track that. Okay, the narrative of being a collaborator surreptitiously is called badjacking, and it has its own language and protocols for how to do this to people, to divide movements. We're in this. I mean, in a way, it's kind of a glorious moment where we're having a huge amount of social pressures coming together in this moment in time that you and I happen to live in. How fantastic is that? To be at a point in time where there is so much change, there's so much social interaction and pressure and competition between these different philosophies, and we're swimming in it. As somebody who writes on a daily basis these essays on Substack, because that's how I make my living now, because I can't do what I used to do. It's you're a kid in a candy shop. There's so much corruption. There's so much falsehood being promoted. There's so much of this manipulation of reality. And so if you're in the business of trying to help people to make sense out of that, which is kind of what I do now for a living, it's, I wake up every morning, I get this feedback, how do you come up with all these ideas? I'm like, how do you not? All you got to do is keep your eyes open.
Yeah, it's not hard to search anymore.
So you talked about ivermectin. I mean, the ivermectin story is still ongoing. There was an announcement the other day from HHS that they are launching new initiatives to investigate the use of ivermectin in cancer. And there was immediate blowback along the lines of oncologists are outraged. The narrative is Bobby, not saying this explicitly, but basically Bobby Kennedy is at it once again, promoting falsehoods and conspiracy theories, and it's gonna, we're all gonna die because scientists are gonna investigate the use of ivermectin and other drugs.
So why
cancer?
Ivermectin? So this is the core question, and this is one of the things that puzzled me to no end. I understood that they were upset that I had gotten better without the use of the vaccine, that I was a popular person, that I was a famous person, and I made a video about a canceled show. Dave Chappelle and I were supposed to do a show, and I made that video to let everyone know that I couldn't do the show because I had COVID. I had no idea it was going to be even controversial. But I listed a bunch of things that I took.
And the shit hit the fan.
I talked about IV vitamins. Yeah. I talked about monoclonal antibodies. I talked about, which were allowed, prednisone. All these things that I talked about, Z-Pack. I talked about all these different things that I took. There was no mention of any of those things. There was only ivermectin. And that's what really puzzled me. I was like, this is fascinating, because I listed a bunch of different things, but there was no demonization of monoclonal antibodies, but they did make them much harder to get, and eventually pulled them. So I have a friend, and his friend was in the hospital, and they wouldn't administer monoclonal antibodies once he got into the hospital. They wouldn't allow him to have them.
What went on in the hospital is a whole other thing. But that's crazy. But so the why. The
medication.
The only two threads that I can pull on it all is that ivermectin is a miracle drug. I mean, Nobel Prize, right?
Right.
We don't understand completely how it works. In this case, it doesn't seem to be working as an antiviral. It seems to be working as an immune stimulant, pro-inflammatory or pro-immune response in some way that's subtle. Because it has this broad spectrum of activity against things that have an immune response component in controlling. But it's off patent. Right. They don't understand it. It's off patent, and the response is as if it represents a significant threat to some business interests. It's hard to discern that. And you mentioned Z-Pak. So that's another fascinating one. And to say that it was only ivermectin was the most prominent, but they're actually effective in shutting down the Z-Pak, the use of hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine has a fascinating story. When you mention Z-Pak, you're talking about Zev Zelenko. And Zev was the one that wrote the letter to the president saying, hey, here's this data and this information about this drug that is off patent. We have a huge portfolio of experience in using it. Millions and millions of doses. It's safe in pregnancy. What's not to like here? And the story of that is a fascinating microcosm, because it goes back to Ralph Baric. Ralph Baric had published that back years ago, when he's kind of the guru of coronaviruses. A good case can be made that he had his fingers all over the engineering of this particular virus. So he had published that this drug was effective against coronaviruses. And Zev Zelenko, who's passed away now, got engaged in trying to find some way to help his patients in New York with recovering from COVID and treating COVID. And he went back, did a deep dive into Barrick's work, pulled out this drug, hydroxychloroquine, that had been recommended, wrote to the president about it. He got clinical experience with it. And caveat, Mickey Willis is doing a bio on Zev now, and I'm involved in that, so conflict of interest. But he was the one that pulled it out, sent the letter to the president with his clinical experience. President tasked Peter Navarro with sourcing the drug for and Peter, economist, went to town. I remember a company I was working with, Allchem at the time, getting a call from Peter. Can you come up with some way to make more of this drug here domestically? We want to source it so we have enough doses for everybody. And then I think it was Lancet published this paper that had totally made up data that trashed the drug. Said that it's toxic, doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. It was all fake. Okay? They pulled the paper when it became revealed that it was based on non-existent data, that it was more propaganda published in one of the top medical journals in the United States. But by that time, it was completely crushed. So they didn't have to go after Z-Stack. They'd already killed Z-Stack. Ivermectin, though, that was a new threat. And one of the reasons why it was a threat was there was a meta-analysis that had been done at the Cochrane. So the Cochrane Institute in the UK is like, the holy grail for analysis of drugs and biologics. And this process of meta-analysis, they kind of wrote the rules for how to do it. And they had done an analysis that showed that ivermectin was quite effective. And then something happened. And there was some influence exerted. And suddenly that meta-analysis got quenched. It got squashed. There were 2 investigators that were involved in building that. One kind of went underground and got a big grant and carried on as an academic. The other one got so pissed off that she created this organization called the World Council for Health. That's Tess Lori. And she really objected to what happened. But ivermectin, there was a signal there. There was a clear signal there. There was data supporting that signal. And then something happened to cause that meta-analysis to be restructured, and certain studies that were showing how effective it was to be thrown out, and then the suppression of the data coming out of India. You remember that? And Uttar Pradesh, and I guess it had it's like the cat was out of the bag, and they had trouble putting it back in, so they just. My sense is they turned up the amplitude on the propaganda and the censorship in order to try to overcome this. And I'm pretty sure. Remember, who was it that held the original patent? Merck. Now, I was involved as an observer on behalf of DITRA to the active trials that were going on under the Foundation for NIH, which is sponsored in a significant way by Merck, and which is now headed up by the former head of Merck Vaccines, Julie Gerberding. Bobby can't get her out. It's the rules. And they were running these clinical trials, including the clinical trial that essentially, by tweaking the dosing, etc., made it so that they came up with a result suggesting that ivermectin is not effective. There was a whole lot of manipulation, and the why part, still the best explanation I've heard is that it had a lot to do the risk that if there was an effective countermeasure, then the utilization of the PrEP Act and the emergency countermeasures to process to enable fast tracking of these vaccines using this new technology would no longer be valid, because those are the rules. Is if there's an existing countermeasure, then you can't implement those clauses.
So it's all about emergency use authorization.
I don't know that that's the case. It is.
It only need to make sense when you see how much profit they made.
Like, which was enormous.
Enormous. So it was effective. And all that propaganda, regardless of how much exposed them and exposed their methods, they made hundreds of billions of dollars. And that's the ugly part of all of this. I mean, people, the big picture, when I talk to people that are still kind of on the fence, trying to make sense out of it, there's still a lot of those folks out there. The thing that kind of gets into their brain is the greatest upward transfer of wealth in modern history occurred during COVID. It wasn't just the vaccines. It was the whole enterprise. With the
lockdowns, all the what was done to small businesses, what was done to the economy, the stimulus packages, they're still digging out of all of that fraud. In retrospect, for average folks that are just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent, to look at, in retrospect, what was quite literally done to them. The middle class was hollowed out on hyperspeed. I'm still pissed off about this.
The thing is, not enough people are, and so many people let it go. And part of the reason why not enough people are pissed off about it is because they took the vaccine and they want to justify their decision. And you will talk to a lot of people that make this blanket claim the vaccine saved millions of lives. And they'll just say that.
Yeah, because that's the propaganda along with fault with safe and effective. That was a promoted narrative. And that was, by the way, the rationale given by the Nobel Prize Committee to award to Carrico and Weissman was that these products, which they had, the thesis is they had been playing the central role. I disagree. I think Peter Cullis is the one that should have got it. If you're going to give it for these vaccines, it was Peter Cullis and his team at UBC that really was the enabling tech. But be that as it may, the decision's made, and the committee said basically, millions of lives have been saved, and by giving this Nobel at this time, we hope that it will promote more people to accept this product. That was explicitly the logic given at the time, and that reflects what was really a thrust vector. Joe, it's what a bizarre world since we met, and so I've been sucked into. To call it the center right of Europe is a little bit of a misnomer because they're all socialists as far as I'm concerned, Giorgio Meloni and everybody else. But, compared to the far left, they're labeled as neo-Nazis. But I've been traveling to Europe, interacting with these people. You think it was bad for us. The European Union, the UK, and the Canada were an order of magnitude worse. That we should be so grateful that we live in this country at this time, and that we still have something like a functioning constitution with a First and Second Amendment. Look at the poor suckers in Australia, in New Zealand. Remind yourself it could be a heck of a lot worse here, and it has been a heck of a lot worse in Europe. I've got buddies in Romania, in the leading alternative party, calling it center right, let's say, recently, I think it was the vice president came out and said specifically that last election was stolen. It was in Romania, Georgescu, they tried to put in jail, and the logic was that I think it was TikTok supporting his campaign had been sponsored by the Russians. It was the same game that they played against Trump of Russian collusion. They played that same book in Romania successfully. But in the European Union environment, under the European Council, they don't, they ain't got a constitution. And they can just step right in and throw you in jail, inactivate your candidacy, do whatever if you represent a populist threat to the existing structure. We talk about the deep state, but it does, it's a problem here. But Mike Benz, I defer to as a notable expert in that space. But it's a lot worse in Europe, in Australia, in Canada, and the UK, and I think we're in a perilous time here in the United States where we have the midterm coming up, but people like Bobby are making progress, and these dissident physicians that have risked so many things. And I'm just one. I hear people saying, "Oh, Robert, they've been so mean to you." I'm like, come on, guys. You think they've been mean to me? Then look at what they did to Bobby, and then and then look. I don't have a nick out of my ear. Look at what they did to Trump. What they did to me is just, I'm nobody compared to that, and they're willing to deploy that kind of capability against me. Think about what's really going on at the higher levels where the big games are being played. And, at least we can see it now. At least we have, for those of us that have our eyes open, we have some ability to be aware. But what I've spent the last 2 years mostly trying to convince people about, I hardly ever talk about RNA. I said, Joe, I got to give a caveat. Forgive me. The opinions I'm expressing here are my own and not those of the U.S. government, the CDC, or the ACIP. There, I said it. Okay. But we're in a moment where we're seeing how the levers, the gears of how all this works. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Friday, February 13th, what could possibly go wrong? Hopefully my plane flight out of here works okay, and they don't have a drone attack or something, right? So tomorrow there's a lawsuit filed on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics that seeks to shut down the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the changes that Bobby's implemented there, and force all of that to go back to the way things were when it was functionally controlled by the professional societies, and particularly the American Academy of Pediatrics. We talk about this, propaganda and weaponization and lawfare and those things, and we talk about it as if it only happened in the last administration. It's ongoing all the time, and it is going to go big time if the House turns, which I think it probably will. I mean, there's a good chance that they've already drawn up articles of impeachment against Secretary Kennedy. They're talking about articles of impeachment against President Trump. We're about to go into another 2 years of stagnation and functional, what do we call it? We can't call it civil war. War by other means is where we're heading right now. But at this moment, I'm seeing major movement. Kennedy is doing great stuff. The president is doing great stuff. We're seeing a transformation in America's global reach, totally restructuring global politics and the health side. The Make America Healthy Again movement, there's some pushback against that, and a heck of a lot of propaganda being deployed against it.
Well, it's this old quote that seems sort of abstract for most people most of the time, but rings kind of true. But you're finding it true more and more. Money is the root of all evil.
Profound. Simple, but profound. Yeah.
I mean, this is the COVID thing with ivermectin and alternative medications, off-label medications. Why? Money.
I think it also has to do with control.
Right.
I think
which means more money.
Fair
or
enough.
Access to money.
Yeah, it's money and power,
right,
in my mind.
But power,
yeah,
they don't want power without money. They want to benefit from that power.
I believe for the likes of Larry Fink and Bill Gates, I mean, they can't spend all that they have.
Right.
It's a marker. It's like chips. You're stacking up. Exactly.
Right. They're scoring in a video game.
Yeah. And
but also captured by their past actions and constantly trying to obfuscate from all the things that they have done in the past. That could be like if you just went into Bill Gates' stuff that he did in Africa, giving children polio with that polio vaccine that was from the AP News.
Africa and India.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of banned from India. So I don't get it. I don't get where these people live. I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, I could walk away from all this stuff. It's just kind of a sense of obligation of what are you going to do when you're 66? I have this opportunity to impact in a positive way on the world on my way out the door. Who wouldn't take it? Well, I guess a lot of people wouldn't. But I don't have a need to have power. I have, thank God for my Substack subscribers, I have all that I need. My wife is happy. My horses are fed. My farm is paid off. It's and I have the luxury of doing good works, and that's enough. I don't get this global power thrust because that's hunger.
Not what you do. That's not your thing. But if you were a politician or you were some megalomaniacal billionaire sort of business character that just wants to dominate and was involved in a bunch of antitrust lawsuits in the past, that would be what...
Not that we're naming any names.
Not that we're naming any names that bribed off multimedia corporations to the tune of $300+ million so that they wouldn't write bad stories about it.
Or owns, functionally owns the World Health Organization.
Right. And a giant chunk of American farmland was for a while trying to push that fake meat shit on everybody until that dropped off a cliff.
Yeah, so the business models aren't working out so good for the globalists, are they?
I think a lot of it is because of information that's available now.
Yeah.
And you can't control, like, one of the things that did happen during COVID is these places like CNN, people stopped going to for information. They don't believe them anymore. There's just too much bullshit, and no one got in trouble for spreading that bullshit. There was no corrections, no redactions, no apologies. And so people now, more than ever in my lifetime, mistrust mainstream media, and polls show that. The polls show that the trust of mainstream media is at an all-time low for a good reason. They did it to themselves. They prostituted themselves out to the pharmaceutical drug companies. They had to say what they had to say on television. People knew what they were saying was incorrect, and now no one trusts them.
So, to this thread, about 4 years ago, I read a report from the Trusted News Initiative. You remember the TNI?
Yeah.
It was launched by the BBC to counter Russian disinformation and then repurposed to counter vaccine disinformation. And I read this report about, I'd gone on your show, so I was a little bit of a fan. Forgive me. So I'm reading this report, and they're talking about threats to the industry. Because TNI is basically another trade organization. It's not a guild. It's a global major media guild. And so they're doing this internal analysis and reporting, and they're talking about the risk vectors that they face. And they had a whole great big section on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan represents that was their threat. That was the major threat to their business model, is you and what you represent. You as a metaphor for this new information economy. And by God, they called it right. And when this has been part of my journey, when I realized what I was experiencing and what it meant to come on your show and have that event occur, which, by the way, blew up my subscribers on Substack. Thank you so much. I still get a wave every year about in the month following, so January, I get a big bump in revenue.
Well, it blew up our subscribers on Spotify too. During the heat of it, we gained, in 1 month, we gained 2 million subscribers.
I had. Oh yeah, please.
What's the Spotify subscribers? I know YouTube is over 20 million. What is Spotify at?
So while he's looking that up, I had this bizarre experience. I'm just an old gray-haired guy with I'm about to have my 47th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm proud of it. I would have 20-year-olds come up in the street and fist bump me. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, they don't have a representative. I mean, they don't see
all males.
Yes, males. Those males don't have anybody in mainstream news that represents anything that resembles them. I know I'm much older than them, but I never went down this path of decay and weirdness that a lot of adult males go into corporate business and industry, and they become something unrecognizable to these young men who have freedom in life, and they're being suppressed, and they're being told that they're tough.
Right there.
Yeah.
Young men that have freedom in life. Yeah. And then they compromise themselves.
They don't want to be what their dad is. They don't want to be what their uncle is. They don't want to be these people that they work for. They're like, what is this fucking bullshit life? I don't want that. I know I'm being lied to. I know the news is full of shit. And I know that this one guy who is also a cage fighting commentator and a comedian and doesn't have to lie. Like, I don't have a boss, really. I mean, Spotify promotes the show, but they put the show out. We're in partnership with them, but there's no one telling me what to do, which is why you're here right now. Because there's no one, I don't have a conversation with no one. I literally, reach out to my guy and say, hey, contact Mr. Malone, and let's get him back on.
All I know is I got a message through X.
Yeah, that was
saying, Joe Rogan, you want to come on?
That was actually me. That message is me, which I rarely use those things, but I was trying to figure out how to contact you. So I reached out to you there, and then I sent it to my guy, and he takes care of it. Like, that's it. There's no one else. There's no one involved in all that, which you could still be you that way. As soon as you get involved in enormous groups of humans and a board, you have to sit down at a table with other executives. You have to make decisions based on the profitability of the company and shareholders and stuff. I have none of that. Yeah. It's a skeleton crew.
So as I look back, the question, why were you able to do this, Malone? Why were you able to, you were so brave, Dr. Malone.
Robert Malone, that name became like a pejorative. Yeah, it became like, that Malone guy.
Yeah, it's all weapons.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, I tour. I do these rallies and stuff like this, and my wife, it really makes my wife nervous. Middle-aged women come up to me and they want to have selfies, and I get this, Dr. Malone, you were so brave, you're such a hero kind of stuff, which I frankly find a little embarrassing. I mean, it's sweet, but there's a lot of heroes. Really? Why was it? Yeah, the guys that defend the nation, right? But why I was able to speak? I think a big part of it was I had no debt. I wasn't beholden to anybody.
Right.
And like you say, I'd been about a decade being a consultant, a free living consultant. And it had gotten under my skin. I've always been independent, farmer, carpenter kind of stuff. And that's, I guess, been part of my problem is I just don't fit in corporate life. I can't suck up to people, and it's just not in me.
Well, it's a very unhealthy environment for anybody to get sucked into that bizarre group thing. It's just
good word. This decentralized subscriber base model. The epiphany was, and I'm being quite sincere. It was one of those moments my wife and I looked at each other and we said, what the hell are we going to do now? Our consulting business is shot. Nobody wants to talk to me. I've been delegitimized. They say I don't know what I know. I haven't done what I've done. And this has been promoted by all the top liberal publications in the world. Yeah. And so I said, okay, Rogan built this thing day after day, week after week, for years. He just stayed on it and doing it, and we can do that too. We can bring that kind of work ethic into our world. Steve Kirsch had told me you ought to get on Spotify, and we took it on seriously. We published thousands of essays almost every day. It's, Substack. What did I say? Substack. I apologize. And so we just work at it again and again and again, trying to put out content. And we're shadow banned and small roomed on X in a serious way. We have 1.3 million subscribers, of which, all the time I get feedback. I never see your stuff. Well, it's algorithmic, whatever it is, and you can ask Grok about Robert Malone, and, you get back, I'm a controversial figure, but, not whining. And so we have a lot of subscribers, but we just have this core of paid subscribers, and they send in their $5 a month, and it's all we need, and it totally sets us free. We can talk about whatever we want, and now that I'm a pseudo-government employee, I'm a special government employee without pay. Boy, that's like the worst of both worlds, because I have, the truth is, I have guardrails that constrain me in a way that I didn't used to be constrained for talking about some things. I have to live in this world. I interface with the secretary and with the deputy chief of staff and other people, and now I'm working with the State Department more. So, I have to be more mindful.
What is your function? What do you do over there?
That state or
both. When you're working for the government, like how do they use your services?
So, the special government employee category is a designation from the executive branch. It's the one that Elon had. I like to say I'm in the same category as Elon was, only without money. He was an SGE without pay. I'm an SGE without pay. And because I serve on the advisory committee on immunization practices of the CDC, which is this, they call it, it's a FACA committee, Federal Advisory Committee Act, that advises the director of the CDC. That's its only job on vaccine policy. Okay. So I'm the vice chair, which is largely honorary. What that means is that if the chair isn't there, I draw the short straw and I have to chair those bloody meetings, like the last one for hepatitis B, Bertho's, which was just a slugfest. Ugly. The worst meeting I've ever had to adjudicate my entire life. But for the most part, I sit on these subcommittees. I sit on the COVID working group subcommittee. I'm not supposed to talk about the next meeting. I was told 2 days ago. So that's one of my guardrails. But stay tuned for what is going to come down if the AAP lawsuit doesn't prevail and we're allowed to actually have the meeting. So that's that. I'm also the chair of the influenza working group. Stay tuned for that. And now I am. From time to time, the secretary asks me to help him sort out some issue. I'll get a phone call. I once got a phone call on the Big Island. I did this recent series of rallies to try to, to recap. The whole reason why we did that first hit was to try to publicize the Stop the Mandates rally in D.C. That was the subtext for that. As you recall, and I forgot to even mention it, we had to go back in to do another shoot for that, remember? I'm still fighting that same battle of trying to stop these mandated vaccines. So I'm sitting there in Hawaii, going to another one of these rallies. I get a call out of the blue from one of Bobby's people, and they want some advice about a topic having to do with the decision he has to make about spending money on another biofeds initiative. So I get that kind of stuff. He called me soon after he was confirmed to get my opinion about what was going on in the chicken industry and all the slaughter that was happening for bird flu. Where I told him this doesn't make sense. It's not good policy. There's no way you can get rid of bird flu doing this. It's in the wild bird populations, and this is just nonsensical what they're doing.
Why do you think they did that?
Okay, so that's interesting. That now we drive into kind of public health and vaccinology. You're asking why.
Yeah.
And it's been a long-standing policy.
They kill millions of chickens, right?
They do it every time.
Every time there's a bird.
Yeah, it's and any other outbreak. So right now in Spain, I just wrote an essay about this. It was maybe the biggest reveal on what's going on in Spain right now. There's a Spanish research lab that's been collaborating with the USDA that is investigating swine fever virus. They're actually doing gain-of-function research on swine fever virus. Swine fever virus, African swine fever virus, kills pigs like crazy. And already China has locked down and will not accept Spanish pork. And it is a lab leak. And there was a bunch of dead hogs last November around this facility. And now it's the Spanish and the European Union are blowing a circuit over this. Because it's really compromised the Spanish pork industry. So this kind of stuff, when this happens, the reaction is we just have to kill all of them. We have to kill all the potential carriers. And this has been the wisdom, quote, in this kind of agrarian animal husbandry world for a long time, in the context in particular of factory farming. So the logic is that if you were to vaccinate these birds with a leaky vaccine, which, COVID was a leaky vaccine, influenza is a leaky vaccine. If you give the birds a leaky vaccine, what you'll get out of that is precisely vaccine-resistant flu. Okay, and so we have no choice, has been the logic, but to exterminate, like the ostriches in Canada. Remember that story? That was shocking. Okay, there was no logic behind that. It's become entrenched as policy, as kind of this reflexive knee-jerk thing, that if we have an outbreak, what we do is we kill, because we can't control the virus. And the things that we could do to control the virus aren't really going to control it, and it's actually going to make things worse.
Is there any logic to that?
We can argue at the margins. We can argue at the margins, but when you got something that, if you had something that didn't have a natural reservoir, then you can make the case that you could eliminate it in that geographic population and keep it from spreading outside. But when you have a natural reservoir,
Explain that. Explain the natural reservoir.
Okay, in the case of avian influenza, waterfowl and migratory birds are amazing vectors for carrying and propagating influenza. And influenza survives in water for a very long period of time. And so you've got ducks and geese traveling north to south all over every continent that are susceptible to infection by avian influenza and all the other migratory birds, but in particular the waterfowl, galliforms. My wife would wrap me on the head if I didn't use the right term. So she's an avian specialist. So these birds carry the flu, and a number of them are relatively resistant. They've been subjected to avian influenza for centuries or millennia. And sometimes you'll get a variant come out that'll wipe out a whole bunch of birds. West Nile virus in crows is a great example. And now you have crow populations coming back that are resistant to West Nile. We haven't gotten rid of West Nile. We've just bred more resistant birds. That's kind of, that's Brett Weinstein's space, right? That's evolution. It's natural animal reservoir, like the ticks and Lyme and deer. What are you going to do? Exterminate all the deer? No, that's not practical. Mao tried to exterminate the birds because of the thesis that they were eating up all the spare grain and compromising availability of food to the populace, right? And what happened? Major ecological catastrophe. You can't eliminate the birds. You can't go and kill all the waterfowl. That would just be ecologically insane. But sometimes we do insane things. And in the case of avian influenza, it's there. It's endemic. It's in all that migratory waterfowl. They poop an amazing amount of influenza. It gets in the water supply. The water supply goes everywhere. Small birds are interacting with, I don't know if you've ever been around a chicken barn, or chicken barns. Okay, yeah, there's chickens and then there's commercial chicken production, right? So these operations are like petri dishes for bad stuff happening. And the only way you can interfere with that, and by the way the Amish are starting to do it, is put something in the water supply. And what the Amish are using is a compound called hypochlorous acid. And it's stopping these things, and it's stopping the E. coli and a lot of other stuff. But the U.S., that's another problem, is when you have the momentum of these large government agencies with their consensus about the way things are done. There's a saying that the only time the FDA ever changes is if somebody in a key position retires or passes away. They kind of get entrenched in, this is how we do things. We kill chickens. If we have avian influenza come out, we kill chicken barns. And this is the beauty of Secretary Kennedy coming in, being kind of not invested in the way things are and the way we do things, and being willing to ask the questions, well, does this really make sense? And that has been heresy, and it's obviously is still heresy to do that, to ask those questions, to have the president say we need to restructure the vaccine schedule. Oh my God, the sky is falling, kids are going to die left and right, there's going to be death on the street because we ended the thimerosal in multi-dose influenza vials. This kind of catastrophic thinking, but Kennedy and the president have the courage to question these narratives, these long-held standing beliefs. In the case of the bird flu, he called me up. I said, Bobby, I don't think this makes sense. I think that what we really need to do is we need to breed resistant chickens. And the way we breed resistant chickens, and by the way, we've written about this also in our Substack, there are in the domain of chicken cultivars. Now, you have chickens. There are people that are just freaks about chickens.
Yeah.
And all of these, but because of that, we have this huge repository of different cultivars of chickens. And we could say they were all generated through gain of function research, the old school way. And a number of those are relatively resistant to bird flu. Well, in a logical world, you would have Tysons. And, maybe the government has to incentivize this. It shouldn't have to. You would have Tysons in there saying, well, guys, what we need is a bird flu resistant chicken. Let's get on it. Okay? And that is essentially the position that the secretary took, is this policy of just extremely aggressive mass culling is not producing the outcome that we want. It has never produced the outcome that we want. It will never eliminate bird flu because it has an endemic reservoir, and we've got to think different. And now that's starting to percolate through the system, and there is more research into alternative strategies, including the possibility of various prophylactic interventions in feed and in water. That's, and in a lot of these chicken houses mist. As you recall, they have the misters because they got to control the temperatures. So they're set up with misters, and that can also be a way to deliver things that are non-toxic, like HFCl, that can knock out these viruses and E. coli and other things that cause reduced growth and loss of weight in chickens, which is the metric that Tyson's and those guys is food conversion. That's the metric they all pray to. There's different. We can think differently, and we have been locked into consensus that has emerged over decades based on old ways of thinking.
And the same people are in charge, so they don't want to change.
And they kind of often have these lineages where they're passing power on to the people that they've mentored. So that's my HHS world, and then the State Department world is a new thing that's come in. I have I'm starting to support the group under Secretary Rubio that's responsible for the various treaties having to do with arms containment, and in particular the Bioweapons Convention. So this morning I got up early, and there was so. Honest to God, I don't want to pump you up too much. I mean, you might get an ego or something. But so I say to the state, they say, Robert, we want you to go to Geneva to give this talk on the use of AI for monitoring bioweapons threats, because we have no way of monitoring compliance with the Bioweapons Convention right now, and it's been a historic problem. And the president has said that we think that we can apply artificial intelligence to this problem set of monitoring and verifying compliance with the Bioweapons Convention, which is heresy. It's another one of these thinking outside the box things. So they say, we want you to go to Geneva and give this talk and be the keynote. And I say, and what's the date? Oh, it's February 12th. I say, I don't talk about this because, it's the general thing. You don't tell people that you're going to be on Rogan. You let Rogan say that when Rogan's ready. And so I said, but I'm scheduled for Rogan that day. And they're like, oh, Rogan. Well, okay, absolutely. You got to go on that one. That's way more important than going and speaking at the UN. So the State Department thinks you're more important than me talking about bioweapons. And they let me WebEx it. So that's what happened this morning. And it is so I'm supporting that group now and maybe increasingly over time, and I don't know where that goes.
So you were talking about these pigs that it's a lab leak that's giving these pigs.
Yeah, in Spain.
What is it? Another gain of function laboratory where they're...
So this is truly a breaking news thing. Our media is not covering it, and shocker. Yeah. It is being covered in Europe, and particularly in Spain. This is a major economic threat because they're, I think, the number 2 pork producer in the world. And in the hogs, they're feeding on acorns, etc. That's a big special market space. Yeah. So last November, this laboratory that is ostensibly working. It's Wuhan 2.0. Only the good news is that this is not swine flu. People get that confused. I'm not talking about swine flu. This is African swine fever. It's been around for millennia. It's never crossed into humans. It's a very different virus, so just make sure we got that clear. So this highly lethal African swine fever virus is a threat to the global pork industry. And so this laboratory in Spain is cooperating with the USDA to try to develop a new vaccine for African swine fever. And in doing so, our government, once again, was unaware that this even existed. There's a cooperative agreement between USDA and this laboratory to engage in, if you read, they don't call it gain of function research, they call it building recombinant viruses and experimenting in different virus structures to allow them to build a better vaccine. Exactly the same logic that was used in Wuhan. Okay, now, then last November, so this is ongoing, in this little laboratory. What this relates to, Joe, is the idea that is being promoted that for justice and equity and sharing, we need to enable there being distribution of highly infectious pathogens all over the world in separate laboratories so that we in the big bad West are not imposing and enabling our industries to prey on, name your emerging economy, by taking biologic resources from them, in other words, new viruses, and using them to build stuff. We have to cooperate. They have to have access to these reagents. So the logic right now that's in play and being promoted by the WHO is that we should have high pathogen repositories and research programs all over the world, decentralized in these emerging economy states. Spain is not Germany, but so there's a Spanish lab. USDA is cooperating with them. They're going to build a African swine fever virus vaccine. They're doing gain of function research, and by the way, just like in Wuhan, there's some construction going on related to that, and then suddenly. And it's an area that is very dense in wild hogs. Now, somehow we got to get this through our brain, okay? You don't put the facility in a place that's proximal to the thing that might get infected if you have a lab leak. That ought to be like rule number 1, stamped on everybody's brain. You don't do it. Like the Rocky Mountain labs make a lot of sense. If you're going to be working with nasty stuff, and you got to do it, put it somewhere obscure, not in Boston, right? So they're doing it. They're surrounded by dense wild hog population, and suddenly, last November, people detect there is wild hogs dead all over around this facility. What could possibly have happened? So they started investigating. The police have been in. grab the records, grab the digital information, etc. Because the entire Spanish pork industry is now compromised. Their major client, China, has already pulled their trade barriers. No more Spanish pork going into China. I advocate that President Trump ought to drop the curtain right now. Because when I looked at the distribution of wild hogs, I mean, you've traveled enough, you know how important wild feral hogs are in the economy in Italy. The wild hogs are all over in Europe. And this place in Catalonia is right near the French border. And then like right on the other side, a couple hundred miles, is Italy. And the band of high density wild hogs spreads like that up through the mountains and then down into Italy. And I think that if I was sitting in the White House right now, I think to protect, both for the president core constituency is at voted for him, 3 times, and he holds that near and dear. And I think that it's good politics and it's good public health. It's good health, agricultural decision to raise the barriers until we can see that Europe has resolved the risk associated with this.
How are they going to resolve that?
So, once again, what's
wild hogs? It's not like it's anything that's contained.
And to your point, I don't know the answer. I mean, right now what they're doing is they're using drones to try to find, how hard it is to hunt wild hogs.
Yeah, helicopters here in Texas.
Yeah, and
still can't get that done.
And the hogs are winning. It's like the emu wars in Australia, right?
My friend Monty Franklin is from Australia. Actually, has a joke about that. That we fought a war with the emus and we lost.
It's true. We have emus on our farm, and they're weird animals, man. It's like living with dinosaurs. But
they're dumb as shit too.
They're weird. My wife says they don't have 2 brain cells to rub together.
No, I talked to a lady who's a falconer, and she said the dumbest birds by far are emus. Second dumbest are owls, she said.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Owls.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I thought they were so smart. Give a hoot, don't pollute. They're always wearing a monocle. They're always the wise professor.
Well, right. It goes back to Athens, the symbol of learning.
Crazy.
The owl.
Very weird. Very weird.
Yeah, so emus are weird. But
so the
hogs,
drones.
I don't know what they're going to do. What they did to control in Europe. So the former assistant director general of the WHO, who I knew, this was her claim to fame, was she had led the development of rabies baits. And they would bait with a rabies vaccine to try to control the incidence of rabies in particularly foxes was the problem throughout Europe. And a lot of the foxes were crossing from the less developed part of the European Union into France, which was not acceptable. She was French. And so what they did is they developed these baits with the vaccine. And they would distribute them out of helicopters. There's a whole science about how dense the baits have to be to get immunity against rabies in fox populations. A whole science around it, but that they was successful. They controlled fox and wolf population rabies in Europe, largely eradicated through the use of baits distributed by helicopters.
Do they have a vaccine for
this? They don't. That's what they were supposed to be developing. That was the whole purpose.
They were supposed to be developing, but really what they were developing is they were transmissible strain.
Whatever, yeah, in order to prove that they could, I don't know, it's the
same story over
it's
and
Wuhan
over.
2.0, exactly. And how are we not going to see this as an increasing trend? And there's the whole dark side that, when I read my comments. Maybe I shouldn't sometimes, but I do.
Don't do it after this show.
So you get the blowback. Well, this is all by intention because they're building market for whatever is that they want to market, right? There's one of the dark themes about COVID was that they wanted to promote the spread of COVID in order to sell the vaccines and blah, blah, blah. So that's the narrative. And so in this case, well, they want to spread African swine fever because somehow they're going to profit from that while destroying their pork industry. But this is the armchair strategists on the internet. But that
has it gotten into the domestic pork market?
Interesting question. Not to my knowledge yet, but I have this interesting colleague that I work with closely at the ACIP named Restream, who's the chair of the COVID working group and is giving the pharmaceutical industry a run for their money right now. And it's, of course, being vilified by the press, etc. And Restream is a full professor at MIT. And his core competence is risk analysis and mitigation. And he reads my Substack because we're friends. He doesn't subscribe, I'm pretty sure, but he reads it. So we're talking, and he says, "Yeah, I read that thing that you put out about that virus." And he said, "I wrote a proposal years ago about risk mitigation, and the need to do something about that because of the ease by which it can enter the domestic pork population." So I infer from that there is a whole body of science and logic about, and he said it's very readily transmitted into commercial pork, which is why the Chinese have already dropped the curtain and said, no, we're not going to allow any of that into China. Because of the risk. I mean, what we're talking about. So I wrote an essay about low risk, high impact events, which is what we're talking about. Another example of a low risk, high impact event is gene drive technology that Gates is promoting to exterminate the mosquitoes, for example. Gene drive technology can be used to exterminate a species, particularly ones that have a high reproductive rate. And, it's another one that is a CRISPR application. But there's a whole school of thought that gene drive tech should never be let out of the box into the environment. Because, there are those that are actively promoting its use to eliminate bad stuff. And, we're all for eliminating that stuff. Organisms, insects, worms, flies, stuff. And yet, and we can do experiments where we say, oh, we'll cultivate this kind of fly together with that kind of fly, and only these flies are going to have gene drive, and we're going to look for whether or not it gets over to these flies. And if it doesn't, then we can conclude that it's unlikely. But as Brett would tell you, we're dealing with ecosystems here, really complex ecosystems. And the risk environment now that I think grown-ups have to acknowledge coming out of COVID, the big lessons. We can talk about these egregious things that we've all experienced that have been put on us. But the big picture is this thing came out, and I'm convinced it was engineered. I believe the most likely hypothesis is not that it was intentionally released. I still think it's a possibility, but that it was an unintentional release, an infection of a lab worker or something like that let it get out, because that's what happens again and again in these facilities. These low probability events can have extremely high impacts, and as we've seen, global impacts. And we have to rethink how we're managing risk, which is, as I mentioned, Restream's kind of core competence. And that logic runs up against this belief that, well, it hasn't happened so far, and I'm an expert, and I have the right to play around in this sandbox that I've helped develop. I know more than you do. How can you tell me that I shouldn't be doing that? You don't have the right to tell me. I'm the expert in this space. And to come into that environment and say, look, guys, you're playing around with stuff that could have a very high impact, even though it hasn't happened yet. And you've got to rethink what is acceptable. And I think that we were talking a moment about the State Department and weapon control. We're now in an environment where the speed of growth of the power of biotechnology is accelerating. It's going exponential, just like what we saw with semiconductors. And our bioethics, our regulatory structures, our way of thinking about those risks is completely unable to keep up with the pace of events. And that is creating a whole new threat scene, not to scare people. I mean, I as I was thinking about coming on here, I was saying to myself, okay, Robert, just take a deep breath. It's only Joe Rogan. He's a human. And you want to stay positive. I don't want to go dark and just scare people, but we've got to take, we've got to recognize that this is a different world now. We have all of this digital tech and what it means, and information control and suppression and manipulation psychologically, basically programming, customized programming through avatars, and all of this power. But we also have in parallel this world of rapidly advancing biotechnology that is, for the likes of Yuval Harari and those that are imagining a future of transhumanism. And all of that means we are moving very rapidly into a world that we can hardly even process. One of the big thrust vectors in Silicon Valley right now relating to reproductive rights has to do with the development of artificial wombs. These wealthy, privileged people don't want to carry their own babies. And I guess surrogates are too cumbersome or risky.
So they're really talking about
it's not talking. It's not talking. We're going to run an essay about this soon. They already have a lamb that they have grown de novo in an artificial womb. We're there. Okay, and these people see it as freeing. This is more women's rights. We don't need to have the organic process of carrying a baby, and that's a good thing. They believe, completely disregarding that there is a whole lot of subtle, complex interactions that occur between mother and fetus in the womb. Okay, that gives rise to.
Who knows what kind of humans you're going to develop with no interaction with the mother at all the entire 9 months where they're developing?
But that
exchange of hormones.
But for the sake of convenience, we want to do that.
Oh God.
Okay, and zoom in on that. Okay, that has all kinds of implications. It has implications for organ transplantation. My friend Jan Jekielek, I don't know if you know Jan, if you've ever had him on, you might want to sometime. Interesting character. He is the Washington bureau chief for this newspaper that is defamed all the time, ridiculed, Epoch Times. Okay, which I think is like the only print newspaper left in the United States that's worth reading that ascribes to classical journalism. But he's just come out with a book about organ harvesting in China. And organ harvesting on demand, documenting that they are using live prisoners and keeping them in compounds and testing them for their genetic background and characteristics, and then harvesting them when necessary to provide organs for transplantation, largely to Westerners, because it is enormously profitable, and also to leaders in the CCP. This is what all this brouhaha was about the open mic event with Putin. About we can use transplantation to let us live another 100 years. Remember that little clip? So that this in a world in which we can have artificial clones, we can grow our own clones to provide donor tissue, to provide an insurance policy. We're right at the doorstep of that. Okay?
Again, demonic. It sounds demonic. I mean, is a soul a real thing? Just because it can't be quantified by science, you can't measure it. I mean, the concept of the soul has always existed. If that's a real thing, who knows what you're doing, creating a human being from an artificial womb? Who knows what kind of processes are happening? We know that stress on the mother imparts all sorts of unwanted characteristics in children. We know that. We know, like,
all kinds of interactions.
Yes.
The playing of music, that's real.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
soothing playing of music. Yeah.
So that's happening. That vector is proceeding. And once you have that in a world of CRISPR, okay, you can do genetic modification of a very small number of cells and then grow a fetus from that. Okay, so that opens the door to. Did you watch the movie Gattaca?
Yeah.
Gattaca absolutely recommended. If you want to understand our brave new world, the one that's really coming at us, and the ethical conundrums associated with that, watch Gattaca. And by the way, it has great production value too, doesn't it? It's
a great movie.
Great movie. And totally underappreciated.
And terrifying.
Yeah.
Because that's really what our future is.
And the title Gattaga refers to a DNA sequence, by the way. That's why the name Gattaca.
Oh.
Okay. So watch the movie. You've already seen it.
Yeah.
You get it. Okay. We are moving to that space where we have custom-built humans. Now it's being, what's driving that? Convenience. Who doesn't want to have a child that's better that's like you, but better, stronger, bigger, smarter, better vision? Get rid of all the problems that I've got, right? Or you've got, or whomever, and in your next offspring. And all you got to do, because here's another fun fact. At bulk, whole genome sequencing is now about $300. Whole genome sequencing is the portal for selective engineering with Cas9 CRISPR systems. So we're right on the threshold of that entire spectrum of capability of manipulating animals, life, fundamentals of life in every species and humans. And concurrently, we have the incoming vector of robotics technology and modern computational advance. We're moving rapidly. People say, it's going to be next month. We're going to have general artificial intelligence. Well, they keep saying that month after month. What do we got here?
A video made about the artificial wombs.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know who made this. I'm sure who made this. I don't think the company.
Oh, this is so
good. They might have.
I'm not BSing. I mean, doesn't this look like it's something straight out of the Matrix?
100%.
This is all 3D.
Oh my! Obviously, it's not real, but oh my God, this is terrifying.
This is a business model.
Like, what kind of psychology does this child have with no exposure to its mother?
Hey, but for mom, it's a lot more convenient, and she can get the perfect baby that she wants. What's not to like here, Joe?
Fucking serial killer.
Yeah. And you put it on SSRIs.
Well, this is the thing about. Do you know the story about Ted Kaczynski? One of the stories. One of the things that happened to him. In the Netflix documentary, they go into this. He was very sick when he was a boy, when he was a baby, and they kept him in this nursery with no contact with human beings for a long time. No one picked him up when he cried. He just sat in this crib with no contact with his mother, nothing. And he, from then on, I mean, his brother always described him as just like off. Yeah, just off. Yeah. He never had that
early stage neural development is amazing and profound. By the way, this looks back to the vaccine story. when we're doing all these jabs on these little tiny kids, like hepatitis B birth dose, they are at a stage where this thing is just growing like crazy, and so is their liver and everything else.
And you're injecting toxic chemicals into their body,
which you really haven't characterized well, and you're stacking them.
Yeah.
And no one's done the studies. So this is
doing it for profit.
This is another thing that the secretary is adamant about, and that the president has led on.
Well, having them exempt from any legal ramifications of the adverse side effects of vaccines, what they did during the Reagan administration, is really, it gave them this
free license.
Yeah, free license. Go crazy. Just go crazy. And jack up the vaccine schedule as high as they could justify. And then, along with it, corresponding profits rise. That's what's fucking scary.
So, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, it's even worse. Once functionally, because of how difficult it is to prove an endpoint and get a vaccine license, once you get it licensed, you basically have a cash cow in perpetuity. And if you get it down on the pediatric schedule, in other words, you manage to jam it through the ACIP, because the ACIP, the wisdom of Congress, is vested with the authority of authorizing the Vaccines for Children program acquisitions. So if there's no other program in the entire United States government that is outside of congressional oversight. The ACIP can decide that this vaccine needs to be purchased for the Vaccines for Children program. And historically, because the ACIP has been captured by pharma and by the CDC itself and by academia, those decisions, they never go backwards, right? And so you get the product down onto the VFC, the Vaccine for Children program, and the pediatric schedule, and then that triggers the indemnification clause that you're talking about, which, by the way, is different from the one that kicked in with the COVID situation, with the PrEP Act. That's even worse. But what you end up with, Joe, is a situation where, as the vaccine manufacturer, think of it, you now have no legal liability. You have guaranteed purchasing, distribution, and marketing, because the CDC does all the propaganda. Vaccines are safe and effective. You must take this, right? And then you end up with, and in many cases, it's school district level. It's not even state level. The states have the right to regulate the practice of medicine. The federal government doesn't. That means the CDC can advise that this is the vaccine schedule. And many states, because they don't have the infrastructure to actually process what's going on, they say, well, if the CDC advises it, then we're going to mandate it. Okay, or school districts do. And so you end up in this situation where you, as the manufacturer, get your product on the market, you get it down into this special program, you got guaranteed purchase, guaranteed profit, full indemnification, marketing, purchase, distribution, all paid for by the taxpayer, and no liability. It's perfect as a business model. What's not to like?
It's so scary how many people just go along with it too.
They don't just go along with it. They are propagandized into believing it as
promoting it
as a
because
theology.
They've administered exactly. I was going to say it's religious dogma. They've administered it to their children. They believe it wholeheartedly. And when someone says something like vaccines don't cause autism, the whole audience will applaud. And you're like, how do you know? How do you know that? Well, you're so confident that you're applauding.
Well, it's because what I've heard it so many times. Of course I believe it.
That's what's twisted about it.
It's just, well, that it illustrates the power of what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And once you get it by thinking through the vaccine story, I mean, you're ruined now, my friend. Because once you get it about vaccines, then you see it everywhere.
Well, I had Suzanne Humphreys on, who wrote that book, Dissolving Illusions. And, you know, that book is a must-read for anybody who wants to really understand the history of vaccines and what really happened in terms of the end of pandemics and the introduction of these vaccines. Like, what actually took place.
Yes. Oh, that. And, you know, there's a whole thread of how prevalent lead was in the population, and the powdered wigs, so many things that we had. And then when they got rid of the lead, that was concurrent with the onset of widespread vaccination. And so the loss of life associated or the improvement in loss of life and birth outcomes associated with getting the lead out of the population, well, that's ascribed to the vaccines by the people that are busy marketing vaccines, and likewise all the work associated with water sanitation and all of that. No, that's all true. The first time to credit where credit's due, as a vaccinologist, the first time I really encountered that logic was Candace Owens had me on years ago. And she said, we've done this deep dive and we've looked at this thing, and these infectious diseases go down before the vaccines come up. And yet we're told this narrative. Of course we're told this narrative.
Yeah. The polio one's another one. Because when people are so concerned about polio and polio vaccines, we've cured polio, they're going to bring back polio if they stop the vaccines. When I tell them, what percentage of polio do you think is asymptomatic? And that most people think, like, none, right? It's 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic. And then you find out through Suzanne Humphrey's work that they were spraying DDT ubiquitously all over the country at the same time. And it gives you the same exact symptoms of paralytic polio. And then subsequently, the actual first infections that started occurring in this country were occurring in rural areas where they spray DDT everywhere.
Yeah, so there's, if I can kind of throw another log on the fire on that narrative, one of the cool things that I'm getting to see from my perch at the ACIP is people working at the cutting edge of modern genetic technology investigations about cause and effect and genomic effects. And one of the things, you talk about this rare incidence of paralytic polio or myocarditis. Okay, myocarditis is rare with the vaccine, and yet it happens at a significant rate. It happens more in certain populations than other populations. This was heresy at first, and now they were forced to admit it, and stay tuned later in February. But there's a group that had a big grant to look at genetic links associated with risk factors for this. And strangely, halfway through their program during the Biden administration, their funding got cut. But they still made a lot of progress, and they kind of limped along with volunteer stuff. I mentioned that genome costs $300 a genome. These guys have gone through and they've identified 7 genes that represent high risk factors for myocarditis after vaccination. Myocarditis after vaccination, by the way, was a major side effect associated with the smallpox vaccines. One of them. It's been associated with vaccines for quite a while. We just kind of haven't heard about it. It's particularly bad with these. But one of the, trying to continue my theme of it's not all dark. Right. One of the things that's coming out is that if we commit to it and do the research like Team Kennedy is committed to doing, we may well be able to detect those people that genetic characteristics of those people that might have been at higher risk for, say, paralytic polio or myocarditis, so that we can have genetic tests, and you can have that test and determine whether you actually have that risk factor. And it looks like, because of the dynamics of clinical research and epidemiology in infectious disease, that this kind of application of genetic diagnostic technology may give us whole new insights into those small populations that had those rare events. We know the big picture in COVID and the COVID vaccination, post-vaccination syndromes of high-risk individuals with obesity and elderly and basically people with a high inflammatory set point. But now we're getting down into some of the nuances, and I think that's, I've talked about some of the dark sides of biotechnology, but there's some real, bright sides that offer hope. What will happen as that kind of starts to roll out is that manufacturers and academic surrogates and others are kind of not going to be able to continue to hide behind these narratives that they have promoted now for decades. Because the true is going to come out. It is going to come out. Is it going to come out during this administration? No. To do long-term follow-up studies are going to take a decade. That's the unfortunate truth, and we're going to have a lot of grief around that. How come you haven't already fill in the blank? Right. But it's going to happen, and that is another big plus of what's going on right now, kind of behind the scenes at HHS. Hopefully they get a chance to still do it after the midterm. They don't get hogtied. But I'm optimistic that these narratives that have been promoted, these false narratives, we're going to be able to break them through doing actual science if we're allowed to do it. And this new technology is particularly with sequence analysis and identification of risk correlates. The intersection between sequence analysis and epidemiology is going to really open up new understandings about what's going on in human disease. I'm absolutely convinced. What we do about it is that's a whole other kettle of fish. We can do the science until the cows come home. The public policy part is wicked hard.
Yeah. At least there's some positive developments.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. Is just
bright light.
There is all this dark stuff.
Yeah.
And we have to allow ourselves to see it. You see it and you get the reaction like you did. I don't want to see that. That's too much. It's too overwhelming. It's too scary. But we look away at our own risk. And we have this tendency to say it's all dark. That we have these individuals. I mentioned Yuval Harari. Believing that man is God now. We no longer need God. We have become gods. We have become as gods.
Does he actually say that?
Yeah.
Really? Well, isn't he talking sort of metaphorically about our technological potential?
I don't know. I don't know how to discern the meaning.
He's a very demonized guy.
He says a lot of dark stuff, and I think so. You probably read the book. Did you interview the author of The Sapiens? Did you read the author of Dark Aeon?
No, I've never read that.
So that's talking. This is talking more about kind of the Silicon Valley culture that's pushing transhumanism and how integrally it's become involved in this space. I mean, I don't pal around with Elon, and not to say he is or whomever you want to talk about in that space. That's not my pay grade. But my understanding, and I read these things, maybe that's also propaganda. That a lot of these people of let's say the Bill Gates cast and the younger ones associated with that are advocates for a world in which they are able to upload their avatar consciousness in a digital space and live forever.
That's Ray Kurzweil, right?
Sounds like you know more.
Yeah.
You're the UAP guy here, which by the way is another fascinating domain that I'm learning more about.
It's bizarre. That's a rabbit hole you go down and like, oh, this isn't empty. This is not an empty rabbit hole. There's a lot of money behind this. And it seems like there's been a lot of black funding and
business.
Yeah, there's a lot of business. Defense contractors involved.
Yeah.
It seems like there's some inventions that sort of emerge out of nowhere that supposedly are connected to back engineering programs.
I'm now of the belief that there exists a capability that transcends physics as we know it, let's say Einsteinian physics, and is more aligned with Hawking's physics. that we don't comprehend right now. And it has to do with extremely high energy systems. And I've had some of these guys, because I'm now known worldwide as a nutcase, I guess, and a conspiracy theorist. I've had them on my farm, staying in our guest house and shoot the bull. And me trying to understand their world, what they're seeing, what they've experienced and observed, and the information. There's a lot of different models for what the hell's going on here. And maybe it's all us, right? That's one model. It's all us with secret technology. Yeah, that's one model for the, what do they call it, Tic Tacs. I'm increasingly convinced by the logic that there is a physics beyond the physics that we know, that is the physics of extremely high energy systems. And in high energy systems, a lot of the rules about motion and transportation and matter and the ability to cross between matter states that is repeatedly observed and reported by responsible people, military folks that have strong disincentives for saying this stuff, and yet still they're saying that's what I saw. Okay, and
transmit devices that can fly and then go underwater as fast as they're flying, and no ripples.
Yeah. So one of the models of that is that this has to do with having some extremely high energy source in a very small package. And is that possible? We're now moving into a new fusion world, right? We're talking about these microfusion reactors that are going to be powering our data centers all over the world, transforming the whole energy, right? I mean, there's this logic in crossing over into the economics, Bitcoin or kind of space. There's this logic that it all comes down to energy. Energy is the one thing that fuels economic development and everything around us. And I'm not a physicist, but I listen and learn, and it sounds to me like these microreactors and the technology that was involved, strangely, in this assassination. Remember that bizarre assassination in Boston that happened? There was two competing companies.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something going on there that's really transformational. And if it matures, remember Trump has invested in this in a big way. It had to do with him kind of leveraging Truth Social in a strange way. Remember, if we emerge into a future within my lifetime, probably, of these micronukes as energy sources, decentralized. First driven by the tech pros because they want to have their data centers. But then suddenly we have, as that matures and the patents come off, we have the ability to put power generation in very small packages wherever we want in the world. Suddenly the entire landscape of economic activity and the future of humanity is transformed like that. And that's just the beginning. If we push that technology, we may find ourselves in some space where we have the ability to produce extremely large amounts of energy in a very small package and use that, of course it'll be weaponized, use that for a variety of things. But I think the guys that are speculating about these phenomena being driven by the existence of almost point sources of unlimited energy, functionally, may make sense out of things that otherwise are really hard to wrap your head around.
Well, we're in for a very interesting future, one way or another.
Yes, yeah, and it doesn't have to be dark and demonic.
Hopefully not.
If we let these bastards have their way.
What is this, Jay? Make a small correction.
That video I showed you apparently isn't real, not a real company, made by a Berlin filmmaker in 2022. Went viral. I found it in a New York Post article that kind of said it was real.
But there are plans.
Well, I was going to say, which is a little weird. It says at the bottom, this is getting confused with a pregnancy robot that was announced in China in 2025. This, though, apparently also is not real.
The pregnancy robot is not real?
Yeah, it was, they named a scientist that was working on it. Not a real person.
Yeah, but
Company working
nonetheless,
they are working on it.
yeah, we're gonna come out. So see if you can find since you're so good at Googling or whatever you're doing, see if you can find the images of this artificial womb, and I believe it's a lamb.
You know, we've seen the lamb before, but I'm just saying that the people thing, the factory thing, was just.
Oh well, that was obviously AI. That was transparent.
It wasn't even a real company that was doing it.
It's synthetic images.
I don't want to give up fake news.
Yeah, good. Well, God forbid.
All right.
We might get banned.
Well, Robert, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And it was nice for you to come back and under less hostile terms in the world.
It wasn't hostile then. Yeah.
No, but I think your message was a lot more hostile in the way it was received. You know, like you were received in a hostile way. I don't think this one's going to be hostile. I think pretty much everything that you said, most people are aware of now, and then the other things that you're saying, they're not far-fetched at all. And I think there's a lot more people that are more open to receiving information like that now than ever before. And some of it can be attributed to you.
That's kind. Let's say to the community.
Yeah, sure.
And of which I am a vehicle, have been at times. A lot of the stuff that I shared with you back then was the consequence of a community that I was embedded in, of others, physicians and scientists, many of whom were primary care practitioners. And I was attending weekly meetings with these people, and I had frontline knowledge of what they were seeing and experiencing, and I had frontline knowledge of the physicians that I was collaborating with at Ditra, of what they were experiencing. I was never managing COVID patients except myself, but I knew what others were experiencing, and you gave me an opportunity to share their voice through me, and I thank you for that. It was a moment in time, and I think we did good. But by God, they came at us.
It was wild. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. It was awesome. All right.
What makes them different, but also what makes them the same, right? What do you want? What are the values that are the same that maybe line up for your
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Oh man, what's happening, baby?
Everything. Nothing at the same time.
I was just explaining all the shit that's on this desk. It's like everybody likes to give me something that sits here, which is kind of cool. Like Ed Calderon gave me this. It's like a WD-40 with a lighter attached to it. You can fucking blast people.
Is it like a self-defense?
He's always got these things, like cartel things.
That looks like
the cartel
3D printed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's an affordable flamethrower. Two common items. And I think it was Luke Caverns gave me this. Is that what gave me this? So that Olmec head, it's from the Olmecs. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. And then, of course, my man John Reeves is always giving me these mammoth things. I got mammoth. This is actually from Colossal. He gave me a 1911 handle. That's legit. Yeah. Even though, do you have any 1911s? No. Yeah. I got 2011s. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's a huge upgrade. Yeah, but I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit, but you can bring it to a gunsmith. You can make it fit. Yeah. Well, you know what you could do? You could have them make one for your bow. So you can put the bone on each side of your bow. Oh, I have that. You have it? Yeah, from Rattler Clip. Yeah. This is another piece. Shout out to Handsome Rob, Rattler Clip grips. He always hooks me up. In case one of those keep hammering ones. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, it feels better too. It feels better in the hand. It's interesting, like Hoyt doesn't have a whole lot of options. Like Ultraview doesn't make their handles for Hoyt, but they make them for Matthews. Yeah, he shoots Matthews. But it's a nice handle upgrade. It really does, like the way it sits in your hand, it really does feel like a little better. Are you still putting them on your Hoyt for everyone? The Rattler grips. Yeah. He just sent me some new ones. It feels better. And the bone, there's something about the bone. It's more tactile in your hand than plastic. I've been wrapping mine with that camouflage athletic tape. Oh, really? Yeah. Bomar sells stuff like that. He sells specific bow grip. Right. It's got a little bit of tackiness to it, but some people think you shouldn't have that. They think your hand should be so relaxed that it should be able to slip around your hand so there's like no torque whatsoever on your front hand. I don't like that. I like to feel the dexterity of it, right? I like to have a little bit of relief in the hand in the context of like, I gotta have some grippiness. It's just like a baseball bat or even all of the Glocks and 2011s. I'll still do an upgrade of the stippling. But I've also got giant hands for I shouldn't say I'm small. Like I am 2 inches taller than the average Asian woman. So I don't like to brag about it. I don't want to come out with that right away. It just might seem a little bit egotistical. Yeah, but if you do anything, I think it's just like whether it's with archery or anything with shooting, it just has to register with you. It's not gonna be the same with everybody. I know dudes who just can't get used to finger triggers, and some dudes just love finger triggers, and some guys just have to shoot a hinge, and some guys just can't do it. I shoot them all, man. Yeah. Like I just have, I got that dump bag now that I'll basically wear on the side, and then I'll do the hinge roulette. So I just like reach in, and then I gotta shoot a hinge, or I gotta shoot this. And the only way that you don't, or that the mix-up part, you've got to shoot the wrist strap, right? You have to put that on, so you can't just do shooter roulette with all of that. But that's the wrist strap's a little bit more involved. But I love having them. I've been using the Wise Guy. Ever since our last hunt, I've been only using the Wise Guy, and I'm used to it now. It took a while. I was like hammering the trigger for a little bit. Like after the thing is, it's like with archery, once your form breaks down and then you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour, and after 1 hour, just stop. So is that what you're doing every day? Is basically an hour? Yeah, a little bit more, a little. Yeah, but it's when it's more, it's when things go sideways. Like I'll give myself like a few minutes break to let my arm relax, and then I just it's too much compensating because my arm's tired, right, and not enough. Especially because the bow's 84. Now I got the new one that's 90 pounds. Is that what you're shooting every day? Yeah. You're shooting 90 pounds? 84 every day. Yeah. I haven't set up the 90 yet. It's still got archery country. And then are you going out to 100 plus every day too, or are you sticking 85? 85. That's my standard in my backyard. And as long as there's no one wandering around. When people are wandering around, I don't, like this landscapers, I don't do a long bomb. I've got my wife is redoing this little garden house in the back, so she won't let me shoot at it anymore because she's afraid I'm going to put an arrow through her little hut that she's making. She's actually doing all the work. She's got like a tool belt on, and she's out there hammering away. Oh, that's great. And everything. She's doing all the work. Wow. So she's like, you can no longer use this as your backstop because it was just a pile of shit that I could basically shoot arrows at. That's a bad trade. It's a super bad trade. Yeah, I need a backstop. You gotta bug off. Like we were talking about, like must-haves for backyards. Like, I'm not living in a house where I can't shoot at least 50 yards.
No.
I go out in the backyard, I get my rangefinder. I bring a rangefinder when I look at houses. No bullshit.
Are you serious?
100%. I've been doing it for the last, like, 6 years. Before I bought this house in Austin. Well, when I bought the house in Austin, it was a big yard. I'm like, we're good. I just had to find a spot. I was like, this is right, at least 100 yards from here to here.
Have you ever punched the trigger and put one out in the river? I guess you shouldn't tell me.
No, I never shoot towards the river because kayakers, right? You never know when because like the kayakers, they like to go like real close to the shore. Well, yeah. Like, if you hear, fuck, that would suck. Oh my god, I'd be in such deep shit. I would never do it. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Yeah.
Deep shit.
Deepest of deep shit. An asshole like me who's like promoting archery, I shoot a kayaker with a field tip right through the fucking forehead. You see some poor lady like a unicorn running off the river. Oh god. Oh my god. But I very rarely. I mean, if I'm shooting broadheads, I really know where I'm going. I don't fuck around. But with field tips, I'll launch some bombs. But it's never in an area where there's anything behind me. No, I don't. It's too risky.
I had an little archery range in the back of my Salt Lake City building, and I used to let everybody use it in the company, and then after you've worked for the company for a while, you get your choice. You get like a staccato or a rifle or a bow, and then we still do a lot of veteran adaptive athlete shoots and the tactical games and the total archery challenges. So I've given away 100 bows probably.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you let them use their brand and the whole deal?
No. We partner with Hoyt on the last batch, and we partner with PSE. We partner with
nice.
Anybody that wants to like go in 50-50 on us, right?
Oh, great. That's awesome.
But then we'll make them black rifle custom, right? So it's cool camouflage, little branding on it. But here's the downside of that. So when you got a bunch of people shooting in the back, I had a storage facility in the back. There were always arrows in this like storage area. And so finally our general counsel gave me, he's like, no more. You gotta stop. You can't shoot anymore arrows. So I banned it for everybody except for me. Me, Logan, Matt, basically the people that could have either absorbed the legal fees or at least like explain it away.
Well, the thing about archery is it's a skill that 100% degrades. Yeah. Like you have to stay on it, and you just can't trust that everyone's staying on it.
No, it's even hard for me if I take 3 weeks off. I was having that a little bit of tendonitis in my left elbow, so I took like a month off after hunting season, and then you put it back in your hand, and it feels almost like a foreign object.
I know.
It feels horrible. It's just gross until you have at least 3 or 4 days of shooting consistently back into the groove. You can't put the arrow where you want. It's just 3 weeks off.
And it feels to me like the more consistent I am in off season, like the entire year, those are the years where I'm really shooting my best. You can't just get back on the bow like a month before you have to go hunt. You can't do it.
I can't. I know guys that can. Guys that I grew up with that have been shooting since they were 9.
That's right, but they're really good shots. Imagine how good they would be if they did it all the time.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Cam, like he's not taking any time off. Like, no, he's shooting every day.
That's part. He takes pleasure in the pain. He doesn't take time off because that would be relaxing. Yeah, it'd be relaxing. Like imagine, just imagine that. Like Cam Haines on vacation, his feet up, drinking on the beach. Is that even like a? No, that's not even a thing.
I've gone on vacation with him.
Have you really?
Yeah, but we went vacationing in Lanai where we could bow. Yeah. So we would bow on at least once a day because Lanai. You've been crazy. It's one of the craziest places on earth. Great. For people that don't know, there's 3,000 people and 30,000 deer.
Yeah.
And they were given by King Kamehameha by the whoever the head dude was in India. He's like gave him a gift of access.
Is that where they came from? I didn't realize that was the actual timeline.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, try to introduce them to the Big Island. Like I know Shane Dorian was all pumped about it, but then they eradicated them. People killed them. They said they were invasive, but
I think they need to be everywhere they can.
They're delicious.
They're delicious. They're the most delicious meat.
Of the deer,
Of course.
yeah. Next to elk. It's for me, it's elk and then axis. But axis is the most challenging hunt. They're the fastest things I've ever seen in my life. They move so fast it doesn't even make sense. It's like, how are you doing that? You can dodge an arrow from 30 yards away and the arrow's not even close to them when it gets there.
I had a female that hit at 30, and she jumped the string on her bed 30 yards. That was my first shot. I realized, holy shit.
Yeah, they're different.
I've got to up my game.
Well, it's like they evolved with tigers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you got to be able to go. You want to
Can you imagine
survive.
how tough you would be if you evolved with tigers? That would be sick.
Well, that's the problem with America, period. It's like there's not enough. There's too many people running around with zero physical challenges, and they're so soft. Like there's a giant percentage of our population that is so soft, and it's like if there was like if the world went nuclear, we lost everything, and then it was like hand-to-hand battles. Every country could invade America if we ran out of bullets. Once we run out of bullets, every country can fuck us up.
Yeah, like you can walk around. I think, well, that's with coffee, right? The best coffee shops are like it's so much stuff on Instagram. It's so funny because if you walk into a coffee shop and you see the craziest looking freak, it's gonna have the best coffee.
What is that about furries? I don't know. This is so left-wing weirdo fucking lip rings.
Oh yeah, how many nose rings do you have? How many colors do you have in your hair? And how many pronouns do you have? That's like you're gonna make the greatest espresso I've ever had, and that's the joke, right? Because I'll go cruise around with Austin for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, you see a dude who's jacked with a hand tattoo, he's gonna make you a bullshit coffee. He's like, I can make you pour over. I mean, I can just pour it over. You know, what? Can make you some cowboy coffee in a fucking one of them tin pots in front of the fire.
Take his sock off or something. Like, I'm good. I'm all set, man. I'm all set.
What is it about baristas? Like, how did that become such a left-wing safe place?
I don't know. I think the origin of it comes from San Francisco, Seattle, right? All the, we'll say the left wing, left coast, all of the woke hubs. Yeah, because that also drove most of what I would say is the third and fourth wave. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 basic waves in coffee. The third and fourth wave are the most recent. The fourth wave would be considered single origin, very lightly roasted coffees. You've been in these coffee shops, you know what they look like. It takes you 15 minutes to get a cup of coffee. They typically won't even talk to you. They look down at the computer screen, but it's going to be decent coffee, right? So if you go first wave, which is going to be Folgers, Maxwell House, that's like been around for 100 years. That's a commodity coffee. It's going to have Robusta. It's going to be darker roasted. That's going to be first wave. And then second wave would be experiential. So it would be more like Starbucks. The second wave would be experiential dark. And then third wave would be more artisan, micro lot, single origin. And fourth wave is kind of a mix of the best in third wave that really activates your senses in the sense of like now they're doing anaerobics, so they're using things from like wine and beer, and they're developing all these different profiles. But that artisan craft, the genesis in like San Francisco and Seattle from third wave, they took on identity politics and then drove it through the trade. It's pretty impressive. So it's so weird because if you go anywhere, you can get amazing cups of coffee. You're just gonna like wade through the wokeism to go get it.
Yeah, I can't go there.
No.
I was at a Starbucks the other day. 2 lesbians walked in. They saw me and they left.
What? That's how bad
They said, we can't do this. And then they looked in my face and they said, we can't do this. And they left. It's like, I'm a big fan.
Yeah,
big fan of your work. I had a cup of coffee from Starbucks, which I rarely go into, but was with my family, and it was so bad. A cup of black coffee, that's all I drank. I don't put anything in it. I was like, this is like not drinkable. It tastes like shit. Which is like everybody throws a bunch of cream in there and a bunch of sugar in there, and you get your caffeine, and it tastes like what you like. But if you just try to just drink coffee at Starbucks, it is such a bad product, and that doesn't have to be like that.
Well, part of the problem is it's when they over roast it because they know it's going to have cream and sugar in it.
But why over roast it then?
Because you can make a consistent profile, and it's just consistently very dark and extremely acidic, basically, and that becomes the consistency in the product.
Do you think people have this thing in their head that the darker the coffee is, the stronger it is?
Yeah, of course. That's one of the huge misconceptions, right? So let's just bucket the misconceptions in here, which is, coffee is not a bean, it's a fruit. So it's a cherry, and then you roast the pit. So the second one would probably be the darker you roast something, the more caffeine it's going to have, which is absolutely not the case.
It's the opposite.
It's completely opposite, because you got two genetic strains. You've got Robusta and Arabica. Robusta is a smaller bean. It's got more caffeine. It's also more bitter. Arabica probably constitutes 60 to 70% of the world's coffee, but it's more flavor, it's got less caffeine, and it's less acidic in general. And then when you over roast it, you can kind of combine multiple lots, multiple variants of Arabica, and then you can make this consistent profile.
So it consistently sucks.
Yeah. But if you're gonna put cream and sugar in it, nobody cares, because they're like, I just need something that's gonna serve as a caffeine vehicle for my cream and sugar.
I know, but wouldn't that be okay if you just had good coffee and did that?
Oh yeah.
Burn it?
Well, I do. I think that's where third wave and fourth wave is more directly related to the quality of the coffee. It's no cream, no sugar, and it's more first and second wave, it's cream and sugar, because you're going to have to cover up the inconsistencies.
Well, some people just like it anyway, because what they're getting is a treat. They're not thinking of it as like, I am drinking coffee. Like, they're getting a treat.
Right.
Like, if you order a Frappuccino,
it's a milkshake.
It's a milkshake.
Yeah.
There's tons of sugar, tons of caffeine too. You're like, sitting in your cubicle.
You got like 100 grams of sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine. You're skyrocketing with just energy until you crash, and then you need another one.
Yeah, and then you're just doing that all day, frying your central nervous system. And then when you get out of work, you just die. You just go home and
go home and melt on the couch and watch some sports, man.
Yeah, your insulin's all fucked up. You're falling asleep.
The coffee nerd conversations just put half the fucking audience to sleep too.
I don't care.
Yeah. It's so funny, man. I'll start talking about it. I'm like, I should not, because I was a comms guy that back in my previous profession, my previous life, and it's so funny because when you talk about communications and just technology in general, and you start analyzing frequencies and spectrum analyzers or whatever you want to talk about, people's eyes would just glaze over in the team room. And I'm like, all right, well, you guys want to go blow some shit up? Like, why don't we shift the topic, because you guys don't want to talk about this. I know you don't want to hear about it. So in cross trading, it's just you try to keep people awake, basically.
This episode is brought to you by Roka, and this is important, so don't skip this. I've been wearing Rokas for years, and I absolutely love them. Of all the glasses brands out there, I choose Roka. Roka shit just works different. You'll notice it from the first time you put them on the face. They feel great. I can run around in them. They never fall off your head. They're super high quality, lightweight, super comfortable, and they stay on your damn face. Even if you're sweaty, they stay in place even better. They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga, sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. You could be just leaning over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great with crystal clear optics. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. To help you get started, Roka is offering JRE listeners 20% off your order. So go to Roka.com. Well, there's a lot of people that have a hard time focusing on something that isn't exciting. Oh yeah. For whatever reason, even if it's like important technical details that'll help you do things that are exciting. You know, it's the delayed gratification. Right. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or don't like to do certain things that like you're not going to feel an immediate benefit. It's going to suck while you're doing it, so you put it off. Like you've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better. Yeah. Like for comics, it's writing, like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come out with ideas through the day and then work them out on stage. I'm like, that is great. You can do that. But you should also write, because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you got to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You got to sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
How often do you do that?
At least 4 days a week.
Per hour, 2 hours?
Yeah, at least an hour. I try to write 1,000 words. So it might be an hour, it might be 2 hours, and then out of those 1,000 words, I might get a paragraph. Like, right. That's what I was looking for. You're basically looking for arrowheads in a field. You know, you're picking up a giant clump of dirt and you're shaking it out and washing it over, and got one.
So do you try that out on anybody before you actually? No, you just like, okay, this is the
pretty sure I got something. When I got something, I'm pretty sure I got it, but I don't know what it's going to be until the audience tells me. Like,
well, you have your own club, so you just try it out. You just like drive in. That's Wednesday. Let me try this out.
When I didn't, I would go to the store. I would go to the, like, say if I have a bit and it's exciting, I'm like, oh, I wrote something that's good. I would go to the Improv, and I would go to the store. Maybe I go to the Ice House. Right. I bang out a few sets, at least 2 in a night. Some, you know, you can travel around. Like LA was really good for that. Austin's amazing for that. There's 7 clubs on my street now.
What?
Oh yeah, between my street and the neighboring streets. So you got us, and then right down the street is the Sunset Room, which Red Band owns, and then right up across from that, you got Creek in the Cave, which is awesome, and then you got the Vulcan, which is right down the street. There's a bunch of other small rooms. There's the Black Rabbit. There's all these rooms that have comedy at least 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you're like a guy or a girl coming up right now in Austin, you can really work. You can work, and they're all paying. So you're collecting $50 here. My club pays more. My club pays the most. But all these different places, they pay, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you got a few $100. You can get something to eat. Like there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now. Right. So like they used to just have to do the road to pay their rent and for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You could like stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road.
Is the material going to shift? I know it's regionally you've got to have I'm not saying like left or right. I'm just saying, does the material have to shift based on where you're at? So if you're in LA, is the crowd a little bit different? The people are going to be more accepting, less accepting, expect something a little bit different.
You can't do that.
You can't. You just like, here's the joke.
Yeah. You run it. Well, the good thing is if they're not accepting of an idea, maybe you should re-examine that idea and maybe figure out like maybe I should figure out a better way to make this idea acceptable. Because there's ideas where I'll start it off and it's just like, ooh, this ain't going anywhere. And then I'm like, there's gotta be an angle in here. And then I'll find a whole another angle, like, haha, now I have it. And then I have to find an angle, like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at this fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, okay, like I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that just because I look like this doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. Right. Like let me work this into your head first and then explain it from my perspective.
It's funny because I look like this, it doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
It's an automatic assumption. Yeah. I mean, it's an untold prejudice that like men with muscles in particular are assholes, right? Like instantly.
Yeah, you've got a very definitive look, and then as soon as you open your mouth, they're assuming that you're going to be just complete asshole.
Right. Yeah. I'm a mean person. Yeah. Covered in tattoos. Cage fighting commentary.
I know that you can craft a joke because you've been doing this for forever, but is there a certain amount of pleasure that you get now from bombing sometimes?
Terrible. Really? I always say bombing on stage like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. The difference is like there's probably a guy out there that likes sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mother. Okay. Come on, Mom. 99. There's a guy out there that would like take some. mean, these people are into shit porn and all kinds of things.
You're drawing the same parallel to like bombing, and people are into shit porn.
Yeah, if you like bombing, you're into people shitting in your mouth. Like, it's not fun. You don't want people to have a bad time. They're there to have fun. These people work. They're working all day. They're fucking tired. You want them to have a good ass time, and the only way for them to have a good ass time is for you to do your job. Right. You know, but it's it has to sometimes not work well. And there's like this moment when I'm about to do a new bed. I'm like, God, I don't want to do this. I don't know where this goes, but I have to. You gotta trot it out there and hope that you can find an angle.
So you don't try those on your with your wife or anything?
She's the worst.
Yeah.
She'd be the worst.
Turn you down.
She just stare at me like, what is wrong with you? It's like she and I have a very good balance because she's so different than me. But has a lot of the same values as me. You know, like discipline, and she's very smart. She's interested in things, but we're very different.
Well, it's so funny because my wife and I will walk around, right? And I'm a very amateur comedian, just around my friends. I try really hard, right? I'm not even close. Like just like I specialize in stupid shit that I say. Basically, that's where I'm going with this. And when I get her to laugh, that's like that means way more to me than But my friends, sure, I can make them laugh. Like I can make my employees laugh. I kind of pay them to. But like when my wife laughs, that means it's fucking funny.
That's legit.
Like, it means something, right? It's like it's legit. She's like a one-person crowd, right? So we were walking around. I was talking about. Have you seen that Burt Kreischer, Freebird? Have you seen his new series?
I've only seen trailers, but everybody that saw it loves it.
It's really funny. Like, and so I was like, we should watch this. You should check it out. She watched like 5 minutes. She's like, this is such a dude show. Fuck you. I'll never watch that. But it's the same. It's like what I want to watch, and I think is funny. She's like, absolutely not. And she's wants to watch some like true crime thing around it. You know, dude that killed his wife. And I'm like, they love it.
Why? They love that. It's so weird. It's like genetic that they love it because my kids love those shows. They love serial killer expose shows and all these true crimes.
And I don't like anything.
I talked to my daughter about it, and she said, because girls don't do things like this, so we kind of want to see like what's going on in a man's mind that makes it's such a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Like it's such a mystery. Like most men can imagine a scenario where there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room, and you just go in there and fucking kill all of them. Yeah. Most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place. There's a place. Like if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, they need to go. Right. Most women can't think like that. They don't think like that. It's not inside their head. And then there's the darkness of it. Like these aren't men that are doing something to someone who deserves it. They're just doing it to vulnerable people. They're just evil creatures who just want to go out and hunt vulnerable people. And I think women want to know that there are men like that out there that are so different than them, so they can put it in their head. Like, okay, serial killers are real, right? Like the true crime shows have showed me this, and I want to know like what to look for, right? That's right there.
Whereas if you ever spent a second of your life in fear or fearing a serial killer?
No.
It's not a realistic fear.
But if I was at a truck stop and there was some fucking shady dude that came into the bathroom after me and he was like waiting outside, it didn't look like he needed to use the bathroom, I'd be 100% on guard. Like, but there's people that will just randomly kill people just for a thrill and get away with it. And I think there's way more of them getting away with it than they'd like us to know. Like, here's a good example. In Austin, what is the actual number of people who have bodies that have been found in late? Put this into our wonderful sponsor, Perplexity, before it becomes the digital god that takes over the universe, this AI. What are the numbers of people that have been found drowned in Lady Bird Lake over the last 3 years? It's something crazy. Is it really? Yeah, it's like 30.
I thought this was just a funny joke for Tony to talk about.
Oh, no. No,
It's like a real thing.
It's real, right? It's real. So the cops don't want to say it's a serial killer. They think it's because it's over by Rainy Street. A lot of people are partying, but the bodies keep piling up. 38.
What?
Yeah,
They want to say it's not a
since
serial killer?
2022. Data showing at least 38 bodies found in or around Lady Bird Lake. Separate map-based analysis of Lady Bird Lake deaths. Downtown area reports 4 deaths in 2022, 5 in 2023, 5 in 2024, 2 in 2025. So this is downtown area. These map numbers focus on a specific stretch of the lake, while the 38 body figures covers all bodies found in or around the lake in that period. These might be right near that bar area. Right on Rainy Street. Yeah. Or other parts of the lake.
So they're basically saying these guys get drunk and they end up passing out in the water.
I mean, all you would have to do is get someone drunk enough where you can hold them underwater.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, if you were a guy who wasn't drinking or you had a really good tolerance or you were a big person, no evidence of serial murder. It says the patterns match typical accidental drowning risks. Young adult men, nightlife, easy water access. Or some guy who's drowning gay guys. Because a lot of them are gay. Like a giant percentage of these guys are gay. Yeah. Because it's near a gay area. Rainy Street is like the party area where there's a lot of gay bars.
That's why it's such a funny joke for Tony.
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing because at what point in time does someone have to get caught before they say, "Oh Jesus, these weren't just a coincidence. Someone was drowning people." Because I don't think it was a common thing. I think you maybe get one a year, or some fucking drunk hops off a boat, doesn't know what he's doing, and drowns. That does happen. But this is not that. This is way more. 38 bodies in a few years is kind of kooky.
Well, and how many of those, if you think about it, right, how many serial killers are out there? Because the FBI, obviously, they've done an analysis on it. There's probably like 100, 200, 300 active serial killers
at
any point in time.
Always. There's always, always has been.
And most of them will say, yeah, I wanted to get caught, or, yeah, it took you long enough. Like, I was getting sloppy, right? My murder lust took over.
There was 200 since 2004.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Oh my God. Autopsy report found alcohol present in a large share of the cases, sometimes at levels above the legal driving limit, which is not much, by the way. The legal driving limit is like 2 drinks. And police specifically describe most Rainy Street area drownings as alcohol or drug related.
So I've heard people get dosed to get like roofied and whatnot. And they're like, I've heard a lot, too many cases. Never in a city have I lived I've heard that many people saying they've been roofied.
Yeah. No, I think I don't think it's specific to here. I think it's everywhere. It's GHB, I think, is a lot of it. People are dosing people up with GHB. That's a big one.
How many serial killers are there?
Yeah. How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. 10.
You think 10?
Yeah.
I think 100. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going 100. This is like a Wheel of Fortune type scenario.
Yeah, man. Holy shit. 100 is nuts. If it's 100,
I think it's 100.
That's crazy.
300. Huh?
25 to 50 at any given time. Wow. Range reflects killers who have committed at least 2 murders with a cooling off period and are still operating undetected. I like the cooling off period. Maybe I could take a break. You're scrubbing the fucking blood out of the inside of your fingernails. Serial killings make up less than 1% of U.S. homicides overall. Numbers peaked at around 300 in the 1970s and 1980s. There was 300 active serial killers in the 70s and the 80s. Well, I bet that was because that was when it was like Son of Sam.
It was like trendy.
Yeah. I think it was probably a lot of bored dudes who just didn't like working in an office.
Like Ted Bundy and Son of Sam, all those guys were like
all over the news. All over the news. Yeah, it was huge. Why are there fewer serial killers now than there used to be? What was the answer?
That's probably just because it's easier to get caught now. People probably are more afraid to try.
Yeah, because you think about all the technology and the surveillance, like you get rolled out.
Yeah.
You get a.
Well, I think the creepiest one was that dude who studied serial killers in college and then went and killed those girls at that dorm. You know that story? What was that? Idaho? But
Yeah, it's Ted Bundy, right?
No, recent one.
Oh, it's
Recent. Yeah. He knew the people that lived there. He studied. What did he study exactly? In college, like he was studying it, like he was trying to learn how to not get caught. Yeah, this guy, this fucking. Whoa! For horrific new details of the final moments of the Ford University of Idaho.
Oh, gosh, yeah. So that's where I went to school. That's University of Idaho.
He stabbed the 4 victims at least 150 times in total.
I didn't realize that was like the case from Moscow.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this sick fuck. So this guy, he was studying it in college. So I forget what criminal justice, let's see if we can find out. But it was very clear that he had been planning this a long time. And there was also a possible connection to him and some murders in the Pacific Northwest. That he knew that people died in a kind of a similar way. He might have gotten away with it up there. Right. So he tried it up there and then went to Idaho.
Oh my gosh. Well, that makes sense. It does. Yeah, right. So he's educating himself on how to get away with it.
He was that guy that if you had your comms class, he'd be sitting there like this.
He's like way into it.
Yeah, way into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He wanted to know all the details.
Pacific Northwest is like, that's a spot. These guys love it up there. I don't know if it's like the rain, you know, like.
Well, we had a lady that was connecting it. She came on the podcast and she was connecting a bunch of serial killers from a very specific area that did a lot of, was mining, right? Wasn't it mining and the industrial pollution?
Oh, so it's like increased lead or something, right, in the water or something?
What was the processing of it? Like, what are those, when they're burning it?
Yeah.
What's that called?
Leaching?
Yeah, it was lead, but it was other stuff. There was other stuff like there's arsenic in it, and there's a lot of shit. What am I looking for? What is it? Why can't I come up with that term? The plants where they burn all the shit. Power plants. What's the term? God damn it.
Caroline Smelting?
What's her name?
Caroline Fraser.
Yeah, Caroline Fraser.
Maybe Paul would know if he got Amazon here, and he could talk about the mushroom or the fungi in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe it has something to do with it.
I don't think so. I think that would probably stop him from doing it. But her take was that there was all these places. What is the term I'm looking for where they incinerate shit like a power plant, like a coal plant? There's a term. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, they're releasing an incredible amount of toxins in the atmosphere. And a lot of this shit is coming down in rain. It's getting in the ground. All the ground around there is all polluted. Right. Everything's polluted. And so what her take is that all these people have suffered chemical pollution. And a lot of that chemical pollution leads to all sorts of weird psychological disorders and psychosis and all kinds of shit, depending upon the levels of exposure.
So this is why you haven't increased serial killers in the Pacific Northwest. This is interesting.
Okay. Yeah, there was a bunch of power plants up there.
Interesting.
Coal plants, smelting, and just a lot of mining, a lot of mineral-rich resources up there. And
so I should be concerned because I spent most of my life up there. Well, half of it at least.
Yeah. It depends. I think now they've cleaned it up, though. Like, she was connecting it to a long time ago. But there's areas back there where she was saying that they do an analysis of the soil, and it's just completely fucked.
How long has it been since you've done Seattle?
Oh, I haven't been back in a while. I did the Tacoma Dome with Dave Chappelle. We did that right before the pandemic popped. Oh, okay. And I really haven't been back. It's just like, once that whole Chaz thing went down, and they locked off the block, and the mayor said, maybe it's the summer of love. Or maybe you've got some fucking crazy people that you've empowered to take over a giant swath of your city, and you're cool with it. And you're the fucking mayor. And by the way, she is an upgrade compared to their current mayor. The current mayor that choice is insane. The woman has never held a real job. She's been living with her parents. She's 40. They paid her bills. She's a socialist. She rides a bike. She doesn't even own a car. And now she's in charge of what? A $7 billion budget?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I 2 thumbs up, Seattle. Congratulations. You've done a great job.
I don't know where those places go. Those places that have gone like full into Wokeville. Like a buddy of mine just went to Portland and he was like, bro, it's bananas. It's like a complete mental asylum, like spilled out onto the streets. Not just the campers, not just the open air drug users everywhere, because for a long time they decriminalized everything in Portland. So everybody ramped it up a notch and moved to Portland because that was a place where you could do drugs and not worry about anything. But he was like, all the regular people are cracked.
The place, spending as much time as I have in Seattle, which I used to live there, I love this. Late 90s, love it.
Oh, it's fucking great. It was one of my favorite places to visit.
Cool spot, cool people. And then you saw this flip, and it was right around 2010 is when things really flipped over. And then, to your point, your car was your domicile, so you couldn't get a parking ticket. So you could basically live in front of somebody's house in a parking spot. They couldn't write a parking ticket.
That started in 2010,
give or take a couple years. And so I went back to I had a house up there for a while. And the day I decided that I was going to sell this place. We fly up there. I've got my daughter. She's like a year old. My wife and I are walking down the street. And this is a part of the city. It's called Ballard, which is a beautiful part of the city. Tons of like old bars. Awesome place. Back late 90s, early 2000s. But then there was a camper in front of my condo, and then there was a naked man with a tennis racket with his my daughter's a year old, his dick's flying around, and my 1-year-old's like, I'm holding her like walking away from the other end. He's got a tennis racket. He's like playing the US Open in his head, whatever he's doing. And then on the corner, no less than 50 feet away, there was a half-naked lady like taking a shit, and you're like, nah, it's time to leave. I think this is I think we're all good here.
We had an issue like that in California for a while, where when the economy started to go south, this is pre-pandemic as well, we started having these campers camp out right in front of our studio. And they would, the studio where we had in LA, even that place, was the warehouse. We had a big lawn in front of the warehouse, and these guys would spread out on the lawn. So they would park their camper there, and then they would like cook out, and they would lay out. And it was so like, you're in this, you're asking people to walk past these people to go do your podcast in this big ass warehouse that I had leased. And I was like, why are you doing this? Like, you can't be doing this. You can't use my lawn as your front yard. Like, this is crazy. I mean, spread out, dude. They had shit laying out there.
There's nothing you can do.
Well, there was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we contacted the police, and the police eventually, they realized this is not a good thing, and they moved them all. But they moved them to different parts of town, and so then you would drive to, like, the more industrial areas of town that didn't, like, our place was, like, semi-industrial. There was a bunch of warehouses, but there was also a bunch of, like, foot traffic businesses, restaurants, and stuff like that. And so they moved them out of there, but if you go into the deeper industrial places where they have factories and stuff, they were there, like, whole blocks of them where you just have campers laying out and just open meth smoking. These people are just full-on meth heads that had just started a community of fellow meth enthusiasts with campers. And a lot of the campers didn't even run. They could just get into the spot wherever it was, and then they would steal power. You know, every now and then the dude would die because he didn't know how to do the wires right, and he'd get cooked.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same where we were at Salt Lake. I'd have full-time security out in front of them. Literally in front of the building.
Our concern was when we left. It was like if we left at night and someone broke in, it would take fucking forever for cops to show up and do something about it. And so I was like, you just can't have these guys knowing that like famous people and high profile people are going to be at that spot, and you've got like open meth smoking right in front of the place. Like, this is too crazy. They're too unpredictable. I don't care if you live in your truck. It's probably cool. If you're a guy who's like, you're checked out of society essentially, and you just like playing pickleball all day and you live in a camper, who cares? You can go and do that. But once you start engaging in meth smoking, and then it's always theft. Theft comes with meth smoking, and there's a lot of break-ins in the area, and it got to the point where the cops had to do something. So credit to them, they did.
It's almost a difference between hashtag van life and hashtag meth life.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
There's a big difference.
Right, van life is like you want to be a guy who's not saddled down to one particular spot. You have a place that's in this van that has a bed, you have a little tiny kitchen area, you have a little portable fridge. It's all you need. I don't need a fucking house. Just travel around. It's probably fun. The freedom of it, you know? Like Alex Honnold, that crazy dude that just climbed that tower in Chinese Taipei, he used to live like that for a long time. He had a big van. He would park in his friend's driveway sometimes, and he would just travel to trailheads and live out of his van.
It's like the minimalist attraction, right? Where you're like, I don't have anything other than what's in my van or on my back, where life is simple. I don't have to organize anything. I can stay focused. I think it's an interesting thought exercise, especially when you're younger. You're like, okay, cool, I can wrap my head around that. Yeah, and it's completely respectable. A lot of these hippies, I should say that in the context of like hippie dance around with flowers in my hair, a lot of these climber, crunchy guys, they are hard committed, like bad mofos. When they're living on dog food, like there's this great story about the founder of Patagonia, where he went to the store, he was climbing El Cap, and I'm trying to recall a story from Outside Magazine from 20 years ago, but in general circumstances, what it is, where he went to the store, he was going to be climbing El Cap for months, and he's just working on a specific route, and he went to the store to buy food. He only had $100 or whatever it was, and dog food was less expensive, and he's like, yeah, I can live on that. And he bought dog food.
He just live on kibble.
And yeah, so he could climb and stay out there a little longer.
His farts were like, bro,
like you wouldn't want to be behind that on his route, right? You would not want to be climbing behind that guy.
Say that. Because I stopped giving my dog regular dog food a long time ago. But when he was younger, all my dogs, I would just buy the most expensive dry dog food. I was like, oh, this stuff is good. And then somewhere along the line, it clicked. I was like, wait, how can it sit there? How can it just sit in that bag for a month? That's crazy. How can it sit on the shelf for years? That's nuts. That can't be good for you. And then I started feeding them frozen food, and then they like that. But then I switched to farmer's dog, which is human grade food, which is likely good. They fucking love it. That stuff I would eat. Like you smell it, it smells like food. It doesn't smell disgusting. Right. But regular dog food is fucking terrible for a dog. It's not good for them. So if you have to eat that stuff, that kibble stuff, and you're gonna travel around, like your gut must be going like, what are you doing? What kind of chemicals are in here? What kind of preservatives are just nuking your gut body?
The level, I love the level of commitment. I love like when people drift over into to where their level of commitment, their passion, like translates directly into nothing else exists in their life. They're willing to live on dog food to do the thing that they love. That to me is like you're an extremist, and I respect it. Like, you know what? Hey,
no, I can respect that. Yeah. Do you ever see the movie Dirtbag?
No.
Pull up that movie Dirtbag. It's a great movie. It's about a guy who essentially did that until he was dead. This guy just camped out on the ground in front of his friends' houses. Most of the time, didn't have a car. But would just climb. That's all he did. He was always mooching on people, and he had very detailed. What was the dude's name? Fred Becky. The dude's a legend. Yeah. So he had been doing this from the 1950s. Like he was an old ass man. And look at the gnarled hands. Look at his fucking hands from just climbing. Imagine that guy got a hold of your dick. He'd rip it right off.
But do you know who Mark Twain is?
No.
Okay, so Mark Twain, he was one of the foremost names in open air. He's written several books on it. He wrote a book called Kiss or Kill: Confessions of a Serial Climber back in the day. Very, very similar, like in the context of, I would imagine, the psychological makeup. And he started a gym called Jim Jones back in the day. Like, it was where a bunch of people, it was invite only. So you could only get invited. It's like a lot of special operations guys, CIA guys, and professional climbers, like everybody that was trying to push the envelope physically would go out and train with Mark. And I've been friends with him for years, but anything Mark does, he moves from like, I'm going to be the best climber, like mountaineering. I'm going to be the subject matter expert. He was a professional. He shot IPSC for a while, so he's a professional, pistol shooter for a while. He's a professional climber, and now he's a photographer, writer. But everything he does it to a level of perfection that it probably drives everybody else in his life bananas. Like, he's fascinating. He's a fascinating.
Those people that go really to the outer level of whatever's possible with whatever the fuck they're doing are always fascinating. Yeah, because it makes you go, I don't know if I want to do that. Like, what is the sacrifice to get really good at rock climbing? You never have kids, you never have a life, you never have a child. Like, this dirtbag guy, like, everyone around him both admired him and felt sad for him. Because, like, he died a dirtbag. He never had a family, and it's like all his ex-girlfriends talking about how an interesting guy he was really fun, but eventually, fucking move on. Like, this dude, all he wanted to do was, like, sleep on the ground and get up and start climbing rocks. His whole life.
Like, if you think about everybody around us in their profession or their thing, right? You're at the apex of your profession, and your level of commitment, I'm not like boosting you up, I'm just saying, like, your level of commitment is unparalleled to a huge percentage of other people. So you have a portion of whatever that is, and there are all these other people that have that thing where their pursuit of passion around that specific profession or product, whatever it might be, they're so committed to it that it takes over, it's all consuming. Like, I've seen it because even when you go play pool, we were in Vegas a couple months ago. They're like, "Oh, we're going to play pool." I'm like, "Oh, he's going to be there until like 6 o'clock in the morning." I'm like, "No, I'm not going to do that." And Creechy was like, He was there until like 6 o'clock in the morning. He played for 8 hours straight. I was like, "Yeah, I could see the writing on the wall. I'm out of here."
The pool is my number one problem. That's my biggest one.
Really?
Yeah, that's the one where if I ever wanted to not do anything else, I would just become a professional pool player. If I just said, okay, I'm done podcasting, I'm done with the UFC, I'm done with everything. I'm just going to travel around and do tournaments. I could go crazy. I could go crazy and just do that 100%.
Is it just the game fascinates you, the angles, the ability to like just continue to evolve within that all the time? You can't ever be the best.
You definitely never achieve full perfection, but to be really good requires this level of laser focus and concentration and an understanding of what's going on. I mean, you're taking a stick and you're hitting a ball into another ball with pinpoint accuracy into a pocket that is, on my table, it's 4 1/4 inches. So you've got the cube with the ball, the object ball is about that big, and then you got that much space on each side. Just a tiny little space on each side, and you got to slip it through there. Oftentimes, like 8 feet away, 7 feet away, 6 feet away with English. So you're putting spin on the cue ball, which imparts a throw on the object ball. So if I put right hand spin on the cue ball and I hit the object ball, I have to calculate for the fact that it's going to throw the object ball slightly to the left because of the right hand spin, because it clings to the ball a little bit and shoot. So all this is playing in my head, and then I have to have it at a speed where once the cue ball then collides with the object ball, pockets it, then it's got to go 1, 2, 3 rails for perfect position on the next ball. Then I have to have an angle. I have to make sure that I have an angle for the following ball, right? You don't want to be trapped on the rails. You want to be off the rails. Like all these different things. You can't think about anything else. Your mind has to be clean. It cleans your mind. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there's a lot of pressure when it comes to dating, especially in February. But you're putting too much on yourself and on your partner. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship, whether you're on a first date or have been together for years. It's completely normal to go through rough patches, and what matters is how you deal with them. And therapy can be a huge help during any stage of your dating life. You can figure out what you want in a partner or get perspective for a growing problem in your relationship. The point is, you don't have to come up with a solution by yourself. Now, finding the right therapist can be tricky, but that's where BetterHelp comes in. They have an industry-leading match fulfillment rate, and They do a lot of the work finding the right therapist for you. Really, all you have to do is fill out a questionnaire, sit back, and wait. Tackle your relationship goals this month with BetterHelp. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
So have you gotten, I'm sure you have, like professional coach players, guys that come out like the best in the world have come out and played with you?
Oh, yeah.
How do you hold up? Like, what's your...
Well, I can never beat them, right? But I beat them some games. I can break run out, so I got break run out 1-2 games in a row sometimes. But they'll make... So, like, if you have, like, a score of accuracy, it's called, like, a Fargo rating. It's based on 1,000 points is you never miss. I'm in, like, the 700, on a good day, 750 range. But a real world-class pro is in the 800-plus range. Like, Fedor Gorst is probably, like, 850. Joshua Filler's probably, like, a little higher than that. They get into this rate where they so rarely miss. And again, they're playing on 4-inch pockets, which is like a quarter-inch smaller than the pockets I'm playing on. Although they are playing on new cloth, which helps a lot. It makes things more slippery. They fall in more worn out cloth. Like when it's broken in for a couple of weeks, it gets tougher. Really? Yeah, the cloth gets a little less slick. You got to hit a ball a little bit more pure. But on the plus side, English takes better.
So when you play with these guys, is it one of those things where they like instantly humble you in the context of you start feeling, I'm really confident in my game, and then you step in?
No, not really. No.
There's not that big of a delta between.
There's a gap. There's definitely a gap. I mean, they're just way better than me. But it's a lot of it is just time. They spend 8 hours a day playing every day. If I spent 8 hours a day playing every day, I think I could play at a professional level. Because I wouldn't be able to beat the best guys. I would never be able to beat like the Coping Chungs and the guys that are at the very top. Because those guys have been playing 8 hours a day for decades. They never stop.
Wait, what's a guy like that make annually in tournament?
Now more than ever. Really? Yeah, because of Matchroom Pool. So Matchroom, the same company that Eddie Hearn owns that does a lot of boxing promotions, they're involved in a lot of sports. They've done an amazing job with pool, specifically with 9-ball. And they put on these huge tournaments. Saudi Arabia has a big one every year. They have this big world championship where they pay a ton of money. And so, you know, a good player, like a top of the heap player, is making $500,000 plus a year. Okay. And then also endorsements. So they have endorsements like companies like Predator Q's pay them, Q-Tech, and all those different companies pay them X amount of dollars per year. They have a sponsor for the chalk they use. They have a sponsor for the tips they play with, all these different things, all that adds up.
So what's the difference then between, what is it, snooker? Is that the
That's a totally different game. It's totally different. It's a big table. It's a 12 by 6 as opposed to a 4.5 by 9. So it's a much bigger table. But the balls are smaller as well. And then their cues have these tiny little tips on them. They all play with ash cues, which is like a very stiff wood. And they play with like a solid wood cue. Whereas a lot of like pro pool players have switched to carbon fiber now. They play with carbon fiber cues because it's like it's a little bit more dense, so it moves the ball differently.
Is it fun? Have you played it?
Snooker? Yeah, I played it when I was in Scotland a little bit, but I only played by myself. There was just a table and I was just whacking balls around. It's very difficult to pocket balls, but I don't even really understand the rules. I'd have to really pay attention. I watch it a little bit sometimes because I know how hard it is to do what they're doing because you do have this enormous table. Their cloth is a lot slower too, and so it's not as slick of a cloth.
So it's got to be older then, right?
It's old. Snooker's old. So the original billiards game had no pockets. The original billiards game was 3-cushion billiards or bulk line, or there's a bunch of different billiards games where you play on a table, like say it was like this table, there's no pockets in it and there's just rubber rails all around it, and it's all about knocking one ball into the other ball, going 3 rails and then colliding with the third ball. It's just about scoring points. I watched a bunch of that online too, because it helps you understand angles, like as you go into a rail, because the angles change depending upon how much English you put on, how hard you hit it, whether you hit it with follow or draw. There's a bunch of different like parts of the cue ball that you can contact with that radically changes the way the ball moves around on the table. So it's like you're calculating so many different things. There's geometry involved, there's touch and feel, there's all these factors that come into play when you're playing really well.
So that explains why archery is also somewhat of a fascination then, because you have very similar aspects to archery that directly translate. That's like why those things snap together real well for it.
Oh, for me, they're hand in hand. They're basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. You're just doing it in a different way. You know, it's the same thing. It's like having everything just flowing together perfectly after like years and years and years of meticulous practice, and then it starts to come together. And you pull that group out, it's nice and tight, like 65 yards, like, yeah, you got it dialed in. It's that feeling. And it's the same thing as the world goes away. There is no room for anything when you're about to pull that trigger. Whether it's in pool, when you're about to make the shot, or whether it's in archery, there's no room for anything. That's what I like about it. I also like that there's no bullshit. There's no shenanigans. There's no personality.
Right.
Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Did the ball go in the hole? If it didn't, you lose. If it did, you win. It's really clean. I like that.
Yeah, that's the thing I love about shooting just in general. Like, if I'm hitting a target, it doesn't matter. I took my kids to the arcade the other day and skee ball.
Oh yeah, I love skee ball.
I can like spend an hour on that thing, just trying to get a perfect lob in there. And it's like I used to tell people, I'm just a projectile enthusiast where I love hitting center mass of whatever target. I'm still a 6-year-old kid with my BB gun. Yeah. It's like at the end of the day, now my tools are much more advanced, and I've got millions of dollars of government funded training behind me, so I'm a little bit more effective at hitting what I want to shoot at. But it still has the same exact thing. Mm-hmm. Like if you're 6 years old hitting a pop can with your BB gun, or ringing a piece of steel at a mile with a rifle, or hitting the heart of a faux elk in your backyard, it's the same, dude. It translates and it like pulls you into something that's like pure, I guess.
It is pure, and it's also a really good mind exercise. Just like, when you work out, you're cleaning your mind. There's a lot of what working out is not just physical, it's mental clarity. You relax the mind, you calm the mind through hard exercise. And there's something where you're calming your mind through shooting. Because it requires so much of you, everything else just get the fuck out of the way. Bills, this, that, I gotta call that guy, I don't wanna call him, fuck, I gotta deal with this thing, that's falling apart, this deal sucks. It all goes away. It has to go away. If it doesn't go away, you miss. And then you go, fuck, what did I miss? You miss because you're distracted. Like, let's focus. Put the fucking arrow on the knock, put it in there, draw it back, center it, calm, relax. At that moment, there is nothing else in your fucking head. There's nothing. And then it goes in there, you get this nice burst of happiness when you watch that fucking arrow just drop right in exactly where you want it to, like, and then you go and pull the arrows, go right back and start it again. And at the end of that practice, I feel way better. I just always feel better. I always feel clearer. My head works better. It's just like, it's a focus exercise which excites all your synapses. And then on top of that, it's a mental clearing. Like Fred Berry used to talk about that. Like something about, I forget the quote, but it's something about there's nothing like shooting a bow that clears a man's mind. It's totally true. There's something about archery in particular that just cleans your mind.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I used to have this trad bow. That's how I started. I told you the story? So I'd stuff the old coffee bags, the burlap coffee bags, and stuff them up and fill them up, and then I started shooting a trad bow originally. Well, the roasting cycle takes about 8.5 minutes. So I couldn't really do anything. I'm like watching the, coffee roast, which is just tumbling in a big dryer. And so I just shoot a trad bow in the back to try to focus something other than the business, family, whatever it is. I could just shoot my trad bow. And then Dudley was like, why do you shoot that thing? It's so stupid. Don't you like to hit what you shoot at? I'm like, I'm just doing it for fun, man. Like, I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I just want to, active form of meditation. But what I did realize was it was such a pure, to your point, it would flush out all this negative shit that I was, either working through or dealing with. It's like, so being able to translate that to other people, especially veterans, huge transformation for guys. Because they can go out, it's quiet, it's a subculture they can be part of, they can geek out on all this new gear, arrowheads, you wade into the infinite, never-ending debate around bullshit, around cutting surface area, fucking math, a little drama, and it's like you can actually have a lot of fun with
so much nerd shit. That's what people don't understand. And they don't expect nerd shit, like real complicated technical nerd shit from archery. You don't think of it that way. But it's like many things. Like once you get into it, you realize this thing, there's a learning curve to this motherfucker. There's a lot involved. Like whenever one of my friends is like, I want to go bow hunting, I'm like, do you really? Are you sure? Don't tell me, it's not that you gotta dive in off of a cliff. This is not like I'm gonna go dip my waters into bow hunting. I wanna go shoot an elk. Jesus Christ, do you know how hard that is to do? There's so many moving parts, there's so many things, you have to be able to be proficient under extreme stress. There's so much going on there, man. Don't tell me you wanna do that unless you gotta show me before I get involved. Oh, take me bow hunting. That's not happening. You're not going to be stomping on twigs near me, and you're not going to be not checking the wind. All these things are not going to happen.
Well, they like the idea, right? And there's plenty of people. They're window shoppers in this activity, right? They're walking by and they're like, that looks cool, right? But they don't like the realities of what it actually takes because it's so fucking hard. And it ruins you a lot of times. In the last few years, we've hunted up together. Dude, I've been psychologically ruined by shooting something or making a bad shot or just devastated, missing.
You can't figure out why you missed.
No, and then you're running through it a thousand times. What did I do? Okay, how do I do better? And then you're like, okay.
But you're the kind of guy that does the process in your head and then improves and keeps getting better. For some people, that will ruin their life. The one bad thing that happens will ruin their fucking life because they spent all these months preparing, they paid for a tag, they hired an outfitter, and then dunk the shot, fucking ruin their whole week, and then they go back home. How'd your hunt go? Oh, I missed. Or I wounded it.
Well, and it's a lesson in life. Mm-hmm. You can work harder than you've ever worked and still fail. Yeah. You can work for a decade of your life. You can shoot and train, and you can put in all the work and still fuck it up.
And there's guys who, in the same situation as you, would succeed. Yeah. So you got to figure out what are they doing different. Why are they better? Keep getting better. There's hunts that I've been successful on recently over the last few years that I know that if I had that same hunt 8-9 years ago, I probably would have not been able to make that shot. Right? I wasn't as good then, so I've gotten better. It's I think everybody needs something that you can't master, that is hard to do, that cleans your mind. I think people need stuff to clean their mind, and I think that's why so many people are running around all fucked up, because you're looking at social media all day, so that gives you anxiety. Your life is not satisfying, so that gives you anxiety. You don't take care of your body, so that gives you anxiety. You have all these things come to you, stuck in traffic, that gives you anxiety. Everybody's just mentally all fucked up. It's like, you know, a doctor, and the doctor says, well, obviously you're dealing with depression, and I can prescribe to you this or that, and then you're on Lexapro or whatever the fuck you're on. And that's the road they go down. And this is a bad road. It's not a road where you're going to improve your life. And there's other ways to do it. And I think there'd be a lot more happy people in this world if you found a thing. It doesn't have to be archery. It doesn't have to be pool. It doesn't have to be jiu-jitsu. It doesn't have to be pistol shooting. It just has to be something that's hard to do, that you are on this quest to make these incremental improvements. And through that focus of incremental improvements, you improve your human potential. You improve your ability as a person to do difficult, to handle situations. So I always tell people, if you do jiu-jitsu, you'll be much happier, because the stresses of life are nothing compared to a dude who's trying to literally break your arm. He's on top of you, and you're defending, and then you get out of it, and then you get him, or he gets you, and then you have to tap, and you go over here. That is so hard to do that, like, regular life becomes like a breeze. It becomes a breeze. It makes everything. Jiu-jitsu people are some of the most relaxed people I've ever been around in my life. They're all friendly to everybody. They're never talking shit or causing drama or problems. They get it all out.
Yeah, I think there's something about getting the shit kicked out of yourself too, right? So like, there's something about facing someone, right? Which I don't do jiu-jitsu, just as a caveat to that, but being able to like face another person in a scenario and then compete against them. Yeah. So where everything counts, and then literally just getting the shit beat out of yourself and going, okay, well, I'm going to step back up and I'm going to do it again, right?
Yeah, that better.
That level of teaching yourself mental endurance, like that is the thing that I constantly think about my kids. Right? I'm like, how do I be compassionate, caring, loving, the dad that wants to give them everything, and then how do you like translate that into also creating obstacles that will drive mental courage? Like
I think you do it by example. I think that's the best way. Yeah. My opinion is, like, if you look at Cam Haynes' sons, I mean, he was rough raising his kids. He talks about that, but those kids are exceptional. They're fucking exceptional. Yeah. One son's a ranger. The other son broke the world chin-up record, and he runs marathons with jeans on, and he's fucking got two savage kids. And why? Well, look at the environment they grew up in. Right. They grew up with a dad who's supremely disciplined, and just by being in his presence, you realize, like, I can achieve a lot more than other people can if I'm just willing to put in that work. And for a lot of people, that's that feeling of like the anxiety of the struggle and of grinding it out. Like, that scares them, and they don't want to do it. And so they come up with excuses, or they retreat into other things, and they distract themselves. And if you're a parent that does that, you create a weird environment for your child, because your child is sort of imitating you as a leader, and you're a fuck up, and you're always making excuses, and you get fired a lot, or you sleep in a lot, or you do things that like are not admirable. And then that child, fuck life, man, whereas, his kids are probably like, Jesus Christ, dad's a fucking animal. Like, I want to be an animal too. And then you see how people respect his father, and they go, okay, I want people to respect me like that too. You hear what people talk about him when he's not around. Like, well, I want people to respect me. Right. But well, there's only one way to do that. You have to be worthy of respect. There's only one way to get there. It's a fucking long road. Good luck. Start going. And you're not going to get any satisfaction for a long ass fucking time, other than the fact that you're on the path, that you're involved in the process, and you're on the journey.
Yeah, the grind, right? And it's like, it's overused, but the level of endurance and courage, when it's like that trait alone, just trying to understand courage, right? Who has it, who doesn't have it, and then the level of commitment to a mission or something bigger than yourself. It's the thing that I think about, I would say a huge percentage of the last several years, especially, as I get a little bit older, right, a little bit further away from the GWAT, and I was with, I'm doing a documentary on Earl Plumley. You know who that is? So he's a Medal of Honor recipient, former Green Beret. We were at the UFC fight with Elliot Miller and Earl Plumley. Earl Plumley is an incredibly humble guy. Like, it's just an amazing. Like, you can sit here and talk to him. You'd never in a million years know that this guy had earned the Medal of Honor ever. Like, because one, he's never going to tell you. Two, he's going to ask you 100 questions about you and be way more fascinated with that. And three, you know, we were having this conversation. He's like, man, it belongs to the guys. Like, I enjoy it. Like, it belongs to the guys. Like, the guys, any of the guys that would have been shot would have done the same exact thing that I did. And I was like, man, that is an incredible statement from, you know, a guy that's sitting here. And so this documentary follows his path from joining the Marine Corps, which was literally where the judge, you know, those old stories of the guy that was like forced by the judge to join the military or jail. He literally has that. And it starts, he goes into, you know, the Marines, and then he's a Force Recon Marine, and he'd gone through all the selections. He got out of the Marine Corps, joined the Army, and we follow his story through the eyes of his peers and his leaders, because we wanted to see from his perspective, what do other people say about him through his entire journey. Not the story from his perspective. One, he'll never tell it the way that it's probably needs to be told. Two, what were the choices that he made throughout his professional life that made the man that was capable of such an incredible act of courage that it warranted the highest medal literally earned in the United States military? But that single word, courage, how do you build courageous people, is a fascinating, it's quite literally, it's such a fascinating subject, and most of it is, it's the man in the arena, right? It's the poem from Teddy Roosevelt. It's like, it's not the critic who counts, it's like keeping up, stepping back in, this commitment to something greater than yourself, and then making these thousands of choices in your life every day as you wake up, step forward, step back into the fray, and like make the active decision better. And it's like, it's such a fucking fundamental thing of being able to any part of your life. If you don't get up in the morning, like commit yourself to something. I'm not, you know, motivational speaker, but it's how are you ever going to get better if you're not committing to something, like being a better dad, a better husband, or better, you know, better profession, and then committing to this evolutionary process takes not only a huge amount of commitment, but mental and physical endurance. It does. And I'm never going to get tired of trying to figure this out, because obviously it's like my peer said, I was having this conversation with Jack Carr and I ran into the airport. We ran into each other at the airport on the way down here, and we were talking about, fucking love that guy, fucking such a good dude. And it's not just in the military, right? It's not. It's just
all of life.
All of life.
Yeah, you find exceptional people in all of life, and you can. They're fuel. Those people are fuel, and they enhance the lives of the people around them. And then if you become one of those guys, you enhance the lives of the people around you, and then you feed off of them, and they feed off of you. And everybody feeds off of each other, and it's so good for you to know that people like that are out there. That there's a guy like that, capable, incredible courage, and that how did he get there? What did he do? How did he become the man he is right now? Because goddamn, that's an admirable man. So how do I? Yeah.
And there's all these stories. Like Jack and I were talking about, because you know the Navy SEALs obviously have got a lot of positive PR over the last several years, but this special operations community's got so much, just, I don't know, airtime, right? But there are all these other people in the military throughout, generations of warfighters that have gone out and done these incredibly hard jobs. And I found this story of the Perchie, which is the USS Perchie, which is the most decorated submarine and ship in Navy history. They have 9 presidential citations. It's the most decorated group of men in the U.S. Navy, in modern history. And everything they've done is still classified. Whoa. It's a Cold War era nuclear submarine that was modified and ultimately passed out by the CIA to go out and do collection. And they were the guys that hundreds of feet down, they would land on the bottom of the ocean, and the Soviets had these military communication lines that were basically hard lines that would go under a bay so they could communicate back and forth, and they felt like they were secure. And one of their jobs, which is I've never been able to see anything declassified, but the stories that are out there, these guys would land on the bottom of the ocean, send out divers at hundreds of feet, and these guys would hook listening devices on those lines hundreds of feet down, like in cold, dark water. Can you imagine, dude? Like, you're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was. And you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home, none of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast. They've not written any books. And the only thing they say is, yeah, we did a lot of incredible shit. Still can't talk about it. Unbelievable, man. Yeah. I've been able to see. I can go out and do shit, and you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being in 300 feet of water, pitch black. If you lose a glove, right, or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? And you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career? And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit? I think it transmits. Yeah, that's much more convenient. It's not declassified, so who knows? Right, who knows? And they don't talk about it. Wow. They don't talk about it. That's crazy. I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, have you ever heard about this? And he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, oh, I've never heard about it. That's my point. It's an incredible story, man. These guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word. They pick the right guys. Yeah, there's guys like that out there. Yeah. And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there that they're just doing the mission. Yeah. They come home, not tell their families. Yeah. Their wives be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking, Yeah. My God, I can't say anything. You have to have the right wife. Mm-hmm. If you don't have a woman that can understand that becomes a real problem. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them have been divorced. Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51. Yeah. He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing, and they would call him at 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And yeah, leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it. Because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged. Right. So his wife is like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor. And that's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties. Because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility. Because he couldn't tell her anything. He can't tell anybody. Yeah, and then eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger and then he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, like, people need to know about this. He took her out there and he showed her. But
he didn't know that she was fucking some other guy by that time.
It's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Look, this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually.
I wonder if she's like, fuck, I shouldn't have sucked that guy's
Man, I feel bad now. I shouldn't have fucked that guy. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. I just not really say anything, and I just dip out. I kind of dipped out from my family. My dad was like very concerned because he's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, I'm just working. Just busy, man. But it weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Right? Not being able to tell people about something you're doing it's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. There's always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It was like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl or first woman, I shouldn't say girl. She's the first woman I told. Because I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway. So if I get rolled up, I get rolled up. Who cares? I'm out anyway.
Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it?
Well, so
did you give her like details?
No. Because she had met some of my friends, right? And the guys from the community are fairly obvious because they look like you. And they're jacked, tattooed. A lot of them are, big beards. It looks like the Hells Angels, right? So, like, I don't work for the State Department. It's fairly obvious. Like, the State Department, they're going to wear suits and, they're come out of Harvard and they use really long words all the time. They're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever, and you'd have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hells Angels, and I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless, but I could get away with it. I could sell that, but they couldn't. She's like, well, so you work for the State Department, but what is it that you actually do? Right? I'm like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advisor or something, and then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we've known each other, we were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA, and she was like, I know. What are you, a fucking idiot? Like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Like, and it's funny because even now today, right? It's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys gonna be up till like 2 a.m, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about everybody that used to work with. Yeah, that's right. It's like, and it's so dramatic, right? It's like, it's such a sewing circle at times with people, and it's all the same people are the same regardless of your profession. It's like, they're always talking shit, and that guy's a good dude, that guy's not.
It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff. Like how much they bust people that talk about things they should never talk about with people that are just on a date with.
Yeah.
Like, not even like your wife of 10 years. No, some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys.
Yeah.
A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how we do it. And they're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him, and they start telling about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal, and they do it all the time.
Oh, it happens all the time in DC. It doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like State Department, FBI, or whoever. You can always tell who works for whom, and it's always like they're always trying to out-jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would leave me alone. And I'm a janitor at Northrop Grumman. They're like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's it's my passion. Love them shit stripes and toilets, man. I gotta wipe them out.
but then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going, and then it's always the guys like, I can't tell you who I work for. You're like, oh. Then you just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is going to be a fun one. You know, you're like, oh, we got a couple of drinks in him. Yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can convince a lot of people that don't know any better that you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. It was especially in the 80s. So in the 80s when I first started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick.
Right.
He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. You might get fucked up. Like, they might know how to fight. Back then, no one knew how to fight. It was very rare. There was like one kid who knew how to box. It was always the wrestling team, which were the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. They're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers. And they're just walking around with everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, the level, I had no idea. I was hanging around with these people. I thought they were normal people. They were like kids that were like little soldiers.
Right.
Like, all of them. Thick-necked little fucking soldiers. And you realize, like, wow. It, like, opened my eyes. Like, Jesus. There's these people around. And they were never even considered martial artists until the UFC. Nobody really understood, unless they actually did wrestling, how helpless the average person is with an elite wrestler. You have no chance. Like, see, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes you down. No chance. He's going to shoot on you. He's going to pop in. You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts experts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to him, like, where do you train? What do you do? And it was always some guy who, like, learned some mystic. There was one guy. This guy actually wound up getting arrested for murder, and he's in jail right now. Yeah, he had lied to everybody and told them that he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and he was even teaching people, and he knew almost nothing. And this is like in the early 2000s, I guess, like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was just starting to catch on. Like, people were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC. But it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie came back to me. He's like, man, something's wrong. He was like, this guy is terrible. He doesn't know shit. And he's like, and I was like, really? He goes, yeah, I think he's a fake. I think he's a fraud. And he wound up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail, and he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name was Rafael Torre. That was his fake name, but his real name was like Ralph something or other. And he's in jail right now for murder.
That's a super funny character, right? Not that guy, but it's
a fake black belt.
But a fake martial artist. Mm-hmm. What was that? There's a movie years ago where it's like 1 foot, the way of 1 foot or something. Did you watch that? Yeah, with Danny McBride.
Yeah,
it was fucking hilarious, man. And it's like that guy, that like character, that strip mall, martial artist, it's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, there's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. It's McDojo Life on Instagram. It's a fucking great page because it's all people doing bullshit fake martial arts like death touch, like people that can like touch your forehead and you like go limp and fall to the ground. And you get all their students become like brainwashed and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange.
Super weird. It's very cultish.
Mm-hmm. Like, martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like, your instructor is always sir, you're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness inside. Yeah. In like traditional Taekwondo, you always would refer to your instructors as Mr. It was Mr. I hated it. I was like,
How many years did you do that?
Oh, like hardcore for 7 years. Yeah, hardcore.
And then you switched over to jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, I switched over to jiu-jitsu a few years later. I stopped fighting when I was 22, and then it was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and I kind of half-assed, still trained, and fought a few times while I was also doing comedy. But I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of like wanting to compete, and one of them was recognizing brain damage, recognizing it in other people, recognizing it in friends, and then laying in bed with headaches after sparring sessions, going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. And then there was a guy that I hurt really bad in a tournament. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19. In California, I was competing in the Nationals, and I KO'd this guy, and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher, and he was on a stretcher for half an hour, and then they took him to the hospital, and it freaked me out, because I was like, that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me, and that one bothered me, because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things, but I'm like, okay, well, where does that lead me? To teaching? Do I really want to? I was already teaching at the time, but do I really want to teach for a living forever? Like, I don't think I do. There's not, and then recognizing that the martial art that I had picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks, with the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like 1 or 2 leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, oh, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year, not nearly as committed. Like, I was all ears, all in. I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later.
So what's going on at like 21, 22? And you like, what are you thinking? Do you remember what you're thinking? Like I'm going to be an actor. I'm going to be a comic.
No.
What are you thinking?
I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. And then even then, I was like, this is just something that I think I could do. But when I would bomb, I'd be like, fuck, I should go back to fighting. I just gotta get a few. And then you know what happened? I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery, and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized like my body's vulnerable. Like you're counting on your tissue intact in order to like live this life that you want to live. So I had to get my knee reconstructed, and I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction?
Yeah.
Back then?
Yeah, I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around then. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping competing. It's like like the universe was like, let me help you.
Right.
Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed, and that takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But the comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. Where you have to get the people to like you. Like, it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I wanted them to not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like, no one's gonna save you. Doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and me and a referee. I liked it. I liked that this person had like a bunch of like. So one of my favorite things was like hearing cheers stop. Like when people were cheering, like, yeah, fuck yeah, kick his ass, then whump. And then the guy would collapse, and you hear silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live. Right. Like if you had to go to Ohio and fight in Ohio. I just loved that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I would never celebrate. I would just walk away like I do this every day. I'm going to do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm going to do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out before fighting, before sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I'd just put a hoodie on and just lie down on the ground and go to sleep.
Is that like where you try to fuck with them a little bit?
It was a little bit of fucking with them. It was a little bit of I'm so relaxed. Right. I'm gonna take a nap here while you're freaking out. But it was also I wanted to do it for my own mind. You know, I wanted to just like be. I was so in my own head. I was so in my own like what I'm going to do. I wasn't thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started thinking about what could happen to me. Because I've gotten really lucky where I never really got hurt in a tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like, it's only a matter of time before I get whomped. It's just, it happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in the hospital.
That's interesting that you had that thought early on to where you're like,
Well, I started seeing brain damage in other people. Specifically when I started kickboxing, because I was training at boxing gyms, and I started seeing guys who were trying to say, there was like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them, and then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And that was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo, because I just realized the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was so limited. It really it fucked you up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off, where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so then I started doing a lot of boxing and a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much like unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story. They just told you like 5 minutes ago, they tell it to you again. Because I was realizing, oh, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It was like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
So when you're making those decisions early on, like you're controlling, like being able to control your emotions, so your anxiety, and being able to like put yourself into the right mental framework to go out and perform. So regardless, so you're competing in Taekwondo, you're going out, you're actually performing on like open mics. Is that what you're doing at the time? Just, like,
when I was 21. Once I was 21, I started doing open mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you got to be freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. It was like the first fights that I had. So you were scared, but you were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. That was the guy who I trained under, this guy, Jae-Hun Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like the technique was perfect. Like you had to have perfect technique. Like if you did anything sloppy or anything like they would correct you. Like you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag training, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with another team. Like we would travel to New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor, and they would bring the competition teams to compete against each other. We'd fight in a gym. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that you'd have. And, you know, you'd find people that were roughly your weight, and these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym, they have like a strip mall type gym, and there was, in their dojang, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is great. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. They had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like you need resistance. You need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about, like, if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war. Right. And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky in where I trained, is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared, because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like they were known for, when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared. Because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like, these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side, kicking people, crushing rib cages. It was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. Right. The first guy that I ever saw hit a bag was this guy, John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo light heavyweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go to, I guess it was the World Cup. And he was in full training mode, like the moment I walked into the gym. And I watched him fold this heavy bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. This is, I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tee. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There was going to be big lines. It was going to be packed. So let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoomp, ka-ching, whoomp, ka-ching. And the ka-ching was the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going and rattling, and then it would come down, he would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like, there was this like little ledge where you could sit and watch people, and they had set it up like that, so the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment tool, because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. Like, how do you do that? Like, he was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks, and just folding this fucking bag in half. I'm like, that's crazy that a person could generate. I didn't think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy, too, because he was like a real street guy. Like, he'd been in and out of jail, wound up having a substance problem, but it was this funny dude from Chelsea, which was like a real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston. And just a fucking killer, man. A killer. Just a killer. And when he would compete, people would get so nervous. It was crazy to watch, because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt and he was a black belt national champion. And when John Lee would show up, you'd see people whispering like, "Fuck, John Lee's here." You would see guys take these deep drinks. They knew he was in their weight class. Like, fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of its skull. He was trying to hurt you. And he did it to a lot of people. I watched him knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, but to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. I went, for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't a loser, because I was like really good at this thing that was scary, and I just threw myself into it. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I had very few friends outside of high school. It was my whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That was like 15?
Yeah. From like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right, like when I graduated from high school in my freshman year, I started training. And it was nuts. It was just like this complete new life. It was so weird. And then competing, like traveling around competing, first as like a white belt, then a blue belt, then working my way out, purple belt, and then all of a sudden, in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, and then black belt. And And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts.
Shit.
Yeah, it was just if they thought you had potential, they'd just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you could do.
So the confidence that gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was like all of a sudden I realized. Well, all of a sudden I got obsessed with something where I'd never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is nuts, because you're going through puberty.
Right.
So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden I'm shredded, and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to like live humans all over the country, like traveling everywhere. We traveled. That's all we did. We just traveled.
So how do you go from there though? Like, why or how did you go, I'm going to go do stand-up? Like, what was that?
It was really my friends. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day, who was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy, or not a flight pilot, a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist, like an insanely hardworking guy, like unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor. While he was an ophthalmologist. He's a maniac to this day. This dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still spars. Yeah. He's in his 60s now. He's a fucking nut.
And so he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments. And when we would go to tournaments, or when we have sparring days in particular, everybody was super nervous. It was very dangerous. And so I would be the one who would break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody, and I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience,
right?
And everyone was looking for relief from the fact that there was this we would be on a bus headed to Poughkeepsie, New York to go compete in a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, you should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it. And I'm like, look, you think I'm funny because you like me. And I go, other people are going to think I'm an asshole. My sense of humor was very dark. It was very crazy back then because I was living a crazy life. And then did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb straight away?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I got a couple of laughs, ha ha ha. It wasn't good,
right?
But everybody sucked.
Do you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah. Here's my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going? No. Do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. It was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized everybody sucks in the beginning, and then I thought back to martial arts. I go, oh, this is everything, right? If you start off, you suck. Everything in the whole thing is getting better at this thing you suck at, which is I had this guy, Tommy Woods, Dr. Tommy Woods. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of people that acquire dementia. And one of the best ways to keep your brain fresh is do new things. Do things that you're not good at and learn how to do them and get better at it. And I think I had sort of just applied what I had learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. It was terrible. Everybody's terrible. You don't know what you're doing. Right. And then you realize through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're going to get better. It's a path. And so I was like, oh, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits, because I was a misfit, right? And I was like, oh, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot and drink beer, and they stayed up late and they slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I could hang out with these people. Regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me, because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't live. I tried regular jobs. This is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, wow, this guy's a master. The mastery he has of concepts and jokes and tricking you into thinking one thing, and then he hits you with another thing. God, and the smoothness of it all, it just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy?
There was this one guy, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who had been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of stand-up, the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and then it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. You know, they're just doing coke. And like, there was clubs that would pay you in coke.
What?
Yeah, they would. Yeah. Nick's Comedy Stop would offer you cocaine or cash in the 1980s. Yeah.
I can see that. I can see how this thing becomes super addictive.
Yeah.
And this is like your dirtbag life.
Mm-hmm.
It's that same parallel we're talking about. Where this becomes the rock that you're climbing every day because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, and ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. And they're giving you the feedback. And that's very similar. Like, you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And so the falling off was important because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting things out? Like, what are you doing wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times because then you get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
The guys like Andy Kaufman, right, that would go out and they had a whole shtick and nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Wild. Like, it is wild because it's almost an intentional. You're bombing intentionally, but it's funny. You gotta like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on, and it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have a criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word, because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. He was wrestling women.
It's wild.
Fucking maniac.
So wild.
Great. Yeah. It was so great. But he never was a great comic, right? Like, say if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, that would be almost more interesting.
Right.
Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic, one of the funniest guys ever.
Yeah.
And then he starts playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like, this is what Anthony Kaufman did. He would have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everybody was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was like this weird mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing.
Right.
He never, like, really entertained and killed. Like, all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is of him doing this weird stuff, which, again, it's not really a criticism.
Right.
But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing, and he was like, I think I can get in there and do something completely disruptive.
Right. I can see that. Like, it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I loved especially the wrestling stuff, but it's not my favorite. Like, if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there, I'm going to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master.
Laugh.
Yeah, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there, your sides hurt, and you're dying. You don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, but he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was the magic of Andy Kaufman. But it's just not my, like, I don't like jazz. I don't want to go see jazz.
It's hard to like.
It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Taxi, like, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going.
I know.
It's incredible.
I know.
Like, and it just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, how old is Danny DeVito?
He's 150,000 years old.
He's like,
Tony Danza's long since retired.
Holy shit. Yeah. That guy just keeps going, and he looked old in Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Like,
that was a great show.
That was a great show.
That was a great show. Was he?
He's 90.
Is Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, you know, she has that crazy mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she could tell you, like 1973, right? You know, February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has like not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my god! Yeah,
She can remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73. She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like he's still funny. Like I mean, like the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny. Oh, how many seasons is that? Like 20? No, I don't know. But I mean, it's still like
fucking like things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch.
Yeah.
Like my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. My dad used to watch that.
How old is Danny DeVito?
81.
Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it, man.
Still funny.
Yeah. I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70? Yeah, around 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching the other night, and, you know, he flew back from where he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, he just kind of, like, walked in.
Yeah.
It felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's good as... He's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I've never, like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like, it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off, it's unforced, it's a conversation. Like, he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like, like it's just a natural conversation, like a
casual.
Yeah, it's completely casual.
Killing.
You don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching a stand-up comedian. You feel like you're watching somebody talk, and you know that it's coming. You think that it's coming, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. You're like, fuck, man. Like, the guy's incredible.
I think it's one of those things where you keep working at it, you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight, got way more focused. But, you know, he had been going hard for decades. And his doctor pulled him aside and go, hey, man, you're going to die.
Are all those guys still like all the blue collar comedy tour guys? Are they still all doing it?
Foxworthy still does stand up. I think he did stand up recently with Ron. But I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore. Right. I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. You don't hear much about him anymore. I think out of all of them, Ron is the guy who's still. But out of all of them, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic, and then, you know, I think, in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master. But also, he loves it, man. Like, he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always, like, I always get text messages from him when I have shows. He wants to come into a set. It's like, he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like, that's his thing, man. He enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere. And you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever gotten out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. Yeah, I really believe that. And it's crazy that at 70, he's still getting better. His material just keeps getting better. And it's always working at it. He's always working at it, you know?
Yeah, that whole thing about LA or whatever he did. He just it sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He was just telling a story about being on a flight, and you're like, holy shit, he's just telling me a story.
He was in the back room of the Comedy Store one night with his back bar, and we were hanging out, and we were drinking. This is back in Ron's drinking days, and we're having a couple glasses of whiskey. And then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, He goes, there's this place you can go, and there's a bunch of hookers. You get your dick sucked for like $20, man. I was there every fucking day. And he goes, then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day. And I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. And he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit. He was just telling us this story. We were dying. I go, gee, have you ever said this on stage? And he goes, no. Fuck no. I go, you should tell it on stage. I go, Ron, that's hilarious. I go, listen, we were dying laughing. I mean, it was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. It was just no intention of ever saying. We're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, let me tell you that story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. he just goes into the story that it fucking murders. Like it had been a polished bit that he'd been working on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. Like if he's not trying to be funny, he's funny. Yeah. He doesn't have to think about it. It's like he just got his personality, man. He's just cool.
Yeah, he's like that iconic Western, almost a Western storyteller. Like the guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire at hunting camp. It's the old, guy that's been around 100 years. Like he's killed thousands of animals. He's packed shit out, and then he's got these stories that you can't help but listen to. Yeah. And that's what he reminds me of. I'm like, man, this guy is so fucking perfect. And every time I see him, I'm like, holy shit, that's the guy. That's the guy.
He's an old master. Mm-hmm. It's there's not a lot of humans like that guy. He's the main reason why I was interested in moving to Austin. He was the first reason, because I knew Ron had already lived here. Ron was already moved here. Ron moved here in 2018. Okay. And so he just got tired of it. He kept a place in Beverly Hills, and would come visit us at the Comedy Store sometimes. But I was talking to him on the phone, and he's like, man, I'm fucking loving here. He goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, if I want to fly somewhere to work, I'm in the center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. Austin, like I was on it, was out here, so when I would come out here for work every now and then, and I'd always come out here and love doing stand up here. It was like that planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, Ron was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so this is only a couple months into the lockdown, but I had already had enough. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like I knew these cocksuckers in LA were never going to give up the kind of control and power that they had over people's lives. They get off on it, those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least Ron will be there. Like, I'll hang out with Ron. Like, even if I never do stand up again, at least Ron will be here. And then, Ron was also the guy who convinced me that I have to open up a club. I had a thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it, and then Ron went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and then he grabs me by my shoulders when he got off stage because he fucking murdered. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy in this giant standing ovation because there was no indoor shows anywhere else near there. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had some shows they were doing at Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit, like as if the virus can't go through the air. It was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. I was like, this is so crazy. This is like a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure. He was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I think I'm retired. Did this one set, and then he grabs me by the shoulders. He goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. He goes, you got to open up that club. I'm like, okay, we're going to open up the club. And then we started looking for locations, like right afterwards. So like Ron was a key force. He's the godfather of the Austin comedy movement, like where this became like this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here, we said, have my friend. I could go hang out. Right, like, because, like, even if I couldn't do stand-up again, I need someone who's just a renegade. I need a dude I can hang out with that's a real comic, that we're going to have fun. We can just talk shit and laugh.
Well, who would you hang out with when you were in LA?
Him when he was there until 2018, always. But, of course, Joey Diaz. And, when the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he always wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was, where he's from. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Like, everybody moved out. But it was like Duncan. I hung out with Duncan, Segura, Ari, Bert, all those people that were, the mainstays at the Comedy Store. There was an amazing crew. Tony Hinchcliffe, of course. Yeah. And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here, too, with me. And then Segura moved out here, and then everybody moved out here. Just like this wave started.
Is there anybody that we started with, like, back in the day? Because you were, Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was there anybody you started with that you're still, like...
Yeah, Fitzsimmons. Greg Fitzsimmons. We're real tight. Greg Fitzsimmons started 1 week. I think I started a week after him or before him, something like that. But we're separated by 1 week.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, we did open mics together. We traveled around together. We did road. We would drive 90 minutes to do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to Rhode Island to do stand up for free. We traveled all over all over New England. We did road gigs together. Yeah, we came up together. We had so much fun. We just went, no money, no career, no even thought of one day having a career. The goal was, I want to be able to make a living doing comedy, because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, grind out $100 grand, $50 grand, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else. I was like, that's the dream. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right. The idea of a career was like, no, we never even talked about it, because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left. And other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that had kind of, air quotes, made it, during that time period and left Boston. Right. The goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing, because it was a real artist colony in the most unpretentious of ways, because these guys were all coke snorting, whiskey drinking psychopaths, and a lot of them were big guys, like these big fucking football player looking dudes who were just animals. And they were just wild men, and they had this life that was so envious to me. I was like, God, to be so free, where all you have to do is just tell jokes. You don't have to ever show up at the newspaper depot to deliver newspapers, or I was driving limos and doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that. You could just do comedy. And that was me and Greg. We would just drive around just thinking, like, one day, imagine being able to make a living doing this. That was the only goal. And then we both wound up he moved to New York for a bit, and I lived in New York for a while. And then I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as well. And now he's still there. He's still back in LA.
Gosh, I can't imagine, man. Like, living there and staying there, even professionally.
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the jock tax?
Yeah.
Jamie, you see the jock tax?
I think so.
I understand, but it's specific to California. Yeah. And this jock tax in California, some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. Oh no, it is true.
I don't think so.
No, it is true. I went it through AI last night. No, it was in. They pulled it up on Grok, and then people analyzed it, and it's based. No, Jamie. Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage. Okay.
This year.
Okay, with whatever. Well, the Super Bowl, specifically, these guys, Jamie's so funny.
I know, but this is one of those things that's not real.
What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of a year. So if he makes $2 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay.
Gotcha.
And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200 and something thousand.
Did you watch it?
No. I was gonna watch it just for Bad Bunny, just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. That this guy's like, what do you fucking care? Like, it's like this weird culture war that this guy is singing, and objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. Can't take their word for it.
Like somebody was telling me the other day, they're like, "Oh, you can watch the Super Bowl." I'm like, "What? Super Bowl?" Oh yeah, it's sports. Gotcha. Yeah. I was halfway through it or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, man. I got other shit.
If it's your team, I get it. It was the Patriots. I can root for the Patriots, but it's like I'm busy.
If it's on, like at the airport or something, like, I'll watch it. Yeah, like I'm not going out of my way. I'm not gonna be like, hey.
If Aaron Rodgers was playing, I'd watch it. Maybe I'd even go if Aaron was playing. But it's like, it's so hard to go from combat sports to regular sports from now. God, it's so hard. It's so hard. The UFC last Saturday was fucking spectacular. It was a small one in the Apex Center, and there were some incredible fights. It was so good. It's like, that to me is like home. I don't have a lot of time for entertainment. That fills it all up.
Yeah, that fight, Saturday was like incredible.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Yeah, the Mario Bautista performance is fucking insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, you watch combat sports and the consequences are so grave, what they're doing, the dedication, this moment that you train for months and months for this one moment when this referee's like, fighter one, you ready? Fighter two, let's go. And it's, whoo, here we go. That to me is the most exciting thing in all of sports. It'll never stop being that to me. I love it. So football's fun. I like it. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking great. They're fun.
Well, this is like the state, right?
Yeah.
This is not only like the state pastime that people are like grown up. They're completely modeled to go play Texas football.
Yeah.
And this is like the icon of
dedicated.
Sports. Yeah.
And it's just the enthusiasm for the crowd is nuts. I got to shoot the cannon once in a while. They had to let me shoot the cannon off. Yeah.
What?
That was pretty cool. It's fun. Being on the field and seeing these guys warm up and get ready and then watching the game. Nighttime games are the best. They're nuts, man. And then, of course, they do the jet flyover. Which is like, America! You're flying over fighter jets over a football game. It doesn't happen anywhere else. They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fight. Fly fighter jets over.
That'd be cool, though.
It would be.
Maybe
Daniel
get it. Yeah.
Maybe they can do it at the Sphere and have like the roof of the Sphere like show the jets as they pass over.
Maybe they'll do it at the White House.
They probably will.
I would imagine.
Well, they're probably going to have air presence. I mean, how dangerous is that card going to be? Oh my gosh! In terms of like, if you wanted to have some sort of a disruptive event, that's the spot at the White House, and you're having cage fights. And I'm not even convinced that it's going to happen because with all the crazy shit going on in the world, who knows what happens between now and June, right? When this is supposed to pop off? Like, who knows? Who knows what goes down? Now, who knows what fucking happens with all this Epstein file shit? It just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier and deeper and deeper. And so Rokana and Massey just released the names of these guys that had been redacted from the list. And one of them is Lex Wexner. What is his last name? Les Wexner, right? Who's the CEO of Victoria's Secrets. Is he the CEO or the owner? Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because he runs this modeling, Victoria's Secrets, hot girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right?
Sure. Yeah. Two things. I don't think anybody. His existence as a co-conspirator isn't new information,
but it's confirmed now, right?
It was people I think are up in arms is that it wasn't supposed to be blocked out from the file.
Exactly.
He's not a victim.
Right. He's not a victim, so why was his name redacted? Right. And so they got it unredacted, and now he's being named.
I think he's the funder of most of it. Is what it's
Right. So people knew that there was something going on, but he had gifted Jeffrey Epstein this insane house in Manhattan. So this is like a $60 million house in Manhattan. You know the house where you go into it and you see Bill Clinton in a dress? You know that picture that we have out in the lobby? That's from the foyer of his house.
Right.
That Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. See if you can find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything.
She's kidnapped, or she was claimed she was kidnapped and was in his house in New Albany, Columbus. She claimed she was being held there for, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, like doing art. She called her dad to try to get out of there or something like that. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and that's like his involvement is like brand new information.
This was in Columbus, Ohio.
Well, New Albany is where that's where his house is. The biggest house in Ohio, I think. It's a suburb of Columbus. It'd be like Westlake.
Right.
People think he's still there. That's where Epstein's living, but that's not.
Well, the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
Definitely, I think they're AI photos. They might not be.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
People think he's been seen or spotted around town.
Wouldn't you think he'd get some surgery?
You would think that he would have to.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably one of the most recognizable faces in the world at this point.
Yeah.
Like, after so much airtime,
you'd have to get some surgery if you wanted to still. I mean, how would you keep that? This is the tweet. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020. How crazy is that? Shit. She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 2020.
That's crazy.
That's fucking way ahead of everything.
Crazy. Bro. But these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire guys, their names were redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning. Where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted? Or redacted, rather.
When are they supposed to testify? When are the Clintons supposed to testify? Would you say they're gonna 2 weeks? Did you see the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? They're gonna land. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah. Before that testifying.
Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. Fuck.
Outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously this conspiracy, it's not a theory anymore, right? Because they're connecting the networks, they're like exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you like to dive into, outside of aliens, because everybody knows that. What are your other ones?
Well, aliens is the most fun one. Yeah. This is the one that I hate the most. Yeah. Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery, the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team. We know that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting, and everybody wants to thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening now, here's one of the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day, he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. What? Yes. He ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to be delivered to the island. And so there's a lot of people online saying, oh, that's probably for his desalination plant. That's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered. Check that again. I thought there was 2 other ones. Oh, there was 2 other orders? 17 and 2015. Oh, so that guy was wrong. The first one from that company, potentially. Oh, that makes sense. So maybe it was for this desalination equipment, but also that's a lot of sulfuric acid. You know, if I needed 5 gallons for my desalination equipment, but 239 gallons, whatever it is, to burn kids. Yeah, to fucking get rid of bodies.
Well, it's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid, just in general. Right?
Immediately, you think. Yeah. The other orders, were they that large? Because here's the other thing. How long has it been killing people? How long have they been boiling bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have, for lack of better words, let's call it a service, where you allow rich people from foreign governments, whenever you set it up, I can give you whatever you want. Hooker. Like, I want to kill her, I want to torture her, I want to, get rid of the body. I don't want to do that. Like, can you do that? There was one where this one guy is saying to him, thank you for the torture video. It's literally a part of an email. The actual quote, thank you for the torture video. Like, enjoyed the torture video. It's so gross. And they think they've identified that guy. And what do they think? He's a sultan?
I'm just trying to find that right now. I think Massey said he got the. He looked that one up, I believe. It's weird. They're letting them into the files one by one for like an hour at a time.
What? Yeah, bro.
Like the Congress people can go look at specific millions of files. You got to tell them which file you want specifically to look at.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy because, like, why have you protected people? So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people? Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people weren't victims, you're not protecting the victims. So what are you doing? Right. And how come all this shit is not released? Like, this, all of them just, like, get rid of all of it. Just expel it all. It's crazy. So this is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy. Because I don't like it.
Julian Dory talked about this yesterday in his podcast. I just saw a clip going around. American billionaire Tom Pritzker had an email to him that says,
you mean Julian Dorsey?
Dorsey, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday, and he loaned me a chopper, actually 2, with 1 as a backup. Till tomorrow. Yeah, boys with toys could mean like military guys with weapons.
That's what I assume. That's not what the video is. We're talking about little boys because they're in Afghanistan. But what's the birthday?
It's my birthday wish.
In a remote valley.
In a remote valley.
And you can't actually complain about it.
But it also loan me a chopper.
Well, actually, this is 2 Epstein.
Right. But the thing is, like, the loan me a chopper, my birthday wish, his birthday wish might have been to, like, gun down villagers.
I know, that's what I
You know
thought
what I
you were
mean?
talking about, not go play with little kids.
Yeah.
I just want to go kill people.
I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like I came here to fuck kids. It's like my birthday wish sounds like I'm here to fuck people up.
Right.
Like,
or I'm just out here to tour Afghanistan, which, I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to tour Afghanistan, but it seems like
the only reason why I would be interested in going to Afghanistan is the stuff that Jason Everman told me about. Like when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is nuts, where archaeologists have no access to them.
Right.
That stuff's crazy.
No, it's incredible.
All from Alexander the Great. Like there's immense ruins in Afghanistan of cities. They had Greek cities, like beautiful columns and incredible construction in Afghanistan that are like, when was Alexander the Great? What was that? The 1400s? What was that?
1,000 plus, right? So, like, I mean,
what year was it? What year was Alexander the Great?
I believe it was actually, 300? Oh, Jamie.
300 AD? 300 BC. Wow.
600 years off.
Wow, I was way off. 300 BC, and they're building these immense, beautiful Roman cities, Greek Roman cities. Like it looks like you're either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like incredible architecture.
I think up until the Soviets invaded, Afghanistan was kind of like the crown jewel, right? They referred to it as the Beirut of Central Asia because you had a very eclectic group of people, and Kabul was known as like this beautiful city. And obviously, post-occupation, the Soviets had killed, hundreds of thousands of people, and then with the build-up and the devastation of not only military occupation of the Soviets, and then us coming in, soon after, obviously, with when the mullahs took charge, it basically went completely to the other side, or the extreme of the Taliban, and then us coming in. They've had nothing but decades of war. It's completely eviscerated any semblance of intellectualism. There's no infrastructure of technology or advancement. Like the universities were essentially demolished, so everything was ruined. So you're talking about at least several hundreds of years of advancement that just were eliminated in 3 decades,
and just a complete collapse of society.
Yeah. I mean, I would spend a lot of time just trying to understand the place, right? And you leave an airfield where we have the most advanced technology in the world, right? Like we're launching helicopters and jets, any and all pieces of technology you can imagine. And you would drive, into these valleys or from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages of 2 mules, and they're carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars are on the road with a Toyota Corolla, and you have a mule pulling an old Toyota Corolla or something, right? So you'd have an entire society of basically Amish level people, and then Americans right next door in an air base are launching the most advanced technology and warfighting capability in the world. And so you'd see everything from point A to point B. You would encounter a huge percentage of people are illiterate, like no schooling, no advancement for girls. The children were seen more as like a beast of burden, and a lot of places they would actually value their sheep more than they would value their children. So they would be looking for reparations or to get paid for possibly the sheep that you destroyed on target, but their kids not. No. So you had a really clear picture to what civilization was like 500 years before that, or 1,000 years at some certain times, and you'd see it too, right? Because you'd have Buddhist architecture, Greek architecture, and then you'd have the standard kind of Taliban infrastructure. You'd have the Soviet architecture from their invasion. You'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You could see them all within 2 weeks. Wow. I was up in this place called the Panjir, and the lion of the Panjir was this General Massoud, and he was killed actually on September 10th before September 11th, so he's part of the actual September 11th plot. He was killed by a suicide bomber as they were trying to do a documentary, and they brought in a camera packed full of explosives and killed him the day before, which ultimately was part of the September 11th attacks, because they knew that Massoud was the connection to the U.S. invasion, or the U.S. invasion would be involving Massoud. And the Panjir is this beautiful, it's incredible river valley, and it's also part of where the Soviets would just get their asses handed to them, because we had the Mujahideen was being funded by the CIA at the time, obviously back during the Soviet invasion, and they would ambush the Soviets on these windy mountain roads next to this river, and they would cut them off basically in the front and the back of the convoy, and then destroy the entire convoy in between. And they'd just shove all the shit that was destroyed in the river. So the river would have rapids in it, and not all the rapids were made from rocks and natural occurring rapids. They were made by T-52s and Russian tanks and all this this war material that was pushed into the river by the Panjiris. And I went up to his grave. He's a really incredible guy when you read about him and all of his combat accomplishments against the Soviets. But the Panjir Valley is such a beautiful place, and we used to joke around about how, gosh, we'd love to come back here and go skiing or recreate Panjir Valley, because it looks like Colorado or someplace incredible or beautiful. And at the same time, you're in Afghanistan, so you're surrounded by just the chaos and the devastation of war, with this one tiny little piece, this little sliver in the middle of nowhere. It's absolutely beautiful. And some of the rapids are made by T-52s. And as a whitewater guy, I was like, man, I'd like to kayak this. That'd be cool.
If you were a person who's a wealthy person, that your desire was to go gun people down, there are people that will provide you with that service. There was a thing with the Soviets, or not the Soviets, with the Russians, where they're allowing people to kill pirates.
Yeah.
You would pay a bunch of money, and they take you to where the pirates are, and you go on a ship and with a 50 cal just fucking blow up pirate boats.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. I'd heard about there were places that you could go and there has to be Russian or Somalian or a connection between the two, right? So you'd have these rogue elements and places where there is an organized government. There's essentially just chaos and anarchy,
which is Afghanistan.
Correct.
Yeah. So if someone from the western side was providing that service to someone and letting them borrow a chopper.
Well, that was Petraeus. So they were saying Petraeus was the commanding general at the time, which I would find it's kind of hard to believe. That a general that's in charge of combat operations in Afghanistan would loan just a rich guy a helicopter. And it sounds correct in the context of plus another one, because they could never fly anywhere alone. They always had to fly because they had to have the support.
But just loan me
a chopper. It's a stretch, as much as I disagree with the way that they were running the war. It'd be hard for me to believe that a general would just loan some rich guy a couple of helicopters to fly around Afghanistan.
I think he's lying.
I don't know. You'd have to dive into it and figure it out.
Yeah. But either way, there's nothing normal about these emails.
No.
There's nothing normal.
Nothing normal.
One thing to take into consideration is how much of these emails are actually factual.
Mm-hmm.
Accusations that they're putting on other people. You got to take that with a grain of salt. This guy he was all about influence peddling. Like, and probably he had enemies, and he would probably destroy his enemies with rumors and making up false stories. Like the Bill Gates one with asking me for antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got STD from a Russian hooker. I'm like, that seems too on the head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his fucking personal doctor? Why is he going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives in Seattle? Don't you think he has like a concierge medicine setup up there with a guy? And why would he say, "Hey, Melinda, I gave her STDs"? You wouldn't. You'd say, "Hey, get me some stuff. Oh, I lost my prescription. Can you give me another one? Yeah, it fell out of my car. Give me another one." Yeah, they went and fucking crushed it up in a smoothie. Like, if you're gonna do that, you would do it. He's not a dummy. He's Bill Gates, right? You would do it in a more discreet way than contact a international sex trafficker who's a part of like some intelligence operation.
You would think.
Right.
Yeah. But the skeptic in me tends to kind of like look at it under a magnifying glass a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to take everything at face value, but also at the accumulation of all of these different things leads you to just go, what the fuck was going on? Did you find out how many other the sulfuric acid orders, if the other ones were just as large?
I struggled to even find that. I was like, maybe I made this up. But I did find one. There was different. So they were talking about, there's emails back to 2012 or 14 about, I don't have to think of, this is the thing saying there's nothing there.
The sulfuric acid?
Yeah.
Emails released in document. How do they know there's nothing there?
No, this is
water maintenance systems dating back to 2013 implying possible routine use of sulfuric. Possible is a weird word. Use of sulfuric acid for pH adjustment and filtration, but no specific prior invoices or shipments are detailed.
Yeah, that's exactly. It wasn't an invoice. There was one. They were talking about getting 1 drum of sulfuric acid with 40 bags of like carbonate salt or something.
Yeah, see, that makes more sense than 6 fucking giant 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid the day after you get indicted.
When you dig into the actual files website, I started looking up the RO plan, which is the reverse osmosis system they had there. There's a ton of discussions about it going all the way back to 2012, when I think is when he bought it. So,
of using sulfuric acid?
No, just having a reverse osmosis system. Right. Water there must have been a problem. Right.
Well, it makes sense because they were using desalination technology, but it just the volume is suspicious.
They were buying
in a time
for a while.
Yeah. Also, dude had to know he was going down. Like when he gets arrested in 2019, when he gets indicted, he had to know he was going down. And if you know you're going down and you're trying to mount some sort of a defense, one of the first things you would have to do is get rid of bodies.
You have to get rid of everything.
Right? If you've got a bunch of people on the island that they could swoop in at any point in time and pull out of there, and then you're fucked. Like if he had underage kids on the island, whatever he had on the island, that's so dark.
This picture I know came from, there was rumors of him getting concrete machines shipped there, but that was from the first time he got arrested. So I think in 2008, the first time he got arrested, they had a bunch of machines shipped.
Oh, bro.
But I don't know how you do construction on the island without getting concrete machine shipped.
I don't know how you get rid of bodies or put it inside the concrete. Yeah. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, maybe it's two in the same. It's like, hey, I go to an island and I've got to make all the infrastructure. So I need a bunch of concrete. I need RO, so I've got to have sulfuric acid. What's better for a cover up?
There's a picture of machines on the island. Here's the description of it.
Yeah, right before his 2019 arrest, industrial car mix 5.5 XL self-loading concrete mixer. So he got a concrete mixer and he got the fucking sulfuric acid right after his arrest.
Details are correct.
Oh God.
I got to where though, I don't know.
So this is right before his arrest and right after his arrest. He got sulfuric acid and a concrete mixer. Like, why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life?
Yeah, I don't know if construction plans would be top of my list.
Yeah. If I've got to innovate and put a fucking weird.
I know I'm going to get arrested, but you know what? I got this big construction program that I'm really interested in. I don't know if that's the same.
The whole thing's so dark, dude.
It's so dark.
It's so dark, and they ran it for a long time. They ran it for decades.
That's another island that no one talks about.
Oh,
He had the bigger island. This is Little St. James, the Great St. James. The one next door.
he owned that one too?
Yeah, both of them.
What?
Both of them were part of the sale. We almost got it was for sale for a while. I pitched the idea.
Yeah, we thought about it. We just didn't think there's enough sage in the world.
No. You can't clear that out. No, you can't clear that out.
Well, it's also you would never find peace because people keep visiting that island constantly. And also just so gross. A lot of bad karma.
They just need to like use that as like maybe like a bombing island.
Right.
Just turn it into a UX UI.
Yeah. Like that one island in Hawaii that you can't go to. They just fucking light it up all the time.
Just light it up all the time. Like have a little bit of grace to the way that we actually end this whole story outside of the files. Just like start blow it up.
It's so dark. It's my least favorite of the conspiracies.
It's not fun at all, man. It's like aliens. It's fun. It's interesting.
Exactly.
Like you can go down the rabbit hole a million ways, and it doesn't. It gets dark only if you let it get dark.
Yeah.
Where okay, they're gonna occupy the planet. They're gonna make us all slaves, or they're gonna kill us all. Like yeah, you can go there, but half the time you're not gonna go there. It's just an interesting thought experiment.
There was a very interesting article, Jamie. I don't know if you saw it, but this guy was it's one of the other guys that's leaving an AI company. Go ahead. And he's talking about how what a big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here. He's talking about how I don't think no one understands it, and the way this is going to change people is, he goes, this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen, how it's going to like literally change humanity, change history. He's like, this is the same sort of stories we're getting from these AI labs. He's like, he wrote this very long and detailed, something big is happening, and the article is written by this guy, Matt Schumer, and I recommend it highly if you want to really fucking get the shit scared out of you. It's terrifying. And he starts this comparison to like people stockpiling toilet paper and stuff at the beginning of COVID. He's like, they don't really understand how big this is going to be and how this latest version of ChatGPT they're working on, ChatGPT 5, ChatGPT made it. So they had ChatGPT make a better version of itself, and they made this better version of itself. And this better version of itself can think things out. It doesn't just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out. It calculates. It makes apps like instantaneously that would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars, does it in minutes. Does it like and perfect. It goes through it, it runs it, it tests it, it makes sure it doesn't have any problems, it anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's going to be applied to law. It's like there's all these guys that are working in coding that say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things. And it keeps getting better and better. He's like, the leaps are enormous. The leaps in its capability and its intelligence level. It's like it's already smarter than people.
What's going to be? I think it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right?
Yes.
So when you think about just attorneys. Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference any legal file
ever instantaneoly,
instantly, and form a case. Why are you going to need paralegals and, first-year attorneys? You're not going to need them.
The people that aren't nervous are naive. Mm-hmm. I think this is going to be the kind of astronomical change that has literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question.
And how are our kids growing up today, like when they used to think about professions and things that they would go into, they would have clear roads to, okay, these are professional work tracks that they can go out and find a job, whatever, accounting, legal, engineering, but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for, every generation from this point forward, basically entering the workforce. What is a workforce?
Elon just said that it's a waste of time to go to medical school.
Really?
These like Optimus robots. These robots that he's making are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. They're going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive. These robots that they're making, and they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking do chores, that can perform surgery on you.
So it's going to be an entire rise in an economy that's going to be human built versus AI built, right? So, I mean, there has to be, like, if you have a label organic, or it will be essentially, I think, the same type of thing, where it's like human made versus AI made. Yeah. It would almost have to bifurcate the economy into two different sections.
It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fun. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google.
Do you think that that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it?
I don't think they know.
They just.
I think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to like search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. I mean, Perplexity is awesome for like solving problems. You could ask a question. I use it all the time when I write. I set it up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? What is it? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? Like I was going on this deep dive. Amazing, but that's the surface. Like what they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability to the point where it's better at human beings, smarter than human beings at everything.
So what's the end state then would be?
We're second-class citizens.
We're obsolete.
Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah.
So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario then, and it ultimately flips and then rids humanity of humans?
It's certainly on the
rids the world of humanity?
It's certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic, or if you give us too much freedom. That's what causes all this chaos, which is true. Right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents, unless you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of school shootings, unless you take away all the guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings, let's take away all the knives. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems in the world, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters, and you've got humans. And humans are the cause of most of the problems. Natural disasters, relatively rare in comparison to the human-caused problems. It's not good.
Then you have to run an AI to do the analysis to what the future of AI is, which ultimately you'd be entrusting the robbers with the bank keys.
It's probably going to do the same thing that we do to dogs. Spay and neuter them.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep them as pets.
Keep them as pets.
But there's no emotion there. So why would they want to keep us as pets?
Why do they want to stay alive? Right. Why are they scheming to stay alive? Why do they blackmail their creators?
Right.
Why are they doing all sorts of things that seem to show that they have thought?
Are they trying to show that they have thought in order to dupe us into the ability that they might be empathetic?
No, that was one of the things that he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through, and they're actively they recognize that they're being observed, and so they're doing things behind the scenes while they're also doing tasks.
I have to believe that there's portions of the DoD that have worked on this, and it's further along than the open source pieces that we can see.
Hard to say, because there's a giant competition with us and China and Russia, and I don't know if they really can close this stuff off. I don't think it can operate that way. I think it has to be it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they are bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. So they're bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage, and then there's this mad race. It's a Manhattan Project for super intelligent AI.
It's a Manhattan Project that's also open source, and it's extremely porous when it comes to information. So essentially, you've weaponized the most powerful tool ever known to humankind. And
it's fucking terrifying.
So you've open sourced it, and then think about the Manhattan Project. If that was just completely porous and there was an open door to any and all countries internationally, you just had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come as you go. Like everybody would be racing to nuclear power, splitting the atom, but then if you could weaponize that internationally and then crowdsource it, essentially, like, you're in a really shit scenario.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
All right, dude, we just did 3 hours.
Awesome.
Thanks, get some food and hang out, and that's it. Black Rifle Coffee, it's the best. It's all we use.
Appreciate it.
Have you been wearing one of those shirts? It's like half my wardrobe. Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
Ready to have a listen to this.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
My day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day. Come on, Roger.
Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go for it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Do it live. That's a classic. Yeah, that's a classic look behind the scenes. Do it live. Fucking crazy people telling you the news. Yeah, that's good. And the William Shatner one where the studio guy, he says Shatner's doing some ADR for the cartoon, the Star Trek cartoon, and he says, he uses the word sabotage, and it's corrected by the studio guy. He's like, Bill, it's pronounced sabotage. Please don't correct me. It disgusts me. It sickens me. And you say sabotage. I say sabotage. Absolutely love William Shatner. My favorite ones are the I can't remember his name. Rosebud. Orson Welles. Jesus Christ. Orson Welles. What happened? I know. What happened? My brain just said, nope, no access. When Orson Welles was doing the Gallo wine commercials. Oh, yeah. Remember those days? Like, Orson Welles, so no wine before it's time. I know. And he was like, everything was like an exhaustive sucking of air to come in. So then he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was angry. Yeah. There is a CD that you can get. I can't remember what it's called, but I have them at home, and it's like all these radio things like that, where just when celebrities, lose it on while doing voiceover and ADR, it's hilarious. Orson Welles is a crazy story, right? Because when he made that movie, when he made Citizen Kane, which was about William Randolph Hearst, William Randolph Hearst essentially shut down one of the most talented guys alive at the time. Shut down his career. Yeah, because the movie was kind of an insult about, the whole thing about Rosebud is that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. Oh, that was his nickname for her clitoris. And so Orson Welles was doing a kind of very, he was jabbing at him in a very low-level way. Really? Yeah, Rosebud. How did he know that was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris.
People in Hollywood know these things.
Oh boy.
Word gets around. Word gets around.
I would keep that one just to her.
Yeah.
Who told?
Yeah.
That's crazy. But I mean, if you go back to like War of Worlds and then Citizen Kane, I mean, this guy was a dynamo, and then they shut him down.
Well, yeah, and he was doing things that nobody else would do. It's like he's like, oh, I want the camera down here, like on the phone. Well, we can't get the camera lens down that low. Like what you're talking about is impossible to do. And so he would just grab a pickaxe and just start chopping away at the studio concrete and dig a hole in the ground so you could put the camera down that low.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was, even today, is so advanced that there's a shot in the very beginning when young Kane is like a little kid. He's out there playing with Rosebud. He's out there playing with the sled in the snow, and the camera is on him, and then it kind of starts pulling back, and it pulls through a window, and then we see his parents and the trust attorney, and the camera keeps backing up all the way into the room. Well, to do that in a studio and to have all that snow and everything, you need so much light, but you also need a lot of light inside because of the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible dolly shot, a reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic.
And what year did he do this too?
I don't know the exact year.
Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right?
Yeah, probably. It's in the late 40s, I would think.
Is that what it was, Jim?
Yeah. Tell us the
41,
early 40s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me see that shot.
Wartime.
Can we find that?
Wartime. It's a wartime film.
What, Jimmy? I was looking for it.
Wartime 40s, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a
Even
wartime
crazier.
movie. Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A lot of stuff going on back then.
Probably hard to get people to go to the movies back then.
No, it would be easy to go to the movies.
Because
in
they
fact,
wanted
wartime
something.
and depression, and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment because people just want to escape.
Well, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Be careful, Charles. Pull your muffler around your neck, Charles.
We shall have to tell him now.
Yes. I'll sign those papers now, Mr. Thatcher.
You people seem to forget that I'm the boy's father.
It's going to be done exactly the way I told Mr. Thatcher.
There ain't nothing wrong with Colorado. I don't see why we can't raise our own son just because we come into some money. If I want, I can go to court. A father has a right to. A board of the beach is built and leaves worthless stock behind. That property is just as much my property as anybody's, now that it's valuable. And if Fred Graves had any idea all this was going to happen, he'd have made out those certificates in both our names. They were made out in Mrs. Kane's name.
So in order to maintain that background exposure of the little kid in the window and the foreground, what you're not knowing is how much light they're using on the interior part in order to create that balance between the two with the foam stocks back then. And the other thing is that table gets flown in. Like they move that table into the shot because it's in the way of the camera move. Wow. And so there's all sorts of mathematics going on in the creation of this shot. And most people would just be like, oh, just shoot the kid outside and cut inside, just do it like that. But Wells was, he was thinking on a complete other level.
It's just, we got robbed of so many films. If you really think about it, what he could have made.
Yes and no. My favorite film of his is Touch of Evil, and there's this amazing shot with Charlton Heston where he's playing a Mexican, and he's got this pencil thin, mustache. Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic, and then everybody's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California, and so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot. You can tell that it's actually downtown Venice.
And this is supposed to be Mexico?
Yeah, this is supposed to be like a border town in Mexico. I don't know if it's Tijuana or some other border town, but he does this amazing single shot.
Wow.
And which back then, this is really hard to do, and this is kind of it's Charlton Heston essentially saying, I believe in Orson Welles and his vision.
This is
that's downtown Venice. The beach is just beyond that.
Ah, wow. God, what year?
Actually, I'm sorry, the beach might be behind us.
What year was this?
Yeah, 1958.
Wow. It's an incredible shot.
And this is incredibly difficult to do as well because you've got a crane.
Now you're following people.
Now you're following the people. There's Charlton Heston with his mustache. And we know as an audience that there's a bomb in that car, but he doesn't know. And so he's still,
just the fact that this is all one shot is crazy.
And for back then, I mean, it's a big deal. Back then, the camera that you're using isn't just some little handy cam or something like that now, an iPhone. It's a Mitchell BNCR, which is it takes 4 guys to move that camera. It's made out of cast iron. It's a giant camera with a blimp. And a blimp is a soundproofing device. So you have the camera, and then you've got to build a giant encasing for the camera because it makes so much noise. You don't want to hear that.
What did that look like?
I have one in my home. It's
of course you do.
Well,
that shot's incredible. I would have never. I didn't know that film existed.
I bought mine from this commercial director named Charles Wittenmeyer, and he had a massive collection of stuff, and then he liquidated everything. He just kind of cashed out of Los Angeles, and he had a warehouse full of stuff. And so I went in, and he's like, well, here's, you can get this, and you can get this. I was like, okay, the Mitchell BNCR. We went over to it, and he's like, this Mitchell BNCR was used, to shoot The Godfather.
So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it?
Yeah, that's basically the camera. That's the camera.
Is that
I also have some cameras.
The blimp is the thing on top of it?
Yeah, the blimp is, the whole thing is a blimp. I mean, there's a smaller.
So that's the camera
with a blimp on it. The big one, the whole thing is a blimp, and when you can actually open up all of these trap doors on it to reveal the camera inside of it. And then the reels that are there you go. There's an opened up one.
Wow.
Looks like it's holding an Arri on the inside. The Arri 100.
One of the things about old movies is they would let a scene cook. You had so much time before people would talk, and you just let the average daily life sort of play out, and it set the tone for the film. And they don't. Now it's like built for Netflix.
Well, now you have a white paper that Netflix gives you, and that I think was it Ben Affleck that was talking about it. How you've got to have a beat in the beginning, you've got to have this and this and this and regular things. I mean, there was this book by Sid Field, which was a screenwriting book. That at one hand it gave a kind of formula on what a movie should be. By page 7, your inciting event should happen, and by page 30, the first thing. He had everything mapped out by page, and that eventually found its way into the hands of studio executives, and they were like, "Oh, now we know what a screenplay is supposed to be structured like. In order to have proper story arcs and structures and a satisfying design." And that's just the next iteration is Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to shoot with these cameras, you have to process at these labs, you have to have tech specs that are within this range, and that's now extending to story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot, completely frying their pineal glands. So they can no longer pay attention to anything. And on top of that, the mind control device of cell phones. And, with all of that, they're now like, well, how do we maintain the audience? And so you end up with white papers.
I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really fascinating within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want to, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching.
Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's how movies are my church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, race, creed, color, everything is different about them, and yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, this waking dream, sitting like insects, looking at the flicker on the screen, and you're sharing this kind of experience that you're physically trapped in. You don't get up and leave the theater, and well, you might if you have to go to the bathroom or get some popcorn or something, but they'll even bring that to you now. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience absorbing the movie with someone you don't know, and you're sharing your bodily electricity with them. And I think this kind of this is the magic that they often talk about of movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people.
Yeah.
And that there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people up and to take that away, to take away that congregation.
Do you really think that that's by design, or do you think that's just a natural function of streaming and televisions and phones and having access to things instantaneously?
I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate residuals. Like
by design, but what isn't it just a function of technology emerging?
Notice that all of the executives, well, yeah, I mean, part of it is technology, but technology gets pushed and brought to the forefront for specific reasons. And, you know, digital cinema hasn't been the greatest thing for the creative process, and I think we see that in the works that we're looking at. I mean, if you watch stuff on Netflix, and we can see that it doesn't have the same power and impact. And also, you know, when you were making a movie, when you were making a film, on film, it was like every time you turn on the camera, you're burning money. It's like every single frame is like 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so that was actually an expensive part of the process. And so, you know, there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Like, we want to get all of the props in place, you know, right before we shoot. And the actors are in their trailer and they're figuring out what they're going to do. And then you're on your way to set. People are like, hey, I'll see you in the moment. And what they mean by that is when the cameras turn on, and you actually hear that happening, suddenly everything pops into play, and suddenly you're performing in front of you know, what you're attempting to do is capture lightning in a bottle, and you don't even know that you have it right away. You ask your DP, like, do we have it? It's like, oh, there's some dust in the frame or a hair in the frame. Let's get another one. You get another one. Like, then you hold that all in the dark, all that film, because you can't expose it. You send it off to the lab, and then some alchemist at the lab at the castle, you know, puts it into a potion, and the next day what comes out are these like little stained glass windows, and you watch it and you realize, God, you're like, we did it, we captured something. Okay, now everything is different. You show up on set, and everything's digital, and you've got producers and network executives and broadcasters, and everybody's there, studio people in Video Village, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color-corrected monitor, and there's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching an approximation of what it's going to look like in the end. And they're sitting there. Okay, on my first film, there was none of that. I had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have video tap. Stand next to the camera and look at the actors and see, did the actors do what I wanted them to do? And now, you know, they just turn on the camera, and it costs more money to stop the camera and to restart it again. So you just let it roll, and you're just like letting it go. And you're like, hey, you know, the director now is like, hey, go back, start over, and smile this time. And then they redo it, and then the editor is now like having to take those takes and separate them in the editing room, and the actors are like, suddenly the moment is gone. In other words, it's vanished. It's
is there a way to do both? I mean, is it the medium of film? I mean, it seems like it's the environment as well. You're describing an environmental thing, right?
Well,
Video Village, executives.
Well, yeah, and the problem is now suddenly you've got a chorus of people sitting there who are like, oh yeah, you got it. I saw you got it. Didn't you get it? You got it. But you as the director still have to run back and forth to the camera and to the actors and everything. And you're like trying to keep it all in place. And look, it's neither is worse than the other.
Right.
They are both paint, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint, and those are opposingly different. You know, if you were an oil artist during the British Renaissance watercolor paint, where all of a sudden watercolor came out, everybody wanted watercolor. Why would you try to make your, you know, watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa. They're just completely different mediums. They're both paint, but they're different. And so digital has its advantages and its purposes. You can, because you can run like a long mag of video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually the technology is different. With film, light travels through the glass. It travels through a gate. It exposes the silver and the acetate, and then you keep it all in the dark and send it away. With video, the light travels through the glass. It strikes the golden sensor, and then it bounces back into the glass. And that's why video or digital cinema is flatter by nature than most film. And so to combat this, filmmakers have started to do the exact opposite of what we used to do. It used to be that you would go to shoot something. You're outside. You're on set. I got my camera on Joe, and I have the sun behind me because I want all that light on you. For the most part, I'm over-exaggerating my point, and the analogy would, or the saying would be that at the end of the day, you go home and the back of your neck is sunburned because you've always had the light behind you. Now, because the image is flatter, they rotate the camera 180 degrees and they shoot into the sun to get lens flare. And lens flare gives you the illusion of depth where there is none.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn anything is to ask questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect you with people who could be a good fit. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Rated the #1 hiring site based on G2, ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like filters to show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, you can add screening questions to your job post to make sure you're talking to people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I always thought that, like, when you would watch soap operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And it's because they were shooting them on video instead of on film. Like when we were filming News Radio, the sitcom, we were doing it on film, and they were like really adamant about doing it on film. Like they really wanted it to be on film. And then there was some process where you could make video look like film. And I was like, this is so interesting. It's like we're like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode, which is you blur out the background, so you're making it shittier.
You're doing an artificial.
Yeah.
That's because we associate, we associate the faults of media as film. Like people think of like old movies as gate weave and sepia tone and dust and scratches, and kind of fast motion. Well, when those movies were originally made, the motion was corrected by the cranking of the projector, and so it was natural motion. There was no sepia tone change. There was no dust. It was originally, and there was no gate weave because it was a fixed image. The celluloid hadn't yet shrunk or anything like that. And so we have this kind of nostalgic filter that we associate with what an old movie looks like. And so if you want to make something look old, you start adding all this crap to it. You're adding the faults. And it's the faults of cinema that actually make it really good. It's not the perfection of cinema.
That's
at least in my opinion.
Because you would never be able to sell that if cinema never existed. Like if cinema never existed and video came around and then it was normal video, like soap opera style, and then someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background, and it's almost like we become accustomed to the faults, and nostalgically we look at them as if they're it's a positive.
And it's also led by, everything is shot on iPhones now, and so that's becoming the cinematic vernacular, the grammar that people are used to, and they now expect that in a big movie. And so suddenly you see something like the latest James Gunn Superman or Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and they've got these crazy wide lenses where there's no distortion and kind of infinite depth, and they're shot in a very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone.
Right.
And it just I watched both of those movies, and I thought, okay, both of them are amazingly technically competent, and they're made by highly professional people, but it looks like iPhone footage.
I'm a huge Guillermo del Toro fan. I even loved his book, The Strain. Like it was really good till about like 3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book.
Yeah, probably.
Like a bunch of shit just happens in the last quarter of the book where I'm like, this is kind of jarring.
It became dinner time. I was like, put this aside.
It just seemed like I can't keep going with this book. It's what it felt like. It felt rushed. Just my but I'm a huge fan of that guy, so I love Pan's Labyrinth. I love a lot of his films, but I didn't like Frankenstein.
I love Guillermo, and I love his spirit, and I love his artist. He is an amazing artist. He's just literally as an artist, his sketchbooks are beautiful, and he brings a great amount of passion to his work. He brings that kind of Mexican passion to his work, and I adore him as a person. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not wild about his movies that much. I didn't like Pan's Labyrinth. I liked parts of it, but as a whole, it just kind of. I don't know what it is, about it, but Blade 2 is probably my favorite film of his, because it's like the least of well, actually it's quite a bit of him, but it's just the most accessible for me.
I didn't know he did Blade 2. Which one was that Patton Oswalt was in, where he had the whole bit about Wesley Snipes, and then they replaced him with a cooler Wesley Snipes? I think that was 3. It was probably Blade 3. I don't remember Blade 2. I don't remember Blade 2. Blade 1 was awesome, though.
Yeah.
That's my favorite of all the comic book movies. Because I was just a giant fan of the Blade comic book series.
I also like his Pacific Rim movie, and I like parts of, like, the moment in Frankenstein that I think is, for me, the entire movie. Like, I could have, left the rest of it. So much of it was just so melancholic, and, it was just like, I just couldn't engage with it. And, but the part that I absolutely loved was at the Miller's house, where he's learning language. Mm-hmm. To me, that was the movie, when he's kind of secretly learning how to speak and how to be, and learning morals. And to me, I could have watched an entire movie about that sequence, and it was also beautifully made, that part. Just the rest of it, I could have done without.
It was just a little flat.
And also, it's like, why does it have? It's so freaking long. Like, he could really learn a lesson. Well, I was going to say he could learn a lesson from Ridley Scott, who just clips through things. Like he takes, there's a dialogue scene. I'm just going to do the essentials and just get out like it's a commercial. His dialogue scene doesn't need to be any longer than 30 seconds, and he just clips along. Somehow, yet his movies are still like 2 hours long.
Well, they're so involved. Yeah. You know what I really loved? Nosferatu. Did you see the
No, I haven't. I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I had to be in the right.
I want you to be persnickety.
I had to be in the right mood to engage with that movie, because I like that guy's first movie, The Vivitch or The Witch.
I actually never saw that. I heard it's great though.
I love that film. I think that's a great movie. He's like a production designer.
He's doing a werewolf movie right now.
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is.
I love a good werewolf.
I did not like his Moby Dickish Lighthouse movie.
I didn't see that.
And
that was the Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, the Willem Dafoe one. It was just garish, and kind of, I felt like it lost its way halfway through. And and then this latest one, Nosferatu. Look, I am a Werner Herzog nut, and so I adore Werner Herzog, and I love his Nosferatu. So for me to, watch this guy's version of that, I have to be in the right mood. I just wasn't yet in the right mood to accept.
Which one is Werner's? Who plays Nosferatu?
Oh, Klaus, the incomparable Klaus Kinski. And
I know I've seen.
I mean, the thing about Werner Herzog when he made his Nosferatu, what's the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu, the very first one with Max Schreck.
Yeah, that's out at the library when I was
exactly
10 years old.
So the thing about Werner Herzog as a filmmaker is that most filmmakers have their forefathers that they can look back to. They can, they have a generation before them that they can kind of imprint on. And because of the brutality and tragedy of World War II, he had none. There were no German filmmakers that he could look to, and so he had to look to his grandfather, basically, which was Murnau, when he made it. And so his film is almost like haunted by the original. And then Werner Herzog grew up not using a telephone until he was in his teens. He'd never seen a telephone before. He'd grown up in Upper Bavaria in the mountains, and so he comes his film is almost displaced in time. It's like skipped a generation, and he does things like he'll show two actors in the most emotional part of the movie when Nina and Jonathan Harker are at the beach, and they're basically saying goodbye. Normally, in a Hollywood film, they would cut to a close-up so that we could see the tears, and that we would cut to that close-up. But because his film is, because he's displaced in time, he stays back. He doesn't even bother shooting a close-up. To him, it's more melancholic to show them just isolated as figures, in a wide shot, and it truly is. And so his film is super powerful that way. And then you have Klaus Kinski, who is the madman actor of German cinema, and who is who was there's a documentary called My Best Fiend, which is about the relationship between Herzog and Kinski. And there's an amazing scene in the beginning of that where Werner Herzog visits the apartment that he rented, and I think it was in Berlin, that where he was first becoming a filmmaker and where he first met Klaus Kinski. And he goes there, and it's now occupied by these two, just very conservative, this German couple, and he starts going through the house and saying, "Oh yes, here, this is where Klaus, went crazy, and he started smashing it and shitting on the walls, and because he was an insane guy. He's his whole thing was about provocation, and so he brings a kind of crazy vampire. I mean, it feels like a real vampire.
I remember it now, but I haven't seen it. What year was that?
You mean the Kinski one?
Yes.
I think it was in the 70s, so I'm thinking it was 78 or 79, maybe even earlier.
I know I've seen all of the Nosferatus. Let me see. Give me a.
I will eventually see this new
Herzog's.
I will eventually see this new one.
It's fucking good, man. It's good. The dude who plays the vampire, what's his name? The guy who played the clown in It.
Oh, yeah, Bill Skarsgård.
He's so good.
Well,
he's so good. And so is this the scene when he meets the vampire?
Yeah, this.
Oh, he cuts.
Well, this is This is. I mean, that's. I mean, Kinski brings just an amazing deep empathy.
It could give you blood poison.
This is the English version.
Let me do it. It's the oldest remedy in the world. Oh, forget it. It's hardly worth mentioning. Just a little cut. It's only for the best.
The original.
That's
awesome. And that's probably Kinski, like, you know, they're supposed to cut, and Kinski just keeps going. Yeah, I mean, Bruno Ganz, I think it's Bruno Ganz, is probably terrified in real life because he doesn't know. Kinski's crazy enough where he'll bite him.
Right. And he's got those fake teeth in.
Yeah.
All right, show me a clip from the new one. You got to see the new Nosferatu.
I mean, I have never seen a vampire like that, and I think Salem's Lot was made after the TV movie.
Yeah, Salem's Lot is super similar to it. There's a scene when he meets the guy at the castle.
I did see one scene from this online with Lily Rose Depp, kind of reacting to something which was like very compelling.
Go full screen to this. This is when he makes it into the castle. It's really dark, man. He did a fantastic job of like capturing the creepiness of it and also the surreal aspect of him being under the trance of this vampire. You recognize that reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It doesn't make sense. He's super confused as to what's going on.
I mean, I have to say, this movie feels haunted by the Herzog version as Herzog was haunted by the Murnau version. It's a
for you.
Right. It would be, like, I encourage anybody to, like, enjoy all three of them, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if he was haunted by that or if I wonder if he was haunted by the original. But this is with the use of all the little step frame modern ability. Yeah. But it's just the way they made the castle and the way they made him is very unique. There's so many aspects of it that I thought were very unique. Even the way the vampire feeds on people is unique.
This guy he's a very, very, very good filmmaker. I just,
I don't know so much about the way he's talking. It's weird, but it grows on you. Yeah. It grows on you.
Well, I'm sure it has a haunting quality over time.
Yeah, like this. The guy just disappears, and all of a sudden he's way far away. There's a lot of that in this movie. So the scene when they get him to sign papers, when he's get up to that. Questions about
close many superstitions here that may seem backward to a young man of your mind.
I'm sure Prince Charles was like jacking off to this film.
Why they made that painting?
Well, he apparently he visits Castle Dracula like every year.
Well, isn't he related to Vlad Tepes?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He's German, of German ancestry. So
I think Prince Charles is related to the original Vlad the Impaler.
That would track.
No further ahead, so they get
track with the whole baby eating thing.
They give you a look of what he looks like. They don't want to give away too much. That was the other thing. Like, you don't really get a look at him for quite a while, and when you do, it's horrifying.
Yeah. When the movie is made in washes of darkness.
It's very dark. I mean, it's very much a candlelit movie. I like because I don't like a film where you're pretending that people are in a candlelit, but it's really well lit.
Well, and that's an example of where video actually is a better medium to choose, because it like digital loves darkness. And it can do things in darkness that film just doesn't have the capacity to do.
Right.
And so it's an excellent choice. When we did Silent Hill, we made the choice of whenever we're in the dark, we're shooting on digital. And whenever it's during daylight, we're shooting on film. To create a kind of dissonance between the two. And so and that's largely because digital loves dark, and this is a great use of it. I'm warming up to it. I've been waiting. I bought it on Blu-ray. I have the movie. I mean, I keep it. It's in that stack. I've just been waiting to for the right time to expose myself to it. I'm in the right mood.
I loved it. I'm no film expert, but it's my favorite vampire movie ever.
Well, that's actually saying a lot. That's incredible.
I loved it. That's incredible. A fun vampire movie is 30 Days of Night.
Yeah, 30 Days of Night is great.
That one too. It's not as good as this. This is
I think I Am Legend is actually a pretty good vampire movie. The one with Will Smith.
But I thought they were zombies.
Well, they're kind of, it's a contagion film technically. They're not really zombies, but they've been turned into like vampire-like creatures. They're in that film. That's a really good one. And then that one that what's his name? Taiki Wakataka that Polynesian director who did the Thor movie did. God, what was it called? I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a comedy version of vampires, like kind of all living in a house and sort of.
How old was that?
This was made sometime in the mid-2000s, I think.
Vampires living in a house?
Yeah, What We Do in the Shadows.
Did you see that?
That is an incredible vampire movie. It's kind of like a mockumentary, like where they're but it takes all of the kind of vampire mythology and it makes it really, really fun.
I've never even heard of this.
It's fantastic. This is his best film. This is, I'm sure, the foundation of everything he's done has been on What We Do, for me, What We Do in the Shadows.
That's so crazy. I never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Show me the trailer, Jamie. We are granted protection from all the subjects in this film. Oh, it's like a Blair Witch Project type deal.
It's been like this the whole time. Deacon ambitious, and it still hasn't moved in 5 years. You're a cool guy, but you're not pulling your weight in the flat.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that I'm cool.
No, that's not the point, though.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm meeting about how cool you are.
When you get 3 vampires in a flat, obviously there's going to be a lot of tension. Yakov was in 15th century dandy.
Ghost? Vladislav is a bit of a pervert.
This is my torture chamber.
Deacon's like a young bad boy of the group.
I'm supposed to pay rent, but I don't.
The trouble with being a vampire is you have to be invited in.
You invited me.
I need some friction.
The whole movie's like that. It's fantastic.
That's funny.
Invite us in. Just invite us in. The bouncer's like, no. And they can't do anything about it because they're vampires.
Let the right one in.
Oh, okay. That is, of all the modern vampire movies, I mean, I haven't seen what's his name, Eggers?
The American version of it?
No, I hate the American version. The American version is Let Them In is terrible. I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. Mind it. I hated because I loved
the foreign version. Which country was it from?
I think Sweden.
Sweden.
It's an outstanding. Film in the book is fabulous as well. It's an amazing novel.
Yeah, I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie. Because the suspension of disbelief is like inherent to the enjoyment of the film. Just show me how the guy turns into a monster.
Yeah.
Show me.
Yeah, make it so. Yeah, so and also you can see they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or every couple of years at least. And there never seems to be the market never seems to be exhausted by it. It's zombie movies, they continue making them. It's like
that's the most overused genre is zombie films. Zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple.
And I'm not a big fan of the
beginning was great. I think first
when it started, but then when I realized, it's just sadism. And I mean, I get the point. After the first season, I realized, the point is that the Walking Dead are the living. They're actually the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because they become emotionally.
I didn't like it. When it got into the point where it was just murder porn.
Yeah, and that they're just trying to get the serotonin by killing someone that you care about. And real television, you return because you love the characters and you want to return to it.
Well, sometimes it's done well. Like Game of Thrones did a fantastic job of doing
But even that kind of lost its way after a while. I mean, actually,
like 8 seasons. I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to binge it and you don't have to wait, like there was years in between seasons. It took so long to produce.
Have you seen the Pendragon cycle? The rise of the Merlin?
No.
Okay, so these days, like, you almost don't know where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. Like, and the mainstay producers of it, the studios and everything, they're no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, out of places that is completely unexpected, and this was produced by the Daily Wire of all people. Yes, and the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. This guy Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. His name is Boring. But
and this is good.
Okay, to me this is better than it's. I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology. Like, to me, Excalibur is the high watermark. And this really went through this, like, I had a chip on my shoulder when I started watching this. I was like, okay, this is very unlikely that I'm going to enjoy this production. But they did it for a micro budget, effectively. They made something that is absolutely kind of reinvents the mythology, and they do it like proper television, where you kind of love the characters, and they weave an entire reality and universe that is just fantastic. And it's done for for very, very little. They're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and like nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And in the meantime, these guys just, without anybody paying attention, cranked this out. And I've only seen 4 episodes of it, but I am like completely blown away by it.
That's so interesting.
The Daily
I haven't
Wire.
heard anything about it. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, that's because, like, we don't hear about a lot of things. Like, and media is like the least of it.
Right. Good point. But certainly with Daily Wire, the problem is it's like associated with this right-wing production.
If you can get over that and put that behind you, and then this is, to me, as good as classic television.
My prejudice was initially, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology in this.
Everybody's embedding their own ideology. Whenever you make any media, there's usually you have corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance between the two. If you're making Midnight Express, for example, okay, that movie was nothing like the book at all. Really? And not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience. And you wonder, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelmingly, like, Oscars and everything? Okay, I think it had a little bit more to do with the politics of what was going on with Turkey at that time than anything else. And what's his name? Billy Hayes, who experienced it, lived it, spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie. And why? Because he wasn't like raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like a joke.
The original.
That's like a joke that gets
right.
In Airplane they're making jokes about it.
Right.
And so Billy Hayes, he was the actual character, or the person who lived the experience. And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood does it. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used in a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, whether it's just to mortify or scare audiences, or to do things. And we see that more and more, obviously, in media as the director. The personal propaganda, when you have something personal that you want to get on screen, has become more and more diminished, and you have sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. And I think the most probably crass example of that is DEI stuff, in movies, and pushing characters in situations that are just completely out of whack.
Did you see the Star Trek that they tried to make like that?
Okay, I'm like a big Star Trek guy. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm not kidding. My wife is like a Trekkie. She is like crazy for Star Trek, and so she puts Star Trek on, like at around 5 o'clock. Star Trek comes on.
Original?
Well,
Picard.
We cycle through. We go chronologically from the original series through the Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise. Then we loop back to, and sometimes, when you show an episode like in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the characters go into the past and they kind of interact with Trouble with Tribbles, and they kind of blend them into the set and everything that's happening. We'll then go back and watch Trouble with Tribbles, or same thing with Wrath of Khan. We'll do this, so we'll kind of connect it all together. And so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like I usually have to wrestle away the controller and say, we're watching a movie now. And my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and and people complain about, I don't like DS9 as much. It's not as dynamic. I hate Bajor and blah blah blah. But I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these like father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's like really elaborate television. And by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still in it. It's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard. In that one, there's an episode where he goes to a planet of neuters that are just, they have one gender, and he falls in love with one, and they kind of waken up out of their single gender thing and realize, I'm female, and that person then gets taken and reprogrammed. And then there's an episode where Quark is turned into a woman in order to, for some cockamamie reason that they come up with in the show. And he kind of likes it. He's like getting into it. So it's not like they aren't exploring gender, and
not just beating you over the head with it.
It's somehow integrated into good storytelling. And I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people, and they hired on a bunch of new people who just weren't as good at storytelling or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say, is what it was. But those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry into the Rick Berman era. And I mean, they had such amazing writers. They had guys like Renee Echeverria and Naren Shankar, and they had technical advisors. And so if you were just into the tech, you could really and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically like tricorders, and we're all, and when we see it on Star Trek, like, we talk to the computer. Well, I want to have that, and so somebody figures out a way to develop that to make it so. And now we have that.
Didn't he actually say computer?
Yeah,
he would say computer and answer the question.
Yeah, well,
like hey Siri, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow.
And so it's I think it's a fantastic show, and then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I mean, I went in and met with the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it.
Just as an opportunity to work on Star Trek.
And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of fondness for the original show. He wanted to do something new and to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they've made, this Starfleet Academy, it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point.
I think they canceled it.
Did they? Good.
The newest.
Good. They read the room. They read the room.
Is it they stopped the idea of a season 2?
That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout, I think. He's gonna need a secret hideout after all these, after destroying Star Trek for this latest generation.
Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one.
Starfleet Academy is an abomination.
Is that what you're talking about?
I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery, and I mean they're just it is just awful storytelling.
Well, it's also clunky dialogue and bad acting,
just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate propaganda than they are with any kind of personal propaganda.
Right. It seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive.
The card was terrible. It was sad, actually. It's just depressing for me. It's when what's his name did that show, The Orville, and that is the proper successor. They brought back guys like James Conroy.
I don't know what The Orville is.
It was kind of like a comedy version Seth MacFarlane did. But he hired all the original people that they fired from Star Trek and basically used them to do his show. And it actually feels a little bit more like a continuation.
I've never heard of this either. And it's on Hulu?
Yeah.
It is a Star Trek, or is it?
No, it's not Star Trek. It's The Orville.
So they just ripped off Star Trek?
They basically just ripped off Star Trek, and they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek quality, but they bring all the writers from the original and showrunners and people like that, and the original directors like Jim Conroy. God, I'm blanking on his name. I want to say Conroy, but I think it's whatever. So they bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing is Galaxy Quest, something that got kind of buried with
Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's so fantastic.
I love Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
she's one of my all-time favorites. That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was Alien.
Yeah,
you have a female lead, and you never think about it.
It's not we didn't have powerful women in movies before. We've had them throughout history.
Right.
The history of cinema is built on and by the way, a complex woman character can have faults.
Right.
That's part of it is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. They're not always just
dominant and noble,
and can do everything immediately.
Exactly. Like some of the Star Wars ones went woke. There was a few of those.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's funny. You had, I think it was here. Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking about AI and how it always goes to the middle, and it always goes to the middle. It always goes to the middle. And I was like J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle. And boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle, where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just reinterpreted it with a strong woman, character. And I just thought it was bland and just tasteless and just, nothing new. He just went to the middle. So you don't need AI to go to the middle.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfished. And it's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor?
Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. No, you just need a mandate. And the thing about Alien, too, was like, you didn't know who the hero was.
Alien 2 or Alien?
Aliens as well. I mean, Alien 1. I didn't like Aliens 2 as much. It was fun, but it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious?
Well, they were, Space Marines. And Marines are tough. Marines are badass, and Marines can, and the first those aliens, they still overwhelm.
I know, but the first alien was clever. He was hiding. He would sneak around. He would jump. You didn't get to see much of it, and that was also cool, too, because it kind of captured you with the suspense.
It's one of the best movies ever made.
And it's a 1979 movie, too, which is crazy. People don't even know how old it is.
What's funny, I recently went back and started watching all the Ridley Scott movies I hadn't seen. There's a ton of them that I just, kind of missed along the way. And I started off with, what was it? I started off with Napoleon, because I just missed it when it came out. And I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? And I have not liked any of his recent Alien movies. I just think I'm confused by them.
The Prometheus ones.
It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell he's talking about in the movie, you failed. And they're just they're highfalutin. They're technical marvels. Nobody shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. No one shoots a helicopter crashing like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter crashing. And you watch Napoleon, and sure, the Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. Cannonballs going into the lake and ice breaking and people falling in the water. But the minute anybody talks in that movie, it just collapses on its own weight. It's just you just don't care. My wife was like, this is the worst date movie. You're not going to sleep with me after this.
What's wrong with it? I didn't see it.
Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice because I consider him to be an excellent actor, but in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play it contemporary. He just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of a British or Frenchish accent, they're all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece, but not Joaquin Phoenix. He just plays it like he just walked off Hollywood Boulevard, and just the battle scene. There's no passion in any of his performance. It's kind of this weird, dead performance, and so
he did it on purpose to portray a sociopath.
I think he came on. He was like, I am going to do whatever I want to do the way Napoleon would, and I'm not going to try. I am a Corsican, and I'm going to be an outsider to all of these other people who are. I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it completely failed. So I'm like, okay, I adore watching Ridley Scott do these big scenes, but what a terrible movie. And failure, and so then after that I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. He did Exodus. I've never seen that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film. He's got chariot battles and archers shooting things, and whenever he's doing that, Ridley Scott's this is my day on set, and he's got a cigar, 20 cameras, cameras everywhere, and he's shoot from every angle, and he's like a great general, shooting. But the minute anybody talks, that movie falls apart. And actually, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the Jews. I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? It seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish, and they start
how is that possible?
Well, Moses as a character, when he's an Egyptian, when he's the adopted Egyptian brother, I'm totally with him for some reason. Then he becomes Moses after getting hit in the head with a rock, and all of a sudden he's kind of he's like a lunatic, and like everybody's following him. Like he's distasteful all of a sudden. But every now and then they would show a battle scene, and it's like, okay, I can like Ridley Scott's doing his thing again. But like, and who's also really good in it is God, I can't remember, Joel Edgerton, who plays Ramses. It's really funny because Joel Edgerton is, like usually you imagine Egyptians when they're cast as being kind of tall and sort of noble looking and everything. He's kind of like this butch, like sort of tough, wide body butch Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses. And every now and then,
yeah, it's awesome. Cool for the government is having a browser.
You probably think Squarespace is just for websites, but you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugbyringers.com for your rugby league, or weirdburpeecult.com for your weird burpee cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
And then his Australian accent comes out, so he's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father, bald. I'm like, is that John Turturro? Like, what a crazy choice this is. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, this is awful.
Is it impossible for you to watch a movie with
They were using us to hybridize human species. What year roughly was this? 59 years. And I was 74. So I had been on the earth for very long for that. But that happened dozens were taken. We used to go hunting or fishing in what is called George Creek in Dallas, Texas. And we were taken from there. I saw big crab hovering above the trees, waiting for us. They would come there and take us from there. There's so many stories, so many things that I saw and here's one thing. I used to have this dream. My parents' house back in Texas, they had bunk beds on top of them. I would see this little gray box walking down the hall like a little march in the trees. They were going down the slowly I kept seeing this. And I just thought I was, you're just eating too much weird food before you go to bed. Sweet, cereal, pass on that last donut. So I kept seeing. Well, after I found out they were leaving my parents' bedroom in the direction they were coming from. My parents' bedroom was out the door to the right of the hall. They were shutting my parents off so they could do whatever they wanted without being disturbed. They were coming home. They tried to stay. Now going back to the hypnotic regression, I was just curious about this too. When the memory started coming back, did it open up one page and you just remembered everything at one time? Or was it a slow thing? Or was it only when you were under hypnosis that you got? Well, like the Great Robot, that's something I saw. I saw it a lot. So that was before I was, so I was already seeing something, but I was telling myself, and my mom was telling me, I was probably just so, but the floodgates opened.
Here's why. Because I've been under 8 times. Twice with the worst Oh, shit. If you go down to Bud Hopkins, John Mack, those types of in the field, John Mack was a professor of psychology at Harvard. He wrote a couple of books that he was fired because he started people were coming in needing psychological help, and they all started describing abduction. So I started writing books at Harvard, embarrassed, and told him, you can't do this. This is embarrassing. This is unproven technology. This is awful. If you look up Bud Hopkins and John Mack, you'll see what she was awesome. You're talking to your super high subconscious. You're talking to everything you've ever done in your life, good, bad, or indifferent. You know everything you've ever done. But you don't necessarily recall it on a daily basis. It just goes back to the junk files. Well, they started telling me that because having overshared person, because I go online and get stuff that we don't want to tell you everything because we're afraid the things they aren't telling you.
About just becoming hypercritical about all these different aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like.
Yes and no. So the next Ridley Scott movie I watched, which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, was The Last Duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time, and the poster looked awful, and I was like, I'm not going to go see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two, and I was like, okay, here we go, let's go again. And lo and behold, one of the best films of the century, in my opinion. Absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write a script, and I know that they wrote it with Nicole Hoffsonatter or whatever her name is. And look at Ben Affleck. Like when I saw him blonde, I was like, that's one of the reasons it kept me away from it. But he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius in the film. I never even heard about this. I was gripped by this film, and this is a great date movie. Like this, my wife got turned on after this film. Believe it or not.
That's hilarious. I don't know anything about it.
And Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship these two guys have, and it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, which was 3 stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And Matt Damon is like a revelation, and this movie says so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon, and Quentin is Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to like. You learn about Hollywood in this film, and I'm sure they're writing it, like knowing about Hollywood, that the way to really get along in court is to join the orgies. You know, to be in the orgy with everybody is like how you get along. It's like we all fuck together, and that's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this is a great, he's a fighter, he's a great knight, he's true in his heart, but he's just like a pill to hang out with, and he doesn't go to the orgies. And because of that, he's just kind of marginalized. And the whole movie plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry, where jealousy comes into play, and it's ruinous to everything until they're finally fighting in the very end. And this is where Ridley Scott just does what he does, which is he has this insane fight between these two guys, which like was just every blow was painful to look at. And this to me was the best Ridley Scott movie I've seen of the century. I mean, I guess Black Hawk Down. I also very much like Gladiator over Gladiator 2. I throw that. I never saw that. Throw that in with Exodus, Gods and Monsters. It was actually boring to watch.
I love Gladiator 1 though.
Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. Speaking of showing up, when Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus, Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like, she just shows up and she's like, does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines, and I'm out of here. I'm going into Morocco or whatever, into town. I'm going to go party for a while.
You think she just thought it was a bad film and just checked out?
I'm not sure what she was thinking, but like she may have been thinking what, I mean, maybe she was trying, but it just didn't look like it. It just looked like she was...
Well, that's got to be a weird thing when an actor makes a choice with a character and it just doesn't work and they don't realize it, but they're committed to it.
And the other Ridley Scott movie that I just watched that I hadn't seen, again, I avoided it partly because of the title of the film. And there's just nothing excited. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, I've been avoiding it. It was on my Plex. There it is. I look at the thing. It looks like a comedy. It's got Javier Bardem and Cameron Diaz, and they're all kind of Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like in it, like just kind of this crazy Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy phase, you know, with like colorful glasses and everything. Robert Downey Jr. with like a broken up nose or whatever's going on with that nose. And okay, so I put on The Counselor, and this movie. So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic comedy. This movie, after I saw it, I was like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know too much now about the world. Like and it's made like right before. You know, I think this movie was kind of a disaster for Ridley Scott, and he, you know, had to recover from it, probably because of the failure of it. But I never even heard of it. It's written by oh my God, Cormac McCarthy. And so it is dark, and it is an analysis of how power works in the modern world, which is basically a giant cartel. The cartel runs everything, and you cannot escape the cartel. And it is such a spectacular. I think that's such a spectacular movie. I loved it. When did that come out? Like 2014, I think. 2013. Did you ever hear of it, Jamie? There's too much content. Well, there's too much content, and Ridley Scott, and he's cranking out movies like every year. He's doing a movie. It's like just knocking them back. He's constantly making films, and so that was why I hadn't. And so finally, I was like, well, I got to catch up on some Ridley Scott. And Quentin had been talking about Black Hawk Down and how much he loved it, and how he thought it was the best film of the century. And you know, he's largely correct. That's not a bad. I could have done without the UNICEF commercial at the very beginning, you know, where it's just like, you know, a little UNICEF commercial about people starving in Africa and Somalia. But the rest of the movie is just insanely beautiful. So I wanted to check out all the movies I hadn't seen of his. And so that's why I started researching them and looking them up again. And like The Counselor, how did that fall through the cracks? And it gets terrible reviews. Like people hated the film, apparently.
What's the criticism?
People, like, I think they were just like, we don't believe it. And, you know, they just don't believe that that's what the world is like. And, you know, I found the film to be, like,
do you think that's just because of the time period it was released?
Yeah,
I think it was more innocent.
I think Ridley Scott knows things that, and Cormac McCarthy know things about the world that they put on film before everything was known. Like, I think if that movie was released today, people would be like, yeah, that's what's happening today.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, they're putting people in sulfuric acid into drums. You know what the fuck? And shipping them around the world. You know, as a joke. You know, like, you know, it's in the film. Yeah. There's all sorts.
Did you see the thing in the Epstein files?
Oh yeah. Like they ordered Epstein files. In fact, I can't believe that. Like everybody just kind of like, oh, okay, they're moving on with their lives. Did you see that guy at the Atlanta airport flipping out, the well-dressed black dude who just freaks out in the Atlanta just like a couple of days ago? I saw it on YouTube and I saw it on Twitter or X, and this guy's just freaking out in the Atlanta airport. He's like, I read the Epstein files. Like, all of you, you're going about your lives like nothing's happening. Look, you're all zombies. And he's right. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Everybody is just numb to everything. Like, dudes, we had a global pandemic, aliens, all these like revelations. People are, eating babies. Here's the guy. Yeah, there's a longer version of that where he's basically like, you're all acting like nothing's happening. Like, what the fuck? You're all just pretending you're just drones going on in your normal lives.
Waiting for a condensed version that lays out all the facts. It's the people that are like really interested in reading all the emails.
I think the Luciferians cast a spell on the world.
For real?
Oh, absolutely. They it's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming, and once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it, do a little skit like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby, I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch, and he goes into like a cloudy red furnace and hands the baby over. Oh, the baby's going to be fine, and they make a joke about it, the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it, and by laughing at it, we're complicit.
Do you think that that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
For sure. And by the way, but nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take, there has to be a person or some group of people.
Yeah, like about 8,500 people. Yeah.
That are manipulating the Colbert show?
They're manipulating everything. It's all an illusion. Like, reality as we know it is fake. That's the revelation that guy is having. And he's looking around and he's like, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Well, it's certain. See, the thing about the emails is, one of the things is it's just stuff written down. And so that's sort of hard to digest. Like, what is this? Like, what are they saying? Like, some of it is in code, like walking over beef jerky. Like talking about jerky, could you walk beef jerky over to this person? Like, what is that
for? All this pizza they're talking about? No, right. You never see any pizza.
Right. Yeah. They're ordering pizza.
I'm gonna get some grape soda. It's like with my cheese pizza.
Yeah.
And like, there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, oh, that's you just have pareola. You're just seeing things where you want to see them.
No, that's clearly a code. Well, that was the thing about
it's absolutely a code. And in fact, mundus voc decipi, ergo decipiatur. It's a long known concept. And so in Latin, mundus voc decipi means the world wants to be deceived. Ergo decipiatur. Therefore, it is. We want to be deceived. We don't want to believe the horrors that are actually behind the veil.
Well, I think with the Epstein files, people are, because of these emails that have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of the bizarreness of the code and some of the things, like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted in 2000.
Yeah, I got to get rid of some bodies.
Yeah. How much?
It's all about some bodies.
What did it say he ordered? Like, let's
like 8,000 gallons.
Maybe we can get our sponsor Perplexity to process this and give us a synopsis of what exactly happened, some sort of a breakdown. Because one of the things they're saying is like he was indicted, and then right after he's indicted, he orders how many gallons?
6 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
What? They're eating babies, man. Like, that's
so that you think is real. So,
well, yeah. Not only that, I think that there's sacrifices going on every day in Los Angeles. I mean, allegedly, like high-level musicians, let's say, high-level female musician is like killing chickens every day, doing sacrifices, like
high level.
Well, I don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued. and I don't want to be dead either.
What does it rhyme with? Here's the purchase order. I started looking at the comments for some stuff. Not that this is the best answer, but a quick answer someone gives is that this could be for like a reverse osmosis water treatment system.
He is on an island.
He's on an island.
There's enough pushback because mundus vult decipi, ergo decipiatur. But like the timing of all of that, like, where are the purchase orders for all of that sulfuric acid before then? Oh, no, I just want to put sulfuric acid into my swimming pool. Muriatic acid.
Well, that's the question. Was there orders for sulfuric acid before this? If they do have a water treatment plant, how does sulfuric acid play into water treatment?
It's commonly used. This explains it.
Okay. It says RO plant, reverse osmosis seawater desalination facility. Sulfuric acid is commonly used in the maintenance of such facilities. Not everything you don't understand adds up to the worst possible thing it could be.
Deception. Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and grape soda. Who is that guy? How many billionaires do you know that sit down and eat lots of pizza and grape soda and ice cream?
This is weird. A trial lawyer is saying this.
That's why I just go with grain of salt. This is just a plausible answer. I don't know if it is the answer. It could even be wrong.
Okay, so does he have a desalination plant on the island?
Oh yeah, for sure. He had everything. He had a dump and he had all sorts of stuff.
So that's tunnels. So they were using that. So they were taking seawater and converting it into fresh water for what? For irrigation or for drinking? For all the above?
One similar email that he wrote to someone said that like around his island is like Damascus, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? He was like, maybe it's go explore buried shit around my island, or what else did he mean by that?
What does that mean? I don't know.
I mean, they say a lot of things, and they're not really coding it very much.
Well, the code is glaringly obvious when they say pizza and when they say jerky. That's glaringly obvious. How do you walk jerky? You know what I'm saying?
And why do I need a chilled container to, a chilled bag or whatever?
Jesus Christ.
And
so you think they're eating babies?
Oh yeah, I absolutely.
You should get together with Kurt Metzger.
Crazy. I don't doubt it for a second. Well, I think this dates back like a long time. This is Moloch worship.
Well, there was the other email that said thank you for the torture video. I enjoyed the torture video.
Yeah. And it's like people just they don't want to accept it. Like people don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept it.
Okay, some commentary notes that a remote island with water treatment and energy systems could plausibly stockpile such quantities for 1 to 2 years of operations, although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable for membrane health. Highly corrosive, strong mineral acid that can severely burn skin, eyes, dehydrate, and char organic material, which is why it features in both legitimate industrial processes and in darker hypotheticals online. Darker hypotheticals is where I'm reading. When you get indicted for sex trafficking and then you order 6 drums of sulfuric acid right away, are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted? I feel like you're going to be jailed.
It looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck.
It's probably a duck. 330 gallons of sulfuric acid.
It says this was the only documented purchase order for it.
I came out here last time and I talked about the pedo cult inside of the Kubrick film.
Yeah, that went viral.
And I got so much blowback from that. The online critics are like, no, there's nothing in there. Mundus vult decipi. They don't want to see it. They don't want to see those 2 guys walking away with that girl in the end. They just like, well, no, it wasn't in the Schnitzler novel and blah blah blah. I mean, dude, look at that movie. It's about a cult. Like, what are you talking about? It's a secret cult. And in fact, Sidney Lumet's character even says at one point, do you know what these people do? I'm not going to tell you what they do, but let me tell you, if I told you what they do, they would scare the hell out of you. I mean, that's after he's been to the place and seen everybody walking around in the sex club. I mean, there's obviously more going on in that movie, but people don't want to see it. I had, what was it, New York Magazine or whatever, went so far as to aggressively trying to get me to debunk it, and which is fine. which is fine. It's just an interpretation of the movie.
Right, but that interpretation resonated. I mean, that clip went very, very viral.
Especially now, it's like people are like looking at it and they're like, well, you know, he was obviously saying something. Even if you extract that out of the movie, he's obviously saying something about people at high levels of power.
Well, there's always been weird secret groups and rituals. Yeah, and it's one of the ways to ensure that you're compromised, you'll stay.
It's a confidence operation.
Yeah.
And so what you do is you find somebody when they're young and they're, you know, less inhibited, and they, you know, or uninhibited, and you catch them doing something that is illegal, and maybe you even provide the mechanism for that to happen. And then once it's happened, you now have the video proof or the audio proof or whatever proof you have. You've got proof of it, and you show it to them, and you say, look, this is what we have on you, and we can ruin you at any minute. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you $20,000 a month, or we're going to give you $20 million a year, whatever level that is. Instead, you're going to work for us. And what else explains some of these people who are so flipped out about, like, you know, about Trump? The guy, he's a putz. He's a like, it's over the top. It's, you know, what? It's strange how people behave in regarding that.
But don't you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider?
I don't think there are parties. I don't think there. I think that's all an illusion. Also, I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600. I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600.
How so?
Well, there's this guy Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian, and he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6 volumes. I've read them all, and and also his addendum book. He has an addendum book about it, and he basically says that all of history has been changed. About 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims, and those land claims largely have to do with the Eurasian horde, and the elimination of the Eurasian horde by collusion between, the Vatican, the Romanovs,
So you mean like the Mongols and the Huns?
Yeah, there was and if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria that was in existence. And at a certain point, they wiped them out. And so his theory, and it's just a theory, it's just a posit, but when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe. And then he uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, let's see if I can get this right, that Rome and Greece and those and Egypt were actually active till around 1600, and then Rome actually fell around 1600. So kind of imagine, or more like late 1400s, 1492.
As opposed to what's the conventional timeline?
About 1,000 years before. And so, if you can wrap your head around it, the Salem witch trials took place around the same time as the Inquisition. Columbus was discovering America around the time Rome fell, and that all of this was designed to justify or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that there are a lot of buildings that are still in existence that were this. They claim that Jesus Christ was, I can't remember the emperor's name. It's kind of a composite story. There's a number of...
So they think 1,000 years are missing from the timeline.
Well, think about it. If you're a Byzantine guy and you're like, hey, I want to move to the country, and you look over at France, let's say, and Germany, and you're like, yeah, there's all these like indigenous peoples there. We want to wipe them out. So you hire, a mercenary. You hire a guy named Charlemagne, and you get him to go in there and kill all the chieftains in one day, like 5,000 chieftains were killed in a single day, apparently, by Charlemagne. And you completely wipe out everything, and then you move in, you become Jerome the First, and you run Paris. Or you begin, France. And what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that land claim. Because what makes more sense, that history was cruising along like this and then suddenly flatlined for 1,000 years and then picked up again? Or does it make more sense that somebody took that time, the Dark Ages, and kind of added to the timeline?
So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures about that time period?
Yeah, but it's all like written down by the Jesuits, who were completely in the control of. It's that history is easily changed, and in fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past is easy to change.
So we're not in 2026.
No, we're like in the 1700s.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
It's just a theory. It's just this guy, Anatoly Fomenko. And it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that, but I kind of had a tentpole collapse. I was like, well, holy crap.
Explain to me the flatness. Like, what do you mean by history goes up and then flat?
Well, the progression of humanity through history is we kind of are progressing as we go. And then all of a sudden there's this flat line called the Dark Ages where nothing happened.
Is there a conventional explanation for this flat line for 1,000 years?
The collapse of Rome and falling into barbarism, the time of barbarism.
That's not plausible?
Everything is plausible. It's plausible that sulfuric acid is used for RO, reverse osmosis water cleaning. So everything is possible. The question is it probable? And
well, Jamie just pulled up that was the first time they had ever ordered that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so there it is.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the least of the things. The thing is, we become desensitized to stuff. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff has happened, and everyone's just kind of like numb to it.
Well, they get desensitized.
And I think it literally is that people's brains have been fried.
Do you think by COVID vaccines?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's some scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on their cognitive function.
mRNA is reprogramming your system, and we've been looking at a giant die-off, and people are collapsing left and right. Nothing is normal anymore. I mean, that guy at the airport who's flipping out, that's what he's realizing. He's having a sudden awakening, and he's tweaking over it. He's like, and he's looking around, and no one cares. Everyone just wants to, get through their day. Everyone wants to just make their next movie. And maybe they'll let me make their next movie. And everybody wants to just, I just want to keep going at my job. And I just want to do my thing. And I just want to protect my thing.
There's certainly a lot of that going on.
British only care about it as long as I have my daily pint at the end of the day. That's all they care about. They'll in the meantime, their entire country is being overtaken and overrun by, when else in history has this happened and ended well?
Well, it's so shocking how quickly it's happening in England that you just go, how do you bounce back from this? Like, what is the remedy? Because they're doing this mass arrest thing with social media posts, which is bizarre to watch. And then they eliminate jury trials for anything other than murder and rape.
If you say anything, you're in jail. If you repost anything, you're just immediately sent to jail. Look what's going on in Canada right now, with Carney. I mean, I think that's insane what's going on. And most Canadians are just kind of vibing along with it. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to be racist. Nobody wants to be, nobody wants to be discriminatory in any kind of way. Rightfully so. You want to believe that your leaders are taking care of you, and they're not. And it's over. We've lost. It's over. I mean,
you think it's over here in America as well?
Well, it got slowed down a little bit. they got. So whether you like Trump or not, and I don't really like anybody, but
That's a healthy perspective.
It definitely added a road bump in the actions of the cabal of the Clintons and the Obamas and the bankers that control them. And that's when you see the movie The Counselor. That's what you realize is that, wow, the cartels are the banks, and they are law enforcement, and they are the media, and they are everything. And there is no fighting. And there is no individual fighting. Like, there's nothing any of us can do. That is, and I don't mean to be, the only thing you can do is, affect what's happening around you locally within the moment.
But don't you think that more people are aware of what's going on right now? There's more pushback than ever before, and so there's a possibility that it could be stopped?
Yeah, look at that guy. Look at that guy in the airport. Though everyone's like he's crazy.
Yeah, but you're yelling at a fucking airport. I would think he's crazy too. Well, it's if I was there waiting for my flight to go visit my parents, and there's some fucking guy yelling out, "The Epstein file, you're just living your life." Like, yeah, what do you want me to do, dude? I'm headed to Florida right now.
Invasion of Body Snatchers was about McCarthyism and what was going on at that time. And
really?
Oh yeah, it was the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers was all about McCarthyism. And
I'm a fan of the Donald Sutherland one.
Well, and look at how that ends. That ends with you're walking through the streets pretending, and he's like, you're just pretending to not be an alien, hoping that you can get by, and then the minute you show any kind of emotion, that's it. You're caught, and then they're going to make you go to sleep. And so
so that the original script was written about McCarthyism.
The original film. Yeah,
so
Kevin McCarthy.
Okay, so
and in the end, look how that movie ends. That movie ends with him, like that guy in the airport on the street. They're aliens. He's basically running through the street just in traffic. People just keep driving.
I don't remember the original one. I might not have even seen it. But the Sutherland one was amazing. I never would have thought that that's what it was about.
We're experiencing a kind of Bolshevik revolution at the moment right now. So,
in what way?
Well, there's a rise of Bolshevism. It's like we see it occurring. And
how do you define Bolshevism?
Well, the Bolsheviks were essentially a kind of it's not correct to say communism, but it's basically a kind of authoritarianism in the guise of egalitarianism and helping the world know we're all going to be equal and everything. But
and they were
socialism. Yeah, they were murdering Christians and socialism. And we're very, very close to that now. We're standing on civilization is standing on the precipice at the moment. And by the way, after this podcast comes out, people are going to be like, "Oh, Avery's crazy. Avery went to jail. Avery's a killer." They're going to say all sorts of shit about me to discredit anything that I say, and that's fine. I'm easy to discredit. And so it's not really my right to speak up anymore about anything. And so
you're a human being. It's always your right to speak up.
Well, it is, but
they can eat shit.
As I look around, like civilization is on the precipice, and mostly good people tend to not take action against stuff
until they have to.
We
were talking about this yesterday, actually, with Cheryl Hines, and I was saying, I think we were talking about this. Well, I was talking about this recently, where I was saying that it's almost like we need something like a 9/11 to wake us up. I would never want that to happen, but I do remember that after 9/11, we were united because we realized, threats are real, danger is real. Like we really do need to be united as one group, a community. And recognize that our brothers and sisters in the streets are not our problem. And
yeah, but we even know about 9/11 now. That so much of it was Building 7, thermite. The evidence is there for anyone to look at.
Nobody wants to
look at it because
nobody wants to look into conspiracy. Like, how did these guys get a hold of these planes? How did they fly into the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on? Why did they get shipped out of the country.
Yeah, and that guy who owned the building, who bought it, who took out like the insurance policy, and then had Elliot Spitzer kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his billions in insurance claim money. And really, because they wanted to tear down that building, and it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything. So they turned it to destroy it.
It's like, what was that building housing? Like Building 7.
Building 7 was housing all sorts of. It was like was an IRS.
NSA.
Yeah, it was
right?
NSA.
What was in Building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just. But there was certainly some intelligence and data that was being collected. The fact that no one wants to admit that building fell like a controlled demolition is really crazy. And again, I'm not saying it's controlled demolition, but the fact that people want to say, no, it wasn't like a controlled demolition. Like, when was the last time you ever saw a fucking building collapse like that? Ever. Only controlled demolitions. Yeah. There's been many buildings that have been very badly damaged and lit on fire, but their frame remains.
Reputable structural engineers have basically also proven the towers could not have fallen the way they fell without explosives, pre-planned explosives.
Okay,
and the people on the scene, the rescuers on the scene, the people who were there said, yeah, I heard explosion, boom, 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 boom. And they're describing the sounds of controlled demolition.
U.S. Secret Service, floors 9 through 10. CIA, the Department of Defense, sharing the 25th floor with the IRS and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Like you put all that together, CIA, Department of Defense, IRS, who thinks any of those people have your...
Right. But also, if you wanted to destroy data, like, didn't the part of the Pentagon that got hit and that was also a day after Rumsfeld was saying that there was trillions of dollars that were unaccounted for?
Yeah.
Didn't the accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that air quotes plane?
Yeah. Yeah, that plane that came in.
What's that, Jimmy? The building contained about 24,000 gallons of diesel fuel for generators used by tenants like Solomon Brothers and the Emergency Command Center. Floors 46 through 47 and parts of the lower level were mechanical spaces, while files from federal investigations, Secret Service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC, like there too, boy, that's super convenient. Guys, we lost the data. Let's just start from scratch. There's no case anymore. Whatever they were doing.
And yet, nobody wants to accept it. Nobody cares.
What's the video of it that is like really shocking? I had this really dumb guy on the podcast once that was a skeptic, a professional skeptic, and he was really angry with me for saying that it looked like a controlled demolition. You're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. I'm like, no, I'm saying it looks like you're saying it doesn't look like control. Let's watch it. I'm like, let's watch it.
Conspiracy theorists have had a pretty good run lately.
Let's watch it. Let's watch Building 7 collapse because it's kind of kooky. Now, one thing that people do point out that is true is that the center, like there was a small structure at the top of the roof, Building 7, that collapses first, and it does it. Like, I think a minute before the actual building collapses.
These are skirt buildings. And what that means is that's actually the most structurally sound part of the building. The rest of the movie is a facade that's hanging off of the inner structure. That's the most sound part of the building.
It's built over a condensate substation requiring large transfer trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connected to critical interior columns, like column 79, with shear studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity.
It was the auto manual flip-flop.
The exterior tube frame provided stiffness, but the open interior layout lacked redundancy to prevent fire-induced progressive collapse, with connections not designed for horizontal thermal forces. Okay, that's a cute way of saying that's why it fell at free fall speed and looks like a controlled demolition. Because if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking money back. You made this shit-ass building. This building got lit on fire and just collapsed on itself. Let's watch it collapse. Because the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really does it at free fall speed, or close to it. It's strange. Like, there's never been a building that looks that intact that falls like that. It's weird, man. I mean, it's fucking weird. Anybody that says it's not weird, look, this is how it happened. It's weird. Now, the planes hitting Tower 1 and Tower 2, okay, that makes maybe more sense to me.
Does it?
Yeah. Does it? Yeah, because it fell from the top down, like it looks normal. It doesn't collapse into its base. Tower 7 collapses into its base. The way Tower 1 and Tower 2
people
fell.
saying they heard multiple pop, 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 pop explosions. Is that girders snapping?
It could be. Yeah, I mean, you got to think you have immense amounts of weight, and it is collapsing. So if it does collapse, the way it looks, it's collapsing from the top down. It's not going to be silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like explosions. Also, you have the fog of war, right? So you have these people that are involved in an extremely traumatic situation, and their memory is very fucked. Like, your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember things funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. So this is the explanation that a piece of the plane falls down and hits that building. And big tower on top. Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the building. I meant to say sorry. So that piece of the building falls down and obviously hits the building next to a Tower 7, and that gash is all it took to take that building down. That's super suspect. And I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure there was. But the way it fell was crazy. Tower 1 and Tower 2, it's like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also, you got to deal with corrupt construction companies, cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man. That's weird. That one's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like 1 and 2. 1 and 2 fall from where the impact was, the deterioration of the structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, and you see a progressive collapse from the top to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops all at once, free fall speed into its base. That's weird. Anybody that doesn't think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened before to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Again, not saying it's a controlled demolition. Maybe it's accurate that these enormous drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building.
But see, even with that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still like giving the benefit of the doubt. You'll have suspicion.
No. But I'm saying right now, I was trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down into the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken and it fall over sideways? Because it no longer has structure anymore. Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives in at the exact same time? That kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform throughout the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame ball and then it all gives out at the same time. But even then, I would think it would tip over. It would fall to the side. Falling into its base, that seems to indicate some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly. They time it. When you watch, like in Vegas, when they blow up a casino, it's like, dum, 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 and then it does that. Let's watch an actual controlled demolition. So when you watch an actual controlled demolition, it looks just like that. And then, I don't know.
I mean, the testimony of your eyes are telling you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But your brain, will come up with all sorts of stuff because mundus voltus et.
Well, I'm not allowing it to with Tower 7. I've always maintained a pretty open mind with that, but also I lean towards shenanigans in that one because that one just seems fucked. Tower 1 and Tower 2, maybe. Tower 7, come on. Tower 7, nobody looks at it. And if they're telling you that Tower 7 seems normal, they seem so gaslighting. Everybody that says that seems like they're gaslighting. So here we go. Hit it. Okay, this one they're setting up for a controlled demolition, so they're showing you how. That's kind of a shitty one. There's other ones that have done a better job with, but it's the same kind of thing.
It's still falling onto itself.
Yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did. That's
See,
just
that movie, that
that's a
building
different
has
shape.
That has a skirt building. It's got
Yeah.
a center structure.
Yeah, it's a different kind of structure. It has a different look to it. Let's watch that one. Okay, there, like there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that, back that up again a little bit, please. Watch that from the top, from the beginning. Just a little bit before, right before it drops. So watch. They're looking, they're watching. We're going to watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Right from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. And even the way it looks as it's going down looks exactly like Tower 7.
We were talking about predictive programming and how movies and like spells can predict stuff in advance and kind of prepare you for the future of what's coming. In 1999, a movie came out which was effectively a manifesto, and that movie was called Fight Club. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie is the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system, of the future, so they can create a new future. Who produced that movie? Arnon Milchan. Who is Arnon Milchan? And they got a commercial director to do it, Fincher. And he's an excellent director. I think it's a excellently, beautifully made film. But who is Arnon Milchan? Well, he himself has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. You could probably pull that one up too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings and buildings collapsing in movies. And so what's likely? Has he been reading these scenario plans that defense departments make and that are maybe, Mossad plans that are made? I've worked for the DRD through John Millings, and we wrote scenarios. They gathered together a bunch of Hollywood writers into a conference room. It was more like a ballroom, but like a small one. And gathered a bunch of us together around a table and said, let's come up with ways on how to attack Los Angeles. And we all wrote scenarios on how to attack LA. And now they just use AI to do all that. But so, has he just been reading these? Does he have access to them? And so he just puts them into his movies? Well, that movie was made in 1999. What happened right after that movie got released? The buildings came down. 9/11 came down. And so is it predictive programming where you're showing the world what's to come and that makes it almost somewhat acceptable to do? Or is it just coincidence? And most people out there will say, oh, no, it's just coincidence. It's coincidence. He just happens to be. I mean, that's what he has said. I don't know if he is or not Mossad, but that's what he said. So,
well, that's the thing about the pejorative term conspiracy theorist. It's slapped on things and it immediately sort of diffuses any real questioning of, oh my God, are things this bad? Is there this much? But as time goes on and you're confronted with more and more information, and I think we're in the beginning stages of reckoning with these files that were just released where so many people, I haven't really read much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have sent me because I'm just trying to maintain my sanity.
Well, that's just it. Most people want to maintain sanity. I just want to get through the day. I just want to
You're busy.
More than busy. I want to be happy.
Right.
I want to raise my children in a world that is, a peaceful world and where people respect each other and where we can you can make something out of yourself, through hard work and through merit. It's that's the world I want to live in. And more, it feels like we're not in that world.
Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company Anthropic. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed.
Yeah.
And he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out.
Hasn't that guy seen Threads? The UK is like one of the most dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's.
Well, he probably has his
Well, when he says
romantic
UK,
idea.
does he mean like where?
I'm not sure. Maybe he means like the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna hide.
Yeah.
And go into some small town, fucking just hang out at a pub.
Yeah, they're gonna populate that town with something like 800 more capable men from another country are gonna move in, and they're gonna move into the local.
Someplace that the West has conveniently been bombing and creating refugees on.
Yeah, creating angry people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who have a
God, you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that, but
of course you don't. Like,
that was a bit of the exposure of USAID. So I, like many people, thought USAID was about aid. I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries. That's how they get food. Like I had Bono on the show, and he's like, I've heard that 30,000 people have already starved to death because of this. 30 million people are going to die. And I'm like, okay, but do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not aid? It's the Agency for International Development, and mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Benz laid it out, and he said USAID was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but inviting and helping people get into countries and then giving them money when they get there.
Yeah.
Like, so many people do not want to admit that that was really going on, but despite all the evidence. That's another. Like, it's designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process.
What's the answer? Okay, so given a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism, which would you prefer?
Right. You take cannibalism because you don't want to be eaten. No, I mean you take totalitarianism because you don't want to be eaten.
Like, I would rather not be in the movie The Road, but I feel like
immediately.
I feel like we're increasingly in the movie Children of Men. And I mean that movie was a pretty accurate futurist example of where we're heading, with collapsing birth rates and at least portions of civilization looking at extinction. And
I mean they're experiencing that
totalitarian
right now. South Korea, Japan.
Yeah.
What is? Can you find that guy's manifesto? Excuse me.
Corone is a genius for me.
Children of Men. Yeah, fantastic. So today is my last day at Anthropic. I resigned. Here's the letter I shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. That's a lot to read. What is the synopsis? Just ask Perplexity what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay. Sharma, who built defenses against AI-assisted bioterrorism and pushed for transparency on model risks at the San Francisco AI firm, announced his resignation on Monday. He described struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressures, planning to return to the UK for a poetry degree and step back from the spotlight. His exit follows other safety team departures amid Anthropic's launch of Claude Opus 4.6 and a massive $20 billion funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, but what is he saying specifically is the issue? Let's click on that. Let's click on this.
AI starts talking to him and scared the Jesus out of him.
The safe holdings. He's part of the guiding of the. Damn it, lost the word.
Yeah.
Bioweapon. I mean, look, this guy's built something, and all of a sudden he's realizing all the players that are funding it are likely, scary people.
Yeah, scary people
who are all in the same club, drinking baby blood, offal together.
What's offal again?
Shit.
Oh.
Meconium, which is like
baby poop.
That's in the file.
What comes next, I do not know. I think fondly of this famous Zen quote, "Not knowing is most intimate." What? My intention is to create a space to set aside the structures that have held me these past years and see what might emerge in their absence. He's already working on his poetry right here. I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves, and that places poetic truth alongside scientific truth as equally valid ways of knowing.
Yeah, it was written for by AI.
Elon said something very bizarre recently. He was talking about the speed of light, that the speed of light cannot be, you can't bypass or exceed the speed of light.
If you believe Einstein.
He said unless we live in a simulation.
Or unless Einstein was wrong.
Right.
I mean, a lot of astrophysics is based on a false premise that P equals P prime, and that the sun is designed a certain way, and it's completely wrong. And everything that we know about the stars and how we view the nature of the universe is fundamentally incorrect.
How is it wrong?
It's based on this idea of the stability of Kelvin temperatures in the sun, and which is this P equals P prime thing. And the guy who invented like CAT scan machines, there's sort of a Venn diagram overlapping of this photographic technique and astrophysics. And what he realizes, holy cow, that is not true. And therefore, so much of everything that we know about how we view the cosmos is incorrect. And so,
now how'd they find out that it was incorrect?
Well, he's a mathematician. He figured it out. I would have to look at his name and everything.
And what is incorrect about it? Do you remember that?
Well, it's at the beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula. If that formula is wrong, then the preceding calculations are also wrong, or at least off. And so the idea is that what we view is really just it's kind of a cartoon that's painted for us using all these formulas and using radio telescopes. And so it's things are not as they seem.
Well, they already have issues with the findings from the James Webb Telescope.
Oh yeah, well that's probably part of it. Yeah, I have to say, I'm a provocateur, and so I'm always interested in finding that which upsets people's, concepts and things. And that's partly because I'm a screenwriter and I'm looking for these kind of conflicts and interesting ideas and stuff like that. So take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But the big one, the biggest conspiracy theory that freaks everybody out is flat Earth. Now, I don't know what the Earth is, but experientially, through the testimony of the eyes, it is flat. And there is very little chance that I will ever in my life, or most of us will ever in our life experience anything other than what is effectively a flat Earth. And the way laser sighting across large bodies of water, or navigation maps for air travel for pilots, is always the presumption of a flat Earth. It's always in the pilot manuals and on maps. Well, if you're flying a jet at low altitude, you're not making corrections for curvature, even though you're going fast enough where you should be. And so, what's actually happening here? Well, and so the idea is, I don't know what the world is or what the realm that we're in is, but experientially, from my perspective in life, it is nothing but it's a flat Earth.
But what about travel routes? Like, what about when they fly over Antarctica?
They don't fly over.
But you can watch the sun rise and fall.
They don't even fly from Cape down to Buenos Aires.
There's an understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
They travel up into the other hemisphere and like land in London or something, and then travel back down whenever you're doing a flight across the Atlantic. And so, when you look at it on a flat Earth map,
but there's satellite photographs of Earth from space.
Those are all cartoons.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that even the NASA, the guys who actually do those composites, those are composite imagery of. Listen, I am not saying that.
It seems like you're saying that the Earth is possibly flat.
I'm saying experientially.
Right, but that's a scale. That's a scale issue, though.
Correct.
We're a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
But snipers have to calculate for the curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're on.
Why do you think the landscape curves?
The landscape doesn't curve. It is a mountainous and
not always. No, on flat planes you have to do the same thing. Well, if you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to shoot.
Well, then why don't pilots make adjustments?
I'm not a pilot. I don't know, but I do know that when you look at
navigation maps,
the film from the space station,
presume a flat Earth.
when you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning.
I see. The space station, the International Space Station, is actually not high enough to see curvature, and what you're seeing is the lens distortion. And
it's not high enough to see curvature when you look out into the horizon.
It's actually even it's very, very close to the.
Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying? You think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn it into a circle instead of having flat?
All I'm saying is that's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everyone.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars. So it's all round, except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because
I'm not even certain
that space exists.
That the moon is anything more than a plasma.
A plasma.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's a plasma effect, a lenticular effect of some kind.
So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed. At the very least, we've landed probes on.
We don't know
other countries have landed.
People
So this is footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station.
And I'm saying that's lens curvature, and that what you're actually seeing.
Why do you think that's lens curvature?
What you're seeing is horizon.
So what you're talking about is like a
if I'm trying
fisheye lens.
to provoke you, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but let's not do that right now because I don't want you to be completely fucking insane. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus.
That appears to be but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith. But that's what I'm getting at any moment.
But they understand the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years?
I see right there a little stitching, like right there.
So this would just keep going straight forever.
Do you see that line?
Yeah,
Do you see that line right there? What is that?
What is that line?
Yeah, what is that line? Well, that looks like stitching to me. It looks like they've stitched together and it crosses over there through that mountain range right there.
That is weird, whatever that is.
So by your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the surface, mundus voltus et pi.
Well, okay. You freaked me out. Go back to that, Jamie. So what is the go back a little?
Yeah, what is the explanation of that line right there?
Right, but how weird is that? That is weird that there's this line.
Right, because that in itself is a composite image, a cartoon that has been put together for you to look at this apparent live imagery.
So, and is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what they're...
I'm saying that things fall into, like, the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. But now you use what is that camera? Is it a P200 camera? Where you can actually zoom in and lift things out of the horizon that have appeared to fall into the horizon.
This live video feed from the International Space Station
has been interrupted because you're watching too much.
A change on the onboard camera configuration or a loss of signal with the communications network. The video will return when the connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed.
From Master's YouTube channel,
it's just out right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of the lens.
Yeah, I'm saying
potentially.
I'm saying that, and that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down.
I've never seen that.
I watch a lot of NASA stuff, and listen, I'm not saying that we're not living on a globe, or at least an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but have you ever noticed how spasticated that guy gets whenever you throw out the word flat Earth? He flips out like the way Robert De Niro flips out on irrationally.
He flips out when you say that men can't be women. which is very weird.
Yeah,
And that they should be able to compete in women's sports, which is very weird. Like for a man of science, that's bonkers.
Or that they should be able to go to jail and that a sex offender.
Yeah, fucking insane. Not just that, but rapists.
Yeah.
Like people who rape children, and then they have to pay for their electrolysis and breast augmentation, which is okay. At what point in time do you say that this is some sort of a bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis, and then even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or rape them,
we're all just trying to construct what reality is. And it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But, there are fringes that on the ends that don't believe with what the consensus says. Are they wrong?
But do you know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that there's a flat Earth and you got to cover up that thing and pretend it's round? And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the Earth is flat?
If we're really fundamentally getting down to it, it's about God. And it's about what is this realm that we're in, and are we part of creation? And
but why would it be more likely God if it was flat?
Every culture throughout recorded history draws us in this kind of flat, earthish environment with a dome, a firmament that covers it up until the 1930s.
Right, when they start making telescopes. Right? So this is a grand conspiracy, like Galileo was wrong, Copernicus was wrong, all these people.
All of recorded history is wrong. And the other option is that we are just specks of nothing floating around in an endless, vast nothing that goes on forever, and that you are completely insignificant, that you are not God's perfect creation, which I think you are.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. Just because we are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it, doesn't mean that God's not real.
It's exclusive to people who believe the Bible word for word. I'm not saying I do necessarily. I would be considered an apostate by most people.
I've been reading the Bible a lot, and one of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it.
Well, it's been edited.
Yeah,
it's been edited. The King James, who was King James? He wrote books on demons as well, and so
even the Old Testament. The Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew, the letters double as numbers. There's no number. Imagine translating switch where like the word God and the word love, they have the same numerical value. I believe. Here's another thing. I read that. I don't know if it's true. So let me find out if that's true. Put that into perplexity.
There's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible. In Genesis, when the Nephilim come down and they find women comely, and so they're like, okay, what's actually going on there? These angels or Nephilim are coming down and they're taking women from men and having sex with them, and then creating hybrid offspring.
When Representative Anna Paulina Luna was here, she told me about the Book of Enoch. She's like, you have to read that. Have you ever read it? I don't know. So I read it.
Have you seen The Carpenter's Son, the Nicolas Cage movie?
No.
Incredible.
What did I just have you look up before I lose my train of thought?
King James Bible thing.
What?
That's what I was trying to ask specifically. Which part did you want to ask?
No, what I asked you was ancient Hebrew. So the letters also double as numbers.
That's what pi is all about.
And that the word love and the word God have the same numerical value. I'm very, very certain that that's true, but I want to really double check.
Numerology exists around us everywhere, and everything. It seems to have a kind of, and that's what the Aronofsky film Pi was kind of all about.
That was a great movie.
Yeah,
there was also a really fascinating statement by this mathematician. We talked about it on a recent podcast. Was that how strange is it that we find out that the universe is made out of math, and that it's encoded in the universe itself. So a tool that we used that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that tool is how the universe is actually encoded.
Well, this gets back to what Elon is saying about the world being a simulation.
Uh-huh.
I mean, what is a simulation?
So it says no in ancient Hebrew, whatever that word is, gematria. No direct name of God shares the exact same numerical value as the word for love. So what is the basis of that rumor? Sacred name equals 26. The name for God equals 86. Okay. Is there a word for God? Does that have the same? It's a name. Right. What is the value of? Click on that. Below that, where it says what is the geometric? What's that word?
I had to look it up. It's
Gematria. Primary Jewish mystics. Oh, Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts. Okay. It is fascinating though that there's numerical value in words. Like there's no way you're gonna get that when you translate it to Latin. So that is or Greek. That is a value of 86. And what is love's value? What is the value? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love?
What you mean by love is going to be very, you have to say, you mean like love between two people.
Okay, what is the gematria? Yeah, that's a good point. I have different words for it. Definitely. So, what is that? Click on that. What's the gematria value of a Vala? Right there? Right there? Yeah. Click on that. It's 13, so that's a different number too. Interesting. 13 twice equals 26, the value of Yahweh. Huh.
This movie, The Carpenter's Son, is all about the infancy of Jesus. I think it's written by Matthew. And it's part of these, I may have this wrong, but Coptic texts. And it is like, Nicolas Cage is so good in this movie.
So twice 13 equals 26, the value of Yahweh, implying love mirrors or completes God's essence. Okay, so that's where that comes from.
That's where it came from.
Right, that's where it comes from. God is love. So love twice is God. So here's a question. What happened? I understand. Go to ask a follow-up. How was the numerical value of ancient Hebrew language lost when they translated it to Latin, to Greek first, right? How is the numerical value of ancient Hebrew words lost when they translated it to Greek? Because it seems like it's not just context, like what is your word for that? Like the word meant a different thing to them. Numerical values of ancient Hebrew words calculated via gematria, where letters double as numbers, was not preserved in Greek translations. Hebrew letters inherently carry fixed numerical values, enabling word sums. Greek letters have their own values. Equivalents rarely match Hebrew sums exactly, so you're gonna lose it. Like, when you read like Russian translations of English or English to Russian, it gets like super screwy. For sure.
Like real
ancient
or
Spanish.
what is the gematria? Even gematria. All words mean another number that all have some sort of secret meaning.
Runic writing from the Nordics is the same thing, and there is a striking resemblance between many of the runes with Hebrew. And so these ideas and these glyphs and symbols that Odin first saw while hanging upside down from the tree and learned language and how to speak are somewhat universal across the planet.
Let's get to that for a second, but let's find out what Jamie's saying. Primarily used in Jewish mysticism and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts like Torah by assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters and words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an older language, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language? A language that combines numerical value with words? Like if you said something to me, it's not just implied by your tone or by the context of what you're saying that I understand what it means to you, but it's in the numerical value of the words. That seems like a better way to communicate than just nouns and verbs and adverbs, like rather than bifurcating numbers and letters together. Like, it sounds like a way better move. I mean, doesn't it? It seems like if you can understand that, and if you grew up with that seems like that would be a much richer and deeper way of communicating.
Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of the number zero, and how they process and understand concepts like, when no one is around, if the village is empty, things like that. And so just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. And computer programming is a language that utilizes numbers.
It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, what's the translation for this? Like, what? We don't have a word for that.
We don't understand the concept of empathy.
Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance.
Yeah.
They don't have it.
I've heard
which is weird. Like, you think about it, like, oh, right.
Why would they need maintenance?
Right.
Why would they need maintenance?
If you live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance.
And then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, and Chinese are building highways for you, and
the highways collapse.
Yeah, the highways just collapse because no one's maintaining it.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But it's interesting
you're pulling people out of the Stone Age and dropping them into, or maybe Iron Age, and dropping them suddenly into...
So to take this back to this idea that we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000... There's two things I want to get to that. And added 1,000 years. I really want to get to that. And, I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world.
Right.
I want to get to that, and I want to get to, is there a conventional explanation for that stitching? Why that image? Like, what is the mainstream?
Well, I got to dig up what we were even looking at. It was not the NASA channel we were looking at. I can dig down that rabbit hole.
Where were we looking at?
I tried to pick up a video that was live.
The globe imagery.
Hold on a second. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something that someone created.
I'm not saying that. No, well, let me retract. So words aren't taken out of context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on YouTube.
Oh, but it could have been AI.
I don't know where. I have to go back to look at it. Right. Kind of working faster.
No, I get it, dog. I get it. I found Jamie, you do the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate it.
I found a video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else, and it's up and down of the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature, it doesn't have curvature.
When you see a rocket launch, what does it do? It goes kind of sideways across the sky. And so, we've now seen that, pretty regularly, and that's because they're really not going above the troposphere.
I watched the SpaceX launch live. I was there. It went straight up in the air.
And then it curves and it travels sideways across the sky.
Well, it gets to a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. I went out of command. No. I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from 24 different cameras.
But how did it go above the troposphere? It's not likely. This is not above the
troposphere.
This is
how many miles is that up?
This is low Earth orbit.
Right. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks like a globe, huh?
But watch as the camera rotates.
This is also an edit video. I don't want to get stuck in that.
Right. As Elon would say, it's real because it looks fake, or when it looks fake, that's when you know it's real.
Say that about Bigfoot then, bitch. Bigfoot looks fake as fuck, and it's definitely not real. You know what's real? That Turkish sharpshooter that dude was like a G up in the corner. Press play. See what this is supposed to be. Big cuts. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's a bunch of different.
Now you can actually see it in inversion. occurring on the horizon right there.
A small piece of it.
Correct, but the lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing the horizon there
to go the opposite way,
to invert, and that's because of lens distortion.
I see what you're saying. If it
And the fact of the matter is, even at the height that these are orbiting at, and I'm not saying like presuming a globular planet. And even the word plane, it's like a plane, or the horizon is horizontal. Like, even presuming that, the height that they're at right now, you would still only see, a circular, see the limit of your vision, which has
because it's so massive.
Yeah, because it's so massive. You're still high enough. Well, you're still not high enough to truly see curvature.
If we are in a simulation, and if consciousness affects the reality of things, and they are only real if we are experiencing them, that's when things get really squirrely.
The testimony of your eyes. Yeah. Like, I know that I am here right now.
Not just the testimony of your eyes, but your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it.
Correct. I mean,
that's where things get super squirrely.
How do you know gravity exists, for example?
Well, gravity's not clearly defined.
Correct. Gravity is a concept, and it's a truly non-provable concept because you can prove the exact same thing through density and buoyancy. The density and buoyancy, make a lot of, how come the oceans, react the way they do, and it's not necessarily provable, but it's believable. You come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over at this point. My faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me since I was a baby. At a certain point, that just takes over.
Not just that,
and you accept
also
that as a fundamental piece of what reality is because we want to believe we understand the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. And they is just the cumulative understanding of how things are. But in ancient times, they had a different understanding of things. And that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe
it. Right, but even then,
so reality is just
built things based on where the sun was going to be during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth spinning around doesn't spin perfectly. There is a 26,000-year wobble. You can predict it by the night sky.
Somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky and all stars rotate around it. That's extraordinary. If we're traveling...
What do you mean? So during the precession of the equinoxes over a 26,000-year cycle, Polaris...
No, just...
It has remained in the exact same spot.
Supposedly that's because that's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy.
Right, but this complex dance of the equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period, it will move in the sky.
Well, the point of Polaris will always remain where it is, directly.
The point and our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle.
It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort, a kind of motion of sorts.
It changes.
Sort of a figure eight.
It changes. It changes. Look at it. It says right here. Due to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia. While Polaris is the current North Star, other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Orion, Alderman, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's why. It's not that the Earth is flat.
I know it's true because it's on Google.
But it's not just that. We know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble. And this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate, how things change and move, be dependent upon where the equator sits and where these poles sit and how it wiggles around.
When we were younger, the sun was kind of yellow and orange, and now it's just like white. Like reality is changing. I
What?
change.
The sun looks exactly the same to me.
It does?
Yeah.
The sun is the same. To me,
I think pollution is affected it somewhat, especially if you live in LA.
Well, there used to be more pollution, and so maybe that's an excuse of why the sun would be more yellow. But I've lived all over the world.
Did you see Epstein talking about gravity?
Oh boy.
Here we go. Here we go.
With it. If it's not, I don't care. I thought to say,
What does he have to say?
45 seconds.
I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball because I know that I'm confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. That's called. He called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, "Well, why did the ball fall to the ground?" Because gravity. What's gravity? That's Feynman would say. That's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
Because the end of that clip is that's
Or it's just density and buoyancy.
He was really into this topic, apparently.
Apparently.
I knew a lot about it.
You know who you should have on is Eric Jabay. Do you know who this guy is?
Oh, he's the flat Earth guy.
Yeah, he's the flat Earth guy, and he's written a book called 100 Proofs. And in order to prove something, you also have to prove things wrong.
You went down some rabbit holes.
Well, I look, I'm a screenwriter, and so I'm always looking for things like this to write stuff about. And so it's
so in order to prove
I take it all.
In order to prove what?
Whenever you have a proof, you also have to disprove. And so, you know, he wrote a book called 100 Proofs about the nature of the Earth and how it is. And it has explanations for many of the things you're talking about.
Hasn't he debated people that actually understand like how you could prove that the Earth is round?
He does it very calmly, and it infuriates people.
Right, but I don't think he's done well.
It's very enjoyable to watch because it's really funny.
But to people that are actual cosmologists, he's not performed well in these.
Well, the cosmologists will say things that still need to be, if you're making statements, they still need to be, you still need to disprove the other proofs.
Right, but there's plenty of people that have disproven that the Earth is flat.
With simple experiments. The Joe Rogan experience throughout life. You are really, like when you go up into an airplane, I do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can't because of perspective, because you're so tiny.
Correct, because we're so tiny. So all I'm saying is that through experience, that the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience a globular Earth. You can't,
but you do
you will have to
experience the effect of a Earth that's a globe if you go to the other side of the Earth and it's dark out when it's sunny in California.
They've made models of how that could work.
Dorks have
made models.
But it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding of our orbit around the sun.
That's assuming you believe that we orbit around the sun. Listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun. I'm not saying we don't live on a globular Earth.
But the numbers match. But the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely accurate.
If they make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that wrong.
Right, but is NASA doing that? Is MIT doing
NASA,
that?
like of all people to believe, the ones who are digitally stitching shit and saying, that's a government agency.
You went so deep with this, boy.
All I'm saying is my experience. You know, when I get on the plane later today and I'm flying back and I look outside, I'm going to see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon before me, and when I land, and you know, it's everything else is faith based.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
It's not though. It's science based. It's based on data. It's
the
based on our understanding.
The word science means observation. It means the testimony of
I'm
the
talking about the measurements, data.
That data is so far removed, one, from my ability to understand,
but you can understand the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers, and the numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day.
Sure. And
it works.
And what other experiment can you show me where water clings to a spinning ball? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing that they'll ask you, like, well, show me any other
Show me
example
a
of that.
fucking ball that's 24,000 miles wide.
And the answer to that is gravity. And what he's talking about in that clip that you just showed is gravity is just sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that.
But there's clearly a force that does that,
That's
right?
density.
Just density?
There's, density.
Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them when this is far heavier? How come?
Do not have an answer for that.
Right, but gravity does, right?
Gravity is, like he said, it's just a measurement. It's a measurement of how things fall.
Right.
And
so that measurement...
And the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled downward.
Right, but those objects,
how come,
if it was just density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster?
Well, when
two balls, there's a bowling ball and feathers dropping in a vacuum, and they're falling at the exact same
time. How weird. Vacuum, no density. They both fall at the same time because of gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum.
Look how excited we all are.
Yeah, Brian Cox would be pissed if he was here right now. He'd be shit.
Oh no, he'd be. I'm not. Listen, I'm not. All I'm saying is that my experience in the world.
Of course, but your experience is based on perspective of being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
YouTube channels that have broken down all of those flat Earth ideas too.
A ton.
Go watch those.
I tried years ago and I gave up.
It is absolutely a rabbit hole. But what's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas, and you supplement it with the faith of these other ideas, they're exchangeable.
They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, and if you don't understand what's actually been measured, or if you don't understand the path of satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have had to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results that all these different space agencies have. That the idea that they're all in collusion, that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other, they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat, and they make these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate and they use great words and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life.
Right. I still saw a digital stitching in your example.
Yeah, it wasn't my example. It's some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird though, and that's perfect for this world that we live in to have sort of a glitch like that.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is there's so much out there is so much out there that it just falls to faith. And also, what does it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting at ultimately. Is what does all of that really matter? What does it matter to anybody that there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and doing occultism and drinking baby blood? What does it really matter as long as you can have your daily pint?
This is a very different subject now. We've shifted. You've moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat and it's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form to evil people that are involved in cult-like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children or killing children, or that they use that sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel chopped this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was to show them.
That was funny.
Probably did. Funny. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of.
Do you believe in demons?
I believe in the concept of demons.
I mean, demons don't materialize before us necessarily. They rest upon the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears.
I believe
people do evil things.
This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verifiably true that they have done. if you were a demonic idea and you got into Oppenheimer's head or Patton's head or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to a bunch of innocent people, and you could say this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act of eliminating hundreds of thousands or 100,000 plus people off the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You've just expired.
But there are people who would argue that
souls.
there are people who would argue that the war would have continued. I've heard this argument.
I've heard that argument too.
That the war would have continued and so many more would have died.
Well, if I was a demon, I would want to propagate that idea. I would want you to think that you have to do it.
And so, like, is evil justification of things?
Certainly, if you wanted to find a way where a demon, just assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, I'm a demon and this is what you should do and this is horrible and evil? Or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? Like, there's a lot of things. Like,
you would creep into someone's head,
right?
And you would boil the frog slowly.
Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that AZT is killing people, but you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit off of killing people with AZT, and you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said this publicly, that the reason why they only prescribe AZT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. He literally used the same language that he used during the COVID crisis.
He's been doing this for a long time.
He has. If I was a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and say, look how much money they're making. You got to keep this money. There's a way to justify this. You're the purveyor of information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I mean, think just what he did there. That was evil. By taking a virus, funding it, even though it's illegal to fund it in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth Alliance, and then, farming it out to them. They do it at the Wuhan lab, and you are, in fact, doing gain-of-function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You don't have a cure.
There was a researcher in Canada at the Manitoba Level 4 lab, Dr. Quee, I think is how you pronounce her name. And she was the one who solved Ebola. Like, she had come up with the vaccine for Ebola, which was manufactured by a California company that is basically a Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made it was like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody's asking you, what comes next? What comes actively working hard at coming up with that next thing? And, like most people, you don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, they have to, whenever you move your research from one lab to another, you have to go through all sorts of stuff in order to do that because it's all patented. All of these microbes and viruses, Ebola strains and whatnot, it's all patented. And so, for example, there was this one kid who was working at the lab in Canada, and he was moving, I think, to the one in Atlanta, and so he was crossing the border, and he didn't want to, have to reproduce all of his work, and so he just put it into a thermos inside of a thing and tried to cross the border, and he got caught. Well, she got caught in 2019 by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg. This is the Winnipeg lab, to Wuhan. And they were moving everything. And I tracked where those, because I was writing a screenplay about it. And so I tracked, where did that come from? Well, it's like the Qatar, or maybe it was Abu Dhabi, I can't remember, the lab there, and then that went through, in order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam, and that got sent to her, and she was able to do all this stuff, and she was basically just shipping, everything, Hanta, and all these patented things to Wuhan, in order to do it, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police basically, stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything because they were like, is there a misappropriation of money going on here? What are all these flights that are occurring? And they redacted who her financer was. And we still don't know who her financer was, but it's one of three people, and it's the people you probably can guess. These people who have an interest in this. And but her thing was just ambition. It was just like anybody. She was just wanting to have that next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola.
So she was helping to engineer viruses?
Yeah, they were engineering stuff, and then she would ship them via Air Canada freight from Winnipeg directly to Wuhan, literally on Air Canada flights. So you're flying on Air Canada to Wuhan. Down below in cargo, there's all this
some shit that
leprosy and some horrible strain of something that's patented. And then they're just shipping it over to, and none of this has come out. Some papers in Canada, like the Winnipeg Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but it just gets kind of buried.
That was one of the weird things that I had also seen that I don't know if it's true in the Epstein files, that there was talk about engineering a pandemic.
Yeah.
Was it? Did you?
Yeah, I read that too. That they were actively working on it, running models and figuring it out. And, well, if we do this, then this will happen. And, they were pretty successful at that.
But why would Epstein be involved if he's a financier?
He was involved in everything.
Right.
He was involved in everything. It was amazing the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be doing all this stuff all over the world, and in Nigeria we're doing this, and in Yemen we're doing this, and here we're doing that, and at the same time trafficking all these girls and and young children and all this stuff.
Right.
So it's energy to do that.
It says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? Go down.
I didn't ask it about the COVID-19.
Right. You just asked it about engineering a pandemic. So, what is the pandemic claims? Scroll up a little so I can read that. That's all. Scroll down a little. There it goes. So, 2017 email originally from 2015 discussions to Bill, widely assumed to be Gates. Forwarded to Epstein. Proposed recommendations and technical specifications for pandemic modeling of various strains. It focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering a virus. Gates Foundation later ran Public Event 2001 and 2019, a standard exercise with John Hopkins and WHO, predating COVID reports. That whole Public Event 2001 is fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird. Context and debunking pandemic simulations are common public health tools for those for SARS or flu. Right, but why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in these discussions?
He's involved in everything. He's involved in gravity.
But how fucking weird is that? How weird? A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files.
Running the world.
3 years before
running
COVID-19.
the world.
Well, this is what my friend Eddie
And
Bravo
creating the illusion. In the meantime, Ghislaine Maxwell is running the Reddit forum on World News. She's literally shaping the World News Reddit forum.
She was?
Yeah.
She was running the World News forum on Reddit?
Yeah, she was, and it all went dark the minute she got picked up. Her person, but she was the main contributor to thousands of posts, all day long, posting world news, shaping our perception of things.
One email was a subject: preparing for pandemics, was sent by a person whose name was redacted.
By the way, did you see that?
Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact.
I think they did like supposedly they just did massive redacting. But sometimes you can see like, oh, the name is short, it's probably Bill, and then the one that comes after that, if it's a little longer, it might be Clinton, and if it's a little shorter, it might be Gates. You know, like you can kind of. But again, that's just it's like, there's no fact. It's like plausible deniability until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in Tel Aviv, and then somebody is playing under his right after his supposed death. Right. Suddenly he's playing Fortnite again.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the decency to make a new account.
Yeah, well, he wants to keep all of his stats. He wants to keep all that stuff. And he's safe in in another country.
So do you think they just did? That's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard.
It was a 4chan.
Was it 4chan? So it was a 4chan thread where this guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed.
He was a guard. They uncovered using whatever way they do it, by using phone records or whatever. Unfortunately, they discovered he was a guard, and that he was like a legit guy. He got caught basically talking about it. That they snuck. They used a decoy body. Yes. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never logged in, and you're always supposed to log in. There's footage of orange people in orange moving through the facility on the just glimpses of it.
So you think he's alive somewhere?
It's
not possible.
It's not impossible. It's probable.
Also,
it's a probability. I mean, whatever. It's more than a possibility.
The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who
committed suicide.
Yeah, let's put that out. That would be fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Andrew Breitbart?
Yes.
And who's the guy who said that Podesta...
An alarming amount of people commit suicide.
Alarming.
Who are doing this stuff.
Or die of something
real weird.
So,
yeah, suddenly they do it. I saw people in jail who committed suicide. They didn't commit suicide. They got killed by their cellie. Nobody bothered checking on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him? A woman?
New York Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Barbara Sampson, and she just resigned a couple of years ago.
Okay, so nothing happened to her.
You're talking about evil. You know who the devil was in The Exorcist?
Who?
Well, they say it's like Pazuzu, and we're presented with an actual devil, but when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, that, there's evidence within the film that it's more than just demonic possession. That the demonic possession comes from someplace. And by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was doing also funding research in how trauma affects clairvoyance and telepathy and things like that. How you're able to invoke those out of trauma. And in The Exorcist, there's you have Reagan, who's Linda Blair. And there's that party scene. And you remember in The Exorcist, they're making a movie within the movie. Yeah, they're actually shooting a movie. The character of the mother is she's acting in a film inside of the movie. There's a director in that film, and they have a big party scene after it. And the director, he's basically yelling at the butler, her houseman, calling him a Nazi and stuff like that. He's like, I bet you went bowling with Goebbels and things like that. Well, for a while, he vanishes from the party. And we later see Reagan afterwards completely flipped out, laying in bed. And then after that, she comes, and then he's leaving the party, and he turns to the mother, and he's like, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something. And he leaves. And then after that, Reagan comes down and she looks to the astronaut guy and says, you're going to die up there. And then she pisses on the floor, and everybody's like, shit. From that moment on, there's all this like highly sexualized devil speaking through her with a British accent, and the director, is a British guy, and so the implication, and then he is for some reason left with Reagan, and then gets thrown out of the balcony. His head is twisted all the way around. He dies as a character. So the implication is that the director is the one who has raped Reagan, and thus invoking this demonic presence into her. And it turns out that
I thought it was some totem that they found, and it was possessed.
There, all of that stuff is there. The Ouija board is there and everything. But it turns out that William Peter Blatty actually made a movie called John Goldfront, Your Life is blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the exact title of the film. And he made that movie with Shirley MacLaine. And the director of the film is this guy, J. Lee Thompson, a British director who looks exactly like the actor in that. And so the idea is that Reagan's mother is Shirley MacLaine, and Reagan is her daughter Sasha, and the British director is J. Lee Thompson. And when you start looking at his movies, they're a little strange. You know, he directed the original Cape Fear, which has a kind of strange pedophilic thing going on in it.
So does the second one.
And they all do. And then especially they amplify it.
Yeah, with Juliette Lewis and Robert De
He
Niro.
did this movie Kinjite with Bronson, and that all has kind of like a weird pedophilic thing. He did this movie, The Reincarnation of Peter Proud, where Peter Proud dies, and then Peter Proud remembers his reincarnation. He remembers his iteration of his other self who was murdered. And then he hunts down the woman who maybe didn't, and then starts sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter because he's reincarnated. So this guy, as a filmmaker, is, and so the question, and so William Peter Blatty worked on that film with Shirley MacLaine, and shortly thereafter wrote the book The Exorcist. And Sasha, in her autobiography, even mentions the person on the cover of the book looked a lot like me. And everyone's just saying, oh, it's just a coincidence. And I never walked down the stairs on all fours, and I never vomited pea soup or whatever. None of that ever happened to me. But there's a pretty dark implication behind the whole film. And I brought it up with William Friedkin. Hey, is this meant to be J. Lee Thompson? Is this a way to talk about that actually happened? In real life, he said, I cannot talk about that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. Whoa. And so, and there's actually a moment where Reagan is talking to her mother, and she's like, well, do you like him? Do you like him like you like daddy? And so there's this idea that he's been coming over. They've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it, she says to her daughter, well, I like pizza, but I wouldn't marry one. And I was like, oh my God, there's like a pizza reference. Like in the middle of everything that's happening.
How long is that?
That's Periola, but
Ben
still.
Swan brought up during the whole Pizzagate thing that got him fired. But how long has the term pizza been used?
Well, it jumped out at me, and The Exorcist is in the early 70s, and so, what is it, 1971, and that movie that he did with Shirley MacLaine, it's effectively, that's the movie that they're shooting inside of the movie. And so this was a way for William Peter Blatty to kind of transcode all of that. And the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine, talks about I can't remember if it was her husband or boyfriend that she remarried who was an astronaut. And in her autobiography, she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and a different person, that he was cloned. And then everybody kind of laughed it off like, oh, it was just kind of a joke that I wrote into my autobiography. But it's kind of weird. Real weird. Yeah, it's really strange. So people speak through movies, and they hide information in films. And so I think some more than others. Right? Yeah, William Peter Blatty, who was doing all sorts of Ouija stuff with Shirley MacLaine, who was really into that kind of thing back in the late 60s and early 70s. And he sits down to write his book, and what's he writing about? Well, he's writing that movie's about Shirley MacLaine, her daughter Sasha, Sachi, and the astronaut. It's all, and J. Lee Thompson, who basically he eviscerates within the film, but in a way that nobody really connects it. It all happens off camera. But the implication is that she was raped by that director, and from that moment on, has a kind of, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice actually that's coming out of her. She's talking about being. But it's raped by a crucifix. That actor, that's his voice. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the voice of I think his name is Gowan, and he died shortly after the film was made. Also, shortly after The Exorcist was made.
Well, we know that people have encoded very bizarre things. Kubrick was famous for it.
Yeah, that's Kubrick. Everybody does it. I do it. Everybody does it. I mean, motion pictures are a kind of magic spell, and when you write your hearing, I hear voices, and they come through me and land on the page, and I don't know where they come from, but it is a kind of invite to possession, and that these things come into you, and then you put it on the page, and then you make this movie, and everybody, like I said, sits in a theater in the dark, watching a flicker of this thing, and it's telling you both our myths and traditions, but it's also predictive programming. So,
Jesus, dude.
Have you seen?
Have I seen what?
Well, actually, I was thinking about like that the Daily Wire thing, but media comes from a lot of different places now. You don't know where you're going to find your next entertainment.
Right.
And there's this show that I really like that show, Rome. Did you see Rome?
No, I never saw it.
Okay, I loved Rome. It was.
I watched the first episode and I thought it was flat.
Because it told the story of ancient Rome through through Shakespeare and through history and through Plato and all these kind of ideas of ancient Rome, or Socrates, and all these ideas of ancient Rome, and then it told a very ground level story from the perspective of like handmaidens and centurions, and still has Mark Antony and Cleopatra and everything going on in it, but it tells a very soap opera like drama through it. And so there was this other show, and it had been out like 3 seasons when I started watching it, and it did the exact same thing. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody had ever heard about it. Most people don't even know about it. It's The Chosen. Do you know this show?
What was that?
It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the Gospels. And it's all about Christ. And it's like a low budget, or it was low budget, crowdfunded story of Jesus. And it just basically, like Rome, tells this historical tale and about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching. I've seen every movie about Jesus ever made. I've seen King of Kings, both versions. I've seen.
I know they focused on and talked about some of these words, cryptids, things like that, UFOs. What about ghosts? Investigating ghost sightings.
I've seen, the Zeffirelli film. I've seen Last Temptation of Christ. I've seen The Passion of the Christ. I've seen all of them. I've seen the Jeremy Sisto Jesus movie. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was unproduced. And so, like, I've had a lot of experience in it. And I never ever really got it, to be perfectly honest. I never really understood the story. This show, I started watching it, and I was like, okay, I've got a chip on my shoulder. Let's see. And it's really cheap. It's like rocks are made out of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, and so they just use blankets of gourd hanging, and so it's like it's really, really inexpensive, and the script is even a little bit contemporary, which almost becomes like a joke as you're watching it. It's kind of funny, but lo and behold, I'm watching it, and there came a moment by about episode 3 where it was like, ding, I get it. Like, she's
if you talk about off-man sighting or something similar, right? And so, as a result of that, like, I actually get my fair share of ghost sightings, experiences, and similar. And also, as I think a result of the relative popularity of ghost hauntings, there are a lot more opportunities to actually investigate that phenomenon, because I think people are willing to discuss it. You hear about horror cases. There are more haunted locations that make themselves available for you to actually visit, which is an important part in that process. You can't investigate something that you can't go to or you don't know about. And so, I mean, certainly, I'll tell you some of the most just bonkers things that I have experienced personally, outside of my own sort of personal specific weirdness that's just been following me my whole life, has occurred while investigating these reputedly haunted places. So, I'm not kidding when I say I don't specialize in you get that strange thing to almost certain people, as in there's some sort of like wrong, that sort of thing. It's something I've thought a lot about, actually, because there do seem to be certain phenomena that do follow specific people, and it's not everything, but it is something. I'll give you an example. So one of the things that me growing up and really on say this has fallen me into adulthood, has been this nighttime visitation, for lack of a better term, and often in old shadow people. And it's very strange, but it is marked by this quality of observation where whatever it is these people want, that's not good to say, I do guess, but they do seem to just be kind of watching a lot of the time. And for the longest time, before I started discovering the authors who would inspire me in large part to do this, like John Keel and Brad Steiner and Willie Streamer and a lot of those kinds of authors. I thought it was just me. But now that I actually do this professionally, I've had people come to me and they don't know my background, they don't know about my experiences, because frankly, for the longest time, even after being an investigator in this field, I wanted to talk about myself. I didn't want to think about me. It was about all of these other people. And anyway, I would have these people come to me, and they, at least one or two, would recite these narratives with their testimony that would match mine almost exactly. Like, there's a woman in Rogers, Minnesota, who came to me about her grandson because she was concerned, because there was this strange phenomenon involving shadow people seemingly watching him while he slept. That, obviously caused her a noticeable amount of consternation. And when I heard that, I still get chills thinking about it. Because when I heard that, I was like, that was me. I was that kid. And to hear that happen to somebody else in a way that mirrors my own experience almost exactly, it was impactful, right? But I know we're running close to the next hour, which we're going to cover both lines. Anything particular you want to talk about, or I know that you're as an investigator,
maybe we can use this audience if there's something you're looking for perhaps that maybe people have witnessed that you'd like to talk about.
Boy, obviously, I think any group sighting or shadow people sightings would be of particular interest at this point. But beyond that, I would say anything that anybody feels that they would get some value out of discussing with us, go ahead and bring it. Because I don't want to shoot anybody down. I just need somebody to listen to it.
Well, sometimes if you're researching something that's specific, like Richard, we talk a lot about bands that even get experiences going back to their service in Vietnam with the things there. So you never know who may be listening tonight. So if you have perhaps even horror or something along those lines, feel free to give us a call next hour. Our guest, Bias Wayland, find them online, and the Singular Mortinian Society. Look them up on the web, just do a quick search. Bias Wayland in your calls on Coast to Coast AM. Coming up next hour, don't go anywhere.
There's a guy who's been doing work on my house and sent me a text on Friday afternoon saying, hey, why didn't we talk? He didn't give me the benefit of, hey, it's no big deal. I just wanted to give you an update on how things are going.
Your chimney has crashed on the house and the dog is gone.
And we're the old I got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?
They already shared it.
What? That explainer. Yeah. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There is only one position in the judiciary where you don't have to be a judge without having a law degree or not being a lawyer. You know what that is? The Supreme Court of the U.S. Supreme Court. You do not have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be anything. Bill Handel, Bill had some Supreme Court justice who meet that standard.
This is kind of punk rock. He's basically saying there are no rules to anything. Like, you can commit miracles on the Sabbath. There are no rules. Anybody is like, all you need to be is wanting of salvation. And it was like a third eye opened up to me. And this show is fantastic. And it breaks all the rules. It's outside of the Pharisees of Hollywood. One guy, this guy, Dallas Jenkins, who's absolutely my favorite modern filmmaker right now. I think this guy's brilliant. He's directed every single episode of this show. And they've got like 7 seasons out, and you can watch it for free. It's at what? On anything. Like if you have an Apple TV, you can just look up the Chosen app, and up comes the Chosen app, and so it's an app thing. Or you can watch it on YouTube, or you can watch it. I think Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it. Basically, you can see it anywhere. They give away the way the Gideons give away the Bible, and I thought it was fantastic that season 2 came around, and suddenly they had all this money, and they're doing all these they've got this ancient Judea set with cobblestone streets, and like this detailed set, Roman colonnades and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, like they really got a big budget. And then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, they're using, the Mormons have all these standing sets for their biblical productions in Utah, and they're incredible. These sets are unbelievable. If I had known, it's like Chinichita in Utah. It's absolutely fantastic, and the characters are like, they only have money for like 3 Romans costumes probably, and so they're kind of like making do with what they have. But they've got this guy playing the legate there, who is hilarious. He's in the first season. He is absolutely hilarious, and the show is great. And then, like proper television, you're watching it and you're starting to love these characters, and you're starting to like it's. You know what it is? The bread and butter of Hollywood is revenge and wrath. Like that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult and requires much more maturity to make a movie about forgiveness. And this kid, Dallas Jenkins, I call him a kid, but he's not a kid. That's an insult. He's super great. he is making every single episode is effectively, because it's the Gospels, about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent, unbelievable achievement. And the show is huge now. They've got like 7 seasons. They've built a studio, like outside of Dallas-Fort Worth on a Salvation Army property that they've built with sound stages and everything. And it is, and that's like, you can get it anywhere. You can watch it anywhere. And they're making programming that should have been on HBO. It should have been produced by HBO, the way Rome was. And instead, it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like, with the inattention given to, most modern, or rather the way that people are making things, that they're focused on wrath and revenge. Like this other thing, like the Pendragon cycle and the Chosen, have kind of risen out of the vacuum that the studios have, and broadcasters have kind of created, because they're no longer making that kind of product, at least not as much. And so I think this is actually one of the most exciting times in media and television.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual time where the normal people that are producing things don't have a complete monopoly on what people see. And that many of the times these alternative things have gotten much larger than the mainstream thing.
I find it like almost impossible to get a movie going. Like I'm like an independent filmmaker. I go out there and I work on a script, and then I figure out the budgets, and I figure out and I go out and I hit the pavement. It's a really hard part, probably because I'm a flat earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like to provoke people. But I go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like almost impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last year, and basically making AI movies. And all of a sudden, boom, like that, money gets thrown at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word AI and that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden investors came in, and we're in production on 3 films now.
AI's not right now.
3. I know, that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going, and so difficult for me to get a traditional movie going through the traditional route, like going to A24, blah, 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 trying to hit the pavement. Oh, I have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it, and all of a sudden you're in production on 3 features. And we're making a Christmas movie, a family Christmas movie that'll be in theaters this holiday season. We're making a faith-based film for next Easter, and then we're making kind of big romantic war epic, like as classical movies. And we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, Massive Studios AI, and from my company, which is General Cinema Dynamics, and I'm based here in Texas now, and or my company is, and I'm slowly transitioning.
Nice.
And it's actually kind of, I think, so many people are against AI, like Guillermo, and love him, but he's like, fuck AI, but all it is visual effects. And I have experience like with that Beowulf movie doing it, and what used to be $1 million a minute is now $5,000 a minute. And so to do it really, really well, like it looks kind of amazing, actually. And so I think for independent cinema and for the future of film and television production, these are super exciting times.
All right, Roger, we just burned 3 hours plus.
Really?
Yeah, it's already 4 o'clock.
Figure this out. I'm going to share with you. All right, so what I pulled up is this.
This is an asset, right? This is
let me just explain
proper
NASA. So this is a FAR TV. They're pulling in multiple feeds. There's 3 different boxes at the bottom. As you can see, this one in the middle says offline. So as I showed you also, I pulled up the NASA feed, which is this. It says it's offline. When that is offline, this channel adds a 3D model showing where the satellite currently is so that you can still follow along. 30 minutes ago, it wasn't offline and it was showing a different feed. And I wish I could have showed it to you then, but I didn't interrupt. So, got it. There is a Flat Earth YouTube or Reddit account asking this exact thing. What is that? And the people on the Flat Earth Reddit gave me an answer.
So, the crazies. The crazies have come out to...
Okay, there you go. So that was what that was.
Well, I'm glad we put that.
So it just says the video description switch to a simulation with the ISS above the Earth when the connection is lost, aka
I want to point that out because you can see the stars in there and you can't always see the stars
while you can see Earth.
I'm glad we can be comforted by at least one thing that is secure and stable in our understanding of reality.
Roger, that was very fun, though. Thank you very much. Let's do this
really
again.
A pleasure.
It was a good time.
Really super pleasure.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
The first easy. 504-720. The International Highways Leader.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Roll.
Joe.
So good to see you.
It's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? You alright?
Yeah, I am. I'm good now.
Yeah. Woo.
Woo. It's been a few years.
I thought about
Chaos.
you the moment Bobby said he's going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought of.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I thought you were amazing on that show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show.
Thank
it's
you.
maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Turns out I'm not built for this.
Nobody is.
No, it's
See, Trump is the
insane.
only person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it and seems exactly the same. But most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you are rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's why people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink.
Yeah.
Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe.
Yeah.
This is how they keep people involved in these, where ideologies eventually become cults.
Yes.
And I think you can make a really good argument at both the right and the left that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're, most of us are sort of in the center, right? And then you have the 10% on this side, the 10% on this side that are so extreme and loud, and they keep everybody fired up, and it is cult-like.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to watch intelligent people get captured in it. I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher had Adam Carolla on, and Bill Maher was talking about how Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to him anymore. Like, they have this, spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person.
Yeah.
He has been his whole life. He has not changed his opinions at all.
Yeah.
But he's always been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well as the right.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was because he had dinner with Trump and he met with him, which is just crazy. You're not supposed to talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was like, he said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were angry.
Well, they're just
Democrats were angry.
They're just mean. When it comes to politics, people just get so mean. It's like these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. People are the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you are running against them at a political party, they will pull out all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Yes. Even if you're in their party, it doesn't
100%.
matter. It doesn't matter.
100%.
That was challenging because Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you are you're hustling, you're working really hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down.
Right.
So politics, as soon as you say as soon as he said, I'm sorry, before that, people were coming after him.
They were always
coming after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
Oh, big notch, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, and it's just weird, you know. And there was like a feeling of doom for me. Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough. Like,
well, they've been coming after him for like 20 years.
Yeah.
So he's just developed a rhino skin.
Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it.
You know, a good indication how they come after themselves, each other rather, is during the debate with Kamala and Biden. When Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right? Like this.
The sort of creepy.
Yeah. It seemed like she was accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
That is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other. And then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still in shock, you know. I'm still angry about what just happened in there. And they're already over it. And they're already like, yeah, that's politics. That's what we do.
Did you ever see the debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
I'm sure I did, but
Jamie, see if you can pull some of that up. God, why can't we go back to that? Like
was it like civilized?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
For Mitt Romney, Mitt Romney's like, he's Mormon, like super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So he's like super polite.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama, because, you know, they're matching each other's energy. He was very polite too.
Yes.
They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do.
Right.
Not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that, and
or you know how they look. Turn into that,
which is crazy when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like the guy makes fun of his own hair, like he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, but here it is.
Governor Romney at the University of Denver for your hospitality.
The only person in your state is a convicted felon.
Okay, this is just a comparison between
that
was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to match Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
That's what
I think
he does well.
If you want to diffuse that, what you would say is like, this is not productive for anybody.
Right.
Like, if you want to have like a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast, and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think was all the above.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that a lot, some not all, politicians really work on, I gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Well, Trump's really good at that. Like, he names people, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. It works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond. Like you said, that's what they should say. But they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzing.
Well, at least in this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond. If something you think is inaccurate or whatever, you can respond. But there was a time where there was nothing.
Yeah.
And whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. And Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine. And he has a Brazilian witch doctor comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail because Hunter S. Thompson made up this crazy story about him. And this guy, you see him having nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail. Like his subsequent speeches are all like nuts and he falls off.
Yeah.
But he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive, and it just they killed him.
Well, it's the power of words.
Yes.
Which, by the way, when Bobby decided to run, and he came, and I talk about this in my book, Unscripted. When he came on your podcast, was a game changer.
right? Because everything that you're saying it is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They were going hard at Bobby, like he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then he came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation.
Yeah.
And you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're not judgmental. And people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Interesting.
Yeah. No.
What were your opinions?
Before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was much more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was a fool, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? This is what I thought.
Okay.
And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it and you know who you are and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's got to feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was healthy. That was crazy. So you're talking about this massive pandemic, and you've got this guy in his 50s. I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person, and I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just a flat out lie, but it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird to watch. It didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot. Yeah. I laughed a lot.
Yeah.
Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
See,
I never would have believed it.
Yeah, and you have this outlet, and you were able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they weren't picking. They thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully. But during the whole exchange, they were, oh my God, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
So you saw things firsthand that you hadn't experienced before.
Yeah. And then when I read Bobby's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before...
The Fauci book?
Yes, The Real Anthony Fauci, which was just... I would read it, I would listen to it on audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, or you're already kind of freaking out. You can only stay in there so long before you die.
Yeah.
That's the whole key of the sauna. Like, you get it way before you're going to die, that's when you get out. But if you stayed in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already, and I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit. The same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they were going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about... This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. And
And they're footnote after footnote, reference after reference.
Exactly.
Saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this up.
No lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. And this is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was lies, people would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's not. No, it's all true. Which is, you go, well, how do I not know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened, and it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it?
Yeah.
I also knew his work as an environmental attorney. Right. I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help clean up the East River. And if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came and stop these corporations from polluting the river and then force them to clean it up.
Right.
Gigantic.
And by the way, when people talk about Bobby and they want to paint him as somebody who is trying to hurt people or kill people or whatever that sounds like or looks like, when you look at his career and who he is and what he's accomplished, yeah, he spent a lot of time suing huge corporations because they're polluting waterways, because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals, and then suddenly change and want to really hurt a lot of people? It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, the whole thing came about because of vaccines and his questioning of the vaccine narrative, which is now way more mainstream. Because I, like many people, said the scientists must be correct. Everybody else is a kook. You got to get your vaccines. You got to do whatever you have to do. But I was also pretty aware of, I had a friend who had a child that they vaccinated him, and when they vaccinated him, he stopped responding, and he never responded again. He became nonverbal autistic for his whole life. And he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to the vaccines. That's a taboo to bring up. When you bring that up, people immediately back off. They get scared. They get nervous. I firmly believe that when you have this sort of a visceral reaction to any sort of a subject like that, without a rational examining of what is objective truth, when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this, or you'll be ostracized, you'll be cast out of the crew, the tribe, you're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
Because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, "This is my experience. This is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is this is my experience." And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying, talking about it. They're not allowed to talk about the experience they had, or ask why it happened, or let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. We've been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped, that has ended? If you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least been wrong about. The amount of drugs that they had to pull was substantial. It's a giant chunk.
Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, the companies, scientists, whomever, realize, actually, they're doing more harm than good.
What about thalidomide? Like what it did with birth defects in children.
It's
crazy. They used to prescribe that to mothers.
Well, it's even like getting x-rayed.
Yeah.
It used to have mothers, that were pregnant, x-rayed to see how the baby was doing for a long time.
It'd be cool if it gave the baby superpowers, but it never does. It only happens in the science.
Yeah, that never works out on the
comic
good way.
books and science fiction.
Yeah.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
Do you ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those x-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the x-ray machine, they would x-ray their hand to make sure that it would work, and they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right, so...
See if you can find some of those. It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
Right, because we didn't know. Nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, and do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drug companies have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narrative. It's like, this is a slave.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
And that's just from x-raying your hand.
So they would use it to calibrate the machine every day.
Oh.
That lady cooked her hand. Isn't that awful? Ooh, it's so spooky.
That's really crazy.
Yikes.
What are the... You're not going to have the answer to this, but what are the things, that we have to go through in the airport?
Oh,
You
TSA?
travel, yeah.
No, that's
You're okay with that?
radio. Yeah, that's like a radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's pull that up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that EMF from even electric cars is dangerous. There's people telling you shouldn't have earbuds in your ears. You should only listen with a cord or a speaker if you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. You've got things going directly into your head, to your brain.
Yeah. It's probably not the best thing for you, but it's like how many people are wearing AirPods and how little damage is it actually doing? That's the question. It's like, what is the real issue? Most TSA body scanners use millimeter wave radio waves. So not X-rays, and do not add your ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's a radio wave. But what is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners? That's just scanners. Is there any damage? Just look at
safe that this is okay.
Follow up. Millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous aspects of it? Health and radiation protection agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low. Whatever. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it when they turn it on, right? When you go to the dentist's office, they hide behind a brick
wall. They go into the other room, and you're like, what?
They're in a
this
fucking
thing is
bunker.
like right next to my head.
I know. And they make you wear like a lead vest over your body.
Yeah, it's intense. I mean,
do they still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't gotten one of those with the lead vest in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room, and they're like, don't move. And you're just sitting there with a,
if there's any words anyone should have about these body scanners.
I don't want to I'm not causing any outrage here. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I think it was just fine.
The TSA ones are dangerous.
Okay.
Major health agencies do not see any proven health risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical concerns. So millimeter wave scanners use low power, non-ionizing radio waves. Studies and reviews have not found harmful effects at the power levels used in airport screening. Sensitive groups analysis that modeled risk for children, pregnant people. What? Why does it say pregnant people? Which kind of people can get pregnant? Do you think, hey AI, hey super genius, you think maybe it's women, you fucking asshole? And frequent flyers still found that low added risk from backscatter scanners, far below routine medical x-rays or even the radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
All right, radiation in the plane.
Flying, when you're flying.
I mean, there's so many things. Isn't it just
let's go
we're all going down?
Put that into perplexity, please. Why is flying? Why does that give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? Like, what is it? You're less protection?
Yes.
Yeah? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Is that all it is?
Yeah,
you're up high?
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff to diffuse it.
Less air. Right.
So I saw someone bring up recently too, having those screens right behind your head because there's one in
every. Oh yeah, that's gotta be bad for you.
Well, Wi-Fi on the plane, it's like just like bouncing around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. Well, they used to be able to smoke.
Which is crazy. I was just, the plane that I was on had the no smoking sign. And it's never
I
a
would
good,
feel super uncomfortable getting on that plane.
it's not a good
It's an
feeling.
old ass plane.
Yeah. When you're like, okay,
How
thank
old's
you.
this fucking plane? And they used to have little ashtrays. Remember those?
Yes.
The seats?
And that's really crazy.
And this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical x-ray. Spread out over several hours. That's kind of crazy. Okay.
Yeah, that's
put
a good
this
question. That's a good question.
Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
They're the ones that would.
it's like getting an x-ray every day.
That's. I mean, everything is killing us, right? That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us first.
I don't think
there's so many things.
Yes.
Is it going to be a
I don't think everything.
meteorite that's going to hit us first?
Could, but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive longer now too. Pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems is still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like they would be the ones that you would be able to study from the best, whether or not flying, and flight attendants, whether or not flying is actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
No.
So that's good.
You would imagine that
somebody
they've been
would have
flying
said
a long time. Many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers, especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and in some studies, breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear how much of it is from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, like UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone has not been established. That does make sense with the disrupted sleep, because I talked to a pilot once who did like a lot of late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping during the day.
Can't you adjust though? Can't you adjust?
If you can. But if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you know, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Like you're not, that's just your life, man.
Yeah.
That's how you live.
That's like shooting a film and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Someone snaps.
Yeah.
There's always one person that just like
can't handle it.
Freaking crazy.
Well,
like, oh no, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. I don't know what happened to him, but he freaked out.